Chapter 1. The Spectral Flame Girl and the Useless Old Father. A resounding bang shattered the afternoon's oppressive silence in the lower-end apartment building. The long-neglected, sluggish motion sensor light in the corridor jumped to life, startled into flickering a dim yellow glow before succumbing to exhaustion with a soft pop, leaving behind a feeble ember of light. The composite door, weathered and peeling more than Wang Yitian's enthusiasm for life, was kicked open by an unreasonable force, slamming against the wall behind it with a resolute thud, emitting a second groan of distress. Dust, likely older than Wang Yitian herself, cascaded from above the doorframe, settling on the floor tiles, which barely retained their original hue, giving them an unintended vintage treatment. In that moment, a head peeked through the doorway. One astonishing head it was. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Even a rainbow would feel shame, and a palette would exclaim in admiration, a master at work. The multicolored hair stood erect, brimming with indomitable spirit, as if it were boldly declaring its uniqueness to this mundane world. Then, the head's owner, Miss Wang Yitian, slipped into the room like a nimble loach. Her denim outfit epitomized the phrase, "The fabric is precious, but the rips are worth even more." Knees, elbows, and thighs were adorned with meticulously designed tiers, revealing healthy, sun-kissed skin beneath. On her feet were a pair of thick-soled, studded boots, which clanked as she walked, intertwining with the disgruntled hum from her floating skateboard, creating a unique entrance theme. At the skateboard's tailpipe lingered a hint of cheap, simulated ghost flame, and the air was laced with the faint scent of ozone from energy combustion. Clearly, the audacious drift park that nearly sent the trash can flying downstairs was the handiwork of this contraption. "Dad, send money. Urgent. Quick, it's igniting over here. My gear's about to explode." Wang Yitian whipped into the cramped living room like a miniature tornado, landing precisely in front of the sofa. Her gesture of reaching for money was seamless and assertive, her eyes sparkling with the righteous glow of someone who believes that withholding funds would obstruct the evolution of martial arts and condemn the future female martial emperor as a historical villain. On the sofa, Wang Yitian lay in an almost liquid state, aptly nicknamed the human grandfather cake. He wore a faded, loose-fitting, old man's shirt, its collar flopping in waves, with indecipherable letters on the front, vaguely resembling YOLO, a relic of some past trend. Beside him, a can of fatty happy water, adorned with an ancient logo, bubbled contentedly. His fingers absently traced patterns in the air, projecting a faint screen that looped a century-old meme video. The infectious melody of Chicken You Too Beautiful and the electronic beat of Gene E Too Beautiful faintly resonated, creating a stark temporal dissonance in this futuristic martial world. He lazily lifted his eyelids, first inspecting the vibrant cyber palette before his gaze drifted to the youthful face, boldly emblazoned with the words "Give money," which ultimately transformed into a deep sigh, laden with a father's endless helplessness and heartache. "Shinran," Wang Yitian began, his voice raspy from sleep and tinged with the numbness of a life repeatedly battered by reality. "Is your hair a glorious revival of non-mainstream civilization atop our household? Or do you intend to serve as an honorary substitute for traffic lights? Goodness, even the stoplights would applaud your professionalism, eager to grant you the center stage. You don't understand. This is fashion. It's an attitude. It's a declaration of individuality. It's a courageous act of breaking societal norms." Wang Yitian immediately entered defensive mode, her words spilling forth like a rapid-fire Gatling gun. "Hurry up. Don't sit here critiquing my old-fashioned aesthetics. Send me 500. Wait, no, make it 1,000. I bought my own a newly released Swiftwolf rune sticker. They say it can slightly boost movement speed. It's absolutely stunning. Do you understand? Utterly fabulous. The novices at school will kneel and sing my praises, shouting Shinran is mighty. 1,000? Wang Yitian reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, attempting to rise from his grandfather cake position. But alas, his waist lacked strength, accomplishing only a half-hearted sit-up before collapsing back down. "Do you think I'm a walking, unlimited printing machine? Or have I suddenly awakened an S-class talent of turning stone into gold? Daughter, let us speak honestly. My monthly allowance is nearing depletion thanks to your relentless demands. At this rate, I'll be left to drink the northwestern winds. And let me tell you, that mutated version gives you the runs. As he lamented dramatically, he fumbled beneath himself, slowly extracting an ancient phone. Its screen shattered into an intricate spiderweb, looking older than Wang Yitian herself. That phone, if placed in a museum, would be considered a modern artifact. Stop. Just stop. No way. Wang Yitian shot back with a triple rejection, coupled with a signature eye roll that showcased an impressive 90% white. Are you about to start your 100-year-old rap cycle again? My ears are on the verge of developing calluses. It is now the year 103 of the high martial era. Do you understand what an era is? Strength reigns supreme, and individuality must be liberated. The might of a fist is the ultimate truth. High attractiveness. Oh no, I mean strong individuality is also a component of combat power. Do you grasp this, my useless old father? Your antiquated values of frugality is a virtue, and being low-key ensures safety, have long since decomposed in the annals of history, transforming into fertilizer that nourishes the mutated climbing ivy. Chapter 2. The year 103 of the high martial era. Wang Yitian was left speechless by his daughter's barrage of rhetoric, fumbling as he shakily unlocked that ancient phone, the process agonizingly slow. He muttered under his breath, as if reciting an ancient incantation long forgotten, 100 years ago. 100 years ago, I could still surf the internet, passionately debating with internet trolls from all corners of the world, sharing laughter and banter. Now, it's a different story. Surfing is a distant dream, and I can only paddle through the river of memory, splashing about without any practical benefit. In this dreadful world, even sipping authentic, unadulterated fatty happy water has become a task worthy of applying for intangible cultural heritage protection. The phone appeared to lag for a moment before emitting a melodious notification. Federal Bank. A transfer of 1,000 yuan to account ending in 1314, Wang Yitian, was successful. Current balance, 58.8 yuan. All right then. Thanks, Dad. Love you, Mua. Heart. The notification sound was more uplifting than the most triumphant battle anthem, and Wang Yitian seamlessly transitioned from debt collector mode to carrying little cotton-padded jacket mode. Her smile radiating like the midday sun, blinding in its brilliance. She blew a kiss into the air, her movements fluid and graceful, as if performing some advanced martial technique. Just wait until the next monthly assessment. You'll see. I, Wang Yitian, am destined to break into the top 100 of my grade, bringing glory to our Wang family and enhancing your esteemed reputation. I must take my leave now. My friends await me downstairs, and if I delay, the prime spots for the martial arts experience class will vanish. No sooner had she spoken than she executed a remarkably graceful turn, accompanied by the buzzing of her floating skateboard that seemed to urge her onward, darting out the door as if pursued by a pack of mutated hounds. The movement was so swift that it left behind only a kaleidoscopic afterimage and a faint scent of ozone. Be frugal. That sticker might just be a tax on intelligence. Stay safe. Avoid fights. If you cannot win, remember to flee. There's no shame in that. Wang Yitian's pale, half-hearted admonitions were abruptly shattered by the resounding slam of the door, leaving no echo in the confined air of the small living room. At that moment, the world seemed to descend into a tranquil silence. Wang Yitian maintained a semi-slumped posture, gazing at the door that still trembled slightly, as if lamenting its own dismal fate. He shook his head in resignation, the motion so subtle it was almost imperceptible. His gaze drifted vacantly beyond the small, dust-laden window, casting itself into the bizarre world outside. Beyond the glass lay a typical urban scene of the year 103 of the Gaowu era. Streamlined, silver-hued floating trains glided silently and swiftly through the towering skyscrapers that formed the steel jungle. Enormous holographic billboards projected the lithe figures of popular martial artist idols and dazzling displays of martial arts techniques, with energy beams intertwining to form flickering advertisements. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that many buildings bore exceptionally sturdy bases, marked with evident signs of post-construction reinforcement, and their metallic surfaces still bore the imprints of runes designed to withstand impacts. In the distance, at the edge of a cluster of modern architecture, stood the remnants of skyscrapers from a century past, true relics of their time. They rose silently like tombstones of civilization, pointing towards the heavens. their surfaces long since enveloped by resilient mutated vines and moss, silently narrating the history of the calamity known as the Great Cataclysm and the monumental shifts in civilization. The soundproofing of this low-rent apartment was virtually negligible. Soon, the unmistakable roar of Wang Xinran's illegally modified floating skateboard engine echoed from downstairs, accompanied by her spirited, somewhat brash shouts. "We're off," targeting the Storm Martial Arts Experience class. "Let's go, guys. We must make that arrogant new instructor cry. Let him witness the harsh realities of society." Oh no, I mean the fervor of blossoms from the future. The engine's growl faded into the cacophony of the urban backdrop. The world returned to a kind of silence that belonged to the lower strata, enveloped in noise. Wang Yitian slowly withdrew his gaze, the weariness etched on his face, a visage ravaged by life, evaporating like a receding tide, replaced by a serene and profound tranquility that clashed with the dilapidated apartment and his worn-out attire. He reached for the can of soda on the coffee table, taking a gentle sip. The icy, sweet liquid coursed down his throat, offering a fleeting and illusory solace. In the room, the haunting background music from a century-old video still resonated with a bizarre tenacity. "You are too beautiful. Baby, you are too beautiful." Amidst this strange BGM, Wang Yitian gazed out at the sky that intertwined ruins with rebirth, technology with martial arts, murmuring in a voice only he could hear. 100 years have passed. Time races faster than those mutated rabbits. His eyes held a depth that seemed to pierce through the window, glimpsing an incredibly distant past and an ineffable future. In that gaze, there was no trace left of the earlier meek and subservient father figure consumed by his daughter. Chapter 3. The antique from a century ago downstairs, the distinctive roar of the Guehua skateboard, reminiscent of a tuberculosis-stricken engine, finally faded into the depths of the city's ambient noise. Wang Yitian remained in his languid posture, akin to an elderly gentleman, for a full 3 minutes without moving. Had it not been for his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of the sofa, one might have suspected that he had succumbed to a heart attack due to his remaining balance of merely 588 yuan. In the room, the infectious melody of a century-old meme video continued to loop stubbornly. "Genie Time May, baby, Genie Time May." Alas, after 100 years, this absurdity had become my exclusive background music. Whom could I possibly reason with? Wang Yitian finally stirred, slowly reaching out to switch off the blaring dim screen that was causing him a headache. At last, tranquility returned, leaving only the faint hum of a maglev train slicing through the air outside and the dull thud from some large machinery at a distant construction site. His gaze once again fell upon the small window. The sky outside was a peculiar blend of colors. Nearby, a high-tech protective field shimmered in soft blue light like rippling water, while in the distance, clouds tinged with rust red lingered perpetually due to the residual energy from century-old war. Several newly erected skyscrapers, entirely clad in adaptive solar panels, reflected a dazzling metallic sheen in the setting sun, their lines smooth and imbued with a sense of futurism. Yet, amidst these modern edifices, older structures with distinctly traditional architecture, complete with ornate eaves and brackets, stood out, some even adorned with stone beasts for warning and defense. Even more astonishing was a towering glass-walled building, at least 300 meters high, which unexpectedly featured an enormous wooden observation deck protruding from its midsection, fluttering a banner emblazoned with the words Long Huuguan, waving in the breeze, a true testament to a chaotic blend of styles, a perfect embodiment of cyberpunk aesthetics. The juxtaposition of ancient eaves amidst the steel and concrete jungle was a sight that left one simultaneously amused and exasperated. Wang Yitian muttered under his breath, taking another swig from the can of sugary soda. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, seemingly igniting buried memories within him. His gaze began to unfocus, as if penetrating the glass before him, peering into a more distant and absurd realm. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, managing a smile that was more painful than tears. Had he known the travails of this journey, he would have never pressed that confirmation button back then. His thoughts drifted back to the moment that altered everything. Was it a typical weekend afternoon? The specific date had blurred. Yet he remembered languishing in his rented room in 2023, scrolling through the ridiculous antics of netizens while sipping. Yes, it was also that sugary beverage. Then what happened? Perhaps, due to a moment of recklessness, he clicked on a flashy pop-up ad claiming, "Do you want to experience a different life?" A fraudulent scheme of sorts. The next instant, he found himself elsewhere, not in the physical sense, but rather his consciousness was wrenched away, swept into an indescribable vortex of colors. Just as he thought his soul was about to be torn apart, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Time-space travel program initiated. Target anchor point calibration in progress. Warning: encountering unknown temporal turbulence. Coordinate shift repositioning in progress. Then, he was forced to witness an epic documentary at hyperspeed. Much like a hapless soul strapped into the front row of an IMAX theater. He watched as the bustling, neon-lit metropolis was suddenly torn open by a colossal rift, unleashing bizarre and grotesque creatures that fell like dumplings from the sky. Missiles screamed, explosions lit up the night, and the skyscrapers that once epitomized human civilization crumbled like mere toys. The internet faltered, power failed, and mobile phones transformed into bricks. Societal order disintegrating within days into utter chaos. Just as humanity appeared on the brink of annihilation, a twist of fate emerged. Ancient texts, legendary breathing techniques, and peculiar jade pendants unearthed from tombs suddenly manifested their powers. Some individuals inexplicably began to sense the so-called spiritual energy or primordial force, their bodies evolving to the extent that they could shatter stone with their fists and control wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Martial arts, once relegated to the realm of cinema, now bore the banner of human civilization amidst the ruins. What a cinematic experience it was. A 3D IMAX blockbuster titled 100 Ways Humanity Can Perish Alongside the Rise of Martial Arts. I Am the Savior, an immersive experience that was truly worth every penny. Wang Yitian recalled that viewing experience with trepidation, likening it to being forcibly fed a bottle of baijiu only to be strapped onto a roller coaster. An infinite loop of chaos. As the documentary reached the point where humanity, through the nascent rise of martial arts, struggled to stabilize its footing against the alien forces, the mechanical voice returned, world background loaded, system energy insufficient, entering forced sleep maintenance, wishing you a happy new life. Happy my foot. Wang Yitian felt a surge of frustration, then darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. When he awoke again, he found himself grounded, yes, standing on a patch of fresh ruins. Time had elapsed, years beyond the moment he had traversed. The world had transformed into the chaotic amalgamation he now beheld, where technology and martial arts grotesquely intertwined, resembling a creature of shattered aesthetics. And he had, with honor, become a ghost in this new realm. Without an identity, without money, without a skill to navigate this high martial world, his scant knowledge of internet surfing and loafing from the 21st century proved utterly useless. Starting with just a pair of undergarments, the notion that one could merely scavenge for equipment was nothing short of a deception. Wang Yitian sighed, recalling that period when he lived a life worse than that of a stray dog. Rummaging through garbage for expired nutritional paste and evading low-tier monsters and more perilous human marauders, barely surviving. Just as he thought he might become the disgrace of all traversers. Starving in a foreign land, he encountered a woman, akin to a fierce yet stunning lone wolf, who was also foraging through the ruins. This was Wang Xinran's mother. At that moment, Wang Yitian's expression grew complex, tinged with nostalgia and a hint of yearning. She was indeed a remarkable character. Few words were exchanged, yet her actions were swift and ruthless, more ferocious than his own when it came to seizing resources. Were they comrades in adversity? No, perhaps they were partners in crime? That didn't quite fit either. In essence, two solitary souls struggling for survival in the desolate aftermath of the world found themselves inexplicably drawn together, seeking warmth in their shared plight. Life was fraught with anxiety, each day uncertain of whether they would witness the sun again. Yet, strangely, despite the hardship, there existed a simple sense of stability during that time. Eventually, Wang Xinran's mother became pregnant. Subsequently, on a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, perhaps a martial arts master was undergoing tribulation. Wang Xinran entered this absurd world, wailing. Wang Yitian began to murmur to himself. When you were born, you were all wrinkled like a little monkey, so ugly I almost couldn't bear to look. A fleeting smile crept across his face, only to vanish swiftly. Your mother named you Xinran, hoping you would thrive and flourish, essentially wishing you well. The arrival of the child seemed to evoke a change in the once silent and fierce woman, bringing forth an anxiety that Wang Yitian could not comprehend at the time. She began to venture out more fervently in search of supplies, sometimes returning injured, her gaze increasingly complex. Not long after Wang Xinran's first birthday, one ordinary morning, Wang Yitian awoke to find the space beside him empty. The woman vanished, as if she had evaporated from the earth, leaving behind only a hungry infant and a useless Wang Yitian. Cursing under his breath, Wang Yitian recalled the events of that fateful morning, still feeling a pang of frustration in his heart. She left without a word, not even a note. Such carefree abandon. He had been utterly devastated. Even contemplating the idea of abandoning little Wang Xinran at a seemingly reliable survivor-s base. However, when he gazed into her bright, dark eyes that resembled his mother-s and witnessed her toothless smile, his meager conscience stirred within him. Fine, he thought, I shall consider this a real-life apocalypse nurturing game. Starting on the hardest difficulty, he consoled himself in this manner. To provide for this little ancestor, Wang Yitian had to muster the courage to undertake tasks he most despised. He joined a small survivor enclave, laboring tirelessly, and once nearly lost his life during a minor beast assault, just to barely earn meager food and points. Later, as the situation stabilized somewhat, humanity established a relatively stable city-state system. Utilizing the scant martial knowledge he had gleaned from watching films, along with his own experimentation, he somehow muddled his way into becoming the lowest-tier warrior. By chance, during a battle to protect the enclave, he acquired a reputation as a retired soldier due to an injury, qualifying him for a meager monthly pension. Although the money was pitifully scant, it provided stability. With this income, he assumed both parental roles, tirelessly raising that wrinkled little monkey into the vibrant, fiery-haired girl who could drive him to the brink of high blood pressure. Raising a child was no easy task, Wang Yitian sighed. He rubbed his slightly sore eyes, reflecting on how the past century had felt like a condensed version of the trials of an old father. While others traversed worlds as powerful beings, he found himself relegated to the role of a full-time caregiver, burdened with debt. As he gazed out at the enchanting sky, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He felt nostalgia for the mundane past, frustration with the absurdities of this world, complex feelings towards the woman who left without a word. But more than anything, he felt a weary sense of fulfillment watching his daughter grow up, despite the chaos, in what could be considered a semblance of stability. Why dwell on such thoughts? He chuckled at himself, realizing that if he could raise this little ancestor safely without her turning into a sociopath, he could at least say he had done right by himself. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, attempting to cast away the memories that haunted him. Though life was impoverished and somewhat pitiful, and he faced disdain from his daughter, it was still a home. As he prepared to recline on the couch again, contemplating whether to have beef or shrimp-flavored compressed biscuits for dinner, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting within the host an overwhelming, profound paternal love, as ceaseless as the flowing river and as deep as ancient stars. Wang Yitian jolted upright, almost launching himself off the sofa in shock. The old father-s love system has sensed this cross-temporal calling, officially binding now. Wang Yitian stood frozen in place, his eyes wide as saucers, his mind racing with a single thought. What the hell? My golden finger has finally arrived after a century of delay? He remained petrified, like a statue suddenly brought to life, his eyes trembling in astonishment. The cold, teasing voice echoed in his mind, lingering like an unwelcome tune. Binding in progress. 105-0100. Binding successful. Dear host, congratulations on becoming the sole designated user of the old father-s love system. May the brilliance of paternal love illuminate your path ahead. The final image that flashed in his mind was a tacky heart emoji that nearly sent him into a frenzy. Wait. Wang Yitian finally rebooted from his stunned state. Sitting bolt upright on the sofa, his movements so swift he almost strained his aging bones. He instinctively glanced around, pinching his thigh hard. Ouch! The pain drew a gasp from him. This was no illusion. It was real. The long-awaited, legendary welfare system for traversers had finally arrived. Who among the celestial beings finally remembered this forgotten child left behind in another world? Wang Yitian felt tears welling up as he realized that all the grievances and frustrations of the past century seemed worth it in that moment. Although the interest had diminished, the principal had returned, accompanied by a flashy bonus. "System, are you there? Speak up," he called out in his mind, like a child with a new toy. "Hello, host. This system is at your service 24/7, ready at your beck and call. No need for loud exclamations. Mental communication will suffice." The system's response remained coldly mechanical. Yet the emoji of a smiling face felt oddly sinister. All right, mental communication it is," Wang Yitian said, rubbing his hands together, excitement bubbling up as he paced around the cramped living room, nearly kicking over an empty soda can. "You see, I've waited 100 years for you. Hasn't tea that earn a little something? A newbie gift pack, perhaps? Divine artifacts or skills? Or just grant me the cultivation of a martial emperor, so I can experience the thrill of dominating the world." Drool nearly dripped from his mouth as he envisioned himself punching the elders of the southern mountains and kicking the children of the northern seas, standing atop the world and receiving worship from the masses. Detecting the host's urgent needs, the system announced, "Generating your personalized attribute panel and core rule explanation. Please maintain a calm mindset to avoid vascular incidents due to excessive excitement. This system does not provide emergency services." As the voice faded, a soft blue, technologically advanced holographic panel projected directly onto Wang Yitian's retina, as if it had always belonged there. Old Father S Love System V10 Host. Wang Yitian Current Realm. Not activated. Linked to binding status. Physique. 28. Slightly above average elderly individual. Spirit. 99. After a century of trials. Mental endurance is commendable. Charm. 15. Long-term homebody. Social attributes nearly non-existent. Luck. E. Delayed for a century. Binding object is a fiery-haired girl. Please interpret accordingly. Comprehensive evaluation. A seasoned father, weathered by time, with a well-maintained mindset, in his own opinion. Potential remains to be explored, mainly depends on the daughter. Wang Yitian stared at the dismal attribute panel, especially the glaring E in luck, as his lips twitched. "Hey, system, isn't your evaluation a bit too brutally honest? What does the note in parentheses even mean? And why is my realm marked as not activated?" Core Rule Explanation. Rule 1. Realm Binding. The martial arts realm of the host, Wang Yitian, will be in real-time correlation with the binding object, your daughter, Wang Xinran, and will permanently maintain a level 2 realms higher than that of the binding object. Rule 2. Invincibility within the same realm. Under any circumstances, the host possesses absolute suppression power within the same major realm, disregarding minor rank differences, allowing for effortless annihilation of opponents. Rule 3. Love as motivation. Certain advanced functions of the system, such as lottery opportunities, will be linked to the host's express paternal love value, including but not limited to verbal encouragement, material support, crisis rescue, etc. Wang Yitian stared at these 3 core rules, his eyes wide open like copper bells, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Permanently 2 realms higher? Invincible within the same realm? What kind of divine rule is this? Does this not imply that as long as my daughter continues to advance on her path of cultivation, I can upgrade effortlessly? She is a martial artist. I am a master. If she works hard and becomes a martial emperor one day, wouldn't that mean I would surpass the martial emperor and achieve an unprecedented realm? My goodness. Wang Yitian felt his heart racing, blood pressure soaring, happiness crashing down upon him like a fountain of joy, bursting forth unexpectedly. He knew it. Heaven still favors me. Although a bit late, this golden finger is impressively robust, firm, and outrageous. He was so excited that he almost broke into song. After enduring for so many years, can I finally continue to thrive as a formidable figure? No, I mean strategically steady. This is simply the ultimate external aid tailored for someone like me, a cautious player. My daughter, you truly are my lucky star. I shall cherish you as a treasured heir. The more he thought about it, the more he envisioned himself clad in golden armor, stepping upon auspicious clouds, or rather, in an old man's shirt, wearing flip-flops, casually swatting away a martial emperor with a single hand. At that moment, who would dare to call Wang Yitian a waste? He would inscribe the word waste onto a plaque and hang it at the entrance of the World Government Building. Suddenly, a system alert rang out like thunder, jolting Wang Yitian from his delightful reverie. The Western Abandoned District? A hostile martial artist team? the highest cultivation level being the late-stage martial artist. Shinran is in danger. The previous joy, excitement, and infinite aspiration for the future dissipated like the retreating tide, replaced by an icy chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head, accompanied by tremendous fury. The smile on Wang Yitian's face froze and vanished instantly. His eyes, usually clouded and lazy, sharpened at that moment like two unsheathed blades. The languid aura evaporated, and he straightened his spine, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression. Although he hadn't truly fought for a century and had always played the role of a useless father, deep down, he was a survivor who had crawled out from the ruins of a blood-soaked apocalypse. He was the one who once dared to bare his teeth at mutated wild dogs to protect his infant. Touch my daughter, you seek death. System. Navigation. The fastest route. Wang Yitian's voice was cold and devoid of warmth, imbued with a murderous intent that had not been felt in 100 years. The navigation activated, plotting the optimal route with an estimated distance of 32 kilometers. The prompt indicated, based on the binding object Wang Shinran's early-stage martial artist status, your realm has automatically elevated to early-stage master. Almost instantaneously after the system's notification, Wang Yitian felt a massive and pure power erupting from the depths of his being. Like a dormant volcano awakening, flooding through his limbs and bones. The previously sluggish meridians opened up. The dried energy sea was filled with surging primal energy, and his senses sharpened to an unprecedented degree. He could even hear a mutated insect flapping its wings hundreds of meters away. Is this the power of a master? After adapting slightly to this sudden surge of strength, a cold and fierce smile crept across his lips. Late-stage martial artist? Is that impressive? He muttered to himself, fixing his gaze on the direction of the Western District. Today, I shall let you ignorant fools witness what it means to be invincible within the same realm. Without finishing his sentence, his figure flickered as he bypassed the door and, like a specter, crashed through the aged window of the rental apartment. The sound of shattering glass rang clear as Wang Yitian transformed into a blurred shadow, racing toward the western abandoned district at a speed that defied common understanding. Following the optimal path indicated by the system, a century of restraint, a century of survival, was completely cast aside in this moment. All for his daughter. Useless father? No. From this moment forth, he is the protective master father. Wang Yitian felt like a human-shaped rocket with its rear ignited. No, even a rocket could not match this speed. The moment he shattered the window and soared into the air, that overwhelming power of the early-stage master surged through him like a flood unleashed, akin to a volcano dormant for a century. A sensation of unprecedented strength filled every inch of him. His muscle fibers rejoiced, his bones emitted a faint hum, and his previously murky vision became crystal clear. He could even discern the dust floating in the air. The wind howled past his ears and below him. The buildings appeared like diminutive toys retreating rapidly. Goodness, is this what it feels like to fly? Wang Yitian's heart roared, adrenaline surging. He had feared that after a century of inactivity, he might struggle to adapt to this sudden influx of power. Strangely, however, this mastery of strength felt oddly familiar, as if a dormant switch within him had been flipped open with a snap. Muscle memory? Or perhaps a hidden benefit of his reincarnation? Who cares? There's no time to ponder that now. The system's calm voice resonated in his mind. Navigation ongoing. In 300 meters, turn left into the abandoned energy conduit, which will shorten the distance by 0.5 kilometers. Wang Yitian's gaze sharpened, and his body twisted in midair, defying the laws of physics. As he expertly plunged into a massive, dark pipe with a diameter of about 1 meter. The interior of the pipe was coated with a viscous, foul-smelling grime. But at that moment, his speed was so great that the master-level primal energy circulating around him formed a thin barrier, isolating him from all impurities. Delightful. This is 1,000 times more exhilarating than riding in a hover taxi. As Wang Yitian raced through the dark conduit with extraordinary perception, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He felt as light as a feather, yet brimming with explosive power. Is this the mastery of a master? I'm in love. In less than a minute, he reached the light at the end of the tunnel. Approaching target area, 3rd Street of the Western Abandoned District. Warning, Intense energy fluctuations detected. The vital signs of the bound subject remain in a perilous state. The system's alert sent a jolt of anxiety through Wang Yitian, banishing all distractions from his mind. Ran, hold on. Father is here. Like a cannonball, he shot out from the pipe and landed steadily on the rooftop of a half-collapsed building. His gaze, sharp as lightning, instantly fixed upon the scene below. There, amid a street littered with discarded metals and construction debris, stood his precious daughter, Wang Yitian, her vibrant, multicolored hair contrasting against the dilapidated wall she leaned against. Gasping for breath, her tattered denim jacket had acquired even more rips, a trace of blood staining her lip, while her once cool hoverboard lay shattered beside her, emitting wisps of black smoke. Gripping a makeshift dagger fashioned from scrap parts, her fierce glare resembled that of a cornered beast, defiantly focused on the three scruffy men encircling her. Little girl, quite fierce, aren't you? A novice martial artist holding her own against the three of us for this long deserves some credit, sneered a thug clad in a floral shirt with a mohawk, licking his lips with a lewd glint in his eyes. Hand over your cash and the energy core from that board, and join us for a drink. We might just let you go today. What do you say? The energy fluctuations emanating from him clearly marked him as a late-stage martial artist. I'd rather die. Wang Yitian spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Though disheveled, her spirit remained unyielding. Want my money? Not a chance. Try to kill me if you dare. Otherwise, when my people arrive, I'll make you regret it. Ha ha. Your people? You mean that useless old man living in a low-income housing? Mocked another lanky thug, his exaggerated laughter echoing. What can he do when he arrives? Perform a dramatic bow and plead for mercy? Shut your mouth about my father. Wang Yitian erupted, her fury igniting like a cat with its tail stepped on, swinging her dagger in a desperate attempt to fight back, refusing a toast only to drink punishment. The Mohawk thug's expression darkened, energy surging through him as he launched a powerful punch toward Wang Yitian's face, the sound of air being sliced ringing sharply. If this blow connected, she would certainly be gravely injured. Wang Yitian's pupils constricted as she gritted her teeth, bracing herself to withstand the blow. In that critical moment, a languid voice, slightly husky as if just awakened yet crystal clear, rang out. Hey, you big guys. Bullying my little girl? Have you no shame? The voice, though not loud, possessed an uncanny charm that caused the Mohawk thug's fist to halt midair. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, spotting a figure perched on the edge of the rooftop of a nearby three-story building, clad in a faded old shirt and oversized shorts. With flip-flops on his feet and a stray piece of grass dangling from his mouth, he exuded an air of casual indifference. One hand rested on his knee, while the other idly scratched his ear before flicking at the air. It was none other than Wang Yitian. Old man? Wang Yitian's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. She could hardly fathom her father, who would rather lounge than stand, who preferred sugary drinks over plain water, and whose combat prowess was akin to that of a feeble goose, appearing in such a place in such an unconventional manner. Where did this old fool come from? Is he tired of living? The Mohawk thug assessed Wang Yitian, feeling no trace of formidable energy, and scoffed. Another old fool seeking death. Do you wish to play the hero, saving the beauty? You should take a good look in the mirror first. Wang Yitian slowly rose to his feet, brushing non-existent dust off his shorts, then nonchalantly leaped from the rooftop. His movement was effortless, as simple as descending a staircase. Thud! He landed gracefully before Wang Yitian, stirring up a cloud of dust that perfectly shielded her from the thugs. Ran, are you all right? Wang Yitian turned his head to glance at his daughter, concern etched in his eyes. I am fine, Wang Yitian stammered, still in a state of shock, instinctively pushing him away. Father, have you lost your mind? Run. They're all late-stage martial artists. You can't win. Hurry and find the patrol team. Run? Where to? A burly man with a scarred face, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, his presence markedly more imposing than the others. I despise fools like you who overestimate themselves. Since you've come, you might as well stay. The scarred man unleashed a powerful energy, far exceeding that of the Mohawk thug. Early-stage martial artist. Wang Yitian felt a suffocating pressure, her face turning pale as despair washed over her. This was it, a martial artist. Her father would truly be doomed this time. Oh, early-stage martial artist? Wang Yitian, however, appeared intrigued, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he regarded the scarred man. devoid of any fear, his demeanor almost eager. Just right. Wang Yitian flexed his wrist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. His tone as calm as if he were haggling at a market. Let us see if this so-called invincibility among equals is as impressive as the manuals claim. Seeking death. The scarred man, incensed by Wang Yitian's dismissive attitude, roared, channeling energy throughout his body. He stomped his foot, causing the hardened gravel road to splinter. Like a cannonball, he charged at Wang Yitian with an unstoppable momentum, delivering a punch that could shatter stone. Father! Wang Xinran screamed in terror. In the face of this ferocious blow, Wang Yitian stood unfazed, even too lazy to assume a proper stance. He merely raised his right hand, finger splayed, and gently grasped the oncoming fist. Time seemed to slow in that instant. To the astonished gazes of all present, the violent force capable of piercing steel dissipated upon contact with Wang Yitian's palm, resembling a deflated balloon with a soft pop, vanishing into thin air. The scarred man's advance halted abruptly, his fist firmly ensnared by Wang Yitian's hand, unable to move. The malevolent grin on the scarred man's face froze, replaced by sheer astonishment and confusion. He felt as though he were pressing against an ancient, unyielding mountain rather than a mere mortal. Is this all? Wang Yitian tilted his head, disappointment flickering across his features. Is early-stage martial artist power so overrated? Before his words faded, he tightened his grip on the scarred man's fist, exerting a slight pressure. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, reminiscent of popping beans. The scarred man let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire right hand crushed to pulp. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After shattering the thug's fist, Wang Yitian casually flicked his wrist. The scarred man's hefty frame, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into a heap of discarded metal parts several meters away, embedding himself deeply within, leaving him motionless and uncertain of his fate. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. The remaining thugs, the Mohawk and the lanky one, stood petrified. Their expressions shifted from arrogance to shock, and finally to an overwhelming terror. The entire transformation occurring in less than 3 seconds. Wang Xinran was as if struck by a petrifying spell, her eyes wide as saucers and her mouth forming an O-shape, ample enough to accommodate a light bulb. She even forgot to breathe, her mind a blank slate, with only Wang Yitian's earlier nonchalant yet earth-shattering grip, squeeze, and flick replaying infinitely in her mind. Wang Yitian seemed to regard it as a trivial matter, casually shaking his hand as if brushing off some dirt. Then, his gaze turned calmly to the 2 remaining thugs who were already rendered speechless by fear. Didi, don't come any closer. The Mohawk thug stammered, terror-stricken, his pants suddenly dampened, releasing an unpleasant odor. Wang Yitian frowned, seemingly disgusted. He casually picked up 2 small stones from ground. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes peeled and avoid provoking the child of someone influential. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 stones flew like bullets, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, and precisely struck the foreheads of the 2 men. Thud, thud. The 2 thugs, both at the late stage of martial arts, fell back lifelessly without even a grunt, each sporting a bloody hole in their foreheads, their eyes still reflecting sheer terror. Instant kill. A true, unambiguous, overpowering instant kill. From a moment Wang Yitian appeared to resolving the 3 thugs, including one at the early stage of martial arts. The entire process might not have exceeded 30 seconds. He was even clad in flip-flops and shorts. Wang Yitian turned around to face his daughter, who remained frozen in place like a statue, a familiar, somewhat ingratiating and cautious smile appearing on his face as he rubbed his hands together. So, Ran, you weren't too scared, were you? Was my little performance acceptable? Wang Xinran gazed blankly at Wang Yitian, observing the stark contrast in his expression from just moments ago, the decisive killer now replaced by that familiar, hapless grin. She glanced at the martial artist embedded in the scrap metal nearby, unsure of his fate, and the 2 thugs on the ground with gaping wounds on their foreheads. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up the dust and tousling her signature rainbow-colored hair. However, this time, her hair did not rise defiantly as usual. Instead, it lay flat against her forehead, as if it too had been cowed. At that moment, her worldview felt as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, shattering and reconstructing only to shatter again in a cyclical torment. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Xinran finally regained her voice, trembling and incredulous as she managed to squeeze out a few words. Why, you're really my dad? The one who just watches short videos and drinks soda? Wang Yitian's smile faltered, scratching his head. If I say that was just a momentary surge of talent, would you believe me? Wang Xinran retorted, I believe you, not at all. Chapter 6. Physical Verification and Script Comparison. Wang Xinran felt as though her brain resembled an antiquated computer, simultaneously running 100 massive games, all in a state of unresponsiveness. The CPU was overheating, the graphics card was smoking, and the memory had exploded. She stared blankly at the man before her, dressed in an old man-esque shirt and shorts, wearing flip-flops, his familiar, somewhat ingratiating and cautious smile plastered on his face. This was her father, Wang Yitian. Without a doubt, she would recognize him even in ashes. But what had just transpired? That martial artist embedded in the scrap metal, whose fate was uncertain. The two thugs with gaping wounds, utterly lifeless, and her father's casual grip, squeeze, and flick, along with the scene of him dispatching the two thugs with stones. The imagery was too beautiful, too horrifying, and utterly shattered her 17 years of worldview. Wang Xinran extended a trembling finger, pointing at Wang Yitian, her lips quivering, her once vibrant hair now lacking its usual exuberance, drooping lifelessly. You really are my father, the one who just watches short videos and drinks soda? Wang Yitian's smile grew somewhat stiff as he rubbed his hands, attempting to maintain his harmless facade. Without a doubt, you're a genuine father, more real than gold. Ran, are you all right? Did I scare you? Come, let me check on you. He moved forward, intending to pat his daughter's head as he had done her childhood. Stop. Don't move. Wang Xinran leaped back like a startled rabbit, her eyes filled with wariness and disbelief. Don't come any closer. I need to calm down. I require a physical verification. Physical verification? Wang Yitian was taken aback. The next instant, Wang Xinran sprang into action. She darted in front of Wang Yitian like a gust of wind, first extending two fingers to cautiously pinch his cheeks, tugging at them with force. Ouch! Easy now. Easy. Daughter, this is flesh, not Play-Doh. Wang Yitian grimaced in pain, cooperating with exaggerated exclamations, though inwardly he felt a bit unsettled. This texture, yes. It was indeed his father's skin, of moderate thickness, slightly greasy. His skin is real, Wang Xinran murmured. Then her hands moved upwards, beginning to tug at Wang Yitian's hair. One strand, two strands, let me see if you're wearing a wig. Or some high-tech human skin mask. Little ancestor, my hair is already precarious. If you pull any more, I might turn bald. How will I find you a stepmother then? Or maintain my handsome appearance? Wang Yitian shielded his precious hair, inwardly lamenting the harshness of this verification method. Unmoved, Wang Xinran peered into his eyes, checking for colored contacts, finding them devoid of enhancement. Yes. They carry that familiar essence of my father. Wang Yitian replied, thank you for the compliment. After inspecting his head, Wang Xinran's gaze shifted mischievously downward, landing on Wang Yitian's old man-esque shirt. Wait, daughter, what are you doing? Wang Yitian felt an ominous premonition, hastily covering his chest with both hands. I need to check for seams of a human skin mask, or if some ancient demon has taken over your body. Wang Xinran asserted with righteous conviction, reaching to strip him of his clothing. Stop. Halt. Enough. Wang Yitian's spirit was nearly shattered, in broad daylight, albeit in ruins. Was it appropriate for his daughter to be undressing him? He quickly clutched his collar firmly. Daughter, stay calm. This is a society governed by law. A society of martial prowess adheres to fundamental principles. I am your genuine father. No doubt about it. Prove it to me. Wang Xinran insisted, her gaze sharp as if possessed by detective spirit. How could my utterly inept father possibly dispatch a martial artist in one move? You must be some ancient demon from a remote mountain, having usurped my father's body. Tell me, where have you hidden my father? Wang Yitian was a loss for words, pondering the absurdity of it all. He took a deep breath, deciding it was time to perform. No, to explain. Ran, listen to your father. He adopted a solemn expression, his eyes filled with a melancholic depth shaped by life as trials. At this point, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. In fact, I am not an ordinary person. Wang Xinran crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at him. Oh, is the performance about to commence? Go on, continue your fabrication. I am eager to see what you can conjure. Wang Yitian cleared his throat and began to spin a yarn with utmost seriousness. Actually, I am the last descendant of the elusive sect, the Xianyao men. Long ago, the sect faced great calamity, and my master sacrificed everything to send me out of the lineage, adopting a hidden identity, all for the day when I could revive the sect's glory. Wang Xinran's expression remained impassive. Xianyao men? Sounds like a senior citizen travel group. Continue. Wang Yitian's lips twitched, quickly changing his narrative. That was just an introductory script. All right, I'll come clean. In truth, I am the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. It's just that due to the mysteries of the womb, my memories of my past life have not fully awakened. When I saw you in danger, in a moment of desperation, I activated a fragment of my former divine power. Wang Xinran dug into her ears and flicked away non-existent earwax. An ancient powerhouse? Reincarnation? Father, have you been secretly reading those lowbrow novels again? This plot is 10 times more cliched than a century-old web story. Can we have something more creative? Wang Yitian's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to maintain his composure. Then what do you say I am? How should I know what you are? Wang Xinran rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling a profound weariness in her heart. In any case, you are certainly not my utterly useless father, who can't even open a bottle cap and screams louder than I do at the sight of a cockroach. Speak. Who exactly are you? Seeing his daughter's determined expression that suggested she would not let this matter rest without a satisfactory explanation, Wang Yitian realized that mere deception would not suffice. He sighed. His previously nonchalant demeanor softened, revealing a hint of sincerity and an almost imperceptible fatigue in his gaze. Ran, he said, his voice taking on a somber tone. Who I am is not important. What matters is that I am your father, and I will never harm you. In the past, I was indeed more low-key, but it seems that at times, complete discretion is no longer feasible. His words were a mix of truth and ambiguity, neither fully affirming nor entirely denying, leaving ample room for speculation. Wang Xinran scrutinized him for a long moment, her bright eyes, so reminiscent of her mother's, shimmering with a complex array of emotions. There was shock, confusion, and disbelief, but gradually, curiosity and a sense of relief began to emerge. She was no fool. The overwhelming display of power she had just witnessed was no mere facade. Her father undoubtedly harbored a monumental secret. Yet, regardless of that, he had just saved her, and the protective glimmer in his eyes mirrored that of the father she remembered, one who, despite his shortcomings, always placed her first. Perhaps everyone harbors secrets. As long as he remained the father who cared for her, the rest seemed less significant. Of course, she couldn't resist the urge to voice her frustrations. Wang Xinran pursed her lips, finally lowering her guard but still speaking with a hint of annoyance. All right, enough with the pretense. This whole hidden sect and ancient power narrative is so cliched it could be plucked from the depths of mediocrity. Let's clean up this mess first. It's utterly unsettling. She gestured towards the bodies and bloodstains on the ground, as well as the martial artist embedded in the pile of scrap metal nearby. Noticing that his daughter seemed momentarily disinclined to press further, Wang Yitian felt a wave of relief wash over him and eagerly nodded. Right. Let's address the scene first. A harmonious society values cleanliness. Chapter 7. Professional cleanup and theoretical mastery, with Wang Xinran finally shifting from a state of bewilderment to a reluctant acceptance of reality. The heavy burden in Wang Yitian's heart finally lifted. Although his explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, as long as his daughter did not continue to pry, all would be well. Ahem, Ran, stand back a bit, try not to get blood on you. This outfit is rather expensive, even if it is something you discarded last week. Wang Yitian rolled up his non-existent sleeves, adopting an air of one ready to undertake the dirty work. Wang Xinran crossed her arms, stepping back a few paces, her expression a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, eager to see how he would execute his cleanup. Wang Yitian approached the two bodies with gaping wounds in their foreheads, stroking his chin as he muttered, "These days, young people have no standards. Not only do they defecate in public, but they also lie around like this, marring the city's aesthetics." With that, he extended his right hand, palm, facing down, over the two corpses. There was no grandiose display of power, no dazzling effects. Instead, an intangible yet remarkably pure essence of mastery emanated from his palm, flowing like mercury to envelop the bodies. Wang Xinran held her breath, her eyes wide with astonishment. Under her watchful gaze, the two corpses, along with the blood beneath them, began to dissolve at a visibly accelerated pace, akin to snow melting under a blazing sun. It was neither combustion nor decay, but a remarkably clean disintegration process. In mere moments, only a fine gray ash remained, devoid of even the fabric of their clothing. Subsequently, as Wang Yitian's hand moved slightly, that formless energy acted like the most adept broom, gently sweeping the ashes into the nearby drain, achieving a true obliteration of evidence that was both environmentally friendly and untainted. After addressing those two, he shifted his attention to the martial artist embedded in the scrap metal pile a few meters away. That individual still possessed a flicker of life, albeit faint. But death was imminent. Wang Yitian approached, tilting his head to examine the scene. TSK, quite firmly lodged in there. Is this considered performance art? He extended a finger and lightly flicked the heap of scrap metal. A low, resonant hum reverberated through the air. The heavy, rusted metal components seemed to crumble from within, disintegrating into finer fragments that cascaded down. The martial artist trapped within followed suit, turning to fine ash under the purifying energy, disappearing without a trace. Finally, Wang Yitian's gaze swept over the remnants of the battle, the cracks in the ground and the dents in the walls. He casually stamped his foot, and the fractured earth appeared to come alive, with tiny stones rolling and the fissures mending at a visible pace. Although it could not fully revert to its original state, it became significantly smoother, hardly discernible as altered upon close inspection. Having completed the task, Wang Yitian clapped his hands together, as though he had simply disposed of refuse. He turned to the now utterly astonished Wang Xinran and flashed a satisfied smile. All done. So, my dear, how do you find your father's proficiency in this line of work? Wang Xinran felt a dryness in her throat, her heart racing even more vigorously than when she had been cornered by thugs moments earlier. This was beyond acceptable. It was nothing short of professional, masterful, textbook-level obliteration of evidence. The ease with which he operated, the extraordinary control over his energy, and his nonchalant demeanor as if he had merely tidied up a room. Was this truly the same father who found even sweeping the floor exhausting and wouldn't he bother to pick up a fallen soy sauce bottle? Her worldview had once again been rocked to its core. After several deep breaths, she managed to regain her voice, trembling with incredulity. Dad, you seem quite adept at this. She scrutinized Wang Yitian from head to toe, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Now, tell me, what exactly was your profession before this? You weren't a retired cleaner for some assassin organization, were you? Or perhaps a sanitation worker for a special department? I refuse to believe you could master such techniques without hundreds of hours of practice. Wang Yitian chuckled at his daughter's thought process, albeit feeling a twinge of guilt. He could hardly admit that this skill was merely a result of the system's bestowed basic concealment technique, which naturally included the mastery of energy control. Furthermore, having struggled for survival in the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world a century ago, concealing traces had become second nature. He laughed awkwardly, attempting to deflect. Ahem, what you're saying is quite amusing. I am but an upstanding citizen. This is all theoretical knowledge. Yes, quite rich in theoretical knowledge. You see, I often indulge in reading various books, like Crime Scene Cleanup Guide in the Art of Trace Analysis. The more I read, the more I grasp the theory, and practice makes perfect. Today was merely an opportunity to apply what I've learned. Theoretical knowledge? Wang Xinran's voice rose an octave as she pointed to the pristine ground that seemed untouched by the chaos that had just unfolded. You call this theoretical knowledge? Is it even plausible? Is it logical? Oh, come on. Let us not nitpick over the details. Wang Yitian quickly interjected, moving closer to embrace his daughter, who deftly evaded him. The important thing is that the problem is resolved, and we are safe. Now let us head home. I'll make you something delicious to calm your nerves. Would you like beef stew flavor or shrimp and fishboard flavor compressed biscuits? Your choice. Wang Xinran observed her father's attempts to gloss over the situation, then glanced back at the immaculate ground. Ultimately, all her shock, confusion, and sarcasm coalesced into a long, weary sigh. Forget it. I'm tired. Let it all be obliterated. She has come to a realization. Her father is a man shrouded in mystery, a master of theatrics and deception. However, having such a father seems rather cool, for at least it fills her with a profound sense of security. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes and reluctantly fell in a step behind Wang Yitian, yet her tongue remained sharp. Compressed biscuits? Is this what you offer your precious daughter, who has just experienced a fright? I demand real meat, fresh meat. Otherwise, I shall report you to the Martial Arts Association for illegally using extraordinary powers to disrupt the urban landscape. Upon hearing this, Wang Yitian immediately wore a pained expression. Real meat? My dear, that stuff is so expensive. You just wiped out a martial artist. Where do you think my pension comes from? Hurry up, or I shall truly report you. The playful banter between father and daughter gradually faded at the edge of the deserted district. The setting sun cast a warm glow, elongating their shadows. That brief yet intense conflict seemed merely a trivial episode in the life of the city. Yet Wang Xinran understood that from this day forth, certain things would be irrevocably altered. Chapter 8. The correct way to engage with the system. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the father and daughter, swaying across the cracked pavement of the abandoned district, adorned with faded graffiti. The air still bore a peculiar blend of ozone and the metallic scent of blood, though the source had been thoroughly dealt with by Wang Yitian. With her hands tucked into the pockets of her tattered jeans, Wang Xinran kicked at a small stone, producing a rhythmic clatter. Occasionally, she cast a sidelong glance at her father, who was humming a tuneless melody beside her. At this moment, Wang Yitian appeared no different from his usual self, a middle-aged man clad in a worn-out shirt, carrying a grocery basket. In fact, after their earlier exertion, the collar of his shirt was slightly askew, adding to his disheveled appearance. However, Wang Xinran's heart felt as if it were being scratched by 1,000 claws. The ability to dispatch a martial artist with a mere flick of his fingers. Was this truly something achievable by a carbon-based life form? Or was it her seemingly inept father? She was bubbling over with questions, akin to a pot of porridge on the verge of boiling over. Hey, Dad. She finally could not contain herself and nudged Wang Yitian with her shoulder. Huh? What's wrong, dear? Wang Yitian was jolted from a reverie, turning to her with a look of confusion. He had been lost in thought, contemplating the outdated paternal love system that had just arrived a century late, nearly laughing aloud. That cucumber-killing technique you used earlier, where did you learn it? Quite unique, isn't it? Wang Xinran attempted to frame her question in a way that seemed less like an interrogation. Wang Yitian's mouth twitched. This girl was trying to engage him in a roundabout manner. He quickly donned a naive smile. What nonsense! That was not a technique at all. It was merely a surge of potential that erupted in a moment of urgency. Yes, potential. The power of paternal love. Do you understand? Just like those news stories where an elderly woman lifts a car to save her grandchild. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes, thinking it was absurd. The power of paternal love? Why don't you just say you transformed into a super scion? What about that scene you orchestrated? She continued to press. Is it also the power of paternal love that allowed you to become a professional cleaner without any training? While Wang Yitian's gaze wandered, and he began to improvise. That's called innate talent. You know nothing of power. At my level, ahem, one has a slight understanding of the microscopic manipulation of energy. Dealing with corpses? No, it's environmental management. It's merely a fundamental operation. He nearly let slip too much, hastily coughing to cover. Yet, he inwardly praised the system's basic breath concealment technique, which not only concealed his aura, but also greatly enhanced his control over energy, making him a master of disguise and a skilled executor of covert operations. Level? Wang Xinran seized upon the keyword, her eyes lighting up. Dad, what level are you at now? Grandmaster? Great Grandmaster? You can't possibly be a martial king, can you? The more she pondered, the more likely it seemed, her heart racing. A martial king. That was a figure of immense stature, capable of ruling a city. If her father were truly a martial king, Wang Xinran could stroll through Jiangcheng with impunity. Wang Yitian's heart sank. He realized he had overstepped in his boasting. His current visible strength, as indicated by the system, was at the initial stage of Grandmaster, corresponding to his daughter's initial stage as a martial artist, but he could not explain this to her. Did he need to say, "Sweetheart, when you level up, I automatically level up twice"? He quickly adopted a serious demeanor, exuding an air of mystique in the path of martial arts. Levels are merely names. What truly matters is the comprehension and application of power. Ran, you are still young. Do not reach too high. Instead, focus on solidifying your foundation. Here he goes again, Wang Xinran thought, grinding her teeth in frustration. She knew she would not extract the truth from this old trickster. Stamping her foot in irritation, she declared, "If you won't tell me, then I shall figure it out myself." Deciding to momentarily abandon her inquiries, she resolved that her father was a puzzle wrapped in an enigma, and one more mystery would not make a difference. Quickening her pace, she walked ahead of Wang Yitian, leaving him with an irate view of her back, her colorful short hair resembling a blazing flame in the setting sun. Wang Yitian gazed at his daughter's silhouette, chuckling helplessly, yet feeling a sense of relief. At least he had managed to deflect her questioning for the time being. His consciousness eagerly delved back into the system interface within his mind. In the consciousness space, a soft blue light screen hovered, exuding a sense of technology combined with an inexplicable warmth. The interface was remarkably simple, divided into several sections. At the top was personal information: host, Wang Yitian; bound object, Wang Xinran, precious daughter; current level of host, initial stage of grandmaster, real-time linked with the state of the bound object; current level of bound object, initial stage martial artist status, healthy, slight psychological trauma, requires paternal love for comfort. Seeing the words slight psychological trauma, Wang Yitian's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat guilty. It seems I need to be better to my daughter. Below was a task list, currently featuring only one entry: daily task, accompany daughter for dinner, incomplete. Reward, 10 paternal love points. Only 10 points? How stingy. Wang Yitian pouted. Further down was the section that made his heart race: paternal love points mall. Focusing his thoughts, a dazzling array of products sprang forth, overwhelming Wang Yitian as he nearly drooled. The items were diverse, clearly categorized. Enhancement items: daughter's happiness drink, small bottle, price 50 paternal love points. Description: crafted with a mysterious recipe, infused with happiness factors, effectively elevates daughter's mood by 10 and slightly enhances perception for 1 hour. An essential for family harmony. Note: tastes somewhat like a brand of cola from a century ago, but absolutely healthy. Basic body refining powder, 1 serving, price 80 paternal love points. Description: gentille refine physique. Solidifies foundation, suitable for martial artist stage. No side effects, guaranteed effectiveness. Proven effective. Basic fist technique insights, one-time use, price 100 paternal love points. Description: directly imparts insights into basic fist techniques, saving 10 years of hard work. Makes you a martial arts theorist in your daughter's eyes. A tool for showing off. Functional items: disguiser mask, low-level, price 500 paternal love points. Description: slightly adjusts facial muscles and bones. Alters appearance for a duration of 3 hours. Essential for emergencies and pranks. You know what I mean? Basic breath concealment technique. Receive description: perfectly conceals aura. The ultimate choice for deception. Host has mastered it. Life items: special healing ointment, 1 serving, price 100 paternal love points. Description: remarkably effective for external injuries, promotes blood circulation, reduces swelling and pain, making you the caring father in your daughter's eyes. Delicious nutritional meal, 1 serving, price 30 paternal love points. Description: visually appealing, aromatic, and nutritionally balanced. Instantly cures your daughter's picky appetite. Say goodbye to compressed biscuits. Universal household puppet, trial version, 1 hour, priced at 200 fatherly love points. Description: free your hands, enjoy life, and have time to watch more short videos. A boon for the lazy. Wang Yitian felt a surge of excitement. These items seemed tailor-made for him, particularly the daughter's joyful beverage and beginner's body refinement powder, which were undoubtedly powerful tools for nurturing or perhaps trapping his daughter. However, when his gaze fell upon a product in the corner, his smile abruptly vanished. Miracle Hair Growth Cream, 1 bottle, priced at 888 fatherly love points. Description: activate hair follicles, restore thick hair, and regain youthful confidence. No longer will you be the Mediterranean old man. Wang Yitian. What the heck? Is this system malfunctioning? Who on earth needs hair growth cream? My clever head is not meant for hair. It is a symbol of wisdom, the hairstyle of the strong. Must you meddle here? And 888? Why don't you go rob a bank? Wang Yitian was nearly fuming in his consciousness space, feeling deeply insulted. He resolved to ignore this heart-wrenching item and continue browsing. His gaze ultimately settled at the top of the mall, where the fatherly love points balance was displayed. Current fatherly love points, 100 points, there was also a line of smaller text. Newbie gift pack included. Subsequent fatherly love points can be acquired by completing system tasks, enhancing the capabilities of the binding object, fostering father-daughter relationships, and crisis rescues. 100 points. The initial funds have arrived. Wang Yitian's mood instantly brightened. Although he couldn't afford the hair growth cream, who would buy that? He could certainly purchase some daughter's joyful beverage and beginner's body refinement powder. He recalled that the system had mentioned a newbie gift pack earlier. With a mental nudge, an icon of a treasure chest shimmering with golden light appeared at the center of the interface. Open, Wang Yitian silently urged. The chest lid burst open with a resounding clang, and a soft glow flashed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the newbie gift pack. Acquired. Basic breath control technique, X1. Automatically learned, acquired. Fatherly love points, 100 points. Acquired. System user guide, concise version, X1. The basic breath control technique had been mastered. Its effectiveness verified moments ago, deemed a divine skill. With the addition of 100 fatherly love points, he now had a total of 200 points. Wang Yitian felt elated. He clicked on the system user guide, concise version, which indeed contained some basic explanations, such as system rules, emphasizing binding and invincibility within the same realm. The mall refresh mechanism, partial products refreshed automatically each week, task release logic, and so on. What caught his attention most was the last note. This system aims to promote the parent-child relationship between the host and the binding object. All functionalities must revolve around love and growth. Utilizing the system's capabilities for evil deeds, including but not limited to world destruction or oppression, is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, a punishment mechanism will be triggered and the consequences will be borne by the offender. Wang Yitian scoffed. World destruction? I wouldn't even dare to disturb Aunt Wang's square dance downstairs, let alone destroy the world. This system is overly dramatic. However, he greatly appreciated the rule of invincibility within the same realm. This meant that as long as he did not provoke those ancient monsters, he could essentially roam freely within his daughter's sphere of influence. A tremendous sense of security enveloped him. Exiting the system guide, Wang Yitian's consciousness returned to reality. He glanced at his daughter ahead, her puffed-up back making him want to laugh. He chuckled. Hey, little girl, challenging your father? You see, I now possess a system. Though this system had arrived a century late and sold ridiculous hair growth cream, it was truly delightful. Wang Yitian began to contemplate how to spend his 200 fatherly love points. Should he first buy 2 bottles of daughter's joyful beverage for her to try, or directly purchase beginner's body refinement powder to further accelerate her training, or perhaps acquire a disguiser mask to engage in some mischief? Go. No. The system insists on positive energy. Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Xinran, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped, turned around, hands on her hips, glaring at him fiercely. Old man, what are you smiling about back there? Are you plotting some scheme to trick me again? Hurry up, I'm hungry. I want fried chicken. I want milk tea. Compensate my fragile heart that was just frightened. Wang Yitian snapped back to reality, seeing his daughter's expression that threatened to cry if he did not comply. He quickly suppressed his lewd smile and replaced it with a flattering expression. Bye. Fried chicken and milk tea it is. Today, your father is splurging. However, he then shifted his tone, rubbing his hands together, and tentatively asked, Daughter, considering how valiantly I behaved today, shouldn't I receive some substantial reward? For instance, an increase in this month's pocket money? Not a chance. Wang Xinran categorically rejected, resolutely stating, You haven't even accounted for deceiving me about your hidden capabilities. You think you can raise my allowance? Not a chance. I'll weld the windows shut on you. Wang Yitian, got it, that was a wasted hope. Raising a daughter is indeed a losing investment. Nevertheless, seeing his daughter's revitalized spirit warmed his heart. He hurried a few steps to catch up with her, their bickering figures gradually merging into the city's dazzling lights. Meanwhile, Wang Yitian's consciousness had once again immersed itself in that wondrous fatherly love points mall, embarking on his joyous planning. Feigning ignorance, that is my desire. Raising children is an endless source of joy. Chapter 9. Fatherly love is like mist returning from his shopping spree in the mall. Wang Yitian felt as if he walked on air, although his request for an increase in pocket money had been ruthlessly denied by his daughter. Holding 200 points made him feel as if he had reached a small pinnacle in life. The father-daughter duo ultimately did not indulge in fried chicken and milk tea, primarily because Wang Yitian, under the pretext of junk food affecting martial arts foundations, in truth, due to his reluctance to spend, coaxed and tricked Wang Xinran back home. Of course, the promised feast morphed into a deluxe version of red braised beef-flavored compressed biscuit set, complemented by a cherished ham sausage from Wang Yitian's collection. Here, eat up. I specially added more for you. Wang Yitian presented the warm compressed biscuits and the flower-shaped ham sausage to Wang Xinran, his face adorned with a kind smile, tinged with a hint of unnoticeable nervousness. Wang Xinran eyed the meal suspiciously, then glanced at her father's overly radiant grin. Old man, are you all right? Why are you grinning so creepily? Did you poison this? Wang Yitian's heart skipped a beat, nearly blurting out, How did you know? Thankfully, he caught himself in time, adopting a stern visage. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? This is paternal love. Concentrated paternal love. Look at this ham sausage. Isn't it perfectly round? I've treasured it for so long. Wang Xinran, skeptical, picked up a spoonful of the mushy compressed biscuit, bringing it to her nose to sniff. Ah, the familiar scent, infused with essence and preservatives, was nothing out of the ordinary. She cast one last glance at the oddly shaped yet enticing ham sausage and ultimately succumbed to the allure of food, taking hearty bites. Watching his daughter enjoy her meal brought immense joy to Wang Yitian, and he subtly connected to the system. System, redeem 1 beginner's body refinement powder. Ding. Consumed 50 fatherly love points, successfully redeemed, beginner's body refinement powder. X1. Current fatherly love points balance, 150 points. A barely perceptible glow flickered, and a small amount of shimmering golden powder appeared in Wang Yitian's consciousness space. He carefully controlled the powder, akin to maneuvering the most precise nanobots, silently dispersing it evenly over the remaining half of the compressed biscuit that Wang Xinran had yet to finish. The powder melted upon contact with heat, vanishing without a trace. Perfect. Wang Yitian mentally gave himself a thumbs up. This technique, this level of control, it would indeed be a pity not to become a secret agent. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Wang Yitian maintained his facade as a caring father, handing a cup of water to Wang Xinran, encouraging her to drink more hot water for her health. Wang Xinran was engrossed in her meal, responding with a muffled acknowledgement as she took a large gulp from the cup and continued her battle with the sumptuous feast. She was completely unaware that as the food entered her body, a gentle yet remarkably pure energy, akin to a stream in early spring, quietly spread within her, permeating her limbs and bones. Wang Yitian anxiously observed his daughter's reaction. According to the system's description, this Chujikuri-san had a mild nature, primarily designed to subtly enhance one's constitution and solidify their foundation, and the process should not be too intense. Indeed, after finishing her meal, Wang Xinran merely patted her belly contentedly and let out a satisfied belch, remarking, the taste was decent. But this ham sausage seems a bit chewy. She felt a warm and comfortable sensation throughout her body, assuming it was just a normal reaction to being well-fed. That was precisely the fine selection I made. Wang Yitian sighed in relief, hastily clearing the dishes and shifting the conversation, urging her to quickly begin her training and not waste any time. Look at the child from the Li family next door. At this hour, he is already working hard. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes in response. I know. Such pressure. I'll go and outdo them in no time. While she complained, her body obediently made its way to her small room, filled with various martial arts magazines and peculiar figurines. After experiencing so much today, she truly needed to train to calm her turbulent emotions and perhaps to digest the, somewhat excessive energy. Watching his daughter close the door, Wang Yitian finally felt at ease, sinking back into the sofa and reopened the system interface. With 150 points of paternal love, what else could he purchase? Perhaps a bottle of daughter's happy water? A delightful surprise for his daughter? Just as he was immersed in the joy of shopping, some unusual sounds began to emanate from Wang Xinran's room. Initially, it was merely the sound of normal blood flow during training. However, gradually the noise intensified, becoming a torrent akin to a rushing river. The invisible elemental energy in the air began to spontaneously converge towards her small room, forming a tiny vortex. Wang Yitian abruptly straightened his posture, his consciousness abruptly pulled away from the shopping interface. This commotion seems rather significant. He held his breath, focusing intently on the energy fluctuations within the room. In his perception, the blood and chi within his daughter surged at an unprecedented speed, flushing through her meridians, clearing previously minor blockages with unstoppable force, and her overall essence was steadily and rapidly ascending. Effective, truly effective. Wang Yitian's heart soared with joy. He was even happier than if he himself had made a breakthrough. The 50 points of paternal love spent were worth every penny. He tiptoed to his daughter's door, pressing his ear against it like a worried mother concerned about her child's first independent outing. Inside, Wang Xinran's slightly confused yet excited self-talk floated out. Strange. Why is my training so smooth today? I feel invigorated. The chi and blood are rushing like a flood. Could it be that I truly am an extraordinary martial arts talent, merely lacking the right spark before? Wang Yitian listened outside, laughing to himself, thinking, yes, you're a prodigy, and your father is your exclusive golden finger. He sensed the changes within himself. Indeed, as Wang Xinran's chi and blood swelled and her realm barriers loosened, the elemental energy within him, once at the peak of the early master stage, began to condense and strengthen, pushing toward the threshold of the mid-master stage. The sensation of one person achieving enlightenment, elevating all around them, was indescribably exhilarating. Wang Yitian contained his excitement, returning to the sofa, appearing as calm as an old dog while scrolling through videos from a century ago. Yet, his ears were like radar, constantly monitoring the activity next door. He could feel his daughter's essence continually climbing, launching an assault on the peak of the early martial artist stage. Go for it, daughter. Wang Yitian clenched his fists, silently cheering her on. The fiercer you push, the stronger I become. Together, we shall conquer this world. Chapter 10. Prodigy? No, a mere ornament. Wang Xinran felt as if she were in an explosive state today. During her usual training, her chi and blood felt like a cumbersome cart struggling uphill, a laborious endeavor. Yet today, the chi surged as if equipped with rocket boosters, nitrogen-accelerated ones at that. It raced through her meridians with a deafening roar, easily breaking through barriers that had previously required careful assaults. Warmth enveloped her, each cell rejoicing, fervently absorbing the elemental energy congregating in the air. The visible enhancement of her strength was utterly addictive. Could it be that I am indeed a martial arts prodigy, blessed by the heavens? Had I merely been a pearl covered in dust for the past decade? As she guided the surging chi to breach the final barrier, her thoughts spiraled wildly. Her cheeks flushed with excitement and the rush of blood. Indeed, it must be so. Today, provoked by those ruffians, my potential has finally erupted. It is written that under pressure, one can rise anew. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became, her confidence swelling to unprecedented heights. As for her father's earlier peculiarities, perhaps he indeed holds a small secret, but in comparison to my unparalleled genius, that is of secondary importance. From now on, this genius shall protect her father. With such a feeling of unrivaled superiority, Wang Xinran concentrated her entire chi and blood, launching a full-scale assault on the solid barrier between the early and mid-martial artist stages. Break for me, with a shout resonating in her heart. The surging chi crashed against the realm barrier, like a flood breaking through a dam. Boom! A resounding echo seemed to resonate in her consciousness. The barrier that had confined her for the better part of 6 months shattered. A surge of even greater power coursed through her body. Her senses sharpened, and her perception of the surrounding elemental energy became exponentially clearer. The chi within her dantian expanded nearly twice its size, and the flowing chi and blood elemental energy underwent a monumental transformation in both quantity and quality. Mid-martial artist. She had succeeded. Wang Xinran's eyes flew open, a flash of brilliance flickering within. Ecstatically, she leaped from the floor, reveling in the torrential power within her, unable to resist throwing a few punches that sliced through the air. Ha ha ha! I've broken through. I truly have. Mid-martial artist. I, Wang Xinran, am indeed a rare martial arts prodigy. Overcome with excitement, she flung open her door and dashed out like a gust of wind, shouting joyfully to Wang Yitian, who was sprawled on the sofa, seemingly engrossed in videos, but actually anxiously awaiting the outcome. Dad, I've broken through. Mid-martial artist. Ha ha ha. Did you see? I told you I was a genius. I was just too lazy to train before. Wang Yitian had already sensed the surge in his daughter's essence the moment it spiked. Just as Wang Xinran broke through the barrier and officially entered the mid-martial artist stage, the elemental energy within him, having reached the peak of the early master stage, surged forth, breaking through the bottleneck and entering a brand new level, the mid-master stage. A more formidable power surged within him, and his sensing range of the elemental energy in the world expanded several-fold, filling him with a profound sense of solidity. Simultaneously, a pleasant system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the bound object, Wang Xinran, has advanced to the mid-martial artist stage. Host's realm synchronously elevated to mid-master. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of accompanying your daughter through her breakthrough. Reward: 50 points of paternal love. Current balance of paternal love: 200 points. A double celebration. No, a triple celebration. Not only had his realm advanced, but his paternal love points had returned, and he had also gained an additional 50 points. Wang Yitian was so elated he could have done 3 somersaults on the spot, but on the surface, he had to maintain his composure. He was taken aback, rising abruptly from the sofa, his phone accidentally slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. A perfect blend of disbelief and ecstatic joy illuminated his face, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "What? A breakthrough? Mid-stage wuxia? Ah, I knew it. My daughter takes after me. Exceptional talent. Previously, it was just humility, a buildup of strength. With this slight effort today, it has naturally come to fruition. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid." He dashed forward, intending to give his daughter a bear hug, only to be evaded by Wang Xinran, who wore a look of disdain. "Not so fast. Wasn't it you who refused to acknowledge your own strength just moments ago?" Wang Xinran's words were laced with discontent. Yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner joy and pride. She raised her chin like a proud little peacock, declaring from this moment on, "I proclaim myself the most radiant star of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. No, the strongest cub. Indeed, indeed, you are the best. You are lightning, you are light. You are the only myth." Wang Yitian showered her with compliments, adding in his heart, "Yes, yes, you are the exclusive booster for your father. The more exceptional you are, the stronger I become." At that moment, as he gazed at Wang Xinran, he no longer saw his daughter. He saw a walking, self-sufficient experience package, a limited edition, uniquely bound to him. Wang Xinran reveled in her father's flattery, her vanity immensely satisfied. She clenched her fists, feeling the power of a mid-stage wuxia, her ambitions soaring. "Just wait. In the next monthly exam, I will take down 10 of them. I will make those who once looked down on me drop their jaws in astonishment. Absolutely. 10 of them. Your father supports you." Wang Yitian waved his fists, more excited than Wang Xinran herself, insisting, "Just let me know what resources you need. I will figure it out." He glanced at the 150 points of paternal love stored in the system, feeling slightly more assured. "This is what you promised." Wang Xinran's eyes lit up, quickly seizing the opportunity. "I want the latest version of the Jifeng 3 Rune sports shoes, the kind that enhances speed." Wang Yitian's smile faltered. "Dear daughter, should we set a small goal first? For instance, let us aim to break through to the late stage of wuxia." "Cheapskate." Wang Xinran huffed, but the joy of her breakthrough tempered her slight disappointment. "Never mind, this genius can manage on her own. I will go strengthen my cultivation. Tonight, I will train through the night." Watching his daughter energetically rush back to her room, Wang Yitian let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied and cunningly triumphant smile gracing his face. He slumped back onto the sofa, feeling the immense power of a mid-stage grandmaster coursing through him, and glanced at the 200 points of paternal love in his balance. The beginner body refinement powder has outstanding effects. Perhaps it is worth a long-term investment. Should I try the daughter's happiness elixir next time to make her training even more enjoyable? The journey of raising a child and upgrading is truly delightful. Wang Yitian mused, envisioning a bright future ahead. Chapter 11. A father's love like a landslide. Wang Xinran felt as if she were about to take flight. The sense of power from breaking through to mid-stage wuxia enveloped her, rendering the entire world tinged with a filter of potential vengeance. She walked with confidence, her breath infused with energy, even feeling as though the tip of her pen could pierce through the desk while doing her homework. This illusion of having the skies cleared and the rain ceased, allowing her to soar, lasted for a full 2 days. During these 2 days, her gaze towards her father shifted, imbued with a newfound sense of superiority, as if to say, "Look upon this genius." Although the image of her father, vanquishing a wuxia, lingered in her mind, she rationalized it as merely a small fortuitous encounter on his part. Convinced that her potential was limitless and she would soon surpass him, Wang Yitian observed all of this with a joyful heart, amused by his daughter's newfound arrogance. It is time for her to experience the motivating love of her father and the harsh lessons of reality. No, the trials of martial arts. That evening, after Wang Xinran concluded a round of foundational training, she stood before the mirror, admiring her sharper gaze and non-existent biceps when Wang Yitian strolled in, holding a cup of goji berry tea. Ran, he said, blowing on the steam rising from the cup, his tone earnest. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one falls back. You have just broken through, and your foundation is still unstable. You must cultivate even harder. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes at her reflection in the mirror. I know. Can't you see I'm working hard? Don't worry. With my talent, solidifying my foundation will be a matter of moments. Who knows? I might reach the pinnacle of mid-stage in just a few days. Seeing her smug expression, Wang Yitian chuckled inwardly, though he maintained a serious facade. Merely routine training is insufficient. True strength is forged under extreme pressure. I possess a set of ancestral techniques, the latest research from your father, which can help you rapidly solidify your foundation. Would you like to give it a try? Extreme Potential Activation Technique? Wang Xinran paused her posing, turning her head skeptically. That sounds suspiciously like a street-side advertisement trying to sell fake medicine. Is it reliable? How can you say that? Wang Yitian feigned offense. Your father would never harm you. This is the result of countless hours of research, integrating martial arts texts from both ancient and modern times. The effects are extraordinary, totally trustworthy. Wang Xinran remained skeptical. Her father had been acting a bit strange lately. Perhaps there was something to his claims? What does this activation technique entail? She asked cautiously. It's quite simple. Wang Yitian set down the goji cup, rubbed his hands together, and with a loving gaze explained, I will envelop you in a faint pressure of my energy, simulating the natural sense of oppression from a high-level martial artist. Under this pressure, you will conduct your daily training. This not only strengthens your willpower, but also significantly enhances your precision in controlling your own energy. It is akin to weight training, you understand? Wang Xinran listened, and it seemed to make some sense. The martial arts instructor had mentioned the benefits of training under a high-level martial artist's aura. However, such opportunities were rare. All right then, let us give it a shot. She relented, adopting an air of superiority as the genius, granting him a favor. But just a tiny bit of pressure. Don't crush your daughter. Rest assured, I will be careful. Wang Yitian assured with a broad smile. He instructed Wang Xinran to stand in the center of a room, assuming the starting position for her foundational boxing technique. He then stepped back to the doorframe, pretending to take a deep breath as he slowly raised his right hand. Are you ready? I am about to begin, he said with a voice so gentle it could melt ice. Come on. Stop dragging your feet. Wang Xinran impatiently urged. A barely perceptible smile flickered on Wang Yitian's lips as he focused his intent. In the next instant, a hum, an invisible and weighty pressure suddenly descended without warning. Wang Xinran felt an immediate heaviness, as though she had been plunged into the depths of the ocean. The air around her thickened, making every breath a Herculean effort. Her bones creaked under the unbearable load. Her blood flow stuttered, and the euphoric sensation from her recent breakthrough was shattered. Her legs weakened, and with a thud, she nearly collapsed to the ground. It was only her indomitable spirit that allowed her to grit her teeth and remain standing. But her form was hunched, her forehead veined, and beads of sweat sprang forth. You old coot. She managed to spit through clenched teeth, her voice trembling. Is this what you call a tiny bit? This is an entire mountain crashing down on me. Are you trying to murder your own daughter? To inherit my Alipay? Wang Yitian leisurely leaned against the doorframe, casually sipping from a thermos he had produced from somewhere. A benevolent smile still plastered across his face. Oh, the beginning may be a bit uncomfortable, but you will get used to it. This is the pressure dynamics conversion method. I assure you it is for your own good. Only through hardship can one rise above. I'd like to hammer you instead. Wang Xinran cursed vehemently, feeling as if her insides were being crushed. This is clearly retaliation. Retaliation for me asking you for pocket money a couple of days ago. You stingy old man. Drinking cold water. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Wang Yitian spoke with righteous fervor, proclaiming that he wished for his daughter to soar like a phoenix. A strict father indeed raises exceptional daughters. Keep pushing forward. You can do it. Believe in yourself. Wang Xinran retorted, believe in yourself? I only wish for Oreos right now. She attempted to summon the Yuan energy within her to combat the overwhelming pressure, only to find that the vital energy she usually commanded with ease felt frozen, moving with excruciating difficulty. Every inch of progress demanded an immense toll on her spirit. What good is practicing martial arts if one can barely stand? She felt as though she were on the brink of collapse, gasping for breath like a bellows. Observing this, Wang Yitian slightly eased the oppressive force, maintaining it at a level that prevented her from succumbing to despair, yet kept her in a state of profound discomfort. All right, now give a punch a try. He cheerfully encouraged, resembling a devilish coach. Gritting her teeth, Wang Xinran mustered all her strength, struggling to lift her leaden arm, and slowly thrust it forward. The punch was feeble, lacking any force. Not only was she incapable of striking a person, but even swatting a mosquito felt like an insurmountable task. Is this it? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Is this the level of a mid-tier martial artist? A third-grade student next door could deliver a more powerful military-style punch than you. You're full of it, Wang Xinran retorted, nearly choking on her indignation. If you're so skilled, why don't you give it a try? Alas, I'm getting old, and my back is not what it used to be, Wang Yitian lamented, rubbing his aching lower back. Continue, don't stop. Embrace this pressure. Strive to adapt to it, and master every ounce of your strength. Yes, just like that. Although it may be slow and ungraceful, at least you are making an effort. Under the suffocating weight of pressure, Wang Xinran punched laboriously, her movements reminiscent of a slow-motion replay, while inwardly she unleashed a torrent of invectives upon Wang Yitian. Meanwhile, Wang Yitian maintained the pressure while savoring goji berry tea, appreciating the elegance of his daughter's form. Indeed, the father-daughter bond was growing increasingly harmonious. In the ensuing days, Wang Xinran's routine consisted of eating, sleeping, cursing her father, and training under the oppressive weight. She came to realize that her father was intentionally tormenting her under the guise of potential activation. The pressure fluctuated, sometimes so intense that it felt as if she might perish at any moment, and at other times just enough to keep her in a wretched state of barely manageable discomfort. Old man, where is today's dose of paternal pressure? Hurry up, stop dawdling. Are you too weak to maintain it? One morning, Wang Xinran stormed into Wang Yitian's room, her colorful hair in disarray, and shouted fiercely. Her demeanor suggested she was ready to demolish a fortress rather than prepare for training. Wang Yitian, yawning and emerging from his slumber, replied sleepily, "Why the rush? Young people should respect their elders. Let me brew a cup of goji tea first." "Goji, hurry up. My time is precious," Wang Xinran impatiently urged. Yet her body was already warming up for the session. Despite her harsh words, she had to admit that this grueling training was remarkably effective. Over the past few days, she felt her control over her strength sharpened significantly. Previously, her punches had dissipated energy, but now, under immense pressure, she was compelled to concentrate every ounce of her strength into a single point, greatly enhancing her efficiency. The flow of her vital energy became more refined and fluid, dispelling the prior sense of superficiality. She even sensed a marked improvement in her resilience to pressure. She felt she could withstand a martial artist's aura for a while now. Naturally, all these advancements were built upon the daily torment and intense verbal exchanges with Wang Yitian. Here it comes. Wang Yitian sauntered into the living room, still appearing half asleep, and waved his hand. Boom! The familiar, weighty pressure descended upon her instantly. Wang Xinran was prepared, grounding herself, and circulating her vital energy. Although she was still overwhelmed, her bones creaked, and her face flushed, she managed to avoid collapsing as she had on the first day. Same routine, 100 basic punches. Finish them and then eat. Wang Yitian flopped onto the sofa, pulling out his phone to indulge in ancient memes, the infectious background music still resonating. Got it. This is torture. Wang Xinran grumbled and began to punch laboriously. She punched and cursed simultaneously. That old man probably hasn't even washed his face. This punch isn't right. I didn't twist my waist. I think I'm starting to feel it. Oh dear, my legs are weak. This goji flavor is truly unpleasant. His taste is atrocious. Is this punch flowing better? Or is it just an illusion? While Wang Xinran appeared to be engrossed in her training, Wang Yitian, seemingly focused on his phone, had actually connected to the system, activating the real-time monitoring function. A translucent screen, visible only to him, hovered beside Wang Xinran, displaying a constant stream of data. Target vital energy flow rate, 15. Yuan energy concentration efficiency, 12. Muscle load, 89. Approaching limit. Willpower fluctuation, stable. Cursing frequency, slightly decreased. Possibly fatigued. Comprehensive evaluation. Training effects are significant, and potential continues to be stimulated. Maintain current pressure level. Observing the data, Wang Yitian nodded inwardly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The punch's strength has significantly consolidated compared to yesterday. It's beginning to take shape. However, the footwork still appears somewhat unsteady. Oh, that hip movement has some finesse. It seems pressure indeed can elicit potential. Has her repertoire of curse words expanded? Where did she learn that? The internet is truly a double-edged sword. As he observed, he silently critiqued her performance. Whenever he noticed her movements becoming drastically distorted or her breathing unsteady, he would subtly adjust the pressure to ensure she remained within the most effective training zone. This exquisite mastery over strength was a hallmark of a martial arts master, especially with the system's assistance. Hey, old man. Wang Xinran abruptly halted mid-punch, panting heavily, and inquired, what level of pressure is this equivalent to? Martial artist? Master? Wang Yitian, without raising his eyes, casually deflected her question. Guess. I guess you're up to no good. Wang Xinran responded, regaining her breath while continuing her punches, pondering that his aura felt even more daunting than that of the late-stage martial arts director at her school, but she knew he could not be a grandmaster. How could a grandmaster afford to be so leisurely? Wang Yitian smiled silently. Silly girl, this is indeed the authentic pressure of a mid-tier master. But I've controlled it well enough to prevent you from being flattened into a pancake. After completing the set of punches, Wang Xinran was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air, devoid of even the energy to curse. Only then did Wang Yitian retract the pressure, set down his phone, and approach her with a cup of warm water, discreetly infused with a basic energy supplement, a new product from the shop, costing 10 paternal love points per cup, with gentle effects. How do you feel? Any progress? Wang Xinran gulped down the water, feeling warmth spread through her, regaining some strength. She wiped her sweat, though thoroughly fatigued. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Well, it's passable. I suppose I have improved a bit in controlling my strength. She would never admit how effective it truly was. That's good. That's good. Wang Yitian beamed. We'll continue this afternoon. More. Wang Xinran lamented dramatically. Even the workhorse of a production team shouldn't be pushed this hard. Martial arts training is like rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will regress. I know. It's so annoying. Wang Xinran interrupted him, struggling to rise. Let us eat. Em starving. Today I want double portions of ham. As Wang Yitian gazed at his daughter, who, despite her complaints, radiated vitality, he smiled, his consciousness brushing past the system notification. Daily supervision, task completed. Paternal love points, 10. Binding object, comprehensive quality enhancement. Fatherly love value, 5. Current fatherly love value balance, 215 points. Yet another rewarding day. This existence of simultaneously challenging my daughter while growing stronger and earning money is simply delightful. Chapter 13. Awkward concern and breaking the ice. Wang Yitian gazed contentedly at the system interface in his mind, displaying his fatherly love value balance of 215 points, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. The wealth accumulated is truly satisfying. While urging his daughter to cultivate, he simultaneously enhances his own strength, effortlessly reaping additional rewards. This system seems tailor-made for a father like him, who aspires to achieve a leisurely victory, or rather, a steady development. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, with flip-flops casually swaying, he lingered in the fatherly love value mall, contemplating whether to treat his daughter to a taste of daughter's happy drink, or stock up on beginner body refining powder for a long-term investment plan. Just as he imagined his daughter, under his wise guidance, delivering a powerful blow to the Southern Mountain Nursing Home and a kick to the Beihai Kindergarten. No, rather, evolving into an empress. While he basked in the rising tide of success, the training room door creaked open. Wang Yitian quickly concealed his lecherous grin, replacing it with a weary expression that conveyed the exhaustion of a father who silently bears his burdens, even coughing theatrically twice. Wang Xinran emerged, resembling a salted fish freshly pulled from the water and scorched under the sun for 3 days and nights, nearly crawling out. She was drenched in sweat, her colorful hair clinging limply to her forehead, her face pale, lips dry, and her legs appeared borrowed, wobbling incessantly. What kind of devilish training is this? It's simply inhumane. She gasped, her curses lacking strength. She collapsed onto the chilly living room floor in a starfish position, her chest heaving violently, eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling, as if her soul had departed to a paradise devoid of paternal pressure. Wang Yitian's heart brimmed with joy, yet he maintained a facade of concern. Struggling to sit up from the sofa, he inquired in a voice tinged with faux weakness and genuine care. Ran, are you all right? Can you hold on? Would you prefer we reduce the intensity tomorrow? Reduce the intensity? Wang Xinran's eyes rolled with difficulty as she shot him a sideways glance, snorting disdainfully. Who do you think I am? This genius can endure a little fatigue. I can still fight 300 rounds. Stubborn as a dead duck. Wang Yitian mentally scoffed, yet felt an inexplicable fondness for her tenacity. He reclined back, picking up his phone, pretending to scroll through ancient comedic videos while subtly observing his daughter's condition, ensuring she was merely fatigued and not injured. The room fell into silence, filled only with Wang Xinran's labored breaths and the faint, catchy tune of GNI, Tai, emanating from his phone. After approximately 10 minutes, her breathing gradually steadied. She attempted to move a finger, feeling as though she were commanding someone else's body through a layer of cotton. Struggling, she turned her head to glance at her father, who was equally slumped on the sofa, eyes squinted, fingers gliding across the screen, with a hint of an almost imperceptible silly grin. He indeed appeared to be in a state of utter fatigue, needing to recover through mindless video watching. Wang Xinran felt an unexpected stir within her. Despite her father's harsh training methods, which were straightforward and somewhat outrageous, the results were undeniably effective. She could perceive a visible enhancement in her physical abilities and control over her strength over the past few days. Moreover, aside from his insufferable remarks and extreme methods, it seemed he genuinely cared for her well-being. The thought startled her, prompting her to shake her head vigorously to dispel such dangerous notions. Surely, it was merely a figment of exhaustion. However, witnessing her father's evident fatigue as he feigned concern for her well-being, she struggled to prop herself up using her elbow. This simple movement sent waves of soreness through her muscles, akin to being trampled by 1,000 grass mud horses. Gritting her teeth, she shakily rose to her feet, each step resembling that of a toddler learning to walk, teetering toward the kitchen. Wang Yitian had been discreetly watching her, pondering what mischief she was up to now. Was she plotting something? No, there were no toxins in the house. Wang Xinran reached the kitchen, grabbed a clean glass, and filled it with tap water. Then, she turned around, laboriously swaying step by step towards the sofa. Wang Yitian hastily resumed his act of feigning slumber, squinting to sneak a glance. Wang Xinran paused at the coffee table, holding the glass of clear water, looking at her father, who appeared to be on the verge of collapse. A myriad of complex emotions flickered across her face: awkwardness, reluctance, and perhaps a trace of nearly imperceptible compassion. Ultimately, these feelings coalesced into a resolute determination to act. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, she slammed the water glass onto the coffee table before Wang Yitian. The sharp sound startled him, nearly causing him to leap up. He feigned awakening, only to see his daughter standing before him, her gaze fixated on the chandelier above, her tones stiff and dry, reciting an awkward line as if from a script. Here, drink some water. No more training, or else no one will pay my tuition. Afterward, she swiftly turned her face away, her ears visibly reddening, with a blush creeping toward her cheeks. Wang Yitian was momentarily stunned. He stared blankly at the glass of water on the table, its surface rippling gently, reflecting the mottled patterns of the ceiling. Gradually, his gaze shifted upward to his daughter's damp profile. The colorful strands of hair plastered to her cheek by sweat, her her skin flushed from fatigue and perhaps embarrassment. Her lips pursed, yet slightly protruding, and her eyes, though deliberately averted, sparkling with a plea for him to accept the gesture. In that instant, Wang Yitian felt as if his heart had been struck by an unseen force. A surge of indescribable warmth, both sweet and poignant, erupted from the softest depths of his being, rushing uncontrollably to his nose and eyes. For 100 years, he had navigated the ruins of the apocalypse with this unexpected little companion, enduring hunger, cold, and even battling wild dogs for a morsel of food. He played both father and mother, bearing burdens and receiving scorn. He had grown accustomed to his daughter's noise, rebellion, disdain, and unapologetic demands. He had never anticipated that one day, this little hedgehog, who seemed eternally juvenile and perpetually challenged him, would offer him a glass of water in such an awkward yet endearing manner, though it was merely a glass of tap water, though the gesture was as rough as if smashing something, though her tone was hard enough to chip a tooth. Yet, this was indeed water poured for him by his daughter. Wang Yitian abruptly lowered his head, rubbing his eyes vigorously with the back of his hand, attempting to suppress the emotional swell. He feared that if he spoke, he would betray the impending lump in his throat, managing to squeeze out a few fragmented syllables. "Ah, all right. Thank you, my daughter." His voice was hoarse, trembling unmistakably. Wang Xinran, initially feeling awkward, was startled by her father's suddenly emotional tone, causing her to forget her embarrassment and whirl around to face him. She saw Wang Yitian with his head bowed, shoulders gently heaving, as if he were suppressing some strong emotion. Wang Xinran, is this really just about a glass of water? Why is he reacting so unusually today? Did the training truly exhaust him, or is there some poison in the water? She felt utterly uncomfortable due to Wang Yitian's extreme reaction, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. That awkward and inexplicable emotion made her long to shatter the bizarre atmosphere. It was rather cheesy. She feigned composure, rolling her eyes dramatically in an attempt to mask her discomfort, primarily fearing that he might genuinely collapse from exhaustion, leaving me without a human pressure simulator. Cough. To be honest, your ridiculous method seems quite effective. The last few words escaped her lips in a rapid whisper, as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Yet in the quiet living room, they reached Wang Yitian's ears distinctly. Wang Yitian finally lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened, but his face bore a smile that was more grotesque than tears, yet radiantly bright. He nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grains. It's good, it's good. Father will do this every day. A lifetime of it will suffice." Wang Xinran found his foolish demeanor amusing, yet somewhat bittersweet. Ultimately, she merely huffed, turned, and returned to her room in a crooked manner, slamming the door behind her. However, the sound of the door closing seemed a tad lighter than usual. Wang Yitian gazed at the closed door, then at the utterly mundane cup of water on the coffee table, and continued to beam foolishly for quite some time. He carefully lifted the cup, as if cradling a rare treasure, and took a gentle sip. Ah, tap water, slightly cool, with a hint of bleach. Yet, Wang Yitian felt that this was perhaps the sweetest and warmest thing he had ever tasted in a century. It was worth it, truly worth it. This girl was not raised in vain. All the grievances endured and hardships faced seemed to dissipate in the presence of this cup of tap water. Leaning back on the sofa, he gazed out at the gradually darkening sky, filled to the brim with a sensation known as happiness. Meanwhile, in her room, Wang Xinran leaned against the door, listening to the silence outside, and slowly slid down to the floor. She touched her still slightly warm cheek and murmured softly, "Just a cup of water, and this old man is rather easy to please." Yet, her lips betrayed her, curving into a small smile. In the air, the long-standing tension that had been so palpable seemed to quietly dissolve with this cup of water, a clumsy expression of concern, and a choked thank you. Chapter 14. The sweet essence of fatherly love ever since that cup of awkwardly paternal tap water was consumed. Wang Yitian felt as though his life had reached new heights. The sky appeared bluer, the water tasted sweeter, and even the raucous squawking of the mutated parrot raised by Aunt Wang downstairs sounded like a popular song from a century ago. Of course, the sky remained as drab as ever. The water still bore that bleachy taste, and the parrot continued to squawk incessantly. But Wang Yitian was filled with joy. His daughter remembered to pour him water. Though it was merely tap water, and the action resembled a stealthy throw, it bore great significance. This marked a historic breakthrough in their father-daughter relationship, transitioning from mutual harm to an awkward, yet harmonious new phase. He reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, reveling in the delightful interface of his system. Fatherly love value balance, 215 points. This substantial sum must be invested wisely. The previously invested basic body refinement powder had proven remarkably effective, validating that the system's marketplace was indeed trustworthy, offering value for money. What should he invest in next? His gaze wandered through the marketplace. Daughter's Joyful Water, 50 points per bottle, capable of uplifting mood and enhancing minor insights. It sounded promising, suitable for surprising his daughter and alleviating her post-training stress. However, it did not seem a priority at the moment. Special Healing Ointment, 100 points per unit. Essential for home or travel, but currently unnecessary, as his daughter was robust. Disguiser Mask, 500 points. Too expensive. Pass. Moreover, he had yet to determine its purpose. He certainly couldn't wear to spy on Aunt Wang's square dancing, could he? Ultimately, his gaze settled on a product he had previously noted. Basic Fist Technique Advancement Insights, one-time knowledge infusion priced at 150 fatherly love points. Description: integrates the essence of ancient and modern basic fist techniques, targeting the core of power generation, simplifying the complex. Upon use, the host can instantly grasp the relevant theoretical knowledge and convey it through personal understanding. Note: this insight aims to solidify the foundation, suitable for martial artists and masters, with varying effectiveness based on the individual. This is it. Wang Yitian's eyes lit up. His daughter was already at the mid-level of martial arts. And while she was proficient in basic fist techniques, she clearly remained at the stage of mere imitation, lacking finesse in power generation and chi blood coordination. This basic fist technique advancement insights was precisely the timely assistance she needed, fundamentally enhancing her combat ability. Furthermore, being able to convey the knowledge through his understanding meant he could impart the system's insights as his own, perfectly concealing their origin. Although spending 150 points felt painful, investing in his daughter was an investment in his future. This equation was clear to Wang Yitian. Exchange. Ding. Consumed 150 fatherly love points. Successfully exchanged basic fist technique advancement insights, X1. Current fatherly love value balance, 65 points. A stream of refreshing information, rich with images, text, and physical sensations, surged into Wang Yitian's mind. It detailed how to engage muscle groups, coordinate breathing to regulate chi and blood, concentrate power for explosive force, and deliver maximum damage with minimal effort. The intricate techniques and theories were imprinted in his mind as if they were innate knowledge. Wang Yitian closed his eyes to digest the information for a moment, and when he opened them again, a spark of enlightenment flickered in his gaze. So, this is how the basic fist techniques can be executed? The product from the system indeed possesses substance. Although labeled as basic, the techniques and body control required within surpassed the common knowledge available on the market. He restrained his excitement, cleared his throat, and called towards Wang Xinran's room. Xinran, come out for a moment. Father has something to discuss with you. After a while, the door cracked open, and Wang Xinran peeked out, her face still bearing the fatigue and impatience from training. What is it? Are we about to endure your inhumane fatherly pressure training again? Even the donkey of the production team deserves a break, doesn't he? It's not training, it's something good. Wang Yitian attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, but the smile creeping at the corners of his mouth betrayed his cheerful disposition. Come here and sit. Wang Xinran scrutinized him suspiciously for a few moments before reluctantly stepping out and plopping down on a small stool across from him, crossing her legs and bouncing them. Spit it out. My time is precious, genius that I am. Wang Yitian took a deep breath, striving to emulate the demeanor of a sage, yet clad in his old man-esque shirt and baggy shorts. He resembled an elderly gentleman boasting at a park chess game. Xinran, he began earnestly, I have observed that your foundations have solidified considerably with the assistance of the pressure training method over these past few days, and your chi and blood have flourished. It is time to impart to you some unique insights that I have gleaned from years of arduous training. He emphasized the phrases arduous training and unique insights to enhance his credibility. Wang Xinran's reaction was entirely as he anticipated. Her eyebrows shot up, her face instantly adorned with the words, "You're beginning to deceive me again," and the disdain in her eyes overflowed. She dug her pinky in her ear and flicked it. What? Unique insights? Old man, Your insights aren't the advanced version of lazy health cultivation for couch potatoes, are they? Or perhaps how to elegantly lounge on the sofa for a century. Wang Yitian's face flushed crimson, but he feigned calmness. Nonsense. This time I'm serious. It's about the basic fist techniques. Genuine substance. Basic fist techniques? Wang Xinran scoffed. I learned it when I was 3. What more is there to learn? Isn't it merely the straight punch, the swing punch, the hook punch, and the Wang Ba Quan? How superficial. How juvenile. Wang Yitian shook his head in deep dismay, proclaiming that you know nothing of the foundational strength. A towering building rises from the ground. If the foundation is unstable, the earth will tremble. Your current boxing style is merely superficial, lacking its essence. Your power is scattered. Your energy and blood flow are obstructed. You can exert only half of your full strength. Such a waste of potential. His discourse, interweaving systematic theory with his own improvisations, momentarily stunned Wang Xinran. She indeed felt that her boxing prowess had hit a plateau. Despite an increase in strength, the effectiveness of her strikes had not significantly improved. Is that true? She thought skeptically. Then, please enlighten me on how to attain this essence. Wang Yitian felt a surge of joy within. The bait had taken. He hastily began to impart his knowledge, combining his insights with what he had learned. For instance, the most fundamental straight punch. Wang Yitian stood, demonstrating an exceedingly standard starting position, which he believed was exemplary. Do you think it's merely about using your arms to thrust forward? You are gravely mistaken. As he spoke, he gestured on his own body. The power begins at the feet, rises through the legs, is governed by the waist, and is executed through the fingertips. Your toes must grip the ground, feeling the earth's strength. The knees should be slightly bent, not locked. Twist your waist. Shift your hips. Yes, that's the sensation. Relax your shoulders. Do not hold them rigidly. Concentrate your energy in your lower abdomen, precisely that warm sensation beneath your belly. Focus your intent. Imagine your fist is not a fist, but a glowing iron spike. Yes, that penetrating feeling. Wang Yitian spoke passionately, striving to articulate the intricate techniques of power generation in the most straightforward manner possible. In certain aspects, he himself was only half informed, relying heavily on the muscle memory instilled by the system, and thus his explanations were occasionally stammered and unclear. At first, Wang Xinran wore a smirk, her expression one of quiet amusement as she observed him. However, as she listened, the playful demeanor on her face gradually faded, replaced by contemplation. Especially when Wang Yitian elaborated on the unity of waist and horse stance, the force penetrating to the fingertips, and the concept of using intent rather than brute strength. She sensed she was on the cusp of understanding something profound, albeit obscured by a veil. Such grandiose claims, she muttered under her breath. Yet her body involuntarily began to mimic the movements Wang Yitian had just demonstrated, attempting to grasp the feeling of power arising from the feet and emanating from the legs. Noticing this, Wang Yitian felt reassured and seized the moment. Theory without practice is mere pretense. Strike a punch. Use the methods I just described, but do not apply foolish brute force. Wang Xinran, still somewhat doubtful, assumed a stance, recalling her father's seemingly mystical yet rational insights, attempting to adjust her breathing. Concentrate her intent, and then, cautiously, she threw a punch into the air. This punch was not swift, and the movements appeared somewhat awkward and stiff due to her deliberate adjustments. However, at the moment her fist was about to connect, Wang Xinran distinctly felt a more concentrated, smoother force flowing from her feet to her waist and then to her arm, erupting suddenly like a stream merging into a river. The sound of her punch whooshed through the air, though faint, carried an unprecedented sense of penetration. Wang Xinran froze. She maintained her punching posture, her eyes wide, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Her face was a portrait of sheer astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. What is the sensation? The power seemed not to have increased significantly, yet the level of concentration, the speed of explosion, and the efficiency of energy circulation were incomparable to before. It was as if she had previously wielded a dull axe, but now held a sharp dagger. She quickly withdrew her fist and attempted to strike again using her original method. Though her strength was fierce, it felt as if the power dissipated severely during transmission, leaving a sense of insubstantiality. Switching back to her father's method, that sense of concentration and penetration returned. Once may be an illusion, but could it happen twice? Wang Xinran suddenly raised her head, her gaze towards Wang Yitian completely transformed. That look was akin to witnessing a primitive man revealing a nuclear bomb, filled with terror and incredulity. "You old fool." She pointed at Wang Yitian, her finger trembling slightly. "Where did you steal these techniques? This is not basic boxing at all. It surpasses the profound techniques taught by our dojo instructors." Wang Yitian, witnessing his daughter's worldview being upended once more, felt an overwhelming joy, nearly transcending in delight. However, he had to maintain his composure. Slowly, he collected himself, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. A look of someone who has weathered many storms and seen through the superficialities of life upon his face. In a deep, resonant voice, he spoke slowly. Steal? Why must one steal? This is merely a humble insight gleaned from a lifetime of trials and tribulations, a meager understanding derived from the mundane. The martial way originates from life and transcends it. The strength in wringing clothes, the power in sweeping the floor. Even relaxation while lounging on the sofa can all serve as principles. This is the sediment of time, the crystallization of wisdom. His mystical discourse, combined with his demeanor of a seasoned master, would have made him appear like a charlatan had he donned a Taoist robe and wielded a whisk. Yet at this moment, in Wang Xinran's eyes, her father, clad in a shabby old shirt and flip-flops, seemed to radiate a mysterious aura. Could it be that her old fool of a father was truly a reclusive sage? Was his previous appearance merely a facade? Or does age truly confer enlightenment? Wang Xinran felt her mind slightly overloaded. She shook her head, deciding to set aside this perplexing thought for the time being. Whatever, as long as it works. She immediately resembled a discoverer of a new continent, disregarding her father's mockery, eagerly resuming her stance to practice that awkward yet highly effective method of power generation over and over again. She could not help but mutter, "This stance may be ugly, but it is undeniably effective." Wang Yitian, observing his daughter's earnestness, reclined comfortably on the sofa, relishing his concealed prowess. His reputation as a useless old man began to shift fundamentally after that punch. In the following days, Wang Xinran transformed into a martial arts enthusiast, an upgraded version of herself. If her previous training had been motivated by the need to cope with school assessments and avoid being bullied, now she was utterly captivated by her father's peculiar yet powerful techniques. She resembled a child who had discovered a new toy, or rather, Columbus discovering a new continent, completely immersed in the fervor of exploring this new system of strength. Each day after school, she would toss aside her backpack, forego snacks, and ignore videos, diving straight into her small room to practice vigorously. At times, she would slow down to demonstrate movement against the air, and at other times, she would unleash her punches on the sandbag, reciting, toes gripping the ground, feeling the earth's strength, twisting the waist, shifting the hips, sinking energy into the lower abdomen. Concentrating intent, the glowing iron spike. No, that doesn't feel right. The power is dissipating. Again, feet, waist, hips, shoulders, elbows, wrists, fingers. Yes, that's it. This feels right. This old fool. This stance is so inhumane. My genius waist is twisting into a pretzel. Wang Yitian, meanwhile, lounged leisurely on the living room sofa, watching videos while keeping an ear tuned to the sounds next door, occasionally communicating with the system in his mind. System, look at my daughter's insight. She learns swiftly. It all clicks with her. Beep. Detection of binding subject comprehension of fundamental boxing techniques advancement has risen to 15. Host guidance has been effective, earning 5 points of paternal affection. Only 15? There's a long road ahead, but even a mosquito's leg counts as meat. 5 points are not insignificant. He delightedly observed the gradual increase of his paternal affection points, feeling that his investment was indeed astute. Raising a daughter is akin to nurturing a goose that lays golden eggs. Although it may be somewhat noisy, occasionally costly, and somewhat demanding, the returns are undoubtedly remarkable. Before long, the weekend arrived. Leiting Martial Arts Hall, located in the western district of Jiangcheng, is a modest yet well-regarded establishment frequented by enthusiasts, including Wang Xinran, who often comes here to diligently hone her skills. Today, she sported a newly styled, vibrant, and shimmering multicolored short haircut, donned a slightly faded martial arts uniform, and glided to a halt at the entrance of the hall on her hoverboard. After several days of absorbing her father's insights, despite still being at the mid-level of martial artists, there was a subtle transformation in her demeanor. Her gaze was more composed, and her movements exhibited a steadiness and coordination previously absent, a natural confidence born from enhanced mastery over her own abilities. As she stepped into the training area, an incongruous voice pierced the air, dripping with unmasked sarcasm. "Well, who do we have here? Is that not our prodigious Wang Yitian from Jiangxi No. 1 High School? Have you let yourself go in just a few days? Or has your inept father finally failed to pay your martial arts tuition, and you now resort to free trial classes?" The speaker was a robust youth named Zhou Kai, a late-stage martial artist and a nephew of one of the hall's instructors. He was an old acquaintance of Wang Yitian, having frequently ridiculed her in the past due to his superior skills and connections. His loud taunt instantly drew the attention of numerous trainees in the hall, some watching with amusement, others with sympathy, and a few reveling in the misfortune. As Wang Yitian had often been targeted by Zhou Kai and his group for her lesser skills and unique appearance. Wang Yitian paused, her brow furrowing slightly. In the past, such provocation would have ignited her temper, leading to a sharp exchange of words, regardless of the outcome. Yet today, she merely cast Zhou Kai a fleeting glance, her eyes calm enough to make him feel an inexplicable jolt of unease. "Good dogs do not block the path," she remarked, her tone devoid of inflection, yet imbued with a disinterested nonchalance. "Also, you have some vegetable leaf stuck between your teeth, which detract from the local aesthetics." A few trainees couldn't help but stifle their laughter at this retort. Zhou Kai's face flushed crimson as he felt his pride wounded. He anticipated Wang Yitian's sharp tongue today, daring to humiliate him in public. "Wang Yitian, you're courting death." Zhou Kai, incensed and humiliated, stepped forward, exuding the aura of a late-stage martial artist, attempting to intimidate her with his presence. "You've been unpunished for too long. You must be itching for a fight." Had this been any other day, Wang Yitian would have felt suffocated by such an oppressive aura. However, today it merely seemed bothersome, having withstood her father's formidable paternal presence. Zhou Kai's intimidation felt like a gentle drizzle. Inwardly, she scoffed at the thought. "Is that it? He lacks even 1/10,000th of my father's prowess, and yet dares to flaunt his strength?" Disinterested in further banter, she ignored him entirely and headed straight for the changing room. This complete disregard infuriated Zhou Kai even more. What an arrogant attitude. "Just wait until the sparring session. I'll make sure to wipe the floor with you," he muttered angrily, glaring at her retreating figure. The sparring session commenced shortly thereafter, with the instructor allowing free challenges among students. Without hesitation, Zhou Kai was the first to step forward, pointing at Wang Yitian, who had just finished warming up and was stretching her wrists. "Instructor, I challenge Wang Yitian to a spar. Please grant approval." All eyes immediately turned towards them, fully aware that Zhou Kai sought revenge. Many trainees regarded Wang Yitian with sympathy, knowing the disparity between a mid-stage and a late-stage martial artist, especially one as unrestrained as Zhou Kai. The instructor frowned slightly. He disapproved of personal grudges in student competitions, yet the rules permitted such challenges. He turned to Wang Yitian. "You may choose to accept or decline." Wang Yitian lifted her gaze, assessing the provocative Zhou Kai and the mixed expressions of concern and curiosity from those around her. A faint, mischievous smile crept across her lips. She had been seeking a target to test her father's teachings in practical application, and here it was, conveniently presented. "Very well," she replied, loosening her neck with a satisfying crack, feeling eager to engage. As they ascended to the center of the ring, Zhou Kai grinned menacingly, twisting his neck and wrists, the sounds of cracking joints echoing as he prepared to unleash his attack. Wang Yitian, however, appeared relaxed, almost indifferent. She mentally reviewed her father's unconventional tactics. "Begin," the instructor called. With a fierce roar, Zhou Kai charged at Wang Yitian like a bull, launching a powerful straight punch aimed directly at her face. This was his signature move, relying on brute force to overwhelm opponents. Some spectators had already closed their eyes in anticipation of the impact. Yet, in the face of this ferocious blow, Wang Yitian merely seemed to glide aside, shifting her weight at an oddly precise angle that allowed her to evade the punch, which narrowly missed her nose, the resulting gust of wind tousling her hair. Zhou Kai was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her agility. He quickly adapted, retracting his fist to deliver a savage hook aimed at her ribs. Wang Xinran's body bent backward, her footwork shifting in a manner that appeared clumsy, yet was actually in perfect harmony with a peculiar rhythm taught by her father, allowing her to narrowly escape again. You think you can keep dodging forever? Zhou Kai seethed, escalating his assault with relentless punches and kicks that fell like a torrential downpour. Yet, Wang Xinran moved as a nimble vessel amidst the storm, seemingly in peril but consistently evading his strikes by mere inches. To the onlookers, her movements seemed awkward and frantic, even somewhat comical. However, Zhou Kai grew increasingly alarmed with each failed attack. Each of his blows felt like striking a slippery eel, leaving him frustrated and on the verge of despair. Is dodging all you can do, you useless waste? He bellowed in exasperation. At that moment, a spark ignited in Wang Xinran's eyes. Now, after a series of futile attacks, Zhou Kai's rhythm faltered, exposing a significant opening. No longer evading, she remembered her father's teachings. She summoned her core strength, twisting her hips, sending her shoulder forward, and striking out with her fist. The motion flowed seamlessly, appearing unremarkable yet executed with astonishing speed. Her fist shot through Zhou Kai's arm defenses, striking directly at the sternum with precision. With a resounding thud, Zhou Kai's forward momentum abruptly halted. It felt as though he had been struck by a high-speed vehicle. His eyes bulged, filled with shock and disbelief as an acute force penetrated him, instantly dissipating his gathered energy. He cried out, his robust frame collapsing like a marionette with severed strings. Tumbling back several meters before crashing heavily onto the platform, clutching his chest and curling into a fetal position, gasping for breath. The training hall fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with astonishment. It was as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone stared, mouths agape, eyes wide in disbelief. Had a mid-stage martial artist truly just defeated a late-stage Zhou Kai in such a decisive manner? How could this be possible? The instructor was equally bewildered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. Wang Xinran's evasion techniques, and that final punch, though seemingly awkward, contained a depth of skill he could not fully comprehend. This was no ordinary fundamental martial art. Wang Xinran slowly withdrew her fist, shaking out her wrist, her expression unchanged. Merely exhaling softly, she approached the edge of the arena, observing the crowd below, still seemingly petrified. Adopting the nonchalant tone of Wang Yitian, she casually declared, "Basic skills. Do not underestimate." With that, she leapt off the stage, seized her water bottle, twisted it open, and took a sip. Inside, her emotions were in turmoil, exclaiming, "Damn, that's cheat. Incredible." From that moment forth, the name of the fiery girl, Wang Xinran, resonated throughout the Thunder Martial Arts School. Chapter 16. A new type of dependency. The tale of Wang Xinran's 3 swift moves that incapacitated Zhou Kai spread like wildfire the very next day among the martial arts class at Jiangqing One High School. As she entered the classroom, flaunting her vibrant, multicolored short hair, she could distinctly feel the shift in the gazes around her. Previously marked by ridicule, disdain, or outright indifference, they were now filled with curiosity, astonishment, and even a hint of barely concealed respect. During the break, several classmates, with whom she had little prior interaction, approached her with enthusiasm. "Sister Ann, you're amazing. I heard you took down Zhou Kai at the martial arts school yesterday. Is it true? Isn't Zhou Kai a late-stage martial artist? How did you manage that? Please share some tips." Maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, she waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just some casual practice. The opponent was simply too weak." Yet internally, she was soaring with joy, wishing she could set up a shrine for her father right then and there. This sensation of being the center of attention was far more intoxicating than having consumed 10 bottles of daughter's joy juice. She had truly begun to savor the sweet fruits of her newfound strength, all thanks to her increasingly enigmatic father. The mere thought of him sent a thrill through her. The clumsy yet remarkably effective techniques he imparted were surely just the tip of the iceberg. He must possess even more valuable insights. She had to extract every bit of knowledge while the iron was hot, before he could change his mind. That day after school, Wang Xinran unusually didn't linger outside, but swiftly skated home, ignoring the catcalls from local ruffians. Bang! As she burst through the door, her father, Wang Yitian, who was engrossed in perusing the system shop on the sofa, startled at her early return. "Oh, the sun must be shining from the west today. You're back so soon?" he teased, putting down his phone. Wang Yitian didn't respond, but instead fixed him with an intense gaze, as if she were staring at a recently discovered, glimmering gold mine. She tossed her backpack onto the sofa and dashed into the kitchen, rummaging through the cupboards. Wang Yitian, unnerved by her intense scrutiny, stammered, "What are you looking for?" "You finished the last of the compressed biscuits for breakfast." Before he could finish, she emerged wielding a fruit knife and a withered apple. His heart sank. Oh no. Is she really going to commit patricide just because I didn't give her pocket money yesterday? This daughter is too much. He instinctively recoiled. "Shinran, calm down. Impulsiveness is a devil. We can discuss this. My pension card is under the pillow." Wang Yitian ignored him, plopping down on a nearby stool and began peeling the sad apple. Rather than merely peeling, her technique resembled the brutal act of carving wood or even a gruesome execution. The skin and large chunks of fruit fell away rapidly, the apple shrinking at a visible pace, becoming irregularly shaped, like something that had been gnawed by a dog. Wang Yitian watched, dumbfounded, as his brain struggled to process this bizarre performance art, or perhaps a prelude to poisoning. Finally, after transforming a fist-sized apple into something merely egg-sized and abstract, she paused, presenting her creation to her father with a grin that was more menacing than endearing. "Dad, eat the apple. It's good for your vitamins." He looked at the pitiful piece of fruit, then at her expression that resembled a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, and swallowed hard. "Thank you, my dear," he replied, his voice trembling, for that apple resembled a Last Supper in every way. Seeing her father accept it, Wang Yitian leaned in closer, hands on her knees, her body leaning forward, her eyes bright with intensity. "Dad, let us speak plainly." His heart raced. The moment of truth had arrived. He instinctively tightened his grip on the unfortunate apple. "Your years of hard-earned insights," she whispered, as if in a clandestine meeting. "How much do you have left? Don't keep it hidden. What will it take for you to share it all?" Her gaze was fervent, as if Wang Yitian were not a mere middle-aged man, but a walking, breathing, limited edition repository of martial arts wisdom. Initially taken aback, he soon felt a surge of joy. "My daughter is truly astute. She has learned to negotiate for access to knowledge. A true reflection of my lineage." Ecstatic within, he adopted a facade of painful reluctance, clutching his chest as if he were about to be drained of all vitality. "Oh, Shinran, it's not that I wish to hold back. You don't understand. This knowledge isn't just cabbages. The effort I've invested, the countless brain cells I've sacrificed, the hardships I've endured to grasp these secrets. Each piece of knowledge shared takes a toll on my vitality, leaving me dizzy or even shortening my lifespan." Wang Yitian watched her father's exaggerated performance, her lips twitching as she fought the urge to roll her eyes. She composed herself, ready to bargain. "Stop with the theatrics. Just tell me your conditions. Double my allowance? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question." She was resolute on this front. Seeing his daughter unmoved by emotional appeals, Wang Yitian quickly changed tactics, rubbing his hands together with a scheming expression. "Ahem, discussing money can be so disheartening. Isn't your father deserving of some comfort after a lifetime of hard work?" Wang Yitian narrowed her eyes. "Speak plainly. You can do the dishes for a month," he proposed, quickly adding, "and also for this upcoming final exam, if you can place in the top 50 in both martial arts theory and cultural subjects." How does that sound? A month of dishes? And top 50 in the grade? Have you lost your mind? Do you know what kind of monsters are in the top 50? She exclaimed, her voice rising. "Ah, my daughter is also a genius. With a little effort, you can surely achieve it." He flattered. "Besides, this minimal sacrifice pales in comparison to the treasure of knowledge I possess. A foolproof investment." Biting her lip, Wang Yitian found herself in a fierce internal struggle. Doing the dishes was trivial. After all, she often coerced her father into that chore. But placing in the top 50 was daunting. Yet, the exhilarating thrill of dominating her opponents in the martial arts school and the prospect of even greater strength beckoned her. "Deal," she finally declared, biting the bullet. "But I need to see the goods first. You must guarantee their authenticity." "Of course." Wang Yitian quickly grasped her hand, shaking it vigorously, his heart swelling with joy. And thus, a new agreement was forged. From that day forward, the atmosphere in the Wang household underwent a profound transformation. Wang Yitian transformed into a diligent learner, practicing with a fervor that rivaled preparations for college entrance exams. She trained at school, practiced at home, and even dreamt of training. Whenever she encountered difficulties, she would promptly bombard Wang Yitian with questions. Dad, how do I control the angle of force? It feels impossible. Old man, why does my energy get blocked here? Did you teach me wrong? Old dang, come and witness the prowess of my fist. Wang Yitian experiences both pain and joy. The joy lies in his daughter's positive spirit, while his fatherly affection and personal growth soar to new heights. The pain, however, stems from his struggle to transform the lofty knowledge instilled by the system into comprehensible insights filled with peculiar metaphors that his daughter can grasp, often facing her skepticism regarding his teaching abilities. Yet correspondingly, the rewards have also increased. Dad back rub. Dad fruit. As Wang Yitian grins through gritted teeth. Relishing his daughter's attentiveness, he delights in the system notifications. Ding. Bound object as strength has increased. Vitality becomes more refined. Fatherly affection value 3. Ding. Bound object as comprehension of basic fist technique progression has risen to 20. Fatherly affection value 8. Ding. Daily supervision task completed. Fatherly affection value 10. Their father-daughter relationship has entered a peculiar stage of mutual benefit, each fulfilling the other's needs in a harmonious manner. Observing the steady yet resolute increase in his fatherly affection value and his own beaming reflection in the mirror from enjoying his daughter's services, Wang Yitian feels an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This is not merely raising a daughter. It is akin to investing in a stock with boundless potential. Wang Xinran, witnessing her ever-improving martial skills and steadily growing strength, perceives this lifestyle of parental dependence as utterly delightful. As for washing dishes, final exams, those are mere trifles. Strength is the ultimate truth. The new dynamic of reliance on her parents has officially been established. Chapter 17. The Return of the King, a new week heralds a fresh beginning. For Wang Xinran, this Monday feels exceptionally invigorating. Even mutated weeds blooming along the roadside appear more pleasing to the eye. Why? Because she feels empowered. Previously, attending school felt like enduring punishment, subjecting herself to the disdain of various geniuses and the mockery of rivals. Now, go to school feels like inspecting, or perhaps enjoying the fruits of victory. Just recalling last Friday at the martial arts school, when she effortlessly took down Zhou Kai with 3 moves, leaving the audience in shock, fills her with elation. That sensation is more refreshing than downing an entire bottle of chilled soda on a scorching summer day. The fatherly support truly lives up to its reputation. Before the mirror, Wang Xinran meticulously styles her signature multicolored short hair, ensuring each strand stands at an audacious angle. She donned a meticulously cleaned denim ensemble, artfully designed with intentional rips, and her floating skateboard gleams, with blue energy flames flickering from the tailpipe. Excellent, full of spirit. It perfectly aligns with her self-proclaimed persona as a hidden expert at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Dad, I'm off to school, Wang Xinran exclaims with vigor, her voice brimming with confidence. Take it slow. Stay safe. Wang Yitian's voice calls from the kitchen, accompanied by the clattering of pots and pans. According to their parental agreement, dishwashing duties temporarily remain his until Wang Xinran ranks among the top 50 in her class. With a swift motion, Wang Xinran propels herself out of the house on her skateboard, feeling the wind rush past her ears and reveling in the boundless freedom. From this day forth, she, Wang Xinran, will bid farewell to her former self, whom she viewed as timid. Jiangxing No. 1 High School, a quintessential public martial arts institution of the high martial era, presents a stark contrast to the ordinary high school in Wang Yitian's memory. The entrance lacks a traditional gate. Instead, it features a colossal metallic energy detection archway, requiring all faculty and students to swipe their cards for entry while ensuring no hazardous energy items are brought in. Above the arch, a massive holographic projection displays the school motto: civilized spirit, savage physique, martial arts prosper the nation. The campus architecture exudes strength and technological advancement. The teaching building no longer resembles a box. It boasts sharp lines, reinforced structures, and energy circuits, with walls crafted from materials that absorb impacts. The playground features not only standard tracks, but also plum blossom stake arrays for practicing footwork, energy targets for testing punching power, and obstacle training zones simulating various terrains. At this moment, during the peak school hours, the entrance is bustling with students. Clad in standardized uniforms adorned with faint protective runes, they walk in groups or stride alone, each emanating varying degrees of energy fluctuations. Floating bicycles, balance scooters, and skateboards serve as the primary means of transportation, while affluent students occasionally zip by on eye-catching, low-hovering spiritual motorcycles, drawing envious glances. Wang Yitian, gliding on her fiery skateboard, skillfully executes a tailslide drift, seamlessly navigating through the crowd and coming to a halt before the energy archway. Her striking entrance, coupled with her vivid short hair, instantly captures numerous gazes. Look, it's Wang Yitian. She seems different today. I heard that last Friday at the Thunder Martial Arts School, she defeated Zhou Kai. Is that true? Isn't Zhou Kai a late-stage martial artist? Isn't she only mid-stage? Absolutely true. My cousin was there. He said Wang Yitian took down Zhou Kai in 3 moves. It was spectacular. Wow, what a hidden gem. Whispers reach Wang Yitian's ears, and while she outwardly maintains her composure, inside, she is elated. Yes, this is the sensation, the feeling of being in the spotlight. Previously, these gazes were often filled with disdain and ridicule. Now, they are imbued with curiosity, astonishment, and perhaps even a hint of reverence. With her head held high, she swipes her student card and passes through the energy archway. Just as she prepares to glide towards the teaching building, familiar figures block her path. Leading the group is Zhou Kai, his face pale and his eyes filled with malice, flanked by several lackeys who typically accompany him. Evidently, the embarrassment at the martial arts school has turned him into a localized joke, intensifying his animosity towards Wang Yitian. Zhou Kai crosses his arms and stands in front of Wang Yitian's skateboard, deliberately amplifying his sarcasm as he sneers. Oh, I thought someone was making quite the entrance. Turns out it's our newly crowned expert, Wang Yitian. He emphasizes the word expert, dripping with irony. Many students pause to observe, eager for the spectacle. Wang Yitian steadies her skateboard on one foot, lazily lifting her gaze to Zhou Kai, her expression calm, yet laced with a barely perceptible disdain, akin to regarding a foul-smelling rag obstructing her path. Good dogs do not block the way, she states, her voice soft yet resonant, cutting through the quiet of the school gate like an objective fact. You. Zhou Kai is momentarily taken aback by her unabashed insult, his face flushing crimson. He points an accusatory finger at Wang Yitian, his anger morphing into a twisted smile. Wang Yitian, don't think you're impressive just because you got lucky at the martial arts school. That was a sneak attack. You took me by surprise. Oh. Wang Yitian responds with utter indifference, even stifling a yawn. Her eyes drift to Zhou Kai's teeth, and she adds, by the way, you have a piece of green vegetable stuck in your teeth. Quite noticeable. Didn't you brush your teeth before barking? A wave of suppressed laughter erupts among the onlookers, many instinctively glancing at Zhou Kai's teeth. Zhou Kai instinctively shuts his mouth, feeling his gums, and realizing he's been made a fool of, his face transforming from red to blue to purple, resembling a color palette. Wang Yitian, you're asking for it. Zhou Kai's composure shatters completely, and his late-stage martial artist aura erupts as he seems poised to strike. What are you doing? Acting like this at the school gate? A stern voice interjects. As a duty teacher approaches, frowning, Zhou Kai, doused in cold water, suddenly comes to his senses. Fighting at school carries severe consequences. With a venomous glare directed at Wang Yitian, he manages to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Just you wait. During the practical lesson, watch how I deal with you. After uttering these fierce words, he left with a few lackeys, looking quite dejected. Wang Yitian observed Zhou Kai's flustered retreat and shrugged nonchalantly, gently pushing off with her foot, the skateboard gliding beneath her like a nimble fish, seamlessly entering the main thoroughfare of the campus. Sunlight cascaded upon her colorful short hair, casting a dazzling halo. She sensed the complex, inquisitive, and even slightly admiring gazes from behind her, and a proud smirk involuntarily curled her lips. The feeling of showing off was utterly exhilarating, all thanks to that unassuming old man at home. In high spirits, Wang Yitian whistled and sped toward the teaching building, already anticipating the forthcoming practical session. Chapter 18, Practical Lesson. A slap in the face in the morning's cultural class. Wang Yitian was utterly distracted. The teacher of Gao Wu Ji Yuan Tong Shi passionately recounted the heroic deeds of humanity's martial saints during the third invasion by alien races. While she discreetly used her textbook to shield her focus, her fingers gliding over the holographic screen, studying the basics of boxing techniques, mentally rehearsing her father's awkward yet effective moves. Her deskmate nudged her with an elbow and whispered, "Ran Jia, stay focused. The teacher has been watching you for quite a while." Without lifting her head, Wang Xinran lazily replied, "Basic skills are under control." Yet her thoughts were consumed with how to deliver a punch that would send Zhou Kai's flustered face flying during the practical lesson. Just the thought of it sent her adrenaline surging, making her wish to dash straight to the training hall. Finally, the class bell rang, and Wang Xinran was the first to bolt from the classroom, stepping onto her skateboard and racing towards the comprehensive training hall, her speed akin to fleeing from a ferocious beast. The training hall of Jiangcheng Yizhong was far from comparable to the commonplaces like the Thunder Martial Arts School. Beneath the vast dome, dozens of standard arenas were delineated, the ground made of a special alloy designed to absorb impact, with energy shield generators surrounding it. The air was infused with a faint scent of ozone and sweat, mingling with the distant sounds of shouts and energy collisions from other venues. Today, the practical lesson for Class 17 of the second year was held in Hall Number 3. The students donned their uniform martial arts attire and lined up at the edge of the arena. Wang Xinran's vibrant short hair stood out starkly against the uniform deep blue of the martial arts outfits. She could feel numerous gazes, some curious, some skeptical, and others filled with Zhou Kai's blatant hostility, all directed towards her. The instructor for the practical lesson, Zhang Laoshi, was a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and well-defined muscles, possessing the cultivation of a late-stage martial artist. He surveyed the students with a booming voice. As per usual, warm up for 10 minutes, then engage in free sparring. You may invite opponents at will, but strikes to vital areas are strictly prohibited. Begin. The students dispersed, stretching their limbs. Wang Xinran performed a few simple stretches while scanning the crowd for Zhou Kai's figure. Sure enough, he was huddled with his lackeys, casting her glances filled with malice, muttering under his breath, clearly unable to contain his frustration. As soon as the warm-up concluded, Zhou Kai eagerly stepped forward, striding to the center of the arena. He bowed to Zhang Laoshi and then pointed at Wang Xinran, his voice deliberately enthusiastic. "Zhang Laoshi, I, Zhou Kai, late-stage martial artist. Invite classmate Wang Xinran to spar. Please approve, teacher." The entire arena fell silent, all eyes converging upon them. The event from last Friday at the martial arts school had already spread, and everyone understood this was not a mere sparring match. It was a battle of vengeance. Zhang Laoshi frowned slightly, glancing at Wang Xinran. "Wang Xinran, you may accept or decline. It is a voluntary sparring session." Wang Xinran leisurely lowered her leg, brushed off non-existent dust, and met Zhou Kai's provocative gaze with a nonchalant smirk, lazily responding, "All right then. It's a good opportunity to stretch and digest breakfast." Her tone was as casual as if she had merely agreed to accompany someone to the snack shop. Zhou Kai was incensed by her attitude, gritting his teeth and retorting, "Oomph, I hope you can still be so defiant later." The two ascended the central arena, standing opposite each other as an energy shield hummed to life, isolating the arena from the outside world. "Begin," Zhang Laoshi commanded. Zhou Kai let out a roar, unleashing his inner energy as a late-stage martial artist. His presence erupting like a tiger released from its cage, he launched the first attack. Learning from his previous experience at the martial arts school, he no longer charged recklessly. Instead, he adopted a slightly clumsy yet powerful family footwork, launching a series of punches targeting Wang Xinran's upper and middle sections. The wind from his strikes howling with genuine ferocity. Here it comes, Zhou family's foundational fist. The stance was quite formidable. Wang Xinran was in danger. A murmur rippled through the spectators. However, in the face of this even more ferocious onslaught, Wang Xinran remained exceptionally calm. In her mind, her father's unconventional teachings flashed. Footwork is not about rote memorization, but about adaptability. Feel it. Follow your instincts. Dodging attacks isn't retreating. It's about cutting in. Find his blind spots. Striking should be like skipping stones, just a gentle touch, and then moving away. Avoid direct confrontation. Suddenly, her footwork shifted. She no longer retreated in the conventional sense, but instead with what appeared to be an awkward and slightly stumbling posture, akin to a drunken person. She glided perilously close to Zhou Kai's ferocious punches, sidestepping and twisting her waist. The movements were subtle, yet time and again, she narrowly evaded the core of his attacks. Zhou Kai's fists consistently missed by mere inches, brushing past her clothing, the gusts of wind ruffling her hair, yet not even grazing her skin. What odd footwork. I've never seen anything like it. It looks chaotic, yet how does she manage to evade every time? The audience was captivated, their discussions buzzing. Jean Lauscher narrowed his eyes, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. He could see that Wang Xinran's footwork was anything but random. It embodied a remarkably intricate evasion philosophy he had never encountered before, showcasing an impeccable grasp of timing and distance. As Zhou Kai grew increasingly anxious and frustrated, he felt as though he were striking at a cloud of shifting cotton, or chasing his own shadow. Despite possessing superior strength and speed, he could not land a hit. Each strike felt like it was hitting nothingness. The sensation of wasted effort causing his blood to boil, making him feel nauseous. Wang Xinran, is all you can do is evade, you worthless fool? Zhou Kai roared in frustration, intensifying his assault, yet his growing desperation revealed more openings. Now, Wang Xinran's eyes sparkled with determination as she sensed Zhou Kai faltering due to his relentless attacks, his breath becoming disordered, and his stance momentarily unstable. The opportunity was fleeting. Instead of retreating to create distance, she charged towards Zhou Kai's retracted fist, pushing off with her foot. Rather than a straightforward sprint, she executed a near-physically impossible lateral glide with a subtle arc, swiftly cutting into Zhou Kai's unguarded side. Simultaneously, she harnessed her waist strength, twisted her body, and unleashed a punch. The motion was seamless, appearing unremarkable, yet due to her unique method of exertion, the trajectory of her fist bore a slight, elusive curve, moving faster than lightning. There was no grandiose momentum, no flashy brilliance, simply an unadorned straight punch, precisely threading through the gap between Zhou Kai's hastily raised arms, landing squarely on the upper region of his abdomen. Thud! A dull sound echoed like the thud of a defeated drum. Zhou Kai's forward momentum was abruptly halted. The sneer on his face froze, morphing into sheer astonishment and disbelief. He felt a sharp, penetrating force akin to a drill, instantly shattering his gathered energy. A searing pain accompanied by an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping him. He emitted a brief yet agonizing scream, his robust physique resembling a kite severed from its string. His feet left the ground as he was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the energy shield at the edge of the arena, sending ripples surging outward. He then collapsed onto the ground like a puddle of mud, curling his body, exhaling but unable to inhale. The entirety of Training Hall No. 3 was enveloped in a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if they had witnessed the most incredible spectacle in the world. Was it yet another move? No, to be precise, it was a counterattack after evading countless strikes, executed before the entire faculty and student body on the official combat arena. This moment was far more impactful than the previous one at the martial arts school. Undeniably so. A wave of exclamations erupted like a tidal wave after the brief stillness. Incredible. Is this real? Instant kill. How did she achieve that? What kind of footwork was that? What boxing technique was employed? When did Wang Xinran become so formidable? To annihilate a mid-stage martial artist as a mid-stage herself, this was nothing short of monstrous. Teacher Zhang hastily approached the arena, first checking Zhou Kai's condition before lifting his gaze to Wang Xinran, his expression a complex blend of shock and curiosity. This girl has concealed her abilities quite deeply. That set of evasive maneuvers and that final punch, appearing chaotic, was in fact exquisite, undoubtedly crafted by a master. Could it be that the Wang family possesses some hidden legacy? Wang Xinran gradually retracted her fist, standing in place as she exhaled a breath of stale air. Feeling the smooth flow of her vital energy within, enhanced by that perfect strike, she listened to the deafening cheers and discussion surrounding her, observing the astonished, reverential, and even slightly adoring gazes from the audience. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration surged through her, electrifying her entire being. She fought the impulse to howl at the sky, silently shouting with all her might in her heart, "Dad! YYDS! This external assistance is simply marvelous. Chapter 19. Low-key bragging. The bell, signaling the end of the practical class, rang like a celestial melody. Yet for Zhou Kai, crumpled beneath the arena, it felt more like a death knell. He was helped up by others, his face pale as a sheet, his body limp like overcooked noodles, filled with dread, shame, and an unshakable confusion as he glanced at Wang Yitian. He still could not comprehend how, as a late-stage martial artist, he had been defeated so effortlessly by a mere mid-stage girl in front of a crowd, without the slightest chance to retaliate. Wang Yitian, however, was unfazed by the psychological shadows of her fallen opponent. She leisurely flexed her wrist, relishing the invigorating flow of her vital energy resulting from that perfect strike. Her heart bubbling with delight. Like a triumphant general returning from battle, she strode down the arena with confidence, under the gaze of countless astonished, adoring, and complex expressions. Yes, her steps must be steady, her expression cool, and her demeanor poised, neither overly proud nor lacking in a serene detachment. Yes, just like that. If Dad saw me, he would surely praise my star-like presence. Wang Yitian mentally cheered herself on. As expected, a path opened before her as she walked through the crowd. Whispers surged like a tide. Sister Ran is amazing. So strong. She is simply not human. Did you see her footwork just now? Was that the ghost shadow stepping? Nonsense. I think it's the long-lost Lingbo Weibo. From today onwards, Wang Yitian is my goddess. Oh please, a goddess whose punch could knock the very life out of you. On the surface, Wang Yitian remained calm and collected, even donning a hint of melancholy aloofness, while internally she was reveling in her triumph. Yes, yes. This is the feeling. Shower me with more praise. I can handle it. Just then, her homeroom teacher, Teacher Li, approached with a rare, amiable smile. Wang Yitian, please come to my office. Here it comes. The pivotal moment. Wang Yitian felt a thrill of excitement, recognizing this as the exclusive privilege of an exemplary student, a sign of a teacher's concern. She immediately suppressed her inner exuberance, switching to a compliant demeanor, slightly bowing. Of course, Teacher Li. Following Teacher Li, her mind raced with thoughts. Script activated. Acting mode on. Lines prepared. Humble, low-key, diligent, grateful. Core message. All credit belongs to the nurturing of the school and the guidance of teachers. Personal effort is merely a minuscule part. Subtext. All thanks to my dad's extraordinary support. But I must never reveal that. Upon entering the teacher's office, curious gazes from other teachers fell upon her. Teacher Li gestured for Wang Yitian to sit, adjusting his glasses as he regarded her with a look that blended scrutiny with approval. Wang Yitian, he began, his voice noticeably softer than usual. I was astonished and very pleased by your performance in the practical class today. Wang Yitian placed her hands on her knees, sitting upright, her eyes innocent yet tinged with shyness. Thank you for your praise, teacher. I was merely flailing about. Flailing about? Teacher Li chuckled, shaking his head. Can one flail about to the point of defeating Zhou Kai? His opening strike is no trivial matter. Speak honestly. Have you had any recent fortuitous encounters? Or did your family invite a master for guidance? The pivotal moment had arrived. Wang Yitian's internal alarm bells rang loudly. Yet her exterior portrayed a conflicted expression of being caught, yet intent on keeping her secrets. She lowered her head, nervously twisting her clothing, and softly replied, Actually, there's no special encounter. I just felt my foundation was too weak, so I practiced diligently after returning home, staying up late to train secretly. She emphasized the part about training late, attempting to instill a sense of honor in her struggles. Teacher Li appeared skeptical, but, seeing her reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further, simply remarking, Diligence is commendable, but one must also pay attention to methods. Your footwork and striking techniques are quite exceptional, not resembling the basic martial arts taught in school. It appears you have indeed put in considerable effort and possess great talent. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. It's largely due to the excellent instruction from you and the other teachers. Wang Yitian quickly adorned Teacher Li with praises. Indeed, Teacher Li nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a small jade vial from his drawer and handing it to Wang Yitian. This is a junior body refining liquid awarded by the school to students with outstanding performances. Although it is not of high grade, it can assist in stabilizing your current realm and solidifying your foundation. Take it and continue to work hard. I look forward to your performance in the end-of-term assessment. Wang Xinran accepted the vial with both hands, feeling its coolness and sensing the faint energy fluctuations within. Her face lit up with surprise and gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Li. I will strive even harder and will not disappoint your expectations. Internally, however, she was sarcastically lamenting. Junior body refining liquid? Is this the school's mass-produced, watered-down version? Does this even compare to my father's unbranded junior body refining powder? Probably doesn't he even have a strong enough scent? Sigh, better than nothing. Wait, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Could this item be traded with her father for something of equal value? For instance, a session of exclusive martial arts insight? Or perhaps half a bottle of daughter's joyful water to try. With that in mind, her gaze upon the vial shifted from that of a mere trinket to a coveted resource, shimmering with potential. Stepping out of the office, Wang Xinran felt her steps even lighter. Holding that vial of strategic importance, her mind began strategizing how to engage in a fair and just exchange with her father. As the school bell rang, she mounted her beloved Ghostfire skateboard amid the gazes of admiration and envy, executing a stylish tailspin as she exited the school gates. The warm glow of the setting sun bathed her in a golden light. She reminisced about the vivid scenes from today's practical class. The sight of Zhou Kai being struck down, the astonished expressions of her classmates, and the delighted praise from Teacher Li, whose smile seemed to stretch uncontrollably to the roots of his ears. The exhilaration of showing off felt intoxicating, more delightful than consuming an energy crystal. She could hardly contain her eagerness to share this joy, so she took out her phone and opened the contacts saved as Fei Chai Lao Dai. Her fingers danced across the screen as she typed, "Old man." In today's practical class, this genius defeated Zhou Kai in one move. The entire room was stunned. The teacher praised me as a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. How about that? Did I bring you some glory? Remember to add chicken legs for dinner. The biggest ones. The Orleans flavor. Don't try to fool me with starchy sausages. Within 3 seconds of sending the message, her phone chimed. Wang Xinran glanced down and nearly toppled off her skateboard in laughter. The chat interface displayed a large, tacky, shimmering golden animated emoji. Thumbs up JPG, accompanied by the caption, "Give you a thumbs up." Immediately following was a text message. "Absolutely. My daughter is amazing. The chicken legs are ready. Plenty of them." Opening the image revealed a close-up of several plump, glistening Orleans chicken legs in a supermarket-esque refrigerated display, their price tags particularly eye-catching. Wang Xinran looked at her phone screen, grinning ear to ear. She could easily imagine her father sprawled on the sofa, proudly scrolling through his phone while absent-mindedly picking at his feet, eagerly awaiting her return to bask in her glory. Although he could be stingy, sarcastic, and loved to be mysterious, he always knew how to come through during crucial moments. The sensation of sharing her triumph, having someone proud of her, and receiving chicken legs felt truly wonderful. Wang Xinran tucked her phone away, pushed off forcefully with her foot, and accelerated on her skateboard toward home against the backdrop of the setting sun. The wind tousled her colorful short hair and dispelled her weariness. At that moment, she felt capable of defeating 10 Zhou Kais. With a good father, it was like possessing a treasure. These days of relying on her parents seemed to hold ever-increasing promise. Chapter 20. Rising Fame. The tacky, thumbs-up JPG and the mouth-watering close-up of the Orleans chicken legs sent a surge of exhilaration through Wang Xinran, elevating her vanity to new heights. She glided through the throngs of students after school on her skateboard, feeling as light as a feather, invigorated by the attention around her. Even the scruffy stray dogs by the roadside appeared more charming. Were it not for her desire to maintain an air of sophistication, she would have performed a backflip off her skateboard and shouted in delight. "Stay low-key, stay low-key," she chanted in her mind, trying to suppress her smile, crafting a facade of aloofness. Unfortunately, the uncontrollable upward curve of her lips and the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her. The transformation in the gazes of those around her was immediate. As she entered the school gates and walked toward the teaching building, she could distinctly sense a shift in the perception of her peers. Previously, they regarded her as the peculiar girl with colorful hair or the one with the least skill. Now they exclaimed, "Look, it's Wang Xinran. Sister Ran, good morning. Yesterday's practical class was incredible. You defeated Zhou Kai in one move. Amazing." Younger students, particularly those in lower grades, looked at her with unabashed curiosity, admiration, and perhaps even a hint of fervor. The greetings carried a tone of cautious respect. Wang Xinran's heart swelled with joy, though she maintained a cool demeanor, merely nodding and responding with a nonchalant hum, as if accustomed to this newfound adoration. Internally, she reveled in the moment. Yes, this is the feeling. Don't stop. Keep it coming. During the break, the effect intensified. As she stepped out of the classroom to enjoy a breath of fresh air, several first-year students, still bearing youthful innocence, approached her. The leader, a small boy with thick glasses, clutched a crumpled copy of Fundamentals of Punching Techniques, sweat beading on his palms from nervousness. Sister Ann, he stammered. We watched the video of your practical class yesterday. You were incredible. Can we ask you about your footwork? Wang Xinran paused, raising an eyebrow. Being sought after for advice felt refreshingly novel. Observing the eager yet anxious expressions of these younger students, her vanity soared. Cleared her throat. She recalled her father's often cryptic yet influential guidance. With her hands tucked into the pockets of her ripped jeans, she slightly raised her chin and adopted a tone that blended laziness with an air of wisdom. Consultation? Not quite. In martial arts, one must have insight. She extended a finger to tap her temple, asserting, merely watching isn't enough. You must ponder here. Power isn't about brute strength. It requires finesse. Understand? Like skipping stones, the stone schemes the surface. It doesn't just plunge in. She wrapped her half-understood father's wisdom in more enigmatic terms, adding a metaphor she deemed quite illustrative. The younger students looked bewildered yet captivated, nodding in agreement, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Got it. Thank you for your guidance. Sister Ann. Wang Xinran nodded approvingly, waved her hand, and, amidst a chorus of respectful goodbyes, turned away with a triumphant smile. Internally, she laughed, haha, this feels fantastic. Being a big shot is exhilarating. Just a few casual remarks, and they treat them like gospel. This phenomenon peaked during lunch. Inside the cafeteria, having just collected her meal, she intended to find a quiet corner to enjoy her solitary lunch as a strong individual when several girls from her grade, who typically had little interaction with her, approached with their trays. Ran, there's space here. Come sit with us. Yes, let us eat together. You were so impressive yesterday. How'd you train? Wang Xinran surveyed the girls, recalling that they had previously associated closely with Shou Kai's group, often gossiping about her. Now, however, they wore expressions of enthusiasm and flattery. Ah, the nature of humanity. Internally, she scoffed, but on the surface she offered a warm smile. Sure, come sit. In the span of a meal, she found herself surrounded by a chorus of Sister Ran and Sister Ran, with questions ranging from technique to which brand of enhancement liquid she used. Even inquiries about where she dyed her hair to achieve such flair. Wang Xinran leveraged her father's teachings, responding ambiguously and cryptically, occasionally quoting his sayings, leaving her young admirers in awe of her wisdom. By the end of the school day, a group of devoted fans had coalesced around her, both boys and girls, forming a small entourage centered on her, dubbed the Ran Family Army. She rode her skateboard ahead, trailed by her followers, feeling as if she had reached the pinnacle of her life. The sensation of being adored, needed, and regarded as an authority was utterly intoxicating. It turned out that being a martial prowess champion was far more exhilarating than she had ever imagined. She floated home, contemplating how to boast to her father about her glorious achievements of the day, how to convey the tale of her commanding presence, as admirers eagerly awaited her return. Bang! She burst through the door, a whirlwind of energy, leaning her skateboard against the wall and tossing her backpack aside with fluid grace. Dad, I'm back, she exclaimed, her voice vibrant with suppressed excitement. Wang Yitian, donned in an apron, was battling several Orleans chicken legs in the kitchen. He poked his head out, a broad smile illuminating his face. Ah, our great hero has returned. Did you conquer all at school today? Absolutely. Wang Xinran rushed to the edge of the sofa, collapsing onto it with an exuberant demeanor, her hands and feet animatedly describing the day's events. You wouldn't believe it. I'm at school now, and it's incredible. She gave a thumbs up, exclaiming that everywhere she went, people greeted her. Sister Ran. During breaks, even the first-year boys approached her for advice, asking how to practice footwork and apply strength effectively. Wang Yitian, very much engaged, set down his spatula, wiped his hands, and sat beside her, his face revealing just the right amount of astonishment and admiration. Really? First-year students are coming to consult you? My daughter is quite the figure now. Absolutely. Wang Xinran lifted her chin higher. I am now this prominent in my grade. She gestured with her thumb, asserting that those who once looked down upon her now had to take a detour upon encountering her. During lunch, girls even reserved seats for me and asked what brand of body enhancement liquid I use. Wow, that's amazing, Wang Yitian exclaimed, slapping his thigh in an exaggerated manner. My daughter is destined to become a campus legend. Should I get you a bodyguard? Stay low-key, stay low-key. Wang Xinran waved her hand, trying to appear nonchalant. But her eyes sparkled with pride. It's mainly your guidance, Dad. Her flattery made Wang Yitian feel utterly at ease, and his smile became even more genuine. Oh no, it's your own extraordinary talent. You grasp things effortlessly. Wang Xinran felt elated by the praise, her ego inflating as if she might float away. Seeing her father's proud grin filled her with a sense of satisfaction, as if bestowing him a favor for making her shine. With a grand gesture, she declared in a tone of benevolence, considering how understanding you are and that I've prepared chicken legs, I've decided. Wang Yitian, intrigued, inquired, decided what? Wang Xinran cleared her throat and announced, this month, I shall drop 2 fewer dishes. Wang Yitian's smile instantly froze, his lips twitching slightly. Observing his daughter's grateful expression, he managed to squeeze out a response through clenched teeth. I thank you. Wang Xinran nodded in satisfaction, rising to her feet and rushing towards the kitchen. Are the chicken legs ready? I am starving. Today I want to eat 3. Wang Yitian watched his daughter's vibrant figure retreat, shaking his head in resignation, yet unable to hide his amusement. This daughter of his was indeed becoming increasingly difficult to manage. In the following days, Wang Xinran's life flourished splendidly, bubbling with excitement. At school, she had completely transformed from an unnoticed presence to the illustrious Sister Ran, walking with an air of confidence and being surrounded by admirers. In the cafeteria, the workers served her generously. At the training hall, equipment that was once hard to access was now willingly offered to her. Even in the restroom, whispers about her heroic deeds could be heard outside the stalls. This sensation of being the center of attention made her fully appreciate the exhilarating truth that strength equates to justice. She even felt a twinge of gratitude towards Zhou Kai, the one who had inadvertently highlighted her brilliance. Without his failure, how could her prowess shine so brightly? However, she was not blinded by success. After all, she had a father who occasionally used paternal authority to temper her enthusiasm. She understood well that her current abilities were nothing in the face of true masters. Thus, she trained even harder than before, wishing for days to stretch to 48 hours to absorb her father's rugged yet practical insights. During the day, she reveled in admiration at school, and at night, she extracted every bit of wisdom from her father, leading a fulfilling life that also stirred envy. Yes, envy. While she basked in success, others were grappling with their own discontent. At the forefront was Zhou Kai, publicly humiliated in practical classes. He had swiftly transformed from a reputed minor expert into the laughingstock of the school overnight. His former companions now regarded him with disdain, their respectful demeanor fading. He had taken several days off, hiding from the embarrassment, but eventually he could not escape his fate. At that moment, Zhou Kai stood dejectedly in his living room, facing a middle-aged man with a dark expression, bulging temples, and an intimidating aura seated on the sofa. This was his uncle, Zhou Biao, a squad leader in the city's defense forces, possessing the strength of a mid-level martial artist. Waste. Zhou Biao slammed his palm onto the coffee table, causing cracks to appear on its surface. A mid-level girl, recognized as a waste, was able to defeat you? You've brought disgrace to the Zhou family. Zhou trembled, his voice quivering. Uncle, it's true. That girl is something else. Her footwork is bizarre, and her punches are wicked. I couldn't even touch her. She must have used some underhanded trick. Or perhaps her useless father is not as useless as he seems. Wang Yitian? Zhou Biao furrowed his brow, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. He had a vague recollection of the man, living in a low-income housing area, surviving on a pension, appearing meek and submissive. But he had never regarded him as a threat. A retired low-level martial artist could hardly raise a daughter capable of defeating his mid-level martial artist nephew. How could that be possible? Yet the evidence before him was undeniable. It appeared that the Wang family was hiding something. Zhou Biao's gaze turned sinister. He would not let this transgression against his nephew go unpunished. I will find out what demon is behind this. For now, You need to keep a low profile. Don't embarrass yourself further. I will devise a way to probe Wang Yitian. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai's heart soared with joy, and he nodded vigorously. Thank you, uncle. Thank you. Others at school were also developing an intense interest in Wang Yitian. In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3, a boy dressed in ordinary school attire, but possessing sharp eyes and a calm demeanor, was quietly listening to his classmates' discussions. His name was Lin Hao, the top student of Grade 3, a martial artist at full mastery, almost stepping into the realm of a martial master, a prodigy under the school's focus. Usually engrossed in training, he paid little attention to the outside world. Hey, have you heard? That Wang Yitian from Grade 2, the one with the colorful hair, defeated Zhou Kai in practical class the other day. A small boy leaned in to share. Lin Hao did not even lift his eyelids, simply responding with a faint hum. Isn't that amazing? Although Zhou Kai is a bit of a waste, he is still a bona fide mid-level martial artist. To be defeated by a mid-level girl. They say she didn't even use any profound techniques, just basic fist techniques, but her power and footwork. Astonishing. The small boy continued to gossip. Lin Hao's fingers paused as he turned the pages of his book. Basic fist techniques, defeating a mid-level martial artist? This was indeed intriguing. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the second-year teaching building, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Pure technique achieving such results? It seems that Wang Yitian is not as simple as she appears. I might have an opportunity to spar with her. Elsewhere in the student council office, the council president, a girl with a gentle demeanor and keen eyes, had also received reports about Wang Yitian. She lightly tapped the table, deep in thought. Is this sudden rise in power due to years of hard work, or some fortuitous encounter? It seems the upcoming grade assessment will be quite interesting. Beneath the calm surface of the campus, the sudden emergence of Wang Yitian had begun to stir undercurrents. Meanwhile, she remained blissfully unaware. Immersed in the glow of her newfound status and zealously extracting wisdom from her father. Recently, she had noticed an increase in upperclassmen seeking her counsel, their gazes carrying an evaluative weight, but she had managed to deflect their scrutiny with her father's mystical teachings. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of orange, Wang Yitian, as usual, walked towards the school gate with her fellow members of the Rand family, laughing and joking. After agreeing to meet at the training hall the next day, they parted ways. She joyfully stepped on her skateboard, intending to reward herself with a cup of milk tea from her favorite little shop after a day of diligent training. However, as she turned into a secluded alley leading to the snack street, typically less crowded, her pace involuntarily slowed. At the entrance of the alley, she found herself unexpectedly confronted by 3 or 4 towering students clad in senior high school uniforms. The leader, a robust figure towering over her, had a buzz cut and a faint scar on his face. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze dripping with undisguised disdain and provocation as he fixed his cold stare upon her. The other 3 had spread out, subtly forming a blockade that obstructed her escape. The energy fluctuations emanating from these individuals were not weak. They were clearly late-stage martial artists, with the scarred leader exuding a stable and oppressive aura, suggesting he was not far from attaining the martial master realm. A chill ran down Wang Yitian's spine. The newcomers did not appear friendly. She halted her skateboard, balancing on one foot, her colorful short hair gleaming under the setting sun. The ease on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by an instinctive alertness. Strangely, rather than fear, she felt a flicker of excitement, akin to a hunter spotting worthy prey. The scarred leader, noting her pause, smirked coldly and spoke in a rasping voice laced with mockery. You must be Wang Yitian from the second year. Wang Yitian remained silent, her gaze steady upon him. The scarred leader continued. I hear you're quite the fighter. You took down that waste, Zhou Kai, in just 3 moves? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, still silent. Her inner thoughts racing. So, they've come looking for a fight? Quite efficient. Seeing her silence, the leader assumed she was intimidated, his smile becoming more derisive. What? Are you dumbstruck? Don't worry, the seniors mean no harm. We just want to see how you've been faring lately and perhaps give you a little lesson on what it means to be outclassed. He emphasized practice and lesson, laden with veiled threats. Wang Yitian took a deep breath. Instead of panicking, her heart raced with an inexplicable thrill. She sensed the strength of her opponents, far surpassing Zhou Kai. Facing them head-on, her odds were slim. Yet, the techniques she had been diligently perfecting under her father's guidance craved a worthy target for testing. especially the insights on Cun gene and shifting force her father had cryptically revealed days ago, which she had yet to practice. Danger? Perhaps. Exciting? Most certainly. An opportunity? Rare. She almost felt grateful to Zhou Kai's uncle for delivering her a substantial experience package so swiftly. With this thought, rather than retreating, Wang Xinran stepped forward, her eyes shining with challenge beneath her colorful hair as she provocatively asked, "Practice? Sure. Where shall we do this? Here?" She glanced around the narrow alley, assessing the space. "It's a bit cramped for me to unleash my full potential, senior." The scarred leader momentarily faltered, seemingly taken aback by her audacity. He sneered, "It's sufficient. 3 moves will suffice to handle you." Meanwhile, in a modest apartment, Wang Yitian was tying on an apron, salivating over the sizzling chicken legs in the pot, contemplating whether to prepare them in a red braise or teriyaki style. Suddenly, his old phone beeped twice from his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered a message from his precious daughter. The succinct content, brimming with Wang Xinran's characteristic style, read, "Old man, alley behind the school. Hurry and bring me ahead." Location. Wang Yitian stared at the message, stunned for a moment. Then instead of worrying, he broke into a broad grin, revealing a set of white teeth. He leisurely removed his apron, tossing it onto the sofa. However, his expression shifted to that of a hawk, sharp and alert, shedding the guise of the domestic cook. "Here we go again. Business is quite brisk," he murmured to himself, his tone laced with anticipation. "Just in time. My fatherly love is running low. Time to restock." Before his words had faded, his figure flickered, vanishing like a wraith, leaving behind only the enticing aroma of chicken still sizzling in the kitchen. Chapter 22. Crisis moment. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the weathered walls of the narrow alley in a warm orange hue. Yet it did little to dispel the chilling atmosphere that pervaded the area. The air was thick with the damp scent of mildew and the faint, sour odor wafting from a distant dumpster, creating an incongruous contrast to the palpable tension that hung in the air. Wang Xinran steadied herself on her skateboard, her colorful hair fluttering restlessly in the breeze, the fluorescent green tips glaring under the dim light. Just a few steps ahead, the scarred senior loomed like a wall, casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely. The 3 companions flanked the alley and sides, their malicious looks and sinister smirks sealing off every possible route of escape, forming a crude, yet effective encirclement. The atmosphere felt suffocating, punctuated only by the distant hum of hovering engines and the chaotic noises of the city, which only served to amplify the silence within the alley. The scarred leader, arms flexed with muscles, surveyed Wang Xinran with unabashed contempt and mockery, akin to a butcher sizing up a lamb for slaughter, contemplating the best place to strike. "With your petite frame and meager skills, you took down that waist, Zhou Kai?" His voice rasped like sandpaper against rusty metal, dripping with derision. "It seems the Zhou family has truly fallen on hard times, allowing just anyone to rise above them. Did you think that defeating Zhou Kai elevated your status?" He stepped forward, his heavy boots thudding against the uneven ground, releasing a palpable aura of late-stage martial prowess that pressed down upon Wang Xinran like a tide, thick with a faint scent of bloodlust. This presence was far more potent than Zhou Kai's, seasoned with the brutality of real combat, making the air around Wang Xinran feel oppressively heavy. She felt a momentary hitch in her breath, her chest constricted as if weighed down by a stone, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she inhaled deeply, forcing down her instinctive unease, rallying her inner energy to combat the external pressure. The clumsy but effective techniques her father had taught her flashed through her mind, each detail recalled and analyzed in rapid succession. Fear, perhaps, as adrenaline coursed through her veins, causing her palms to sweat slightly. But more than that was an unshakable thrill, a desire to test her skills against a formidable opponent. Like a fledgling hawk clutching a blade, torn between the fear of the abyss and the eagerness to soar. She even felt a twinge of gratitude towards Zhou Kai's uncle for providing her with such a prime opportunity for experience. Late-stage martial artist? Perfect. A chance to test her skills, with nothing to lose and everything to gain. "Senior," Wang Xinran began, her voice surprisingly calm, even managing to infuse a hint of mockery despite the tension tightening her tone. "Are you charging for passage? Is this territory under your jurisdiction? Or perhaps Is Zhou Kai your long-lost brother, and you're here to clean up his mess? The leader's expression darkened instantly, visibly enraged by her biting words. You sharp-tongued brat. Just wait until I shatter every tooth in your mouth. Let's see how tough you are then. With no further ado, he roared like an enraged beast, his foot driving into the ground, sending dust swirling. He launched himself towards Wang Yitian with the speed of an arrow, propelled by his massive frame. A fierce gust of wind trailing behind him as he charged directly at her, with a firm grip of the right fist. The knuckles erupted with the sound akin to popping beans, as a pale yellow earth elemental energy coalesced at the knuckles, rendering the fist seemingly encased in a layer of rock. It sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, devoid of embellishment, as it descended with tremendous force toward Wang Yitian's face. Before the punch could land, the fierce gale it generated struck Wang Yitian's cheek, causing sharp pain, while her colorful hair whipped wildly behind her. This punch, in terms of speed, power, and momentum, was leagues beyond Zhou Kai's capabilities. It was a genuine display of ruthless intent, aimed at delivering a crippling blow without any room for mercy. Here it came. Wang Yitian's pupils constricted, her muscles tensing instantaneously like taut steel. She opted not to confront the blow head-on, instead drawing from her father's unconventional wisdom. She shifted her footwork into an uncanny maneuver, retreating not in a straight line, but gliding sideways with subtle arcs. Her body resembled willow catkins in the wind, seeking to minimize movement and effort as she slipped into the gaps of the punch's force, her arms crossing defensively before her, her vital energy surging as she braced to absorb the unavoidable impact. Her focus sharpened to a razor's edge, amplifying her senses to their peak as she fixated on the ever-growing fist shrouded in rock-like energy, calculating the angles, force, and timing. Her inner thoughts raced. Steady now. Unite your waist and legs. Feel the flow of energy. Release. Even if I cannot win, I shall take a piece of you. Let Lao Deng see that his daughter is no coward. Even in defeat, you shall pay a price. The ferocious wind from the punch bore down, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. The fist, colossal and brimming with dreadful power, loomed large in her vision, seemingly poised to strike. Just at that critical juncture, as Wang Yitian was about to collide with the fist, a panicked voice, tinged with a childish wail and reminiscent of trips to her grandmother's home, echoed from the alley's entrance in a jarring and absurd manner, shattering the deadly tension. Oh my! Hero, spare my daughter. If there is anything, come at me. Take me instead. I'm tough. I could take a beating. This unexpected and dramatically ill-timed shout startled the scarred-faced man, causing his powerful punch to falter mid-air, the energy surrounding his fist momentarily disturbed. Wang Yitian's heart skipped a beat, nearly losing her gathered energy due to this sudden distraction. The rhythm was instantly disrupted. Without needing to turn, she recognized that voice, that tone, and that blend of cowardice and cheekiness. It could only belong to her father, Wang Yitian, the professional firefighter and part-time master of feigned death, who somehow always managed to make his presence felt in the most bizarre ways. Chapter 23. Thunderous methods. The scarred-faced man and his companions were momentarily rendered speechless by this abrupt, deeply cowardly, yet somewhat comical cry, all turning in unison to gaze skeptically at the alley entrance. Even the encircling group showed signs of faltering. Emerging from the shadows was a middle-aged man clad in a faded, loose-fitting old hoodie inscribed with the indistinct letters YOLO, paired with baggy shorts, and wearing flip-flops that were barely holding together. He stumbled and scrambled into the alley, his movements as chaotic as if pursued by a dog. Clutching a low-quality red plastic shopping basket emblazoned with supermarket discount slogans, the basket swayed violently with his frantic pace. Housing a few wilted green onions and a particularly vibrant cucumber, the latter standing out as the basket's visual centerpiece. It was none other than Wang Yitian. His face was a canvas of sheer terror, his brow furrowed in distress, lips trembling as if afflicted by a fit, gasping for breath. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He resembled a powerless father, enraged at the sight of his precious daughter being bullied, yet utterly incapable of intervening except through desperate shouts of bravado. My daughter, my heart, are you all right? You scared your father to death. My soul is nearly flying away. Wang Yitian wailed as he rushed to Wang Yitian's side. Without hesitation, he roughly pulled her behind him, his not-so-broad slightly hunched frame trembling as it stood before the imposing scarred man. In stark contrast to the man's muscular build, his figure appeared exceedingly frail and comical, akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Wang Xinran found herself both amused and exasperated by her father's theatrical display, nearly suppressing a laugh at the absurdity of the situation. She glanced at the cucumber in the basket, miraculously intact amidst the chaos, and her lips quirked in suppressed mirth. Internally, she mused, "Here we go again. P.S. at it. His acting itch is flaring up. Has he upgraded his props? A cucumber? Is he planning to demonstrate a cold cucumber salad right here? This old man even chose the finest cucumber as a prop for his grocery run. How thoughtful." The scarred man, regaining his composure and assessing the man's disheveled appearance, was instantly filled with contempt, disgust, and a sense of being gravely insulted. He felt humiliated. Dealing with Wang Xinran was already beneath him, but now this elderly man, clearly a bottom-dwelling failure of society, had the audacity to intervene? Was this a coordinated effort to mock him? When had the Zhou family sunk so low as to be provoked by such riffraff? Old fool, get lost. This is none of your business. If you don't want to die, scram while you can. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too, and send you both to the hospital. The scarred man barked impatiently, swatting at Wang Yitian's shoulder as if to brush away an annoying fly. Though he did not channel any energy into the strike, his formidable physical strength as a seasoned warrior was enough to shatter the shoulder blades of an ordinary man, sending him sprawling, dazed and confused. He anticipated that this old man would be easily brushed aside, crying for help, reduced to a pitiful state. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Wang Yitian's tattered hoodie, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Wang Yitian, seemingly startled by the sudden attack, flailed his arms in a clumsy attempt to block, resembling a startled goose trying to flap its wings. Coincidentally, his right hand was brandishing that vibrant cucumber. "Oh, don't hit. Good sir, spare me. I'm just passing by. It's all a misunderstanding," Wang Yitian cried out, his voice a desperate wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, eyes tightly shut as if bracing for impending doom, weakly thrusting the cucumber forward in a futile gesture of defense. Filled with the essence of despair, what transpired next left everyone present, including Wang Xinran, who thought she knew her father well, in a state of shock that would be forever etched in their memories. The unassuming cucumber, which should have easily succumbed to the punch, emitted a fleeting, barely noticeable pale golden glow as it met the scarred man's powerful hand. The light flickered out as swiftly as it appeared, almost resembling a reflection of the setting sun. Then came the sound of a crisp, bone-chilling crack, accompanied by a dull thud like a hammer striking a sandbag, both resonating simultaneously. The mocking grin and disdain etched on the scarred man's face froze instantaneously, as if encased in ice, and then transformed rapidly into sheer horror, disbelief, and immense pain. He felt as if his hand had not struck a cucumber, but rather collided with a mountain forged from the finest steel, hurtling toward him with unyielding force. An indescribable, overwhelming, and tyrannical force surged through his arm, shattering all resistance with an unstoppable ferocity. A short, piercing scream escaped his lips, transforming into a chilling wail as his right arm twisted at a grotesque angle, breaking in an unnatural manner. The stark, blood-stained bone protruded from his flesh and sleeve, laid bare to the air, a horrifying sight to behold. His massive frame, weighing over 200 pounds, was struck as if by a rampaging armored rhinoceros, lifting him off the ground and sending him hurtling backward like a discarded sack of straw, completely out of control. A thunderous crash echoed as the scarred man collided forcefully with the filthy wall of the alley 8 meters away, causing the graffiti-covered surface to tremble violently and fissure like a spider's web, dust and debris cascading down. He was embedded in the wall like an abstract painting, his head drooping lifelessly, blood seeping from his mouth, nose, and a shattered arm, without a sound, unconscious and oblivious to life or death. It was a decisive kill, truly, without suspense, an explosive visual impact, a crushing annihilation, executed with nothing more than a cucumber, an ordinary cucumber that appeared suitable for a salad. The entire alley fell into a deathly silence, so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. Tom seemed to have come to a standstill. The remaining 3 henchmen stared in wide-eyed disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an entire quail egg. Their bodies stiffened as if struck by lightning. Utterly petrified in place, their minds blank, unable to process the absurd, terrifying spectacle before them. They glanced at their bloodied leader embedded in the wall. Then at the hapless uncle still clutching half a cucumber, his face betraying lingering shock. In that moment, their worldview, perspective on life, and values were utterly shattered, crushed to dust by that very cucumber. Wang Yitian was equally stunned, her mouth agape enough to fit a quail egg. She was aware of her father's strength, of his hidden depths, and of his ability to dispatch masters in an instant. Yet to think he could annihilate a fully alert martial artist with a mere cucumber, waved casually, was an outrageous shock. This was no longer mere strength. It was insanity. What more astonishing feats did this old man possess? Was that cucumber truly an ancient artifact disguised as a vegetable? It dawned on Wang Yitian that the cucumber he held had broken, and he mournfully glanced at the remaining half, even bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Then he patted his chest, exhaling dramatically as if he had just returned from a harrowing brush with death. He turned to his bewildered daughter, whose worldview was being reconstructed, and with a tremor of relief in his voice, said earnestly, "Oh, dear, you nearly scared your father to death. My heart was almost leaping out of my throat. What is wrong with the youth these days, so quick to violence without a shred of martial ethics? Luckily, your father was quick-witted and agile, or I would have been lying here today. What a shame for that cucumber. Just bought this morning, so fresh. I was planning to make you a cold dish tonight." Wang Yitian gazed at her father's fearful yet clever demeanor, then at the strikingly horrific human-shaped relief embedded in the wall and the glaring pool of blood beneath it. Gradually, she emerged from her stupor of shock, taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to shove the remaining cucumber into her father's mouth. She rolled her eyes dramatically, the intensity so great that one might worry her eyeballs would dislocate. From between clenched teeth, she managed to utter a few words laden with exasperated critique. "Keep it up. Your acting is over the top, contrived, 0 out of 10. Negative points roll out. The golden raspberries owe you a lifetime achievement award." Wang Yitian blinked innocently, feigning innocence. "Daughter, how can you say that? I was in real danger just now, almost sending a white-haired man to bury a black-haired one. My heart is still racing. Danger my foot. What are you talking about?" Wang Yitian interrupted, pointing at the wall mural, her voice rising an octave. "You call that danger? That was a one-sided massacre. Cucumber slaughter. No one would believe it if they heard." She was done with her father's theatrics and his unending antics. Moving closer, she bent down to pick up the half-cucumber still stained with the scarred man's fresh blood and a hint of burnt smell. With a look of disdain, she tossed it into the nearby trash can as if discarding something vile. "I'm leaving. Going home. I am starving." She kicked at the trembling henchmen, who looked as if they might wet themselves, and shouted impatiently, "Hey, are you all dumbstruck? Get your boss off the wall and take him to the hospital. Don't let him die here. It's bad luck. It's just annoying to look at." With that, she strode out of the alley without a glance back, her steps slightly unsteady from shock and excitement, her once vibrant hair losing its former bravado. Today's thrill was overwhelming, and she needed time to process it all. Wang Yitian hurriedly grabbed his precious vegetable basket and hurried after her, chattering as if he had merely swatted a bothersome fly. "Daughter, what do you want for dinner? Shall I make you some braised pork to calm your nerves?" The youth these days, truly declining in morals, so quick to violence without a second thought. Unlike our times, the father and daughter, one fuming and the other rambling, faded into the distance, as if they had merely experienced a trivial farce. Only the shocked, bewildered henchmen remained, along with the silent testament of the absurd, terrifying scene that had just unfolded, now immortalized in the wall, and the faint scent of cucumber lingering in the air. Chapter 24. The coming storm in Wang Yitian's humble, sparsely furnished rental apartment. A warmth incongruous with the external environment permeated the air, perhaps a form of eerie harmony. The rich aroma of braised pork valiantly battled against the musty dampness typical of old houses, firmly establishing its dominance over the senses. Wang Yitian, like a famished tabby cat, unceremoniously dug into her rice bowl, her cheeks stuffed to the brim, occasionally emitting contented sighs. Meanwhile, Wang Yitian, the other protagonist who had just crafted a masterpiece with a cucumber, meticulously picked at his teeth with chopsticks, radiating an aura of serene contentment. as if he had merely stepped out to take out the garbage rather than embedding a living person into the wall as a relief sculpture. "Hey, old man, I must say, your braised pork skills are quite remarkable," Wang Yitian managed to say, swallowing a mouthful of meat, her words muffled by her full cheeks. Then she burped loudly, adding, "But could you please not put so much sugar next time? It's overly sweet, not conducive to maintaining physique for martial arts training, you know?" Wang Yitian, without lifting his gaze, leisurely continued to savor his toothpick. "You know nothing. This is a traditional secret recipe, sweet and savory, replenishing energy. Look at you, as thin as a reed. If you don't eat well, how will you gain strength? How will you carry on my legacy?" "Your legacy? Please." Wang Yitian rolled her eyes, setting down her bowl and patting her slightly bulging stomach. "If I inherit your couch potato legacy, the Wang family's martial arts tradition will end with me." "Hey, how can you speak like that?" Wang Yitian feigned a strike at her head, but Wang Yitian deftly dodged, and the two fell into their habitual post-meal banter. However, the unique atmosphere of this shabby yet cozy rental district was about to be torn asunder by an utterly unrelated air of menace. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, within a three-story villa in the western district of Jiangxing, which starkly contrasts with its surroundings, an oppressive atmosphere pervades the air, thick and suffocating like the stillness before a tempest. The living room is illuminated by an expensive crystal lamp, casting a cold white light that fails to dispel the chilling ambience that permeates every corner. On the floor lies the wreckage of a mahogany tea table, shattered by a violent force, with wood shavings scattered everywhere. Zhou Biao, a formidable martial artist of the late stage within the city's defense forces, paces restlessly in the living room, resembling a lion thoroughly enraged. Clad in a dark blue training outfit, his temples throb, and the aura surrounding him no longer exudes the usual calmness, but rather resembles a volcano on the verge of eruption, filled with fury and a desire for destruction. Each step he takes causes the hard floor to emit faint creaks, revealing the tempest of rage within him. Before him kneel three thugs, ashen-faced and trembling like leaves in a storm, the very same individuals who had narrowly escaped the calamity of the cucumber incident earlier that afternoon. They have recounted the events of the day in a disjointed manner for the third time, particularly emphasizing how Wang Yitian wielded an unremarkable cucumber to effortlessly send their accomplished leader, Zhao Meng, crashing into a wall, rendering him unconscious. Biao Yi, it's true. Just a cucumber, that verdant cucumber, and Zhao Lao was sent flying. One thug wails, his voice laced with despair, a hint of shameful odor emanating from his trousers. A consequence of sheer terror. The mention of the cucumber causes Zhou Biao to abruptly halt, his chest heaving as he lets out a suppressed growl, his voice hoarse, filled with incredulity and a profound sense of humiliation. The veins on his forehead writhe like worms, and his gaze is steely with murderous intent. The humiliation is unbearable. An absolute farce. After years of navigating Jiangxing's western district, what scene has he not witnessed? Yet, to have his nephew and trusted aide incapacitated by a mere cucumber? This has transcended the realm of provocation. It is as if his dignity and that of the Zhou family have been thrown into a cesspit and trampled upon. First, his nephew Zhou Kai was publicly annihilated by Wang Yitian at the martial arts school, turning the Zhou family into a laughingstock. Now Zhao Meng, who is on the brink of breaking through to the next level, has been rendered a mere shell of his former self by Wang Yitian, a man he had previously dismissed as an inconsequential, downtrodden resident of a low-rent district. Using nothing but a cucumber, if this news were to spread, Zhou Biao would have no place left to show his face in this territory. He might as well find a block of tofu and end it all. Wang Yitian. Zhou Biao grits out the name between clenched teeth, each syllable imbued with icy venom. Underscored by a hatred that cuts deep and a flicker of doubt, he is reluctant to admit. He had suspected Wang Yitian's prowess, wondering how a man of such dubious worth could possibly raise a daughter capable of defeating opponents of a higher tier. It now seems there is more than meets the eye. This old rascal has been playing the fool, concealing his true depth. Could it be that a single cucumber could disrupt Zhao Meng's mastery of energy control to such an extent? Or is there something peculiar about that cucumber? Zhou Biao's eyes flicker as he rapidly analyzes the situation, attempting to suppress his shock and assess the opponent's strength. Zhao Meng is a consummate martial artist, mere steps away from mastery, yet he was dispatched with such ease. This indicates a formidable strength, undoubtedly that of a martial master, and not merely on the threshold. At the very least, a mid-stage martial master, perhaps even late stage? This realization sent a chill through him. A late-stage martial master? At the same level as himself? Perhaps even superior? No, it cannot be. What kind of grandmaster would dwell in such a slum? Absolutely impossible. The most plausible explanation is that Wang Yitian has stumbled upon some fortuitous luck, reaching the late stage of mastery or mastering some exceedingly bizarre and sinister technique. Yes, that must be it. Only a strange technique could yield such staggering results. Having seemingly grasped the crux of the matter, Zhou Biao's astonishment diminishes, replaced by a fervent rage and a flicker of greed. A peculiar technique? If only he could acquire it. But for now, the priority is to restore his pride. In the most domineering and undeniable manner, he must crush the Wang family. Let everyone witness the consequences of crossing Zhou Biao. As for that peculiar technique, once he has Wang Yitian in his grasp, there will be plenty of ways to extract the truth from him. Aiu, bao. Zhou Biao calls out in a low, commanding tone, his voice regaining its cold sharpness. Here, from the shadows of the living room emerged two formidable figures. One, with a dark complexion and fierce eyes, is known as He Hu. The other bears a scar on his face, exuding a chilling aura, known as Ing Bao. Both are martial artists of the initial stage, Zhou Biao's most trusted subordinates, seasoned in bloodshed. Gather the men. Akip Ursalvas. Zhou Biao's eyes gleam with cold light, his murderous intent palpable. Let's pay a visit to this cucumber master. I wish to see whose cucumber is harder, his or my golden splitting hands. Understood, Biaoye. He Hu and Ing Bao respond in unison, their eyes alight with a bloodthirsty glint. They sense Biao Yi's murderous intent. Tonight, blood is destined to be shed. Soon, the roar of engines fills the air outside the villa. Two modified, jet-black hover vehicles, adorned with menacing beast patterns, emanate a fierce aura as they rev to life. Alongside Zhou Biao, He Hu, and Ing Bao, for additional formidable martial artists, each at least at the late stage of martial prowess, board the vehicles. The group, brimming with lethal energy, slices through the night like drawn blades, racing towards the low-rent district. The tires roar against the pavement, issuing a low growl and a faint sonic boom. As they pass, pedestrians engaged in nighttime activities hastily step aside, feeling the unmasked ferocity emanating from the group. Their expressions shifting in alarm. It's Zhou Biao's men. Are they heading to the low-rent district? Who has dared to provoke this harbinger of death? With this intensity, it seems they are intent on annihilation. Quick, let us move. We don't want to attract trouble. The news spreads like wildfire through certain circles in Jiangxing's Western District. Many with keen instincts realize that tonight, the otherwise overlooked low-rent district is likely to witness turmoil. The storm clouds gather ominously, and dark clouds loom over the city. At this moment, in the dilapidated low-rent apartment that serves as the eye of the storm, Wang Yitian has just finished tidying up the dishes and is reclining comfortably, nonchalantly checking the system interface. The delightful notification chimes in his mind, ding, assisting the bound subject in resolving a crisis, instilling fear in the nefarious, fatherly love value 50. Ding, bound subject's sense of security enhanced, trust in the host increased. Fatherly love value 20. Current fatherly love value balance, 285 points. Splendid. Another influx. Wang Yitian revels in his good fortune, feeling a step closer to redeeming the daughter's joyous elixir and advancing to the next level of insight. Meanwhile, Wang Xinran lounges on the sofa, caressing her round belly, idly scrolling through campus forums, basking in the glory of posts praising her prowess, her lips curling into a smile, her vanity thoroughly satisfied. Just then a deep, violent, an oppressive roar of engines approaches, akin to a beast's growl, finally halting beneath their crumbling apartment. The jarring screech of brakes slices through the night, a stark and ominous interruption. Following this, the sound of car doors being violently pushed open and slammed shut reverberates. The heavy, chaotic footsteps, imbued with palpable energy fluctuations, strike the floor like a hammer, resonating ominously throughout the building. An overwhelming sense of dread, laced with malice and the potent fluctuations of energy, envelopes the dilapidated apartment, washing over it like a tangible tide. The faint sounds of television, quarrels, and children's cries within are silenced, as if an invisible hand has snuffed them out in an instant. A suffocating silence rapidly enveloped the surroundings, pierced only by the ominous growl of an engine outside and the approaching footsteps that quicken the heart. The few windows still illuminated flickered briefly before extinguishing, as if the neighboring households had collectively vanished, even holding their breath. An oppressive sensation, akin to the foreboding stillness before a mountain storm, permeated the air. Wang Yitian abruptly straightened in her seat, the languor on her face evaporating, replaced by a vigilant alertness akin to that of a small beast. Though she possessed unwavering faith in her father's prowess, the blatant and malevolent aura emanating from outside instinctively stirred a sense of unease within her. She turned her gaze to Wang Yitian, her voice tinged with barely concealed tension. Wang Yitian maintained his leisurely stance, oblivious, and merely mumbled, What's the matter? He slowly set down the toothpick, inclined his ear to listen to the commotion below, then yawned expansively, rubbed his eyes, and muttered, Who is it? Making such a racket at this late hour? Can't a person enjoy their meal in peace? Such a lack of decorum. His tone was as casual as if he were merely complaining about a neighbor's dog barking too loudly. However, a fleeting glimmer of cold, sharp light flickered deep within his seemingly muddled eyes. The fish had taken the bait, albeit a small one barely sufficient to fit between his teeth. Chapter 25. A visit. The roar of engines and the brutal slamming of doors below echoed like stones cast into a still pond, not causing ripples, but rather instilling a chill capable of numbing the soul. Each heavy, chaotic footfall seemed to tread upon the very heartstrings of every resident within the building, accompanied by the barely perceptible pulsations of elemental energy pressing down like tangible lead, suffocating all breath. Wang Yitian sprang up from the sofa like a startled kitten, every muscle in her body tensing as she instinctively adopted a defensive posture. She could distinctly sense the unabashed malice and formidable presence outside the door, particularly that of the leader, fierce and volatile, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, far surpassing the scarred man from the afternoon. This was undoubtedly a master of martial arts, and a powerful one at that. Dad, they've come. There are many of them. They're strong, she whispered urgently, her eyes darting towards the entrance, her internal energy already beginning to circulate rapidly, ready for a fight. Despite her blind confidence in her father's abilities, the gravity of the situation naturally tightened her nerves. In stark contrast to her palpable apprehension, Wang Yitian remained unperturbed, leisurely scratching himself. Indeed, he was tilting his head, meticulously cleaning his ears with the very toothpick he had just used, emitting contented hums as if the fierce aura emanating from below was merely an overly loud neighbor's music. What is going on? Wang Yitian appeared to have just registered the commotion, lifting his head in confusion. Oh, are you talking about downstairs? Must be a truck collecting scrap, right? Nowadays, even scrap collectors have such a grand setup. The engine sounds like a fighter jet. Wang Yitian nearly choked on her indignation. Scrap? Just listen to those footsteps and that murderous intent. They're clearly coming for us. It could be Zhou Biao. Zhou Biao? Who is that? Sounds like someone selling Biao brand motorcycles. Wang Yitian blinked innocently, racking his brain before a light of realization sparked in his eyes. Oh, I remember. Isn't he that Zhao Meng's boss who got hit with a cucumber this afternoon? The uncle of that kid Zhou Kai? Yes, that's him. A late-stage martial artist. Very formidable. Wang Yitian stamped her foot in frustration, exasperated by her father's inability to grasp the crux of the matter. A late-stage martial artist. Wang Yitian stroked his chin, his expression not one of anxiety, but rather disdain. TSK, at this late hour, instead of staying home to take care of his child. He.S. here disturbing the peace. Such a lack of civic responsibility. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed through the air, heavy and menacing, filled with provocation, as if drums were being beaten, causing the already shaky old wooden door to tremble, dust cascading from the frame. Outside, a coarse, arrogant voice, imbued with elemental energy, reverberated through the narrow corridor like thunder. Wang Yitian, out here, hiding at home like a turtle? A coward who dares to act, but not take responsibility. The voice carried the oppressive weight of a late-stage martial artist, sending a wave of nausea through Wang Yitian, leaving her pale. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself to maintain composure. Wang Yitian, startled by the thunderous noise, dropped the toothpick from his hand. He patted his chest, mumbling, "Wow, that startled me. Who is it? Shouting like that? Don't they have any manners? Can't they knock gently? If they break this door, will they pay for it?" He then leisurely stood up, slipping on his almost worn-out flip-flops, and ambled towards the door, yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes while grumbling. So sleepy at this time of night. Can a person take a nap in peace? Wang Yitian watched her father's demeanor, as if he were oblivious to his surroundings, and her tension was inexplicably replaced by a profound sense of disbelief. She began to wonder if the fierce individuals outside had mistakenly come to the wrong door. With a creak, Wang Yitian slowly pulled open the weathered wooden door. The scene outside was akin to a standard template of thugs demanding payment. In the narrow, dimly lit corridor piled with clutter, 7 or 8 hulking figures stood ominously. At the forefront was Zhou Biao, his countenance as dark as water, eyes glinting with palpable malice. He stood with arms crossed, muscles taut, the aura of a late-stage martial artist radiating unabashedly, akin to a roaring furnace scorching the surrounding air. Behind him were his trusted subordinates, He Huaning Bao, both early-stage martial artists, their eyes fierce like predatory hounds. Further back were 4 or 5 formidable late-stage martial artists, their temples bulging with intensity. This menacing group, standing together, exuded an aura so oppressive it seemed to chill the air. Peering through the cracks of their doors, countless terrified eyes watched the unfolding scene. Upon seeing Wang Yitian open the door, Zhou Biao's eyes flashed with cold light as he scrutinized Wang Yitian's disheveled appearance, old shirt, oversized shorts, and flip-flops. A cruel and disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Wang Yitian, how coldly you've emerged at last. I thought you'd hide behind a woman's skirt for the rest of your life, like a coward." Wang Yitian, seemingly intimidated by the scene, instinctively withdrew his neck slightly. A forced smile tinged with trepidation plastered on his face as he rubbed his hands. "Greetings, noble sirs. What brings you here? Perhaps you have the wrong address? We're so poor we can't even afford to owe anyone anything." His cowardly demeanor only served to heighten Zhou Biao's contempt for him. This is the one who could take down Zhao Meng with a cucumber? Surely he must have employed some underhanded tactics. Or perhaps it was merely a fluke. Zhou Biao, uninterested in further banter, resolved to crush their spirits with an absolute display of power. He stepped forward with determination. Boom! The overwhelming pressure of a late-stage martial artist erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. The air thickened as an invisible force emanated from him, bearing down upon Wang Yitian and Wang Yitian with ferocity. The clutter in the corridor was sent tumbling, dust cascading from the walls. Zhou Biao's subordinates simultaneously unleashed their own elemental energy fluctuations, though not nearly as potent as Zhou Biao's. Together they formed an oppressive presence, akin to a pack of wolves encircling their prey. Wang Yitian found herself at the forefront of an overwhelming force, as if struck by an immense mountain. She emitted a muffled grunt, staggering back 2 steps, her blood surging, nearly losing her balance, her complexion turning pale in an instant. The pressure emanating from a late-stage martial artist was still too formidable for her. Zhou Biao was quite pleased with the effect, fixating his gaze upon Wang Yitian with a sinister smile. "Old man, don't play dumb with me. You have harmed my nephew and injured my brother. Today, I shall settle this score with you. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, confess your crimes, abandon your martial arts, and surrender that peculiar technique of yours. Perhaps I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise," the murderous intent in his words was unmistakable. However, Wang Yitian, positioned at the epicenter of the oppressive aura, reacted in a manner that left everyone stunned, faced with a pressure that would terrify even early-stage martial artists. He merely scratched his head. The flicker of fear on his face vanished, replaced by a palpable annoyance, as if disturbed from a peaceful slumber. He dug into his ear, flicked away non-existent earwax, then raised his head to regard the ferocious Zhou Biao, letting out a sigh, his tone laced with genuine confusion and disdain. "Sigh, Brother Biao. It's late at night, and you bring all these people to block my door, making such a ruckus. How uncivilized. What about the neighbors? Should they not have a chance to rest? And what of the children? Must they not complete their homework?" Zhou Biao and his subordinates were left speechless. Even Wang Xinran, who was struggling against the oppressive force, nearly choked in disbelief. What kind of reaction was this? This was not the script. Shouldn't he be trembling in fear and begging for mercy? Zhou Biao found himself utterly baffled by Wang Yitian's unorthodox response, his anger surging, feeling profoundly insulted. He bellowed, "Old man, you seek death." Resolute in his intent, he decided to teach Wang Yitian a lesson he would never forget, his aura escalating once more as he prepared to strike. At that moment, it appeared Wang Yitian had finally been provoked by Zhou Biao's lack of awareness. He frowned, dismissively waving his hand as if shooing away an annoying fly, muttering, "Can you be quiet? It's unbearably loud." With that seemingly casual gesture, an indescribable, unfathomable terror, akin to an ancient primal force, permeated the air, as though a slumbering dragon had opened its eyes, silently emanating from Wang Yitian. There was no grand spectacle, no dazzling effects. Yet, in that instant, Zhou Biao's violent, volcanic-like pressure evaporated as if it had encountered the blazing sun, instantly melting away. No, it was not merely a melting. It was obliterated by a power of a higher dimension, effortlessly crushing it like dust. The sinister smile on Zhou Biao's face froze, morphing into sheer horror and disbelief. He felt his own essence, his aura, and everything about him shrink to insignificance before this sudden wave of power. As fragile as thin paper, a primal fear surged from the depths of his soul, akin to ice water poured over him, engulfing his entire being, leaving him cold and paralyzed. Behind him, the likes of He Hu and Ning Bao, along with several late-stage martial artists, were utterly overwhelmed. Without uttering a sound, they collapsed to their knees, their faces as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably, unable to lift their heads, eyes filled with abject terror, as if confronted by an incomprehensible existence. The entire corridor fell into a deathly silence. Only Wang Yitian remained, languidly standing there, stifling a yawn as if he had simply engaged in a trivial matter. He surveyed the quaking individuals before him, then glanced at Zhou Biao, who stood frozen in place, his expression akin to that of a ghost. Wang Yitian frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I told you to be quiet. Why are you all kneeling now? Are you trying to provoke me? I have no money for compensation." Zhou Biao gazed at Wang Yitian, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks, his heart racing as if about to burst. A thought that sent shivers through his very soul struck him like a bolt of lightning. Grandmaster? No, impossible. Could be a great grandmaster? How could this be? Time seemed to freeze in the wake of Wang Yitian's discontented mutter. In the narrow, dimly lit corridor, the air felt thick as syrup. The faulty motion sensor light flickered feebly, then extinguished entirely, casting most of the space into shadow, with only the faint moonlight filtering through the distant window, outlining several rigid silhouettes, as if frozen by a spell. Zhou Biao maintained a menacing posture, half a step forward, his sinister smile and murderous intent still plastered on his face like a poorly crafted mask. Yet, his pupils had shrunk to the size of pinheads, filled with sheer horror, confusion, and a sense of existential void after his worldview shattered. The once fiery pressure he exuded as a late-stage martial artist now vanished without a trace, not merely retracted, but erased by a higher-dimensional force, akin to dust being wiped away effortlessly. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, halting its rhythm, blood reversing its flow, limbs turning cold. An instinctive, uncontrollable shudder emanated from his very being, a primal fear that overwhelmed him in the face of an insurmountable threat. He wished to move, even a twitch of finger, but found his body unresponsive, every cell screaming for escape. The scene behind him was even more pitiful. He Hu and Ning Bao, skilled early-stage martial artists, now knelt helplessly on the ground, hands pressed against the cold, filthy floor, trembling as if caught in a frigid gale. They lacked the courage even to glance up, feeling the terrifying aura looming above them like an abyss ready to crush them into dust. Cold sweat cascaded down their foreheads, soaking their collars and the ground, forming a small puddle of filth. Their teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a faint clattering sound. The other late-stage martial artists slumped like lifeless debris, losing control of their bodily functions. The foul odor permeating the enclosed corridor, with some even rolling their eyes back, on the verge of fainting. The earlier arrogance and pressure of numbers evaporated, leaving only the most primal sense of humility and fear in the face of absolute power. Wang Xinran, standing closest to Wang Yitian, felt the intensity of the terrifying aura most acutely. Although the force was not directed at her and seemed to intentionally avoid her, the overwhelming sense of insignificance, akin to standing before an infinite sea of stars, caused her breath to catch and her heart to skip a beat. She gazed at Zhou Biao and his cohorts, who a moment ago had been so arrogant, now reduced to a pitiful state, akin to a dog stripped of its bones. A profound sense of satisfaction mixed with renewed recognition of her father's strength surged within her. Perhaps I exerted a bit too much force for a mid-tier grandmaster? I hope I haven't frightened these fellows into a stupor, Wang Yitian mused internally, yet outwardly maintained an expression of drowsiness, visibly displeased at being disturbed from his dreams. He dug into his ear once more, yawned broadly to the point of tears welling up, and then lazily lifted his eyelids. Sweeping his gaze over the rigid Zhou Biao and the kneeling subordinates, his tone thick with impatience. Hey, I say, gentlemen, are we still fighting? If so, let us get on with it. I'm waiting to go back to sleep. If not, then disperse quickly. Blocking my door is quite unbecoming, don't you think? The corridor is already narrow. How can the neighbors pass through if you're all crowded here? His voice was not loud, even carrying a hint of the hoarseness that accompanies waking from slumber. Yet in the desolate corridor, it resonated with the clarity of thunder. What? Strike? What nonsense? Zhou Biao's heart screamed in despair. He could scarcely muster the strength to move even a finger, let alone strike back. Should he use his head? That would be akin to an egg colliding with a boulder. No, more like an egg against Mount Tai. Gradually, from the depths of his overwhelming fear, he seized a fragment of reason, confirming a truth that made his very soul tremble. A grandmaster. Undoubtedly, a grandmaster. Moreover, one far beyond the ordinary initial stages of mastery. At least in the mid to late stages of grandmasterhood, as a late-stage martial artist himself, he must have appeared to the other as nothing more than a robust ant. The mere thought of having spoken brazenly in the presence of a grandmaster, and even compelling them to kneel and bow, sent chills racing from his soles to the crown of his head, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. This was not merely hitting a brick wall. It was akin to kicking the mouth of an erupting volcano, a superactive one. Senior, spare me. Please, Senior. Zhou Biao could no longer hold on. That fleeting sense of reason was instantly drowned by his primal instinct to survive. With a thud, he fell to his knees, the force of which seemed to tremble the very floor beneath him. He could no longer care for pride, dignity, or the reputation of the Zhou family. Only the raw fear and desperation remained. He prostrated himself repeatedly, his forehead striking the concrete floor with a dull thud, and cried out in a voice tinged with sobs. I am blind to my own ignorance. I, a lowly wretch, have offended your esteemed presence. I deserve death. I deserve 1,000 deaths. I beseech you, Senior, show mercy and consider me as nothing more than a fleeting breath. Behind him, the members of the Black Tiger Shadow Leopard Gang, witnessing their leader bowing, intensified their own kowtowing, their voices a chaotic chorus of please. Please spare us, Senior. We shall never dare again. It was all Zhou Biao's doing. We are innocent. We implore your grace. In that moment, the corridor echoed only with the sound of their desperate bowing and the wails of their pleas, mingled with the unpleasant scent of urine, creating a scene that was utterly deplorable. Wang Yitian, taken aback by the sudden collective kneeling, wrinkled his nose in distaste and stepped back slightly, seemingly wary of being tainted by their filth. Hey, why are you all bowing? What is this nonsense? You call this trouble? I assure you, this dump doesn't even have surveillance. Wang Yitian waved his hands dismissively, wearing an expression of wariness that suggested they should not attempt to lay blame upon him, urging them to rise quickly. This is ridiculous. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were holding some sort of cult gathering. Zhou Biao dare not rise, bowing even more fervently, blood now visible on his forehead. Senior, I have been blinded by ignorance. I heeded the slander of a rogue and offended you and your daughter. I will certainly discipline my clan's youth upon my return, ensuring they never disturb your tranquility again. I am willing to compensate. I will give everything I own. I only ask you to grant me a chance to live. Compensation? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the term, yet quickly stifled a yawn. What compensation? Do you think I lack for trifles? Hurry, take your people and return whence you came. Do not linger here and obstruct me. If you disturb my sleep any further, I assure you, I shall be quite displeased. His words floated lightly in the air. Yet, to Zhou Biao, they rang like celestial music. Was this reprieve? Yes, yes. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Thank you for your magnanimity. Zhou Biao felt as though he had received a pardon, nearly moved to tears, and bowed repeatedly before trembling to his feet. He dared not delay, shouting to his prostrate subordinates. What are you still doing? Get up. Thank the Senior. Then leave. The members of the Black Tiger Shadow Leopard gang scrambled to their feet, disregarding their sullied state, bowing haphazardly towards Wang Yitian before dragging the paralyzed members down the stairs. Resembling lost hounds fleeing in a panic, their speed akin to that of a desperate escape. Zhou Biao was the last to depart, bowing deeply towards Wang Yitian before retreating a few steps, then turning to flee, almost running around the corner of the staircase. Their wretched appearance stood in stark, ironic contrast to the formidable demeanor they had displayed upon arrival. Moments later, the roar of an SUV's engine echoed from below, its tires screeching against the pavement, swiftly fading as if they were to be devoured by the night. In the corridor, silence returned, broken only by the faint, lingering odor of urine and several puddles of unidentifiable liquid, evidence that what had transpired was no mere illusion. Wang Yitian shook his head and sighed. Alas, the youth of today have such poor mental fortitude. They kneel at the slightest provocation, devoid of any backbone. He turned to close the door. Wang Xinran remained in a daze, questioning whether this was truly the end. She gazed at her father's relaxed figure, as if he had merely swatted away a few flies, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She understood her father was formidable, a grandmaster. Yet each time she witnessed such an absolute display of dominance, the visual and psychological impact left her in awe. Particularly striking was the contrast between her father's perpetual air of indifference and the terrifying prowess he effortlessly exhibited, leading her to believe that he was even more unfathomable than she had imagined. A mid-tier grandmaster? Or perhaps even higher? She hesitated to contemplate further. As Wang Yitian closed the door, sealing off the tainted air from outside, he turned to find his daughter regarding him with a gaze that suggested a newfound understanding. Instantly, he reverted to his persona of a slovenly, laid-back father, rubbing his eyes and complaining. All done. Honestly, at this hour, what a bother. You've worn me out. While yawning and heading towards the sofa, he spoke to Wang Xinran in a tone of disdain. I say, daughter, next time you deal with such low-level ruffians, handle it yourself. Don't call on your father for everything. I'm getting old and need my beauty sleep, you understand? Disturbing my rest will only lead to wrinkles. Wang Xinran observed her father slump onto the sofa, seamlessly resuming his habit of mindlessly scrolling through short videos, and all her feelings of shock, complexity, and exasperation coalesced into a long, weary sigh. Well then, carry on with your charade. Chapter 27. The news spreads the Zhou family, akin to prey fleeing from a predator, scrambled away from the low-rent district that had transformed in their minds into a den of danger. Yet some things cannot be escaped, such as fear, and the warnings that must be conveyed. That night, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Jiang City's waters, dark currents began to surge with astonishing speed. Zhou Biao did not return to his villa, but instead drove directly to the residence of a powerful elder within the family. His face was pale. The wound on his forehead, though crudely bandaged, still throbbed painfully, yet the greater agony lay in his wounded pride and the lingering tremors of his spirit. He had to report the events of the night in their entirety, without the slightest embellishment or concealment. A misstep could invite calamity upon the Zhou family. Meanwhile, in the studies of other prominent families across the Western District, encrypted communication lines buzzed with activity. Hello, Oldly, are you awake? A catastrophe has occurred. What could possibly be so alarming? Zhou Biao has fallen tonight. He was sent back like a dog, along with the Black Tiger Shadow Leopard gang. What? Zhou Biao? The late-stage martial artist? Who was responsible? Forget the city guard. It was that Wang Yitian, the one from the low-rent district. Wang Yitian? Which Wang? You mean that good-for-nothing father of Wang Xinran? Good-for-nothing? Nonsense. He is a fierce dragon crossing the river. A grandmaster, at least in the mid-tier. Zhou Biao couldn't withstand even a fraction of his presence, and knelt right there. Hiss. Is that true? Is the source reliable? Absolutely certain. My brother-in-law's brother-in-law witnessed Zhou Biao rolling and crawling out in a state of distress. The Zhou family is in an uproar. My goodness, a grandmaster? Living in a low-rent district? What kind of game is this? Who knows? Perhaps he is a prominent figure from a hidden sect undergoing training. Or perhaps he is evading enemies. In any case, the situation in the West District is about to change. I have warned the younger generation at home to stay vigilant. Especially Wang Yitian, who must not be provoked. She is the daughter of a grandmaster. Similar conversations are secretly taking place among the high-ranking members of several well-informed families. The news about the grandmaster hidden in the low-rent district is like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples in the limited elite's circles. Even though it has not yet been made public, shock, suspicion, wariness, and speculation permeate the air, as everyone's perception of Wang Yitian has instantly elevated him from an inconsequential loser to a figure deserving of reverence and respect. As they gaze at the profile of Wang Yitian in the school, their expressions become complex and fervent. The next day, as the sun rises, it gilds the grand entrance of Jiangxing No. 1 High School with a layer of gold. The principal's office, located on the top floor of the main teaching building, offers an excellent view. At this moment, Principal Li Songhai stands by the window. He appears to be in his 50s, with a lean face and a tall stature, dressed in a neatly pressed, dark gray Zhongshan suit, exuding an elegant demeanor coupled with undeniable authority. His aura is subtle, yet exudes a profound presence, as if he is one with the entire campus. He is indeed the stabilizing force of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, a strong practitioner at the initial stage of Grandmaster level. Even the city lord would address him with respect as Principal Li. At this moment, this Grandmaster holds a freshly delivered confidential report in his hands, the ink still wet. The contents detail the events that transpired in the low-rent district last night. Li Songhai calmly peruses the report, revealing little emotion on his face. However, a flicker of mild surprise and intrigue dances in his eyes. A mere breath subdued the late-stage martial artist Zhou Biao, instilling fear and preventing any resistance. He softly repeats the key information, his fingers gently tapping on the window frame, showcasing a mastery over power that is beyond ordinary grandmasters. As a grandmaster, his perspective is astoundingly high. To him, practitioners at the initial and mid-levels are merely junior peers on the path of martial arts. Even those at the late stage are merely worthy of consideration as fellow practitioners. Yet, the method described in the report, which can utterly crush an opponent's will through mere aura, touches upon the application of momentum, a domain typically mastered only by grandmasters. Interesting, Li Songhai's lips curl into an almost imperceptible smile, indicating that this Wang Yitian is far from a simple grandmaster. His true realm may well be that of a perfected grandmaster, with one foot in our domain. He might even possess a certain secret technique that allows for a temporary display of power comparable to that of a grandmaster. He rationalizes Wang Yitian's strength. A grandmaster in seclusion, deliberately suppressing his cultivation to blend into society, or a pinnacle grandmaster possessing unique techniques, could explain why he performed so remarkably yet chose to reside in a low-rent district. This is a very reasonable conjecture, granting Wang Yitian a respectable stature without exceeding Li Songhai's understanding as a grandmaster. After all, he certainly does not believe the other party is a true grandmaster. Such individuals are exceedingly rare throughout the empire. How could one be found here? The internal communicator beeps. Principal, Vice Principal Zhang, and Director Liu have arrived. The secretary's voice announces, "Please let them in." Soon, Vice Principal Zhang Yuan, a composed mid-stage grandmaster with discerning eyes, Director Liu Ming, a robust figure with a slightly impatient temperament at the initial stage of grandmaster, and two other core members of the school's leadership enter in succession. Their faces bear a solemnity and a hint of lingering shock. "Principal, you have received the news as well?" Vice Principal Zhang Yuan speaks first, his tone serious. Li Songhai gently pushes the report forward. "Take a look. An interesting incident has occurred in the West District." The group quickly circulates the report, and the office fills with gasps of astonishment. A perfected grandmaster? A half-step grandmaster? Director Liu Ming, with the loudest voice, lowers it now, filled with disbelief, remarking on how deeply Wang Yitian has concealed his abilities. "At the last parent-teacher meeting, I saw him squatting at the door, eating a pancake. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Li Songhai replies calmly, his voice steady yet imbued with decisive strength. A friend at the perfected grandmaster level choosing to send his daughter to our school is a sign of trust in me, Li Songhai, and in Jiangxing no. One high school, it is also an opportunity. His gaze sweeps over the group, his tone turning grave. From this moment forth, convene an emergency faculty meeting. Keeping the scope minimal. The sole agenda is how to ensure that student Wang Xinran receives the best, most comprehensive, yet most natural treatment in our school. Principal, do you mean? Vice Principal Zhang Yuan inquires cautiously. Several points to decide. Li Songhai outlines clearly. First, student Wang Xinran will enjoy the highest level of the potential dragon plan, with resource allocations doubled. But the distribution must appear natural to avoid arousing her or her father's resentment. Second, all subject teachers, particularly those teaching martial arts, must pay close attention and provide timely guidance without being overly deliberate and certainly without probing into her family situation. Third, all school facilities, including advanced training rooms and restricted areas of the library, will be open to her unconditionally. He pauses to look at Zhang Yuan. Additionally, prepare a suitable gift. It need not be overly expensive, but should convey goodwill. Ideally, it should consist of resources that gently solidify her foundation without harm. This afternoon, I will personally pay a visit to this Wang friend. You will go personally? Director Lu Meng expresses surprise once more. The principal's status is exalted. A grandmaster's dignity. Personally visiting a student's parent is an unprecedented gesture. Li Songhai smiles slightly, his gaze profound. To honor the worthy is not disgraceful. In the presence of a friend who may soon step into the realm of grandmaster, it is worth my personal visit. Moreover, I am quite eager to witness for myself the demeanor of this worldly friend. The faculty meeting concludes swiftly and efficiently. Orders are discreetly disseminated. As the vast educational machinery of Jiangxing No. 1 High School begins to make subtle yet precise adjustments for a student named Wang Xinran. Meanwhile, at the center of this storm, the lower-end apartment exudes either tranquility or chaotic daily life. Wang Yitian sprawls languidly on the sofa, snoring rhythmically, a suspicious sheen at the corner of his mouth, clearly still engaged in a game with the Sandman. After a night of activity, he must catch up on his sleep. Such is the way of elder care. Wang Xinran, sporting a disheveled head of colorful short hair, sits cross-legged on the only clean patch of floor in the living room, grimacing at the martial arts analysis diagram on the dim screen. She is attempting to digest her father's offhand remarks from the night before, trying to integrate those hideous yet effective power techniques into her basic boxing style. The posture is too unnatural. It resembles a frog stance. She gestures while muttering complaints. Her movements contorted, her expression fierce. Unbeknownst to her, she has become the focal point of protection in the eyes of a select few elite figures in Jiangxing, and she is entirely unaware that a grandmaster-level principal is approaching her humble lower-end apartment, bearing gifts. Chapter 28. The principal arrives as the sun climbs higher. Various complex odors begin to waft through the low-rent apartment building. The greasy aroma of fried breakfast from next door, the damp mildew scent in the hallway, and the low-quality shampoo smell from an unknown unit. Wang Yitian finally stirs on the sofa, stretching dramatically, his bones cracking, signifying the conclusion of his deep conversation with the Sandman. He rubbed his drowsy eyes, shuffled in his flip-flops, and made his way to the kitchen, where he fished out a half-open pack of instant nutritional paste that had been sitting in the corner for several days, intending to mix it with boiling water for a hasty breakfast. Life, after all, was about making do, and this was Wang Yitian's philosophy. Just then, there was a rhythmic knock at the door, neither too heavy nor too light, exuding a composure and politeness that seemed out of place in the dilapidated corridor. Wang Yitian paused in his mixing, his brows furrowing. This manner of knocking was not that of a rent collector, nor was it the impatient tap of a utility inspector, and certainly not that of a troublemaker. Who could it be? Early in the morning, disrupting his slumber. It was merely the interruption of his slothful morning. Before he could speak, a gentle yet firm male voice resonated from outside. "May I ask if Mr. Wang Yitian is at home?" "I am Li Kangai, the principal of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. I apologize for the intrusion and hope for your understanding." The voice penetrated through the thin door, clear as day. Wang Yitian's hand trembled, nearly spilling the paste onto his foot. In the living room, Wang Xinran, who was struggling with her exercise routine, shot up like a startled cat. her face instantly reflecting utter disbelief. The principal of Jiangxi No. 1 High School, Li Gangshai, the legendary grandmaster? Why was he here and so polite? Was the sun rising in the west? A flurry of thoughts raced through Wang Xinran's mind. Had she been caught fighting? Was she about to be expelled? No. With such a courteous demeanor, could it be that the Zhou family was complaining first? But that didn't seem right. She instinctively glanced at her father, only to see Wang Yitian initially surprised, but then quickly revert to his usual lazy expression, as if to say he had just woken and should not be disturbed, even displaying a hint of annoyance. He slowly set down the bowl of paste, adjusted his wrinkled old shirt, and mumbled, "Principal? Is the principal so important that he doesn't let people sleep? What a hassle." Despite his words, he still grudgingly ambled over and creaked open the rickety wooden door. As the door swung open, the sight outside took Wang Xinran's breath away. In the narrow corridor stood a distinguished middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a deep gray Zhongshan suit. Tall and lean, with a warm yet piercing gaze that seemed to illuminate the otherwise desolate surroundings. Who else could it be but Principal Li Canghai? What astonished Wang Xinran even more was that the Grandmaster Principal, whom she had only seen from afar during school ceremonies, was now standing before her. Not a trace of arrogance on his face, but rather a perfectly measured smile that conveyed a hint of respect. He held a seemingly ancient and elegant wooden box in his hand. Behind him, the vice principal and several other influential figures from the school stood closely, all wearing cautious smiles, not daring to make a sound. This scene, rather than a simple home visit, felt more like a subordinate paying respects to a superior. Wang Yitian, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected spectacle, scratched his messy hair and stepped aside. "Oh, Principal Li, please come in. The space is small, so don't mind it." His tone was remarkably casual, as if the Grandmaster Principal were merely a neighbor borrowing vinegar. Li Canghai smiled slightly, unfazed, and stepped inside. The school leaders behind him attempted to follow, but were halted by a glance from Li Canghai, leaving them awkwardly standing in the corridor as sentinels. The cramped living room suddenly felt even more congested and surreal with Li Canghai's presence. The Grandmaster's aura starkly contrasted with the bare surroundings. Li Canghai's calm gaze swept across the room, landing on the bowl of unappetizing nutritional paste and the martial arts analysis screen on the floor, which Wang Xinran had yet to stow away. A fleeting understanding flickered in his eyes. He chose the most stable wooden chair and sat down with an air of elegance, utterly at odds with the environment. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the intrusion and hope for your understanding. I have come primarily for two matters. Firstly, I wish to express my gratitude for entrusting your daughter, Wang Xinran, to our school. It is indeed an honor for us." Wang Yitian yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "Principal Li is being too kind. The child can be mischievous. She has likely caused you trouble." Yet inwardly he mused, "This old man knows how to speak well." Secondly, Li Canghai's expression became serious. "The school has been made aware of the unpleasant incidents that occurred last night and prior. It is due to our mismanagement that some unobservant individuals disturbed your tranquility. On behalf of the school, I sincerely apologize." As he spoke, he even inclined his body slightly. At this moment, not only the school leaders outside were left dumbfounded, but Wang Xinran was also stunned. The Grandmaster Principal was apologizing to her father? This world was utterly insane. Wang Yitian, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, cleared his throat, cough, "It's nothing, just a trivial matter, all resolved. I'm a simple man, seeking only peace and quiet, wishing for my daughter to grow up safely and happily. I have no interest in fighting or competing for fame." It seems pointless. His words, spoken so casually, alongside his leisurely demeanor, painted him as a middle-aged man utterly devoid of ambition. However, to Li Canghai's ears, it sounded like thunder, seeking peace, disinterested in conflict, and wishing for his daughter's safety and happiness. All these conveyed a high-minded perspective, one who had transcended worldly concerns. Coupled with the previous display of effortless strength that had subdued a late-stage martial artist merely through presence, Li Canghai felt increasingly certain that Mr. Wang was indeed a master of remarkable caliber, possibly on the cusp of becoming a grandmaster. His inner cultivation was unfathomably deep. Little did he know that Wang Yitian's demeanor stemmed purely from laziness and the security of his system, which allowed him to act without fear. At that moment, a notification from the system flickered in Wang Yitian's mind. Daily task. accompany daughter in completing a basic training session. Incomplete. Instinctively, Wang Yitian focused a sliver of thought to dismiss the notification. This minuscule mental effort inadvertently stirred the vast energy within him, releasing a barely detectable yet exquisitely refined aura, akin to a small stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending out subtle ripples that spread quietly. This aura was fleeting, and Wang Yitian himself was oblivious to it. Yet, sitting across from him, Li Songhai suddenly stiffened. His early-stage grandmaster sensitivity allowed him to distinctly capture that ephemeral aura. It was profound and pure, as if it contained the very essence of a universe. Though faint, its quality surpassed anything he had ever encountered among grandmasters, even sending a shiver through him. Half-step grandmaster. He was undoubtedly a half-step grandmaster. Moreover, he likely had reached completion, merely awaiting an opportunity to truly step into their realm. Li Songhai's heart raced, and his gaze towards Wang Yitian now held genuine reverence. It turned out that the other party was not intentionally low-key. Rather, his cultivation had reached such a state that he could freely manifest his essence, returning to a state of simplicity. That brief moment had likely revealed an unintentional glimpse of his true essence. Immediately, he grasped the situation, his attitude becoming even more respectful. "Sir, your aspirations are noble, and your integrity is commendable. Rest assured, our school will establish an absolutely quiet and superior environment for your daughter's growth." He gently placed the wooden box on the table. This is a small token of appreciation, containing some foundational herbs and training resources of decent quality, which may aid in solidifying the foundation. It is but a gesture of support from the school for student Shinran. Please do not refuse it. Wang Yitian glanced at the wooden box, and the system prompt quietly emerged. Detected high-quality body refinement liquid X3, concentration incense X1, spirit stones, medium quality, X10. Value assessment, high. He felt a surge of joy within, yet outwardly displayed a facade of bashfulness and discomfort. "Oh, Principal Li, this is too precious. Isn't it inappropriate? For a modest household, it is truly excessive." Li Songhai quickly interjected, "Not at all, not at all. Furthermore, the school has decided to include student Shinran in the highest tier Qianlong cultivation program. She will enjoy unlimited access to exclusive advanced training rooms, reading privileges in all areas of the library, and a monthly allocation of premium potions. The school will also assign the finest instructors to provide her with the most suitable guidance, ensuring that we do not over-intervene, allowing her natural growth and desires to take precedence." Wang Yitian listened to this series of benefits, inwardly grinning, yet maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. "Since the school is so sincere, I shall convey my gratitude to Principal Li and the institution on behalf of Ranran," he said, his tone begrudgingly earnest. Seeing the other party reluctantly accept, Li Songhai felt a sense of relief, recognizing the esteemed individual was indeed not one to be swayed by material goods. He had played his cards wisely. After exchanging a few pleasantries and reassuring that he would handle all minor matters without disturbing Wang Yitian's tranquility, he took his leave. Once the overly polite Grandmaster Principal departed, the cramped living room fell silent once more. Wang Shinran remained in a state of shock, gazing at the ancient wooden box on the table, then at her father, who appeared unfazed by the day's events, as if everything was simply a pleasant dream. "Pinch me. Father, am I still asleep?" she murmured. Wang Yitian resumed sipping the now-cool nutritional paste, then deftly picked up a scrap of paper from the floor with his toes, flicking it into the distant trash bin with fluid grace. He cast a glance at his daughter, raised an eyebrow with a sense of pride, and leisurely remarked, "Look, this old face of mine can still be quite charming." Wang Shinran observed her father's smug expression, then glanced down at the shimmering resource card personally delivered by the principal, suddenly realizing that this fantastical world might indeed be rather exhilarating. Chapter 29. Has the homeroom teacher been possessed? After bidding farewell to the excessively courteous Grandmaster Principal, the meager air in the rental apartment seemed to begin circulating once more. Wang Shinran awkwardly shuffled to the table like a marionette, extending her trembling fingers to cautiously touch the ancient wooden box. This was not a dream. The principal, who usually overlooked the masses from his lofty perch and could hardly remember the names of students like her, had actually come in person, graciously delivering warmth to her family. All because her father might, perhaps, be a formidable recluse? She abruptly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Wang Yitian, who was sitting with his leg crossed, absently picking at his teeth while contemplating whether the now-cold nutritional paste was still drinkable. "What did you say to the principal? Did he mention there was something wrong here?" she asked, gesturing to her temple. Wang Yitian extracted a morsel from between his teeth, flicking it away with an innocent expression. "What did I say? Nothing much. I merely expressed my fondness for tranquility and my hopes for my daughter's happiness." The old man was quite perceptive, picking up on the nuances. He probably noticed my unique bone structure. Realizing I am a person of potential, he added, pausing to emphasize primarily, "It's my daughter's excellence that brings him pride." Wang Xinran retorted, "I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. You're a crafty old man." She realized extracting the truth from him was more challenging than catching a nuclear bomb with her bare hands. "Forget it. I won't ask anymore. Opportunities like this are too valuable to pass up." She grabbed the wooden box like a squirrel hoarding food and darted back to her room, slamming the door behind her, ready to thoroughly investigate these high-grade resources. Wang Yitian watched his daughter's retreating figure, chuckling to himself, his consciousness sinking into the system. Ding! The host has successfully secured quality external resources for the binded object, significantly enhancing her growth environment and sense of security. The completion of the paternal love mission has increased. Reward: 200 points of paternal love. Current balance of paternal love points: 485 points. Ah, the Grandmaster's generosity is indeed extravagant. A wave of goodwill surpasses days of toil and child-rearing. Wang Yitian rubbed his hands together in delight, browsing the marketplace and contemplating whether to purchase a daughter's Happiness Water Pro Max or save for something substantial. The following day, Monday, Wang Yitian is sporting a newly saved, vibrant short haircut that exuded an aura of untouchability, glided towards Jiangxing No. 1 High School on her hoverboard. Along the way, she felt a twinge of anxiety. While the principal's visit was one matter, the actual changes within the school were another. Would the teachers and classmates truly alter their attitudes based on the principal's mere words? Would Zhou Kai and his gang remain unyielding? However, upon entering the school gates and stepping onto the main path, she immediately sensed something amiss. It was profoundly unusual. Previously, she was met with indifference, disdain, or mocking derision. Yet today, everyone, students and teachers alike, regarded her with a complex mixture of curiosity, scrutiny, disbelief, and, most notably, a cautious reverence. Several former lackeys of Zhou Kai, upon seeing her, fled like ghosts, their faces pale and heads bowed, scuttling along the wall with the speed of a hunted animal. She parked her hoverboard and made her way to the classroom, where familiar and unfamiliar classmates alike greeted her with surprising warmth. "Good morning, Ran. You look splendid today. Have you had breakfast? I have some new energy bars. Would you like one?" Even a girl who had previously mocked her approached shyly, offering a beautifully packaged cup of milk tea. Ran, I was wrong before. You are magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me." Wang Xinran was overwhelmed by this sudden influx of enthusiasm, leaving her with goosebumps. She could only stiffly nod and murmur, "I ate already, thank you." As she reached the classroom door, something even more absurd occurred. The homeroom teacher, who typically wore a stern expression, gazing at her as if she were refused, now stood at the entrance with a beaming smile. "Welcome, Xinran. Gumin. Your hairstyle today is so spirited. What a personality. Truly worthy of being the next martial arts star." Wang Xinran nearly stumbled, her footing faltering. She glanced skeptically at the homeroom teacher and then at the classroom sign. Yes, it was indeed Class 217. Had the homeroom teacher been possessed? As she dazedly entered the classroom, she discovered her seating arrangement had also inexplicably changed. Her former desk, situated at the back near the trash can, pockmarked and inscribed with derogatory words, was nowhere to be found. In its place stood a brand-new, metallic glinting, high-tech learning desk equipped with a luminous screen and a temperature-controlled cup holder. Moreover, her position had been shifted to the center of the classroom, the coveted golden spot. All eyes in the class were focused on her. Their gazes varied, yet no one dared to speak loudly. "What is this?" Wang Xinran questioned, pointing at the new desk. Feeling utterly perplexed, the homeroom teacher, beaming, replied, "The school has recognized your rapid progress and immense potential, and has specially arranged a more conducive learning environment for you. This is the latest model of the Navigator-type smart desk, designed to assist in regulating mental states and stimulating blood circulation. Wang Yitian interjected. What does stimulating blood circulation even mean? I didn't come here for cupping. And this was merely the beginning. The first class was a theoretical martial arts lesson. The instructor, who typically reserved his warmth for top students, spent at least a third of his lecture time directing his gaze toward Wang Yitian. Every time a crucial point is mentioned, there's an involuntary urge to ask, Yitian, do you comprehend this point? Or Yitian, do you possess any unique insights regarding this technique? Wang Yitian, feeling overwhelmed by the inquiries, could only force a nod in response, murmuring, yes, I understand. I have no particular insights. As the bell rang for class dismissal, the director of the martial arts department, Lu Ming, personally appeared at the classroom door, beaming as he addressed Wang Yitian. Yitian, your Qianlong Plan resource card has been activated. Room 3 in the advanced training zone is now exclusively yours. Here is your access card. You may visit at any time. The monthly potion quota will automatically be credited to your card at the beginning of each month. Simply collect what you need from the logistics department without waiting in line. As he spoke, he handed her a shimmering silver access card adorned with dragon patterns and a resource card. The entire class gasped in astonishment. An exclusive advanced training room? Unlimited access? Free potions? Surely, such treatment is beyond even that of the student council president. Holding the two hefty cards, Wang Yitian felt as though she was clutching two branding irons. She finally grasped the meaning of the Principal S promise of top-tier cultivation. This was no mere privileged training. It was akin to being treated like a cherished daughter, or rather, a revered ancestor. At noon, when she arrived at the cafeteria, the lady serving the meals no longer trembled, piling her plate high with fierce beast meat, even generously offering a bowl of medicinal soup reputed to nourish vitality. The coveted window-side seats, once fiercely contested, now always had one left vacant, as if reserved solely for her. Even during a trip to the restroom, younger girls stood shyly at the door, blushing as they handed her a tissue and timidly asked, Sister Ron, could I have your autograph? Wang Yitian responded, An autograph? Where should I sign? On your school uniform or your forehead? Throughout the day, she existed in a surreal and exhilarating haze, feeling almost weightless as she walked. Yet she remained mindful of her father's teachings of humility, striving to maintain an expression of calm indifference, though internally, the little imp within her danced with glee, wishing to flip 3 somersaults on the spot. Well, it's not bad, just moderately impressive, was her assessment of her envious deskmate, delivered with a tone that begged for a reprimand. After school, she hurried towards the legendary exclusive advanced training room. Upon opening the door, she gasped in awe. This was no mere training room. It was akin to a luxurious presidential suite. The area was more spacious than her home. The floor was crafted from special material that automatically adjusted its firmness and absorbed impact, while the walls featured holographic projection screens capable of simulating various combat environments. The air was infused with pure, elemental energy drawn from formations, invigorating her with every breath. There was even a private shower, a resting pod, and a small emergency medical kit. Ah, the wretched privileges of the elite, Wang Yitian murmured to herself before plunging into the room, reveling in its splendor. She wasted no time and immediately began her intensive training, diluting the high-quality body refining liquid provided by the principal, lighting the calming incense, and holding a mid-grade spirit stone. She commenced practicing her father's somewhat unrefined yet effective techniques in this energy-rich training room. The results were astonishing, with the trifecta of superior resources, an exceptional environment, and top-tier techniques. She felt every cell in her body rejoicing, her vitality surging like a mighty river, and her perception and control over elemental energy enhancing at a visibly rapid pace. The previously obscure techniques of exerting force now seemed instinctive and effortless. She could distinctly feel her strength steadily and swiftly increasing, her foundation solidifying remarkably. At this rate, a breakthrough to the late-stage martial artist realm was just around the corner. After her training, she returned home, her body fatigued yet exhilarated, only to find her father lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a decades-old soap opera while idly picking at his feet. Back already? Wang Yitian did not lift his eyelids. How's the new desk? Comfortable? Is there enough meat in the cafeteria? Wang Yitian flung her backpack aside and collapsed onto the nearby worn-out sofa, exhaling deeply. Her her face betraying her uncontainable excitement and smugness. It's okay, I suppose. Just SOSO. It's a bit annoying that everyone greets me everywhere I go. The training room is mediocre. The elemental energy concentration is only about 7 or 8 times higher than outside. Wang Yitian shot her a sidelong glance and scoffed. Look at you, so full of yourself. Just because of this little treatment, you're getting carried away? Back in my day, cough cough. Anyway, stay calm and collected. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes, but the smile on her lips was impossible to suppress. This sensation of being adored wherever she went, with resources at her disposal and her training skyrocketing, was absolutely exhilarating. She adored this narrative of a mediocre student's resurgence and the return of the school tyrant. Chapter 30. A dual ascent of father and daughter. Wang Xinran felt as though her body was on the verge of bursting. This was no exaggeration. It was a genuine sensation. Her vitality was overflowing, surging through her meridians, causing considerable pressure. Since becoming the school's key protected individual, with an exclusive training room and boundless resources, coupled with her father's seemingly unorthodox yet highly effective guidance, her cultivation was advancing at an astonishing pace. Each day, she could sense her strength increasing, an addictive feeling that had her practically living in the training room, fervently practicing. That night, Wang Xinran was seated in the training room, surrounded by dense energy, holding a spirit stone and calming her mind. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from her dantian. A low hum reverberated from deep within her body. The previously steady flow of her vitality became tumultuous, violently impacting her entire being. Her dantian swelled, and the barrier separating the mid-stage from the late-stage martial artist realm shook violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering. A breakthrough was imminent. Wang Xinran's heart leaped with joy, yet she quickly calmed herself. She knew she could not act recklessly. Concentrating her mind, she guided her vitality towards the barrier. However, the barrier was sturdy. After several attempts, she found herself reeling as her vitality churned, her throat turning sweet from exertion. A direct assault wouldn't suffice. She paused to regulate her breathing. Breakthrough opportunities were rare. She could not afford to miss this chance. She needed her father, although he often acted foolishly. His words tended to hold wisdom when it mattered most. She sprang up, disregarding her appearance, hopped on her skateboard, and raced home. Bang! The door swung open. Wang Yitian was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in an old television show, idly picking at his feet, and muttering, "This old lady is quite wicked. Dad, I'm about to explode." Wang Xinran rushed before him, her face flushed and breathless. Wang Yitian jumped in surprise, scattering chips all over himself. "What's wrong, daughter? Were you chased by a dog?" "No, I'm about to break through. Late-stage martial artist. I'm stuck. Quickly, give me guidance." Wang Xinran grasped his arm, shaking him. Upon hearing it was about cultivation, Wang Yitian slumped back down. "A breakthrough, huh? It's somewhat akin to that thing. You can't rely solely on brute force. Speak plainly. Otherwise, you'll be washing dishes for a year." All right. Wang Yitian sat up, mentally connecting to the system. System, scan my daughter's status and provide a breakthrough plan, but make it simple. Scan complete. Status, peak mid-stage martial artist. Breakthrough barrier is loosening. Vitality is abundant. Meridians nearing their limit. Optimal plan. Guide vitality to the node 3/10 below the chi high point. Apply a spiral compression and unleash an instant explosion. Precision is crucial. Otherwise, injury is likely. Wang Yitian understood the situation and, assuming a sage-like demeanor, drew a circle on the coffee table with his wet finger. "Daughter, see this? The chi high point, do you understand? Don't just recklessly charge straight ahead. A little lower, there's a place called Qianlongjin, a name he fabricated, which is my unique secret." Wang Xinran was skeptical. "Qianlongjin? That's not in the book. The book is just for fooling children." Wang Yitian scoffed. "Listen closely. When your vitality reaches the threshold, divide off the thickest pulse of vitality, curve it, and shove it into this Qianlongjin. Then, without hesitation, like preparing a grand move, detonate it instantly. Be quick, be fierce, be precise. One step to success." Wang Xinran was doubtful, but time was of the essence. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I'll trust you this once. If it doesn't work, you'll wash the dishes and socks." With that, she turned and raced back to the training room. Wang Yitian smugly reclined, awaiting his system rewards. In the training room, Wang Xinran once again centered herself, Although her father's words were harsh, the concepts of Qianlong Yuan and detonation provided her with invaluable hints. She guided her vital energy and blood, and as she reached a critical point, she steeled her resolve and directed a portion of her energy towards that spot as her father had instructed. The energy flowed in, generating a pulling force. Now, she focused her mind, applying a spiraling pressure, and detonated. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated in her consciousness. That solid barrier shattered instantly. Vital energy surged through her wider meridians like a flood. A stronger, more refined aura erupted from within her. The energy in the training room swirled into her body. Her bones creaked, muscles strengthened, and her senses sharpened. She had reached the late stage of a martial artist. It was done. She opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with brilliance, and couldn't help but let out a long howl. The sound echoed throughout the training room. She had succeeded. Elated, she pumped her fist in triumph. In the modest rental apartment, Wang Yitian felt a tremor throughout his body. The moment his daughter broke through, a tremendous energy materialized out of thin air, flooding into his limbs and bones. The bottleneck of the mid-stage master vanished before this power. His energy sea expanded, becoming stronger and purer. His mental strength surged, and his control over power became more refined. He had reached the late stage of a master. This was achieved effortlessly. The notification chimes rang in succession. Delightful. Wang Yitian quickly suppressed his aura, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, but inside he was elated. This feeling of effortless victory was truly wonderful. Wang Xinran dashed home, her face brimming with excitement. Dad, I've broken through. I'm in the late stage. Your method really works. Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow. Just basic operations. Look at how happy you are. Are you hungry? Today, your father will cook. He got up and headed to the kitchen, concocting a meal from inexpensive ingredients, the aroma wafting through the air. At the dining table, Wang Xinran bit into a synthetic meat patty, overflowing with confidence. In the upcoming final competition, I will definitely secure first place. Wang Yitian mumbled through his food. Do as you wish, just don't disturb my sleep. Inside, he was pleased, contemplating what to exchange for something good with his 735 points of paternal love value. At that moment, the antiquated communicator on Wang Xinran's wrist emitted a beep, revealing a new message. She casually opened it, glanced at it, and was stunned, forgetting to chew the meat in her mouth. The message title was striking. Notice regarding the National Youth Martial Arts Competition School selection. Wang Yitian caught sight of her dazed expression and leaned over for a look, clicking his tongue. A national competition? Sound quite lively. Want to join in? Wang Xinran snapped back to reality, her eyes brightening further. She quickly tucked away the communicator and slammed her hand on the table. Of course. Why would I go? It's the perfect opportunity to test just how powerful I am now. Wang Xinran stared at the screen of the old communicator on her wrist, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly agape, forgetting the synthetic meat patty she had just put in her mouth. On the screen, a recently popped notification bearing an official certification mark boldly announced. Notice regarding the National Youth Martial Arts Competition School selection and Jiangxing No. 1 High School Representative Team Member selection. Beneath the notice, dense text elaborated on the competition's level, significance, and the rules, timings, and most enticing rewards of the school selection. Wang Xinran scanned it rapidly, her breath involuntarily quickening. The National Youth Martial Arts Competition. She murmured, her heart racing. The name alone was enough to intimidate. This was a nationwide event. It was incomparable to the trivial school competitions or the West City District leagues of the past. Upon examining the reward details, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Those selected for the school representative team would receive 1. Access to A-level resources from the school resource pool, elevating the supply of training resources to the highest standard. 2. Specialized guidance from a master-level coaching team. 3. The highest level of bonus point for college entrance examination evaluations, or priority qualifications for special recruitment by top martial arts universities. 4. Representing the school in municipal, provincial, and even national competitions, with additional substantial bonuses and special resource rewards based on performance. A-level resource access, master guidance, guaranteed admission slots, substantial bonuses. Each point struck Wang Xinran's heart like a heavy hammer. The temptation was overwhelming, especially for someone like her. who had previously struggled with a lack of resources and relied on her father's advantages to barely keep up. These resources were akin to a timely gift. They could reduce her detours and significantly accelerate her training speed. She could envision that if she excelled in this selection, or even went further, her life trajectory would be irrevocably altered. No longer needing to worry about resources, she could wholeheartedly pursue higher realms. Absolutely, I must participate. This thought burgeoned in her heart like wild grass. However, as she lowered her gaze and saw the list of upperclassmen who had expressed intent to register, that fervor was doused like a splash of cold water. The names at the top of the list were accompanied by their cultivation levels. Lin Hao, 3rd year, early stage warrior. Wang Yitian, 3rd year, perfected warrior. Zhao Meng, 3rd year, perfected warrior. Note, recently recovered from injury. Early stage warrior. There were also several perfected warriors, and they were all upperclassmen in the 3rd year. They had more training time, richer experience, and their resources might not be inferior to hers. Wang Xinran, at best, had only just broken through to the late stage of a warrior. Although she considered her combat skills commendable, bolstered by her father's unconventional wisdom, what chance did she stand against true prodigies who had entered the warrior realm? An immense pressure bore down upon her. She recalled the helplessness she felt when facing Zhou Biao last time. Although her father had dealt with him effortlessly, that was due to her father's strength, not her own. This time, she would be genuinely relying on herself to compete. To go or not to go. If she went, she might very well be humiliated and become a laughingstock, jeopardizing even her current modest status. If she stayed back, she could comfortably enjoy her existing resources and perhaps smoothly break through to the warrior realm by her 3rd year. Why risk it now? Wang Xinran was torn. Her personality was brash and proud, yet not foolish. She understood the disparity. Excitement, desire, hesitation, and worry clashed within her, leaving her hand, poised with chopsticks, suspended in midair. Eating is eating. Why am I staring at this broken screen? The meat is getting cold. A lazy voice interrupted her thoughts. Wang Yitian, without raising his head, casually pushed the vegetables in his bowl, seemingly indifferent to the momentous news in his daughter's hands. Wang Xinran suddenly snapped back to reality, thrusting the communicator screen in front of Wang Yitian's eyes. Her tone laced with an urgency she didn't even realize. Old man, look at this. Only then did Wang Yitian lift his eyelids, glancing disinterestedly, muttering, National competition? Sounds pretty lively. What, do you want to go? The rewards are incredible. Wang Xinran pointed at the screen at level resources. Master guidance. Guaranteed slots. But her voice trailed off as she pointed to Lin Hao's name. Look at the competitors. They're all warriors. I've only just reached the late stage. Wang Yitian leisurely picked up a vegetable, chewing slowly and mumbled indistinctly. Oh, a warrior. That is somewhat impressive. His tone was as flat as if he were commenting on today's slightly wilted vegetables. Wang Xinran glared at him, her frustration mounting. Hey, old man, your daughter might get crushed on stage. And this is your reaction? Finally, Wang Yitian set down his chopsticks, rubbed his hands together, and instinctively reached for his feet, only to be met with Wang Xinran's death glare. He sheepishly withdrew his hand and shrugged. If you get crushed, you get crushed. No skin off my back. If you can't win, just admit defeat. It's not a big deal. My pension isn't enough to cover your medical expenses and psychological trauma compensation. His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely discussing whether to bargain for groceries the next day. Wang Yitian. Wang Xinran was utterly incensed, slamming her palm onto the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Are you still my biological father? Do you truly look down on me? What does it mean to concede defeat? In this genius's lexicon, the term defeat does not exist. Her chest heaved violently, her multicolored hair almost standing on end in fury. What martial masters? Are they not merely individuals with two shoulders and one head? Who is afraid of whom? It's just a fight. I refuse to believe it. Wang Yitian's dismissive remarks were like a matchstick, igniting the indomitable spirit and reckless tenacity within Wang Xinran. The earlier doubts and worries were incinerated by this fierce fire. Indeed, what is there to fear? If I cannot win, I can always lie down. But to lack the courage to fight? Now that will be truly shameful. When has Wang Xinran ever backed down? Observing his daughter, who resembled an enraged little leopard, a fleeting glimmer of amusement, almost imperceptible, crossed Wang Yitian's murky gaze. Yet, his face retained its annoyingly relaxed demeanor as he idly scratched his ear. All right, you're impressive, you're formidable. If you wish to go, then go, but stop shouting. You're disturbing your father's meal. With that, he resumed his meal, focusing intently on the vegetables as if nothing had transpired. Wang Xinran, fuming, returned to her seat, snatching up the communicator and quickly tapping on the screen. Ding! Registration successful. The notification chimed. She thrust the screen in front of Wang Yitian, her voice dripping with defiance. Look well, this genius has registered. Wait for me to bring back first place. Wang Yitian lifted his gaze from his bowl, casting a glance before muttering. What good is first place? Can it exchange for an extra 2 liang of meat? He then resumed his meal. Wang Xinran thought, never mind. Engaging in an argument with this old man would only shorten her lifespan. She bit into a cold pork chop with determination, vowing, just wait, Lin Hao and Ouyang Qian. I shall defeat you all. This representative slot will be mine. Meanwhile, Wang Yitian, seemingly engrossed in his meal, quietly accessed the system interface and glanced at the modest amount of paternal love points credited due to his daughter's resolute decision to compete. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The big fish is finally about to be caught. This national competition is just the right opportunity to hone this rough gem. As for the storms ahead, with a father like him below, let her plunge headfirst into the fray. Chapter 32. Father's special training. The exhilaration of successful registration was akin to gulping down a bottle of ice-cold soda in summer. Refreshing at first, but soon evaporated by the oppressive heat of reality. Wang Xinran dove into her exclusive high-level training room, determined to train fiercely. With only a few days remaining until the school selection competition, the names of those at the martial master level and the perfected warriors felt like little whips cracking against the back of her head, instilling a sense of urgency within her. She repeatedly practiced the clumsy yet effective foundational techniques her father had taught her, pummeling the energy target with forceful strikes. Initially, she was successful, her power coalescing and her explosive strength evident. However, when she attempted to increase her speed and simulate high-speed combat, problems arose. When she sped up, her movements became erratic. The faster she went, the more her form deteriorated, her striking precision diminished, and her chi and blood could not keep pace, resulting in a disordered force that rendered her effective strength barely at 70%. Several times, due to unstable power, she nearly stumbled, the rebound from her punches causing her wrists to ache. Damn it, why can't I handle speed? Wang Xinran gasped for breath, staring at the fluctuating values on the energy target, her frustration mounting as she raked her fingers through her colorful hair. It felt akin to driving. Moving steadily at a leisurely pace was fine, but once on the highway, everything became uncontrollable. She recognized this as a bottleneck. In her previous training, she had followed a methodical approach, never facing the urgent need to respond to high-speed attacks. Now, she had to contend with opponents who might be stronger than herself. Speed, reaction time, and instantaneous power were non-negotiable. After an entire afternoon of minimal progress, Wang Xinran returned home, her body weary and her mood sour. Wang Yitian was sprawled on the couch, engrossed in an old documentary about archaeological excavations. The screen displayed a group of individuals in protective gear digging in what appeared to be an ancient ruin. Back, are you? How'd the training go? Did you manage to break any sandbags? He asked without raising his eyes. Wang Xinran tossed her backpack onto the floor and slumped into the tattered sofa across from him. Exasperated. Break what? I can barely keep it together. The moment I speed up, it all falls apart. Old man, is there a flaw in your boxing technique? Is it only meant for slow and steady? Only then did Wang Yitian pause the documentary, the image frozen on a close-up of an excavated peculiar metal fragment. He turned his head, scrutinizing his daughter for a moment, and a faint glimmer of insight flashed in his usually dull eyes. Ding. Scan complete. Binding target, Wang Xinran. Current training bottleneck. Insufficient core muscle group coordination under high-speed movement, a 178 decrease in the matching degree of neuroreflexes and energy flow, leading to reduced power efficiency and distorted movements. Solution. Engage in high-intensity dynamic visual and neural response enhancement training. Items in the shop. High-speed dynamic visual simulation experience card. Beginner. Price. 80 paternal love points. Wang Yitian thought to himself, so there's indeed a problem. Maintaining a stoic expression, He scratched his belly and said leisurely, "A flaw? Nonsense. That's just you not practicing enough. My skills are profound and extensive. How can a little girl like you casually question them?" He pointed at the screen, displaying the fragment from the ruins, and began to speak earnestly. "Do you see that? Artifacts unearthed from ancient ruins. Do you know what that signifies? It represents the legacy I have received, tested through the annals of history. Premium quality. You think what you're practicing now is merely skin deep? Let me tell you, the true essence involves neural response, spatial perception, and dynamic prediction, concepts you wouldn't understand." Wang Xinran rolled her eyes. "More nonsense. Speak plainly. How do I practice?" Wang Yitian huffed, his consciousness quietly connecting to the system shop. He swiftly spent 80 paternal love points to exchange for the high-speed dynamic visual simulation experience card, beginner. Then, he pretended to rummage around in his pockets, producing a small, grayish, palm-sized metal piece, made of an indeterminate material and inscribed with several obscure ancient runes. "Here, consider yourself lucky. I found this little trinket while cleaning up the family heirlooms, or rather, tidying up the junk I collected during my previous expeditions. This seems to be an ancient training talisman, said to stimulate the nerves and enhance reaction speed. Give it a try and see if it still works." Wang Xinran took the metal piece, feeling its cold, heavy weight in her palm, the runes crooked, yet exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Skeptically, she asked, "This thing? How do I use it? Stick on my forehead? Do I need to drip blood to bond with it?" Wang Yitian nearly blurted out. "Just input a trace of energy to activate it. Then concentrate. It will transport you into a simulated training space. But be warned, this thing is quite old, and its effectiveness is uncertain. It may be a bit stimulating. If you can't handle it, disconnect immediately. Don't be a hero." Wang Xinran, eyeing the antique-like object in her hand, and then glancing at her father's nonchalant demeanor, gritted her teeth. "Well, I'll treat it like a live horse." She settled into a cross-legged position and followed his instructions, channeling a trace of energy into the metal piece. Buzz. The runes on the metal piece flickered with a subtle glow, and Wang Xinran suddenly felt a flash before her eyes, the surroundings transforming instantly. She was no longer in the shabby living room, but in a sleek, white virtual space filled with a sense of technology. Countless tiny light points swirled around her at high speeds, and a cold voice echoed in her ears. "High-speed dynamic visual reaction training. Beginner mode activated. Avoid the light points. The longer you last, the higher your evaluation." Before she could react, a point of light rushed toward her at an astonishing speed. Startled, Wang Xinran instinctively attempted to dodge to the side, but her body remained seated in reality, with only her consciousness navigating the virtual space. The sudden movement nearly caused her physical form to lose balance. In the virtual realm, she witnessed the light point collide squarely with her. Bang! Evaluation. Failure. Reaction delay. 0. 5 seconds. A chilling prompt echoed in her ears. Was this too fast? Wang Xinran, unwilling to concede, refocused her concentration for another attempt. Thus began a cycle of embarrassing failures. When the light point approached from the left, she dodged right, only to be struck by another from that side. When a light point descended from above, she ducked, only to be hit by one approaching diagonally from below. When two light points attacked simultaneously from different angles, she became flustered, unable to prioritize, and was struck by both. Sometimes she judged the direction correctly, but her body's reaction lagged by a beat, resulting in collisions. On one occasion, overwhelmed by anxiety, she clumsily attempted to jump away, only to trip over herself, becoming engulfed by the light points. Bang! Failure. Bang! Overreaction. Bang! Poor coordination. The cold, unrelenting prompts rang in her ears. Wang Xinran felt dizzy in the virtual space, although she wouldn't sustain real injuries. The sense of failure and mental exhaustion was quite tangible. In reality, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her brow furrowed, and her lips pressed tightly together. Wang Yitian, leisurely observing his archaeological documentary, occasionally glanced at his daughter, who appeared to be on the brink of a crisis, suppressing a smile as he witnessed her tense demeanor. The effects of the ancient training talisman were evidently quite stimulating. Time passed unknowingly until Wang Xinran suddenly opened her eyes wide, gasping for breath, her gaze somewhat vacant. In frustration, she tossed the metallic piece onto the sofa, as if it were a hot potato. Devil! Wang Yitian, you are truly a devil. What kind of useless thing is this? It's impossible to dodge. Her voice was tinged with exhaustion and a slight rasp. Wang Yitian, scratching his ear, remarked TSK, blaming the tool for your own ineptitude. So how does it feel? After regaining her breath and calming down, Wang Xinran took a moment to reflect. Despite the torment she endured, it seemed her dynamic vision had sharpened somewhat. Her ability to track rapidly moving objects appeared to have improved, albeit subtly, as if a thin veil obscuring her vision had been lifted just a fraction. Is there some benefit? She mused uncertainly. If it's useful, then keep practicing. No time for idle chatter. Wang Yitian waved his hand, indicating they would continue the next day, aiming to ensure she wouldn't be struck senseless by virtual light points before the selection competition. With a resigned sigh, Wang Xinran contemplated her formidable opponents but steeled herself, resting briefly before picking up the ancient training talisman once more. In the ensuing days, apart from her regular training, she diligently grappled with this challenging device. Each day left her mentally drained, yet her reaction speed and adaptability to high-speed dynamics improved remarkably without her awareness. The selection competition loomed ever closer. Chapter 33. The selection begins. The days spent grappling with the ancient training talisman felt like grains of sand slipping through her fingers, vanishing in an instant. Before she knew it, the day of the internal selection for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition at Jiangqing No. 1 High School had arrived. Early that morning, the colossal multi-purpose gymnasium, usually reserved for school-wide assemblies, buzzed with excitement, resembling a festive celebration. The vast circular stands were filled to capacity with students, their chatter merging into a vibrant hum that filled the air. The atmosphere was thick with youthful exuberance, the scent of sweat, and an underlying tension known as competition. In the center of the gym, 10 standard alloy arenas had been erected, gleaming under the harsh illumination from above. Surrounding the arenas, pale blue energy shield generators ensured that the energy waves from the fierce battles would not harm the spectators. The referee's table, medical station, and athlete resting areas were all set up, lending an air of formality to the event. Wang Xinran, with her signature multicolored short hair, donned a slightly faded yet tidy training uniform, blending into the bustling crowd of competitors as she awaited the drawing of lots. She unconsciously rubbed the worn, gray ancient training talisman in her hand, her gaze scanning the surrounding rivals with the intensity of a searchlight. Wow, there are quite a few competitors, she thought to herself. Looking around, she noticed that most participants were upperclassmen, their composure steady, and their eyes sharp, indicating they were not to be trifled with. As a novice in the late stages of her martial artist training, she felt akin to a husky among a pack of wolves, the contrast quite striking. A long queue formed at the drawing station. Wang Xinran stood on tiptoe to peer ahead, silently wishing, please don't draw a freak. Before long, the results were announced. She unfolded her slip, revealing, Group B, Match 7. Phew, that's acceptable, a later match. Wang Xinran sighed in relief. This meant she had ample time to observe her opponents and gauge their abilities. After securing her slip, she settled into a corner not too far from the arena to commence her reconnaissance mission. Soon, her radar honed in on several key targets. The first to catch her eye was a boy clad in a perfectly tailored, high-end training uniform. He was tall and handsome, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and quietly engrossed in a physical book. However, Wang Xinran keenly sensed an almost imperceptible yet extraordinarily refined aura emanating from him. Lin Hao. Wang Xinran squinted. The top student of his senior class, early-stage martial artist, the number 1 seed on the list. It was said that he excelled in both academics and martial arts. A prized asset of the school, a top student and a martial artist, and he looks good too. How is one supposed to compete against him? Wang Xinran grimaced internally, thinking, this perfect persona is usually either the protagonist or the final boss. He is bound to be challenging. Next, her attention was drawn to a girl whose slender form moved with an almost eerie grace, reminiscent of a cat. She was warming up, her movements unpredictable, sometimes swift as a specter, other times still as a maiden, making it impossible to track her trajectory. Wang Yitian. Wang Xinran recognized her, a senior, fully realized martial artist, reputed to possess a peculiar family technique, claimed to be invincible at her level, exceedingly slippery. A master of evasion? I find that most bothersome. It's like trying to catch an eel. Wang Xinran felt a headache coming on, Such opponents would test her reflexes and intuition, precisely her previous weaknesses. However, recalling the slight improvements yielded by the ancient training talisman, she felt a modicum of reassurance. Apart from these two standout competitors, several others also piqued her interest. A muscular, fierce-looking man named Zhao Meng, a fully realized martial artist with a focus on brute strength, a taciturn boy in black, arms crossed, exuding a cold demeanor, and a sunny youth, grinning as he greeted those around him, yet emanating an equally potent aura. Goodness, all sorts have come out to play. As Wang Xinran observed, she found herself mentally critiquing the competitors. Lin Hao appeared to be a pretentious type, likely favoring a strategy of striking from the shadows. Yang Qian resembled a ghost, and she needed to be wary of her stealthy approaches. The muscular fellow would probably rely on brute force. She would need to employ cunning. The cold boy likely had some sinister tricks up his sleeve, and the sunny boy, a smiling tiger, she mused, would be more than capable of deception. As she continued to ponder, the results of the drawing were announced, and the matchups appeared on the large screen. Wang Xinran quickly looked up to find her name. Group B, Match 7. Wang Xinran, Grade 10, Late-Stage Martial Artist, vs Zhang Chao, Grade 11, Late-Stage Martial Artist. Zhang Chao? Wang Xinran swiftly reviewed her thoughts, finding nothing particularly memorable, merely an ordinary senior martial artist in the late stages. She felt a slight sigh of relief. Her first-round opponent was not excessively formidable, presenting an opportunity. The competition commenced shortly after. With a commanding voice from the referee, the various platforms erupted with the surge of elemental energy, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts and clashes. The audience erupted into waves of cheers and gasps. Wang Xinran watched intently, particularly focusing on Lin Hao and Yang Qian, the favored contenders. Lin Hao stepped onto the stage, facing an upperclassman who had achieved martial perfection. The upperclassman launched a ferocious assault right from the start, exuding an intimidating aura. Yet, Lin Hao merely adjusted his glasses, shifted his feet slightly, and effortlessly evaded all attacks. Then, seemingly at random, he delivered a palm strike, the force of which coalesced and struck the opponent squarely in the chest. The upperclassman let out a muffled groan, hurtling backward and struggling to rise after landing. One strike to annihilate a martial artist at peak perfection? Wang Xinran's pupils contracted. Lin Hao's prowess was even more terrifying than the rumor suggested. His control over elemental energy was astonishingly precise. Yang Qian's match was even more bizarre. Her opponent could not even graze her hem, as she danced around him with an ethereal footwork, leaving him panting and exhausted. In the end, she gently tapped a pressure point, causing him to collapse and surrender. This grace of movement was truly extraordinary. Wang Xinran felt that her dynamic visual training had not been in vain. She could at least discern some of Yang Qian's movement trajectories, but to keep up, she was still far from it. As matches progressed, there were fierce battles of equals, one-sided demolitions, and even unexpected upsets. The atmosphere was electric. Finally, it was time for the 7th match of Group B. Please, contestants Wang Xinran and Zhang Chao, proceed to Platform 3 for preparation. The announcement echoed. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, stretched her limbs, rose, and walked toward Platform 3, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. Her first battle had arrived. She approached the edge of the platform, ready to mount it. The referee was already in position. However, after a considerable wait, Zhang Chao was nowhere to be seen. Whispers began to circulate among the audience. The referee furrowed his brow and called out again, "Contestant Zhang Chao, please come to the platform immediately. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeit." Another minute passed, yet still no one appeared. The referee picked up a communicator to confirm, then looked at Wang Xinran with a peculiar expression, raising his hand to announce. Due to contestant Zhang Chao's failure to arrive on time, the 7th match of Group B is declared a forfeit. The winner is Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran stood by the platform, utterly bewildered. Had she won just like that, without a fight? Instinctively, she searched the crowd for the individual named Zhang Chao, only to spot a somewhat familiar tall boy with his head down, surrounded by a few companions, his expression seemingly unwell. Wang Xinran recalled that he was a subordinate who previously associated with Zhou Kai. Could it be that he was intimidated by her reputation and chose not to compete? Scratching her head, she found the situation both amusing and absurd. This victory had come far too unexpectedly. She had prepared for a fierce clash, only for her opponent to vanish. The stands erupted with ambiguous hisses and murmurs. Wang Xinran shrugged and, at the referee's signal, turned to descend from the platform. The first round concluded in such a dramatic fashion. Returning to the resting area, she gazed at the large screen, displaying her name, followed by the advancement symbol. Her feelings were complex. Was this a promising start, or merely a stroke of luck? Regardless, she had made it to the next round. The true challenge lay ahead. Chapter 34. The might of a fist. The news of her first-round victory by forfeit spread like wildfire through the gymnasium. Wang Xinran, bearing the weight of various gazes, some filled with astonishment, others with curiosity, disdain, and a hint of knowing, returned to the contestants' resting area. She felt a strange discontent, akin to delivering a powerful punch only for it to land on cotton, leaving her feeling empty. With a quiet mutter, she plopped down onto a plastic chair, continuing to observe the ensuing matches. The fleeting sense of luck from her opponent's forfeit quickly faded in the face of stronger opponents and fiercer battles. Especially as she witnessed Lin Hao and Wang Yitian effortlessly advancing, she realized that relying on luck would not suffice. True skill was the only hard truth. The draw for the second round commenced swiftly. Wang Xinran drew a later position, facing Li Chong. Upon seeing the name, her eyebrows arched. She recognized him. A senior martial artist at peak perfection and a staunch follower of Zhou Kai, who had often mocked her. After Zhou Kai was persuaded by her father to step back for recovery, Li Chong had been quiet for a while. Now that the master had retreated, the lackey sought to make a name for himself. Wang Xinran scoffed inwardly. She could almost predict his thoughts. He likely believed that Wang Xinran's previous prowess stemmed solely from her formidable father, and that her own abilities were negligible. He intended to seize this opportunity to undermine her in front of Zhou Kai. As she approached the designated Platform 5, she felt a malevolent gaze fixed upon her. At the edge of the platform stood a tall, robust boy with a scowling face, arms crossed, casting sidelong glances at her, a smirk of undisguised mockery on his lips. It was Li Chong. "Oh, isn't this our forfeit champion, Wang Xinran?" As she took her position, Li Chong's mocking voice rang out, loud enough for those nearby to hear. What good fortune! Directly handed a free pass in the first round. I wonder if such luck will hold in the second round? Wang Xinran lazily dug in her ear and glanced at him, unimpressed. What stray dog is barking here? Did your owner forget to keep you on a leash? Li Chong's expression darkened, anger flashing in his eyes. Wang Xinran, don't be so arrogant. Just because someone has your back doesn't make you impressive. This is the platform, where real skills count. Today, I'll teach you a lesson for Zhou Xiao, so you'll understand the meaning of humility. Ignoring him entirely, Wang Xinran turned to the referee, weary of lingering with a fool. The referee's lips twitched slightly as he conducted the routine checks, confirming both were ready before waving his hand. Second round, Platform 5. Wang Xinran against Li Chong. Begin. As the words left his mouth, Li Chong roared, unleashing his martial perfection aura, charging toward Wang Xinran like a rampaging bull. He was determined to end this swiftly, to redeem himself, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Wang Xinran's face. The force behind this blow was tremendous, clearly meant to inflict harm. Surrounding spectators gasped, many believing that although Wang Xinran had broken through to the later stages, facing Li Chong, who had long mastered martial perfection, would spell her doom. After all, the gap between minor realms could often be an insurmountable chasm. Yet, in the face of this ferocious punch, Wang Xinran stood her ground, not moving an inch. She even had time to stifle a yawn. Just as Li Chong's fist was about to make contact, she sprang into action. There were no elaborate footwork or dazzling displays of elemental energy. She simply sidestepped, her movement so minimal it was nearly imperceptible, yet it elegantly allowed Li Chong's fist to graze past her nose. Simultaneously, her right fist, appearing casual, rose from below. This punch was unremarkable, even somewhat awkward. The trajectory of her arm bore an unusual arc, and the manner of exerting force seemed peculiar, entirely unlike any martial arts technique taught in formal classes. It resembled a haphazard swing of her arm. Yet it was precisely this punch that struck with a resounding thud, akin to a thunderous clap. Her fist landed squarely between Li Chong's exposed chest and abdomen, halting his forward momentum abruptly. The mocking grin on his face froze, transforming into sheer shock and disbelief. He felt a sharp, concentrated force, akin to a drill, penetrating through him in an instant. The protective energy shield crumbled like paper, and it felt as though every organ within him had been displaced by that singular punch. A pained and sharp cry escaped his lips. His robust frame, soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, feet lifting from the ground as he was propelled backward, tracing a chaotic arc before plummeting off the stage. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a halt, curled up in a fetal position, exhaling his last breath, unconscious. An instantaneous defeat, a true, clean, and unequivocal annihilation, from start to finish. The entire ordeal scarcely exceeded 3 seconds. Wang Yitian maintained her stance, slowly retracting her fist and gently blowing away the non-existent smoke as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. She did not even glance at Li Chong, who lay sprawled beneath the stage like a defeated dog, instead turning away to walk towards the edge of the arena. The entire gymnasium fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Every spectator stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if they had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. One punch, just one punch? Had she sent a fully accomplished martial artist flying? An immediate defeat? What on earth was happening? Wasn't it said that Wang Yitian was merely fortunate, relying on her father's influence? This was a martial artist at the later stage? What a farce! Which martial artist at that level could be vanquished with a single blow? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted like a volcano in a cacophony of astonishment. My goodness, one punch, just one punch. Li Chong was a fully accomplished martial artist. And just like that, he was gone. When did Wang Yitian become so formidable? What kind of martial arts was that? I have never seen such a style. How peculiar. The way she sidestepped earlier, her timing was impeccable. And that force was simply extraordinary. It turned out that her first-round victory was not merely a stroke of luck, but a genuine display of strength. The students in the stands were thoroughly stirred, their discussions and exclamations rising and falling like tide. Those once filled with scorn and skepticism were now replaced with shock, awe, and disbelief. Wang Yitian had proclaimed her prowess in the most direct and domineering manner. In the competitors' resting area, several advancing participants gazed gravely at Wang Yitian's retreating figure. Ouyang Qian furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Even Lin Hao, who had been calmly engrossed in a book, lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and paused for a few seconds, his gaze lingering on Wang Yitian with a hint of inquiry. The referee stood in stunned silence for several seconds before hastily descending from the stage to assess Li Chong's condition, subsequently announcing, in the second match, the victor is Wang Yitian. Wang Yitian descended the stage as if nothing had transpired, feeling the multitude of eyes fixed upon her, secretly reveling in the attention, yet maintaining an outward demeanor of calm composure. She even took a moment to glance at the spot where Li Chong had fallen, curling her lips in disdain. All that noise, yet so easily dispatched. Meanwhile, in a nondescript corner of the gymnasium, near the trash bin, Wang Yitian lounged in a plastic chair, his head nodding as if he were drifting into slumber. It was not until the surrounding uproar erupted that he was roused, blinking sleepily, rubbing his eyes, and yawning broadly, mumbling, "Is it over? So soon? Can't anyone let me catch a nap?" He stretched languidly, shifting into a more comfortable position, seemingly indifferent to the astonishing punch that had just resonated on the stage and the commotion his daughter had caused, even finding it somewhat bothersome. Only those familiar with him might catch a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction in his half-closed eyes, almost imperceptible. This clumsy technique. His daughter has indeed practiced well. His efforts were not in vain, or rather, they were a result of diligent guidance. Wang Yitian felt that familiar yet indifferent gaze from the corner and snorted inwardly. Continue pretending. Old master of deception. She raised her head, her eyes sweeping across the now tense and apprehensive faces in the competitors' area, a slight smile curving her lips. The true spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 35. Encountering a stiff rival. The aftermath of Wang Yitian's punch that sent Li Chong flying reverberated throughout the gymnasium for quite some time. Those who had previously held disdainful or watchful gazes now largely transformed into expressions of uncertainty and reevaluation. She could clearly sense that as she walked through the competitor's area. The glances directed towards her now held a measure of consideration. Finally, a bit of peace. Wang Xinran internally smirked, rather enjoying this change. However, she did not allow herself to become complacent. For the third-round matchup that was promptly displayed on a large screen splashed cold water on her warming heart. Group C. Fourth match, Wang Xinran, second year, martial artist late stage, versus Wang Yitian, third year, martial artist completed stage. Wang Yitian, the senior with a ghostly-like agility. Wang Xinran's lips twitched. Just what she feared had come to pass. Having just dealt with one brute, she was now faced with this most vexing agile opponent. Her luck was astonishingly poor. She furtively glanced in Wang Yitian's direction. The latter remained quietly in her corner, standing tall and composed, her expression frigid, as if the surrounding commotion bore no relevance to her, resembling a moving iceberg. Just looking at her made one feel distant, let alone engaging in combat. Cursing her bad luck, Wang Xinran lamented, feeling that her brief triumph over Li Chong had evaporated in an instant. This was the true test. In the corner of the stands, Wang Yitian shifted positions to continue his nap, though his eyelids appeared to have lifted ever so slightly to scan the matchup board before drooping again, revealing no discernible expression. Matches proceeded one after another. Soon, it was time for Group C's fourth match. Please have a contestants for Group C's fourth match. Wang Xinran and Wang Yitian proceed to Ring 2 to prepare. The announcement echoed, and Wang Xinran inhaled deeply, rising to her feet, stretching her limbs before walking towards the platform. She felt the collective gaze of the audience converge upon her. After all, one was a dark horse who had annihilated a fully accomplished martial artist with a single blow, and the other was a favored contestant with unparalleled agility. This duel was bound to be captivating. Wang Yitian also stood simultaneously, her steps light and soundless as she ascended the stage to stand opposite Wang Xinran. Their gazes met. Wang Yitian's eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion, as if she were observing an inanimate object. She merely nodded slightly, as a form of greeting. Wang Xinran curled her lip, uninterested in idle chatter. She was least adept at communicating with such an icy beauty. The referee confirmed both sides were ready, waved his hand. Begin. Almost as soon as the referee's words fell, Wang Yitian sprang into action. Without warning, without any build-up, her figure seemed to blur for an instant, and the next moment, she had already appeared behind Wang Xinran. Her speed was so great that it left only a faint afterimage. Simultaneously, a hand strike silently sliced towards Wang Xinran's neck. The angle was treacherous, the attack razor-sharp. How swift! Wang Xinran's heart raced with alarm. This speed surpassed that of the light points she had previously faced using the ancient training talisman by an unimaginable margin. Moreover, it was utterly silent, profoundly deceptive. Fortunately, after enduring several days of torment from that cursed talisman, her dynamic vision and neural reflexes had improved significantly. Almost instinctively, she twisted her waist sharply, her head arching back desperately while her legs propelled her sideways. With a whoosh, the hand strike, carrying a sharp gust of wind, grazed her throat, igniting a searing sting. That was perilously close. Wang Xinran broke into a cold sweat. Had she been a mere tenth of a second slower, her throat would have taken a direct hit. Wang Yitian, having missed her strike, retreated like a specter, once again creating distance. Her gaze remaining icy and devoid of any fluctuation. Gasps erupted from the audience. That last attack had been too perilous. Wang Xinran shook her head, her expression growing grave. She could not afford to be on the defensive. With a fierce shout, she charged forward, her fist slicing through the air toward Wang Yitian's face. However, Wang Yitian was as light as a feather. Just as Wang Xinran's punch reached her, she had already stepped back half a pace, effortlessly evading the blow. Wang Xinran executed a sweeping maneuver, drifting like willow catkins to the opposite side. She intensified her offensive, her fists and feet striking like the wind. Yet each attempt missed its mark, failing even to graze Wang Yitian's garments. The latter's movements were too enigmatic, flitting from left to right, advancing and retreating. Her steps appeared chaotic, yet she consistently evaded attacks by mere inches, occasionally delivering cunning counterattacks that left Wang Xinran flustered. The spectacle momentarily devolved into Wang Xinran's solitary performance against the air, interspersed with perilous dodges. She resembled a bumbling bear, endowed with strength yet lacking an outlet, while Wang Yitian embodied a nimble butterfly. This situation was untenable. Her stamina would soon deplete. Sweat beaded on Wang Yitian's forehead. Her breath became labored. Wang Yitian evidently expended far less energy. Anticipation. She needed to predict her opponent's movements. Recalling the torment she endured against the luminous dots, Wang Yitian forced herself to remain calm, ceasing her blind pursuit, and instead concentrated her efforts on observing Wang Yitian's footwork and subtle signs such as shoulder movements. At one moment, Wang Yitian surged in from an unusual angle, her fingertips charged with sharp energy, targeting a vital point beneath Wang Yitian's rib. This time, Wang Yitian did not evade entirely. Her pupils constricted as she detected a minuscule tilt of Wang Yitian's shoulder, allowing her to anticipate the trajectory of the impending attack and its potential follow-ups. The left rib was a feint. The true target was the right shoulder. In a flash, Wang Yitian made a daring decision. Rather than retreating, she slightly turned her body, bracing her left arm to absorb Wang Yitian's pointed strike to her rib. Thud! The sharp energy embedded itself in her arm, pain radiating through her, her left arm instantly feeling weak and numb. Yet, Wang Yitian gritted her teeth. Leveraging the force of the impact, her right fist primed and ready, she unleashed a powerful blow toward the spot where Wang Yitian was destined to move. It was that unsightly yet effective technique of generating force. Wang Yitian clearly did not anticipate Wang Yitian's choice to endure the pain in order to retaliate. She was momentarily spent, her body caught in a fleeting stasis, and Wang Yitian's fist, as if foreseeing the outcome, awaited at that very location. Bang! The fist struck solidly against the scapula of Wang Yitian's right shoulder. Wang Yitian let out a muffled grunt, the icy facade finally cracking to reveal a glimmer of shock and pain. The force of the impact sent her staggering backward, her right arm hanging limply, evidently injured. Wang Yitian, seizing the advantage, bore through the agony in her left arm and charged once more. Wang Yitian's movements faltered. She barely managed to block a few strikes before Wang Yitian executed a sweeping kick that sent her tumbling off the stage. In the fourth match of Group C, the victor was announced as Wang Yitian. She stood on the stage, gasping for breath, her left arm throbbing with pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Yet her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. She had triumphed. She had bested this formidable opponent. The arena fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into an even more fervent uproar. She had won. Wang Yitian had defeated Wang Yitian. An exchange of injuries. What tenacity! How did she anticipate Wang Yitian's movements? Remarkable. Wang Yitian was indeed a true dark horse. Ignoring the cacophony around her, Wang Yitian cradled her injured left arm, descending the stage step by step. Though she grimaced in pain, her heart brimmed with an unprecedented exhilaration. The feeling of conquering a formidable adversary through wisdom and courage was far more satisfying than a swift knockout. She found a corner in the competitor's rest area, seated herself, and examined her left arm. The area where she had been struck was bruised and swollen, pulsating with sharp pain at the slightest movement. At that moment, a shadow loomed over her. Wang Yitian looked up to see her father, Wang Yitian, having ambled over, still appearing half awake. TSK, refusing to admit defeat? What show of bravado! Look at that swollen arm, resembling a pig's trotter. Wang Yitian grimaced, his tone devoid of concern. Wang Yitian shot him an exasperated glare. Mind your own business. I won, and that's what matters. Wang Yitian remained silent, slowly retrieving a small, unremarkable, gray-brown ceramic jar from the pocket of his faded old shirt, tossing it casually to Wang Yitian. Bought it from a roadside stall, supposedly reduces swelling and alleviates pain. Use it as you will, but don't expect any miracles. His tone was flat, as if he had tossed her a mere stone. Wang Yitian caught the jar, feeling its coolness in her palm. She skeptically opened the lid, and a faint, invigorating fragrance wafted out, reminiscent of herbal remedies or perhaps some exotic beast's essence, instantly revitalizing her spirit. Inside was a creamy, smooth paste. A notification chimed in Wang Yitian's mind. Detected item from host for bound object. Special healing ointment. Produced by system. Efficiently repairs soft tissue damage. mildly stimulates blood circulation. Wang Yitian's expression remained unchanged. Wang Xinran, albeit doubtful, scooped a small amount of the paste and applied it to her throbbing arm. A wave of coolness permeated her skin, the fiery pain receding significantly, the swelling feeling slightly warm and soothing. Well, this roadside remedy proves to be quite effective. Wang Xinran was taken aback. Of course, it cost only 2 coins. Wang Yitian scoffed, turning back to saunter toward his corner by the trash can, muttering, "Use it sparingly. It's pricey." Wang Xinran observed her father's retreating figure, then glanced at the jar of miraculous ointment in her hand, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. This old man, his tendency to conceal his true feelings was unchangeable. She carefully stored the ointment, relishing the refreshing sensation in her left arm and the exhilaration coursing through her veins from her victory, her gaze shifting toward the remaining matches. The next round would feature even stronger opponents. Yet, she felt as though she had become a touch more formidable herself. Chapter 36. The 8th strongest emerges. Wang Xinran grimaced as she applied the ointment from the roadside stall to herself. The cooling sensation seeped through her skin, and indeed, the fiery pain diminished considerably, the swelling appearing somewhat reduced. This old man finally did something useful. She muttered softly, cautiously storing away the remaining half of the ointment. Its surprisingly effective results must not be squandered. After attending to her injury, she did not rush to leave, but instead continued to sit in the competitor's rest area, catching her breath while observing the forthcoming matches. The lingering ache in her left arm served as a reminder of how hard-fought her recent victory had been. The competition for the top 8 was exceptionally fierce. Those who had reached this stage were all formidable opponents, none to be underestimated. The sounds of energy clashing, cheers, and the audience's gasps echoed throughout the arena. Wang Xinran watched intently, particularly focusing on those recognized as the strongest seed competitors. Lin Hao entered the arena once more. His opponent was also a senior martial artist at the initial stage, displaying commendable prowess. The two engaged in a series of exchanges, their energies colliding spectacularly. Yet, Lin Hao maintained an air of ease, his footwork steady and his techniques precise, ultimately seizing upon a minor opening in his opponent's defense, delivering a swift strike to the opponent's vital point, achieving victory with ease. The entire process was chillingly calm, reminiscent of a finely tuned combat machine. This guy is truly formidable. Wang Xinran thought, her brow furrowed. Lin Hao's strength was all-encompassing, nearly devoid of weaknesses. Defeating him would be akin to scaling a mountain. Other matches also concluded with decisive victors. The muscular Zhao Meng, through sheer brute force and formidable defense, overwhelmed his opponent. A cold-eyed male competitor in black narrowly clinched victory with a peculiar claw technique. Then there was the sunny youth, who cheerfully dispatched his opponent from the stage, his movements agile and his strikes cunning. Ultimately, when the final whistle of the last quarterfinal match resounded, the grand screen at the center of the gymnasium illuminated the list of the 8 finalists in this selection competition. Lin Hao, Senior 3, Early Martial Master. Wang Yitian, Senior 3, Perfect Martial Artist. Though she had been defeated by Wang Xinran, her previous outstanding performance granted her the opportunity for revival in the loser's bracket. Securing the last spot in the top 8, Zhao Meng, Senior 3, Perfect Martial Artist. Chuning, Senior 3, Perfect Martial Artist. Sun Yu, Senior 2, Perfect Martial Artist. Lu Kuan, Senior 3, Perfect Martial Artist. Li Wei, Senior 3, Perfect Martial Artist. And Wang Xinran, Senior 2, Late Martial Artist. Upon seeing her name alongside the other 7 illustrious titles, especially amidst a group of seniors and bearing the label of a late martial artist, Wang Xinran's heart raced uncontrollably. An indescribable emotion surged within her. Was it excitement, pride, or a sense of unreality? Just a few months prior, she had been the one trailing at the back of the martial arts class, subject to mockery from individuals like Zhou Kai. Now, she stood among the top 8 students in the entire school, possessing the qualification to compete for a spot in the national tournament. This stark contrast left her feeling somewhat dizzy. Yet, the dull pain radiating from her left arm served as a stark reminder that this was not a dream. It was the result of her relentless effort. From the high stands, Principal Li Songhai nodded slightly and murmured to the vice principal beside him. This Wang Xinran is quite intriguing. With her late martial artist cultivation level, she has triumphed over formidable opponents, particularly in her tactical choices and willpower displayed in her victory over Wang Yitian. She is a promising talent. The vice principal quickly nodded in agreement. His assessment of Wang Xinran elevated further. Few were fortunate enough to receive such commendation directly from a grandmaster principal. Wang Xinran inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within her heart, and her gaze swept over the list once more. Following the excitement came an even greater pressure. Among the top 8, the lowest rank was a perfect martial artist. Lin Hao was even a martial master. The upcoming matches would become increasingly challenging. Her current strength was still insufficient. Relying solely on luck and sheer will would not suffice. She silently admonished herself to identify her shortcomings and rectify them swiftly. She began to mentally review her recent battle with Wang Yitian. Her speed had still not kept pace. Had it not been for the torment she endured from that cursed talisman, her predictions would have been far less accurate, and she would have struggled to touch her opponent. The techniques of exerting force were still somewhat distorted during high-speed movements. The difference between striking a stationary target and a moving one was vast. Exchanging injuries was too costly. She could not afford to play that way again and needed to devise a more intelligent strategy. It seemed her energy reserves were also somewhat inferior. Enduring a prolonged battle would be detrimental. The more she pondered, the more her brow furrowed. A multitude of problems loomed large. The small triumphs she had accumulated from earlier victories were now scattered by her calm analysis. At that moment, the announcement rang out, notifying that the quarterfinals would take place the following day, urging the competitors to return and rest. Wang Xinran rose to her feet, feeling utterly exhausted, her left arm still throbbing. She trudged along with the crowd as they exited the gymnasium. Upon returning home, a familiar yet significantly more intense aroma of cooking wafted through the air. Wang Xinran paused for a moment, pushing open the door to find several dishes artfully arranged on the dining table. Although they were still cheap synthetic meats and nutritious vegetables, they were evidently carefully prepared, exuding a sense of effort in both color and aroma. Wang Yitian, wearing a grease-stained apron, was just placing the final bowl of soup on the table. Noticing his daughter return, he lifted his eyelids and said, "Ah, the champion of the top 8 has returned. Your arm isn't broken, is it? Come eat." Wang Xinran approached skeptically, glancing at the table and then at her father. "Old man, did you win a lottery? Why so many dishes? This isn't like your frugal style." Wang Yitian removed his apron and scoffed. "Nonsense. My daughter has made it to the top 8. We must celebrate. Although it's just the top 8 and not a big deal, at least we can enjoy a good meal, right?" Wang Xinran thought, as if this old man could ever speak a kind word. She pouted, washed her hands, and sat down, unceremoniously grabbing a large piece of meat and stuffing it into her mouth, mumbling, "At least you have a bit of conscience." Wang Yitian sat down as well, pushing a couple of bites of rice around, asking casually, "So, who are you facing in the next round? Do you have confidence?" Wang Xinran chewed her meat, mumbling, "The list just came out. The draw is tomorrow. There's not a single weak opponent. They're all tough nuts." She recited the names of the top 8. Wang Yitian listened, his chopsticks never pausing, and indifferently remarked, "Oh, that Lin Hao kid is indeed capable. He has some merit. Wang Yitian is slick but lacks the killer instinct. Zhao Ma, just a big oaf. His brains can't keep up with his muscles. Chening, training has made him a bit dark-hearted. Sun Yu, a smiling tiger. His strikes are vicious." As he continued to eat, he analyzed each of the 8 contestants with the same nonchalance as if he were evaluating vegetables at a market. Yet every statement precisely pinpointed their characteristics, even uncovering some hidden weaknesses and combat habits. Initially, Wang Xinran paid little heed, but the more she listened, the wider her eyes grew, forgetting to chew her food. "What the heck? Old man, how do you know all this?" She was astonished. This old man, who usually never left the house and merely lounged around watching dramas, seemed to have an encyclopedic knowledge of the school's top talents. Wang Yitian chuckled, taking another bite of food. "Investigate? What a hassle. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. With their meager skills, I can tell their weight with just a glance. Do you think I'm loitering around the school gate to watch the square dance ladies?" Wang Xinran replied, "So every time you happen to run into them at school, you also scan all the top contenders? What kind of extraordinary observational skills is this?" She suddenly felt invigorated, setting aside her meal to inquire, "Then tell me, who is most likely to be my opponent in the next round? How should I fight?" Wang Yitian disdainfully pushed her head away with his chopsticks. Eat? No talking while eating, understand? Once Wang Xinran reluctantly returned to her seat, he slowly added, does it matter who you face? What as crucial is what you have yourself. Have you mastered your 3 signature moves? If your speed isn't up to par, practice until they can't keep up with you. If your power isn't stable, train until you can withstand the might of Mount Tai without trembling. Exchanging injuries? That's a foolish approach. You must use your brain. Achieve the maximum result with the minimum cost. Understand? He paused, glancing at her left arm. Is that $2 ointment I gave you effective? If it works, save some. You might need it for the next match. Wang Xinran was momentarily taken aback, although his words were still unpalatable. They seemed to resonate with truth and pinpointed her issues with remarkable clarity. She suddenly felt that this seemingly lazy old man might possess a depth she had not previously recognized. Got it, enough already, she protested verbally. Yet she silently committed his advice to memory. Her appetite seemed to return as she took another hearty bite of rice. The father and daughter bantered while analyzing potential opponents and strategies, devouring the meal before them. Under the warm light in their worn-down rental apartment, an indescribable atmosphere of celebration, unique to the two of them, enveloped the space. Regarding the competition scheduled for the next day, Wang Xinran still felt a significant weight of pressure, yet an inexplicable sense of reassurance settled within her. At the very least, she had someone cooking for her at home, and someone, albeit in a peculiar manner, offering guidance. That was enough. Chapter 37. The battle of the Final Four the following day, the atmosphere in the gymnasium was even more fervent than the previous day. The quarterfinals signified a step closer to the national tournament, but it also meant the battles would become more ruthless. The stands were filled to capacity. Even the aisles were packed with spectators, and the buzzing conversations nearly threatened to lift the roof off. When Wang Xinran arrived, she distinctly felt the glances directed at her had shifted. The skepticism and disdain had diminished, replaced by curiosity, apprehension, and perhaps even a hint of admiration. Especially as she approached the area of Class 17 in her second year, several classmates, with whom she had little prior interaction, unexpectedly greeted her with smiles. Ranjia, you're here. Your spirits seem high today. Go for it, Ranjia. Defeat them. Wang Xinran was somewhat bewildered by this sudden display of enthusiasm, nodding vaguely before taking a seat. Her deskmate, a typically quiet girl, whispered, Wang Xinran, you are now the pride of our class. The homeroom teacher just mentioned coming to cheer you on. Just then, the homeroom teacher, a usually stern middle-aged woman, indeed approached with a rare and perhaps overly radiant smile. Student Wang Xinran, do not feel pressured. Just perform normally. The teacher believes in you. Our entire class supports you. The gaze she cast was fervent, as if Wang Xinran were not competing, but rather receiving a year-end bonus. Wang Xinran's lips twitched, and she chuckled awkwardly. Thank you, teacher. I will do my best. She thought to herself, this change in treatment is rather swift, isn't it? Surely, good grades are the ultimate truth? The draw ceremony commenced. The large screen rolled, unveiling the matchups for the top 8. Upon seeing her name alongside her opponent, Wang Xinran's pupils constricted. The second match, Wang Xinran, second year, late stage warrior, versus Zhao Meng, third year, perfected warrior. Zhao Meng, that muscular, fierce-looking man who embodied pure brute strength, reputed to be one of the most formidable in direct confrontation among the top 8. Indeed, what one fears often materializes. Wang Xinran rubbed her slightly aching left arm. She would rather face someone nimble like Yang Qian than a brute force opponent like this. In the face of overwhelming strength, skill can sometimes seem utterly futile. She instinctively glanced towards the competitor area, where the towering figure of Zhao Meng caught her eye. He, too, happened to look her way, displaying a broad grin, his gaze unmistakably aggressive and eager, even extending a thick finger to point at Wang Xinran, laden with provocation. Brute! Wang Xinran silently cursed, feeling the pressure mount. This guy clearly wouldn't be easy to handle. Soon, the first match concluded, and Lin Hao easily advanced to the semifinals, demonstrating an unfathomable strength. The second match, Wang Xinran against Zhao Meng, was called to the main stage. The announcement echoed, and the audience's attention instantly focused. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xinran stood up. The class erupted in fervent cheers. Go, Ranjia. Defeat him. The homeroom teacher even waved her arms in excitement. She steadied herself and walked towards the stage. As she passed the competitor area, she felt Wang Yitian's cold gaze, Lin Hao's calm scrutiny, and the complex expressions of other competitors. Stepping onto the stage, she saw Zhao Meng already in position. He towered over her by nearly 2 heads, his arms thicker than her thighs, exuding an intense sense of pressure. "Hey, you must be Wang Xinran. I've heard your punches pack a punch. Come, let me see what you can do, and don't just dodge like Wang Yitian." Zhao Meng's voice boomed, carrying a hint of arrogance. Wang Xinran remained silent, merely adjusting her breath and assuming her stance. Engaging in dialogue with someone like him was futile. The referee signaled, "Begin." True to his name, Zhao Meng wasted no time. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his massive muscles, earthy energy enveloping his fists. Charging forward like a raging bull, his colossal fists crashing towards Wang Xinran with a howling wind. Simple, brutal, and full of power. The gust from his punch whipped Wang Xinran's hair into a frenzy. She dared not meet it head-on, swiftly shifting her footwork. Employing the strange, sliding steps she had painstakingly practiced, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Boom! Zhao Meng's fist struck the stage floor, producing a heavy thud, causing the special material of the platform to tremble slightly. "Dodge? Let us see how long you can evade." Zhao Meng unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down on Wang Xinran. He was determined to crush her with sheer power, offering her no respite or opportunity to maneuver. Wang Xinran accelerated her movements, weaving through the storm of fists like a small boat amidst a tempest, appearing perilously close to being struck, yet managing to evade by a hair's breadth. However, she could feel the pressure from his punches intensifying, her space for movement continually constricting. Continuing to dodge was not a sustainable strategy. Her stamina was being drained far more quickly than his. She had to close the distance and find an opportunity. Wang Xinran recalled her father's words about using a gentle force to counter a greater one, her eyes sharpening with focus. In the stands, the audience was on edge. "Be careful, Ranjia. Zhao Meng is too powerful. How should she fight?" While Wang Xinran's footwork was impressive, remaining on the defensive was becoming increasingly disadvantageous. The cheers from Class 17 boomed. The homeroom teacher clenched her fists in anxiety, murmuring incantations as if in prayer. In a corner, Wang Yitian had somehow wandered over, slouched in the shadow behind a trash can, squinting at the stage while tapping his fingers unconsciously against his knee. On the stage, Wang Xinran narrowly evaded another heavy punch, her footwork faltering slightly, seemingly revealing a gap. A perfect opportunity. Zhao Meng's eyes lit up, believing Wang Xinran to be fatigued. He gathered all his strength for a powerful, unadorned punch aimed squarely at Wang Xinran's midsection. This was his signature move, the crumbling mountain fist. Just as everyone thought Wang Xinran would either brace herself or awkwardly dodge, she executed a move that took everyone by surprise. Instead of retreating or completely sidestepping, she leaned into the punch at an almost imperceptible angle, her right hand darting forward like a striking serpent, not blocking, but instead swiftly grasping Zhao Meng's wrist. In that brief contact, she imparted a subtle, yet ingenious rotational force, gently redirecting his momentum. This was the technique from her father's unrefined boxing, combined with her precise timing. Zhao Meng's concentrated punch was deftly misdirected, his balance wavering slightly. This was the moment. Wang Xinran's eyes sparkled with determination. She had awaited this chance. Seizing the moment when Zhao Meng's old power had waned and new strength had yet to manifest, she unleashed the force that had been suppressed. Channeling energy through her legs, twisting at her waist, her entire strength surged through her left shoulder, propelling herself like a cannonball toward Zhao Meng's exposed chest. The Iron Mountain lean. No, it was an improved version, infused with rotational and penetrating power. Boom! A muffled thud resounded. Zhao Meng felt a sharp, concentrated force, tinged with rotational power, slam into his chest. His protective energy dissipated in an instant. His massive frame was lifted off the ground, hurtling backward, crashing off the stage with a resounding thud, rolling several times before coming to a halt, clutching his chest, gasping for air in disbelief. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone was dumbstruck. She won? Wang Xinran triumphed? She knocked Zhao Meng away? What kind of fighting style was this? Wasn't he supposed to be about evading? How did it suddenly turn into a head-on confrontation? And she won? After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Incredible. She won. Wang Yitian triumphed. The second years have made it to the semifinals. This is historic. That last move was so stunning. How did she achieve that? I saw it. She redirected Zhao Meng's punch and used his own power against him. The tactical brilliance of that fight was extraordinary. The Class 17 area was completely ablaze with fervor. Students cheered and embraced one another. The homeroom teacher was overcome with emotion, tears in her eyes, repeatedly murmuring, "Wonderful, wonderful. The year-end bonus is looking promising. No, it's guaranteed." The referee paused for several seconds before announcing loudly. In the second match, the victor is Wang Yitian. Standing on the stage, Wang Yitian's chest rose and fell slightly, beads of sweat forming at her brow. The seemingly simple action just now was, in fact, fraught with peril, demanding an extraordinary sense of timing and mastery over strength. A slight miscalculation could have resulted in her being thrown off balance. She cast a glance at Zhao Meng, who was struggling to rise from the ground, and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her gamble had paid off. As she descended from the arena, she was met with the resounding applause and cheers of her classmates. The chants of Wang Yitian, "Amazing," filled the air, and she even caught sight of her homeroom teacher giving her a thumbs up, the smile on their face more genuine than ever before. In this moment, she truly understood what it meant to hold one's head high and earn respect through strength. The narrative within the school had drastically shifted. The labels of oddball and underachiever were torn asunder, replaced by the monikers of dark horse and genius. While Wang Yitian's face remained impassive, her heart soared with exhilaration. The recognition earned through sheer ability was invigorating. In a corner, Wang Yitian observed his daughter surrounded by admirers, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he nodded slightly, acknowledging her growth. This daughter of his had not been taught in vain. She had learned to wield her intellect in combat. He yawned and retreated into the shadows, continuing his meditative repose. The ticket to the national tournament was tantalizingly close. Wang Yitian clenched her fists, her gaze fierce as she contemplated her remaining opponents. Who would be next? Chapter 38. Advancing to the finals, having entered the top four, Wang Yitian made history, garnering unparalleled attention within the school. Yet, standing on the semi-final stage, her heart was anything but at ease. Her opponent was Li Wei, a senior sister of Wang Yitian, a fully realized martial artist skilled in the art of Pom. Wang Yitian had observed Li Wei's previous matches. The older girl was not one for idle chatter, and her demeanor was intimidating. The power of her Pom cascaded like an oppressive storm cloud, leaving one gasping for breath. Unlike Wang Yitian's unpredictable tactics, Li Wei's approach was concrete and weighty, instilling a sense of inevitable pressure. The thought of Pom unsettled Wang Yitian. It felt stifling. She envisioned herself as someone caught in a downpour without an umbrella, watching the thickening clouds above, feeling uneasy. The referee's signal marked the start of the match. True to form, Li Wei opened with the initiating stance of Pom, her palms crossing as a dense wave of force surged towards Wang Yitian. Not daring to confront it head-on, she resorted to evasive maneuvers, seeking an opportunity to close the distance. However, Li Wei's technique mirrored her personality, calm yet terrifyingly steady. The reach of her palm strikes was extensive, appearing slow yet impenetrable. Wang Yitian attempted to engage, only to be repelled by the layered palms. Akin to crashing into a wet mass of cotton, her strength rendered ineffective. A sudden impact, a momentary lapse in evasion resulted in the wind from Li Wei's palm grazing her shoulder, igniting a sharp pain that jolted her. Trouble brewed. The Pom lacked raw aggression, yet its resilience and aftereffects were formidable. If this continued, her energy reserves, inferior to her opponent's, would inevitably be exhausted. She attempted to employ her father's power techniques for an offensive strike, but her fist met Li Wei's palm power with the same effect as a pebble tossed into a deep pool, creating ripples but no significant impact. Li Wei's defense was as seamless as her palm technique, leaving no apparent weaknesses. The situation on the field grew increasingly dire. Wang Yitian felt like an insect ensnared in a spider's web, struggling futilely against the invisible restraints. The cheers from Class 17 in the second year diminished as anxiety gripped everyone. This palm technique was indeed a torment. Wang Xinran's frustration mounted. She would rather face a brute like Zhao Meng again, where each strike was tangible and satisfying. This insidious, soft approach was unbearable. Under pressure, she could only desperately recall her father's unconventional teachings, seeking a method to counteract her predicament. Power cannot solely overcome skill. Skill cannot merely rely on brute force. One force can subdue 10 techniques, yet this was not purely about strength. In the realm of martial arts, only speed can overcome. She yearned for speed, but the layers of Li Wei's palm strikes loomed like a mountain, rendering her efforts futile. Wang Xinran was consumed by urgency, having sustained several hits, though not severe. The feeling of frustration escalated. She sensed she had reached a bottleneck in her understanding of her father's teachings, aware of the need for flexibility and adaptability, yet uncertain of how to achieve it in practice. Faced with the impenetrable Paiyun palm, she found herself at a loss. Just as she clumsily rolled away from a barrage of palm strikes, nearly tumbling off the stage, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small piece of chalk at the judge's feet, carelessly discarded by some mischievous soul. This seemingly trivial object struck her mind like a bolt of lightning, illuminating a path through her confusion. She suddenly recalled an afternoon spent practicing at home, feeling frustrated and aimless as she flailed at the air. Her father, Wang Yitian, lounged on the sofa, disinterestedly observing her clumsy attempts. With a disdainful grimace, he wiped his fingers, freshly cleaned from a moment of foot care on the nearby clothesline, then gestured at the air, muttering, "So clumsy. Power. Power. It's not just about thrusting forward. Look at that clothesline. When the wind blows, doesn't it bend first? Once the wind passes, it snaps back. Do you understand how to borrow strength? Do you understand how to follow the flow? Your fist needs to learn from the rope. Don't force it, but rather yield to the momentum and find the opening before striking." What is it called again? Oh, right. Entering the eye of the wind to fight. At the time, Wang Xinran had rolled her eyes, thinking her father was spouting nonsense. Who learns to fight by observing how a rope bends? It was too embarrassing. Yet in this moment, gazing at the layers of Li Wei's palm strikes, heavy as storm clouds, Wang Xinran experienced a revelation. Storm clouds, the eye of the wind. Indeed, no matter how dense the clouds, there are gaps. No matter how formidable the palm force, there exists a trajectory and core of strength. She had been fixated on how to cleave through the storm, how to disrupt the palm force, yet she had never considered diving into the gaps of the palm power, finding that relatively weaker eye of the wind. With this thought ignited, as she observed Li Wei's Paiyun palm, everything shifted. The once impenetrable palm shadows now revealed subtle traces of energy flow. The overwhelming palm force was not a solid wall. Rather, it was in constant flux, accumulating and transforming. Give it a try. A flicker of madness sparkled in Wang Xinran's eyes. No longer would she charge in or evade. She took a deep breath and faced Li Wei's palm strike head-on. Instead of retreating, she slightly turned her body, her arm moving as if boneless, gliding along the edge of the overwhelming palm power in an unusually awkward yet remarkably supple manner. This unexpected maneuver caught Li Wei off guard. Her Paiyun palm relied on applying pressure. Opponents either withstood or dodged, but she had never encountered someone slipping through the seams of her palm power like a slippery eel. Li Wei's palm force momentarily faltered. It was in this instant of hesitation that Wang Xinran felt as if she had truly entered the eye of the storm. The surrounding pressure suddenly lifting. With her waist coiling with energy, her body sprang forth like a bamboo shoot released from compression, unleashing the pent-up force in a thunderous explosion. A swift, fierce elbow strike, akin to a viper emerging from its lair, aimed directly at the exposed opening in Li Wei's defense. Diving punch. The upperclassmen in the audience gasped in astonishment. This was not a formal martial art. It resembled a clever, close-quarters technique. Thud! The tip of her elbow struck forcefully against Li Wei's chest, albeit rushed and not entirely executed, yet it forced a grunt from Li Wei, causing her to stumble back 3 steps, her face finally betraying a hint of shock. The entire arena erupted in uproar. She landed a hit. How did you get in there? What was this strange technique? Wang Xinran, having struck successfully, pressed her advantage without hesitation. She seemed to have unblocked her run and do meridians, as the myriad techniques she had painstakingly practiced converged in this moment. Her movements became more fluid, her strikes more cunning, deftly targeting the gaps and weaknesses in Li Wei's palm techniques. Although the situation remained perilous, she was no longer merely on the defensive. She occasionally launched counterattacks that were highly threatening. The match had entered a deadlock phase. Li Wei, both astonished and enraged, pushed her Paiyun palm to its utmost. The gust of her palm roaring through the air, yet Wang Xinran managed to neutralize it through various astonishing maneuvers. Wang Xinran clung to her like a piece of taffy. As time ticked away, the match approached its final moments. Both fighters were nearing their limits. In a climactic final strike, Li Wei gathered all her energy, both palms thrusting forward with the ultimate form of her Paiyun palm, Yin Shui Hai Li. The force surged like a colossal wave, overwhelming Wang Xinran. This was a decisive blow. Wang Xinran's pupils constricted. She was nearly drained of energy and could not evade. Gritting her teeth, she recalled her father's image hanging close and the absurd notion of fighting in the eye of the storm. She would risk everything. Instead of retreating, she advanced, contorting her body into an extraordinarily bizarre posture amidst the myriad shadows of palm strikes, like a fish swimming upstream, perilously slicing into the very core of the palm's power, the calmest point before the explosion of strength. Simultaneously, she unleashed her last vestige of strength, not with a fist or palm, but with her fingers poised like a sword, targeting the vital point on Li Wei's wrist. This was a pure life-and-death maneuver, wagering on the fleeting moment of vacuum in Li Wei's palm force just before its eruption. Whoosh! The wind from her fingers swept past. Li Wei's wrist dinglet, and the palm force she had exerted became slightly disordered and delayed. Wang Xinran, too, was grazed by the unspent, overwhelming force. Both fighters spat blood simultaneously and stumbled backward. The sharp whistle, signaling the end of the match, pierced the silence. The arena fell silent, every breath held in anticipation as the audience beheld the two combatants. Both collapsed, yet struggling to rise. The referee rushed forward. Li Wei clutched her chest, her face pallid, attempting to stand but failing several times. Wang Xinran felt as if her bones had shattered, her vision dimming. Yet with a fierce will, she managed to support herself with one hand. Trembling as she gradually stood up, though unsteady, she remained upright. After inspecting, the referee took a deep breath and raised Wang Xinran's arm high. Semifinals. The victor, Wang Xinran. As the announcement echoed, a brief silence ensued, followed by an uproar of cheers and screams. Especially in the area of Class 17, the excitement was palpable. Standing on the stage, Wang Xinran listened to the thunderous applause, gazing at the ecstatic crowd below. A smile attempted to break through. Yet her internal injuries made her cough violently, though her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. She had truly won. With that peculiar strategy conceived from the gap in the clothesline, she had triumphed. In a corner below, Wang Yitian, at some point, straightened up, observing his daughter on stage, teetering yet brimming with stubborn excitement. He paused momentarily. Then a faint, nearly imperceptible smile graced his lips as he muttered a phrase only he could hear. "Hey, this little rascal truly managed to surprise me." With that, he reverted to his usual languid demeanor, yawning as if the tension and relief of the previous moment had never existed. Medical personnel swiftly ascended the stage, assisting the exhausted Wang Xinran down. In the finals, she would face the formidable opponent, Lin Hao, who loomed like a mountain. Yet at this moment, all eyes were fixed on a miraculous second-year student, Wang Xinran, who had journeyed through the competition as an underdog. Chapter 39. System Shenanigans. Colorful outfit. Wang Xinran was carried back to her subsidized apartment. The fierce battle in the semi-finals had nearly drained her of her last ounce of strength, leaving her with numerous bruises and internal trauma. The medical team provided urgent care, administered several vials of unpalatable nutritional fluid, and ultimately advised her to rest at home for 2 days, given the finals were just around the corner. Therefore, when Wang Yitian ambled to the doorstep, a toothpick in his mouth and flip-flops on his feet, he was greeted by the sight of his daughter sprawled on the sofa like a lifeless fish, her face pale and moaning, alongside a small pack of inexpensive painkillers and bruise ointment gifted by the medical team. "Oh, what happened? Did someone cook you?" Wang Yitian teased, nudging the sofa leg with his foot, his tone obnoxiously playful. Wang Xinran could scarcely muster the energy to roll her eyes, weakly retorting, "Damn old man. Stop with the sarcastic remarks. Can't you see your daughter is falling apart? Wang Yitian feigned concern, bending down to inspect her, clucking his tongue. It does look bad. Like you were beaten by 10 strong men. You could have just admitted defeat instead of showing off. Now look what you've done. You understand nothing. That was a tactic. A strategic exchange of injuries. Winning amidst danger. You wouldn't comprehend, you lazy old fish. Wang Xinran was so infuriated she wanted to hit him, but her arm drooped halfway. Powerless. All right, your tactics, your strategy, you're amazing. Wang Yitian shrugged indifferently, plopping down onto the nearby rickety chair and crossing his legs, while subtly connecting to the system. He needed to assess the severity of his daughter's injuries and simultaneously browse the shop for any inexpensive yet effective consolation prizes. After all, she had made it to the finals, and a father ought to make some gesture, even if his primary motive was the return on investment for the finals. The system interface popped up, binding object, Wang Xinran status, severe physical exhaustion, mild internal trauma, multiple soft tissue contusions, slight meridian strain. Estimated complete recovery time, 4,860 hours, under normal rest and low-efficiency medication assistance. Recommendation: use high-efficiency recovery items or rest. Ding. Detecting strong paternal love and the binding object facing an important competition. The shop refreshes special items for a limited time. A dazzling multicolored item icon, strikingly ostentatious, appeared, nearly blinding Wang Yitian's titanium alloy eyes. Ghost Fire Girl's colorful battle attire, experience version. Grade, special costume. Effect, eye-catching appearance, perfectly matches the binding object's hairstyle. Showcasing an unrestrained personality, dazzling all beings. Power enhancement. Wearing it temporarily boosts the binding object strength by 1 minor realm. Maximum increase to martial artist perfection. Lasting for 30 minutes. After the effect ends, a 12-hour weakness period ensues, strength decreased by 20. Hidden attributes, not unlocked. Price, 150 paternal love points. Note: young man, how about a set? Become the most dazzling presence in the arena. Combat must also be stylish. Wang Yitian glanced at the garish multicolored icon and effect description, his lips twitching slightly. The system's aesthetic remained as peculiar as ever. A minor realm increase? Martial artist perfection? That might not be quite enough against Lin Hao, who was at the early stage of martial master, but it was certainly better than nothing. And why did the description feel so implausible? Most importantly, was this thing really a costume? Did it need to be worn to be effective? How on earth could he convince his daughter to wear this absurd outfit? Directly telling her to put on this ugly attire for a power boost would undoubtedly get him kicked out as a fraud, given her stubbornness and sense of aesthetics. He needed to devise a more indirect strategy. Wang Yitian exited the system, stroking his chin, his gaze scrutinizing Wang Xinran as he began to concoct a plan. Wang Xinran felt uneasy under her father's predatory gaze and weakly inquired, "What are you plotting?" "I warn you, I'm a wounded soldier, protected by the law." Wang Yitian immediately shifted to a sorrowful expression. Ran, look at you, after such a hard-fought battle to reach the finals. Bringing glory to the school and making your father proud, and yet you end up in this miserable state. My heart aches for you. He even pretended to rub his chest theatrically. Wang Xinran replied, "Speak plainly." "Well, what I mean is Wang Yitian pivoted on the day of the finals. There will surely be a massive crowd, and perhaps even a TV broadcast. You are indeed the pride of our school, a true representation of its image. How can you possibly take the stage in such a tattered practice outfit? It is utterly disgraceful and demoralizing, bringing shame upon the Wang family." Wang Xinran paused for a moment, glancing down at her blood-stained and dusty practice attire, realizing it did appear somewhat disheveled. "What should I do then? Doesn't the school provide new team uniforms?" "Team uniforms? Those are all so generic. Can they truly express your individuality? Can they showcase the brilliance of Sister Ran?" Wang Yitian wore a look of naive disbelief, declaring that the finals demanded an impressive presence, a spectacle that would visually overpower the opponent. So what now? A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Xinran. Wang Yitian, with an air of mystery, rummaged through the depths of his seemingly bottomless old sweater pocket and produced a neatly folded fabric, still vibrant despite its chaotic colors, as if unveiling a family heirloom. He carefully shook it open before Wang Xinran. Instantly, the dimly lit rental apartment seemed to glow with brightness. It was an indescribable garment. The primary color was a blinding fluorescent green, adorned with even more dazzling shades of magenta, electric blue, and neon pink, weaving together a wildly rebellious abstract pattern. The collar and cuffs were embellished with sparkling, plastic-like rhinestones. Under the light, the garment shimmered subtly, seemingly possessing a gradient hue. In summary, the epitome of kitsch had transformed into trendiness, and the pinnacle of trendiness had culminated in an avant-garde style. It was not entirely unrelated to Wang Xinran's vibrant short hair. Rather, they complemented each other harmoniously. Wang Xinran's eyes were stung by this overwhelming visual assault, and she gasped, nearly losing her breath. What on earth is this? Where did you scavenge it from? Phew, what a garbage heap. Wang Yitian cradled the garment with a look of adoration, declaring it to be a treasured artifact. This was a prized possession from his father's youth, acquired at great expense in a mystical, fashion-forward realm. Look at this color scheme, this design, this texture. Once donned, it would ensure you radiate confidence, dazzling everyone around you. Lin Hao would surely falter before the battle even began. Wang Xinran's lips twitched uncontrollably, feeling even more distressed. Thank you, but wearing this monstrosity on stage would likely have the judges disqualify me for visual pollution. The audience would be blinded. Falter before the battle? He would be more concerned about bursting into laughter. Do you even understand? This is art. Individuality. Wang Yitian lamented, urging the youth to dare to defy conventions. Look at your hair. Does this outfit not complement it? It's all about the ensemble. A unified visual presentation. I refuse to wear it. I would rather die than don that. Wang Xinran shook her head vehemently, declaring it too ugly. I cannot afford to be embarrassed. I would prefer to appear in rags. Hey, why do you have such poor taste? Wang Yitian began to pester, claiming this was for her own good. Consider this. The finals are of utmost importance. If you wear this, all attention will be on you, and Lin Hao will surely be distracted. This is psychological warfare. Do you understand tactics? Tactics involve presenting oneself as a human neon light to dazzle the opponent. Wang Xinran laughed in disbelief. Your tactics are far too extreme. Regardless, I want to wear it. Wang Yitian shoved the garment into Wang Xinran's arms, declaring it hers now. Whether or not she chose to wear it was up to her. His heart was in the right place. If she refused to wear it, it would mean she disdained his taste. She would not want to win the finals. She would not seek to uphold her father's honor. With that, he feigned hurt and disappointment, walking away with a sigh, leaving Wang Xinran bewildered by the garment, exuding an eerie glow. Wang Xinran examined the outfit in her hands. Surprisingly, it felt quite soft and comfortable. Yet, the colors were challenging her aesthetic sensibilities like never before. She attempted to envision herself wearing it on the final stage. The image was too dazzling to contemplate. That old fool must be up to something sinister again. She gritted her teeth, feeling torn. Although Wang Yitian was often unreliable, sometimes his offerings bore unexpected wisdom, such as the ancient training talisman or the roadside miracle elixir. Could this garish outfit truly possess some hidden merit? After much inner conflict, she ultimately crumpled the clothing into a ball and stuffed it into the corner of the sofa. I shall set it aside for now and ponder this visual weapon once I recover. Observing his daughter refrain from discarding the garment immediately, Wang Yitian, peeking from the kitchen doorway, chuckled to himself. Step 1. Successful. As long as she accepted it, he had ample time to persuade her through gentle coaxing and subtle pressure, ensuring that on the day of the finals, his daughter would shine brighter than anyone else. As for the outcome, Wang Yitian stroked his chin, his gaze drifting toward the school. Lin Hao, prepare to be dazzled. On the eve of the finals, the atmosphere in the rental apartment was rather peculiar. Wang Xinran lay sprawled on the sofa, grimacing as she applied ointment to her bruised arm. The roadside miracle elixir from her father had indeed worked wonders, reducing the swelling significantly, while occasionally casting glances at the colorful bundle of visual pollution in the corner. That garish outfit seemed to possess an enchanted allure, stirring a tempest of indecision within her. To wear it or not to wear it. If she wore it, she feared it might challenge the limits of human aesthetics, possibly leading to disqualification even before the match began. Who knows if that old fool was concocting another scheme to torment her? Yet, should she choose not to wear it? What if this horrendously ugly outfit held some secret power, much like the ancient training talisman and the miraculous elixir? Her father may be eccentric, but his offerings had never proven futile. The conflict raged on, and Wang Xinran tugged at her multicolored hair, feeling more exhausted than if she had faced off against Li Wei. Meanwhile, Wang Yitian appeared particularly busy, bustling about the kitchen with his dark culinary creations, then rummaging through the corners, muttering to himself, "I remember placing it here. Where could it have gone?" Wang Xinran, feeling dizzy from his antics, snapped irritably, "Old man, can you be still for a moment? What are you searching for? Do you even have any treasures left to uncover? Hey, who do you think you're looking down upon?" Wang Yitian straightened up from the pile of junk, triumphantly holding a small, filthy vial that appeared to have been crudely shaped from mud, its mouth sealed with a dried grass stem. "Look, I found it." With a proud grin, he presented the little mud vial to Wang Xinran. "Take this before the finals." Wang Xinran eyed the bottle suspiciously, inching back slightly. "What is this? A mud ball? You're not planning to poison me and inherit my ant flower credit, are you?" "Nonsense. This is a precious item," Wang Yitian retorted, puffing out his cheeks. "This is the essence of Mingmu grass, painstakingly gathered by your father atop a misty peak. Consuming it guarantees clarity of vision, allowing you to perceive everything with utmost clarity. During combat, your opponent's movements will appear in slow motion. The efficacy is remarkable." As he spoke, he discreetly winced at the significant dent in his parental love balance from his system interface. To acquire this one-time skill, tactical insight, weak point exploit, he had paid a high price. This item could drastically enhance the user's battlefield awareness and ability to identify weaknesses, making it a powerful tool for overcoming formidable challenges. Though costly, the only downside was slight mental fatigue post-consumption. Naturally, in his mouth, it transformed into a mere roadside herbball. Wang Xinran skeptically accepted the muddy vial, removing the grass stopper to peer inside. Within lay a single dull, rough-textured pill, exuding an indistinguishable odor, somewhere between herbal and earthy. "Is this it? Clarity of vision? I suspect it will lead to a stomach ache instead." Wang Xinran's expression was one of disdain. "What do you know? A good remedy is often bitter. The more unpretentious the exterior, the more formidable the effect," Wang Yitian declared with unwavering conviction. "Can your father truly harm you? Tomorrow, when you confront that Lin Hao, how can you afford to be blind to his flaws? You must be able to discern his weaknesses. This pill, at a critical moment, could very well save your life." Observing Wang Xinran's continued expression of skepticism, Wang Yitian's mind began to churn with a cunning idea. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper as he gestured towards the corner of the room where a flamboyant garment lay draped. "Moreover, I must tell you, the efficacy of this pill is perfectly complementary to that battle attire. They are mutually reinforcing, enhancing one another." Wang Xinran paused, perplexed. "Complementary? What does that mean? Consider this." Wang Yitian began to expound earnestly. "This pill sharpens your vision, while that outfit emboldens your spirit. With enhanced eyesight, you can spot your opponent's vulnerabilities. But if you lack the courage to act, what good is it? Don that battle attire. Your aura will be magnified. Confidence will surge. When you see an opening, you'll dare to seize it. This is the essence of harmonious cultivation. Mind, heart, and action in perfect sync. The effect will be doubled." His enthusiasm grew with each word, his saliva flying, especially when paired with your striking hairstyle. "The overall presentation will be a visual spectacle. Lin Hao will take one look and think, 'Who is this extraordinary figure? Such an audacious style.' His mindset will falter immediately. Then, you can take advantage of the situation by consuming this Mingmu pill, acting with swiftness and precision, striking at his most vulnerable point. Your chances of victory will increase significantly." Wang Xinran listened, wide-eyed, nearly convinced. This old man truly excelled at spinning tales. What was the connection between medicine and attire? Could visual impact really influence one's mindset? It sounded absurd, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Witnessing her father's unwavering belief in his dubious claims, alongside recalling past instances where his unorthodox methods had yielded results, her doubts began to waver, if only slightly. What if it were true? After all, her opponent in the finals was Lin Hao, a martial artist. She couldn't afford to overlook any opportunity that might enhance her chances of victory, even if it was merely psychological. Clutching the unsightly pill in her hand, her gaze shifted towards the garish outfit in the corner, her mind torn. To consume it or not? To wear it or not? This was undoubtedly one of the most challenging decisions of her life. Wang Yitian observed his daughter's conflicted expression, delight blooming in his heart, though he maintained a stern demeanor, embodying a father-esque concern. This opportunity is singular, my daughter. I have entrusted you with my most precious treasure. Whether you seize, it is entirely up to you. The pill is here, the outfit is here, the choice is yours. With that, he turned away, whistling a tuneless melody as he sauntered back to the kitchen, continuing to concoct his dubious-smelling nutritional soup, shrouded in hidden merit. Wang Xinran sat alone on the sofa, staring at the pill and the outfit, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, her desire for victory, coupled with an inexplicable flicker of trust in her father's eccentric reasoning, prevailed. Damn it, I'll go for it. She bit her lip, carefully stowing away the unsightly pill and casting a fierce glare at the colorful battle attire. I'll wear it. What's the worst that could happen? If it proves ineffective, I shall settle accounts with that old man upon my return. She resolved that for the finals tomorrow, she would trust her father just this once. The pill would be consumed discreetly, and she would don the outfit with a steely resolve. Observing his daughter finally pocket the pill and fixate determinately on the vibrant attire, Wang Yitian, concealed behind the kitchen door, let out a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a sly smile. Mission accomplished. Deceived successfully, he gleefully turned around, only to be met with the sight of a charred, unidentifiable mass simmering in the pot, his smile faltering instantly. Oh, looks like tonight we're ordering takeout. Having just endured the agony of fatherly love, he now faced the pain of dinner expenses. Raising a daughter truly was a laborious and costly endeavor. Chapter 41. The Final Showdown, Part 1. On the day of the finals, the weather was clear and bright, as if the heavens themselves were eager to witness this spectacle. The Jiangxing No. 1 High School's central gymnasium was teeming with people, the atmosphere so electric it felt as though it might explode. The stands were filled to capacity, with even the aisles crowded, while a few small floating cameras emblazoned with media logos hovered above. Principal Li Songhai and the upper echelons of the school were in attendance. Seated in the main viewing area, their expressions a mix of solemnity and anticipation. Every notable figure in Jiangxing, especially those connected to martial arts, had gathered. After all, the finals of the intra-school selection tournament represented, in many ways, the pinnacle of the younger generation's prowess in Jiangxing. All eyes were riveted on the grand alloy arena at the center of the gymnasium. On one side of the arena, Lin Hao stood silently, already waiting. He was clad in a tailored training outfit that fit him impeccably, his posture erect, his expression calm. Behind his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze was as placid as a deep well, seemingly untouched by the raucous atmosphere surrounding him. His aura, subtle yet powerful, exuded the gravitas of a master, eliciting awe and respect. He was recognized as the frontrunner for the championship, the pride of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, the quintessential model student. On the opposite side of the arena, as Wang Xinran hesitated, mentally preparing herself, she finally emerged from the competitor's tunnel. In that instant, the entire gymnasium fell into an eerie silence, as if someone had pressed the mute button. All eyes widened, mouths agape in disbelief. There stood Wang Xinran, her signature, impeccably styled short hair radiating vibrantly. Yet she was not donned in the school's standard training uniform, nor was she clad in any high-end custom battle attire. Instead, she wore a garish outfit that defied description, bursting with colors that seemed to embody an entire rainbow. A fluorescent green base, intertwined with fuchsia, electric blue, and deathly Barbie pink, formed a wild abstract pattern, with sparkling plastic rhinestones adorning the collar and cuffs. Under the bright lights of the gymnasium, her outfit gleamed with reflective and gradient effects, making her appear as a walking disco ball, dazzling and blinding. Suddenly, someone couldn't contain themselves and erupted into laughter. This ignited a chain reaction, and the entire gymnasium erupted into thunderous laughter. Good heavens! What on earth is that? Ha ha ha! Has Wang Xinran totally lost it? Is she planning to blind Lin Hao with that outfit? A visual assault. Absolutely a novel tactic. Sister Ran, you truly are unconventional. The students from Class 2, 17, struggled to contain their cheers, their expressions a mix of amusement and embarrassment, their faces flushed. The homeroom teacher covered her face with her hands, unable to bear the sight, feeling as though her year-end bonus was waving goodbye. On the judging panel, Principal Li Songhai's lips twitched involuntarily as he fought to maintain composure, but the astonishment in his eyes could not be concealed. Wang Yitian's daughter indeed had a distinctive style. Across the arena, Lin Hao, with his ever-imperturbable demeanor, revealed the slightest crack on his otherwise stoic face, his brows furrowing imperceptibly, clearly affected by this unexpected visual spectacle. Wang Xinran felt her face burning, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. With her head bowed, she hurried to the edge of the arena, cursing her unreliable father 1,000 times in her mind. What disgrace! This was utterly humiliating. She felt as though she were a monkey on display. If that old man's ridiculous outfit proved useless, she would shove it down his throat upon her return. Grinding her teeth, she muttered angrily. Finally, when the referee signaled for both competitors to step onto the stage, Wang Xinran steeled herself, trudging onto the platform amidst the uproarious laughter and hushed whispers. The vibrant battle attire shimmered under the lights, disorienting all who beheld it. Lin Hao had regained his composure, adjusting his glasses, his gaze once again becoming indifferent, as if she were merely an inconsequential clown. The referee glanced at the two distinctly different competitors, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. After a routine confirmation of readiness, he waved his hand. Final match, commence. As his words fell, Lin Hao sprang into action without hesitation or unnecessary dialogue. He shifted his form, resembling a ghost, as he swiftly closed the distance. His speed was so remarkable that it left behind only an afterimage. The formidable aura of a martial artist in the initial stage erupted suddenly, pressing down on Wang Xinran like a mountain. With a pointed finger, brilliantly condensed yuan energy gathered at his fingertip, accompanied by a piercing sound as it aimed directly for the vital point on Wang Xinran's chest. Simple, direct, efficient, and lethal. The first move was one of overwhelming force. Wang Xinran's pupils constricted. How fast, how powerful! This pressure surpassed even that of Li Wei. Instinctively, she almost retreated to evade. But in this moment of impending crisis, she suddenly recalled the inconspicuous Mingmu pill she had secretly swallowed before a match. Upon ingestion, she felt no particular sensation, yet now, facing Lin Hao's lightning-fast strike, she perceived his movements as if they had slowed slightly. Not that they truly had, but rather she could see them more clearly. The trajectory of the yuan energy flowing from his fingertip, the subtle tremors of his arm muscles. Even the fleeting indifference in Lin Hao's gaze was vividly reflected in her eyes. Tactical insight had activated. Without time to ponder, Wang Xinran twisted her waist sharply, executing her footwork to the utmost, evading the lethal strike at an extremely awkward, yet ingeniously precise angle. The fierce gust generated by his fingertip grazed her cheek painfully. Oh! Lin Hao uttered softly, seemingly surprised that Wang Xinran could evade. However, he changed tactics swiftly. The finger strike transformed into a palm, the edge of his hand sharp as a blade, slicing horizontally toward her neck. The transition of his moves was fluid and unbroken, without a hint of flaw. Wang Xinran's focus intensified. With the aid of tactical insight, she could clearly discern the path of the palm strike and the distribution of its power. No longer blindly dodging, she identified the weakest point of the attack, crossed her arms, and concentrated her yuan energy in her forearms to withstand this blow. Bang! The clash of their arms sent Wang Xinran staggering back, her blood surging, her arms aching. Yet she had managed to block it. Had she truly withstood it? She had managed to fend off Lin Hao's relentless assault? Gasps erupted from the audience. What was anticipated to be a one-sided annihilation had turned into Wang Xinran enduring the first wave of attacks. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened. He no longer held back. He unleashed his full strength as a martial artist in the initial stage, transforming into a whirlwind of light and shadow that poured down upon Wang Xinran like a torrential storm. Each strike was forceful and precise, imbued with terrifying yuan energy. Wang Xinran found herself in a dire struggle. She pushed her agility and striking techniques to their limits, maneuvering and dodging on the stage, occasionally bracing herself against his onslaught. With the help of tactical insight, she narrowly avoided critical hits or chose the least damaging means to defend. Yet, the vast disparity in strength was insurmountable. She resembled a fragile boat in a tempest, at risk of being torn apart at any moment. Bang! Her shoulder was struck by the force of a punch. Searing with pain. Swish! The edge of a finger strike tore through her clothing, exposing her skin beneath. Thud! A moment's delay in evasion allowed the palm wind to graze her ribs, causing internal turmoil and drawing blood at the corner of her mouth. She was being forced back step by step, utterly powerless to retaliate, relying solely on her tenacious will and the slight advantage granted by tactical insight to hold on. Her colorful battle robe transformed into a dazzling whirlwind amidst her rapid movements and fierce confrontations, leaving spectators dizzy. The gap was too vast. Enduring this long was already impressive. Lin Hao was too formidable to contend with. The audience watched with bated breath, both admiring Wang Xinran's resilience and feeling anxious for her predicament. Wang Xinran clenched her teeth, disregarding the blood staining her lips. All her focus was directed at tracking Lin Hao's attack trajectories, searching for the nearly non-existent flaws. Her internal yuan energy dwindled rapidly, and her injuries accumulated. Yet her gaze remained sharp, devoid of any thoughts of surrender. She had to find an opportunity. She silently urged herself. At that moment, Lin Hao, growing impatient after his relentless assaults, suddenly halted, a chill in his gaze. He abruptly gathered yuan energy in his right fist, which burst forth in a blinding light. A terrifying wave of energy spread around him. It was Lin Hao's ultimate move, the crumbling mountain fist. Those knowledgeable gasped. It was over. Lin Hao bellowed, delivering a punch. The force of his fist was like a tangible mountain, bearing down with an overwhelming momentum aimed at Wang Xinran. There was no escaping this blow. Wang Xinran's pupils dilated, sensing the imminent threat to her life. Tactical insight worked frantically. In her eyes, the massive force of the punch revealed subtle nodes of energy flow. She would gamble everything. She concentrated all remaining yuan energy into her arms, crossing them protectively over her chest, while slightly turning her body to evade the direct impact. Boom! The deafening sound echoed. Wang Xinran felt as if she had been struck head-on by a speeding maglev train. Her protective yuan energy shattered instantly. Her arms screamed in pain as if her bones would splinter, and she coughed up blood, her body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily at the edge of the stage. After struggling for a moment, she could not rise immediately. Her once vibrant battle robe was now marred with dust and blood. Losing its luster, the arena fell into a hushed silence. Everyone stared at the curled, colorful figure at the edge of the stage, shaking their heads. Chapter 42. The spirit of the sixth Wang Xinran lay at the edge of the stage, feeling as if her bones were dislocated, her internal organs twisted, and an intense burning pain coursing through her. The taste of blood filled her mouth, and darkness clouded her vision. The silence around her was gradually pierced by suppressed sighs and murmurs. It was over. She had indeed fallen short. Lin Hao was too strong to overcome. Simply reaching the finals was already an impressive feat. She could even hear the muffled sobs from the direction of Class 17. Was she to lose? Was this truly the end? After struggling so hard to get here, was it still not enough? A surge of intense unwillingness and frustration welled up within her, more painful than her physical injuries. She strained to rise, but her arms felt as limp as noodles, devoid of any strength. The once flamboyant battle robe was now caked in dust and dark red blood, clinging to her like a useless rag, heavy and cumbersome. That old man's useless garment. Nothing but a scam, she muttered in a daze, despair spreading through her like ice water. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The bloodstained, now dull battle robe made contact with the fresh blood seeping from her wounds, and the originally blindingly bright fluorescent patterns flickered faintly. An indescribable, cool yet somewhat sinister sensation seeped in her body like a gentle stream through her wounds. Wang Xinran jolted. It was neither pain nor warmth, but a peculiar feeling, as if an old trickster, long accustomed to lurking in the shadows, had blown a breath of mystical air into her mind. A surge of inexplicable clarity flooded her thoughts. The chaotic mind, clouded by injury and despair, suddenly became sharp and cunning. The previously perceived subtle, seemingly insignificant nodes and patterns of Lin Hao's techniques transformed in her eyes into shimmering vulnerabilities, or rather, opportunities ready for exploitation. A newfound combat wisdom, tinged with a hint of cunning, surged within her like a raging torrent. If she couldn't confront him head-on, perhaps she could play a little dirty? The thought emerged uncontrollably. Wang Xinran was startled by her own audacity. What a devious notion. Yet, why did it feel so right? She lay flat on the ground, secretly opening one eye to cast a glance at Lin Hao, who was slowly retracting his stance, his expression indifferent, seemingly poised to embrace victory. With the support of Lao Lu's aura, she keenly sensed the faint hint of relaxation in Lin Hao's gaze, characteristic of a conqueror, alongside an instinctive disregard for her as a defeated foe. An opportunity. Wang Xinran's heart raced. She decided to take a gamble. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body convulsing violently for a moment, then in a voice that was extremely weak, as if she were on the brink of death, she hoarsely shouted towards the referee, "Referee, I admit defeat." Before the words could fully escape her lips, as everyone assumed she was conceding, Lin Hao instinctively relaxed his vigilance, even frowning slightly, thinking her actions unnecessary. In that instant, Wang Xinran moved. No, it was not merely movement. She sprang up, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, or like a bolt of colorful lightning racing close to the ground. She did not rise in a conventional manner. Instead, she executed a remarkably awkward, yet astonishingly swift roll, propelling herself off the ground with a powerful push, her body almost skimming the surface of the arena. With a nearly rogue-like sliding maneuver, she boldly slipped between Lin Hao's legs, which were slightly ajar due to his momentary lapse in focus. Simultaneously, her right hand, poised like a blade, targeted not the vital points or acupoints, but rather insidiously aimed directly at the ligaments connecting Lin Hao's supporting leg at the back of the knee. That spot was precisely the weak point identified through tactical insight and Lao Lu's intuitive judgment, a minor vulnerability during Lin Hao's transition of force. The strike was swift and unexpected. The angle was cunning. The intention was foul. It transcended the boundaries of conventional martial arts sparring, resembling more street brawls' underhanded tactics. An upgraded version of throwing lime. The audience was left in shock. Lin Hao was taken aback. The indifference on his face instantly froze, transforming into sheer astonishment and a flicker of humiliated rage. He never anticipated that someone who appeared gravely injured and on the verge of surrender would suddenly launch such a despicable, unpredictable ambush. Yet, he was experienced in combat. In his fury, the muscles of his supporting leg tightened instantly, channeling his energy to withstand the blow, while his other leg swept towards Wang Xinran like a steel whip. Bang! Wang Xinran's fingers felt as though they had jabbed into resilient rubber, sending a painful shock through her. But Lin Hao was also momentarily thrown off balance by the sudden attack, causing his sweeping leg to slow down for just a split second. It was in that fleeting moment, Wang Xinran disregarded her injured fingers, using the recoil to wrap her body like a boneless eel around Lin Hao's leg. Her other hand, fingers curled into claws, aimed not for lethal damage, but rather with speed and ferocity, she clawed at Lin Hao's flank and ribs. Her other leg slyly hooked towards the ankle of his other foot. Strikes to sensitive areas, eye jabs, and throat locks were too overt. She avoided those, choosing instead to target areas that were bothersome, distracting, and difficult to defend against. Shameless. What kind of fighting style is this? The audience was left in disbelief. The shift in momentum was too rapid. Just moments ago, she appeared a tragic hero, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a street rogue? Lin Hao, astonished and enraged, was accustomed to honorable confrontations. He had never encountered such a deceitful, slippery approach. Wang Xinran's attacks lacked brute strength, yet they were exceedingly irritating. She specialized in underhanded tactics, her speed akin to a stubborn adhesive, clinging relentlessly and disrupting his rhythm and breath. He found himself forced to divert his attention to counter these insidious little maneuvers, causing his previously fluid offensive to come to a halt. Yet, Wang Xinran grew increasingly adept. In the state imbued by Lao Lu, she felt her understanding of underhanded combat reach unprecedented heights. She no longer sought to end the fight with a single strike, but instead, she incessantly harassed, provoked, and created trouble. She even utilized the visual residue and reflections produced by her colorful battle robe during rapid movement to occasionally dazzle Lin Hao's eyes. "Hey, where are you looking, grandson? Unsteady on your feet, senior. Your waist isn't holding up. Is it a sign of weakness?" While attacking, she incessantly spat out trash talk, her voice hoarse yet dripping with a cheeky spirit that could be sensed from afar. Lin Hao's face turned ashen with rage, although he possessed formidable martial prowess. He found himself rendered impotent by this rogue style of fighting. Time and again, He attempted to gather his strength for a major strike, only to be interrupted by Wang Xinran's cunning tactics or forced to defend himself in a mutually destructive manner. The tables had completely turned. Just moments ago, Wang Xinran seemed on the brink of defeat. Now she was exchanging blows with Lin Hao, though she still took more hits than she dealt. Yet like an indomitable cockroach, she entangled him in bizarre ways, driving him to the brink of frustration and causing his mindset to falter. My heavens, the reversal has occurred. What kind of strategy is this? Although it may seem a bit dubious, it appears effective. Wang Xinran is incredible, regardless of whether the cat is black or white. As long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat. The audience transitioned from shock to confusion, finally arriving at inexplicable excitement. This underdog comeback, playing outside the rules, stirred the blood. The area for Class 2-17 erupted. Sister Ran, get him. Yes, keep it up. Don't let him be comfortable. Lin Hao's face turned green with fury. Wang Xinran executed a clumsy roll, narrowly evading Lin Hao's furious strike. Though her shoulder was grazed by the force, causing a sharp pain, she wore a blood-streaked, defiant grin. She felt exhilarated. To hell with honorable combat. Winning is all that matters. Lin Hao gazed at his opponent, who seemed transformed, disbelief etched upon his face. How had Wang Xinran become someone entirely different? This fighting style was utterly nauseating. The scales of victory appeared to begin tilting quietly towards an unexpected direction. Chapter 43. The crowning of the champion on the arena. The atmosphere had completely shifted. Wang Xinran, adorned with a vibrant head and clad in a gaudy, multicolored battle robe, had fully morphed into the essence of a rogue fighter. She relinquished any thoughts of direct confrontation, pushing the underhanded tactics to their utmost limits. Relying on the eerie combat intuition and tactical insight granted by Lao Lu, she clung to Lin Hao like a piece of sticky candy, targeting his lower regions with insidious and crafty maneuvers, doing whatever was necessary to make him uncomfortable. She jabbed at his flank, flicked at his ankles, prodded under his armpits, and even occasionally tossed a handful of dust from the arena floor towards his face. Her mouth never ceased its banter, her voice hoarse, yet her taunting tone wielded substantial impact. Senior, your steps are all over the place. Is your kidney weak? Oh, this punch is slow. Haven't you eaten? Is your little heart quaking? This move is specifically designed to cure anxiety. Lin Hao was on the verge of losing his mind. With his refined martial artist skills, he could easily overpower her. It felt as though he were striking a fist in a cotton, no, into a slippery eel that was also prickly. She refused to engage in a fair fight, instead ensnaring him, harassing him, and making him feel miserable. This left him with unspent power, feeling stifled to the point of wanting to spit blood. His rhythm was utterly disrupted. Even his breathing became labored. The vibrant battle robe swayed before him, further adding to his irritation. Shameless wretch. Lin Hao could no longer contain his anger, his technique displaying a hint of stiffness born from rage. Now was the moment. Wang Xinran's eyes gleamed with determination. Lao Lu's intuition screamed warnings. The opportunity was fleeting. She ceased her entanglement, suddenly arching her body backward as if to fall. But her feet acted like they were equipped with springs, executing an extraordinarily awkward backflip to narrowly evade Lin Hao's furious sweeping kick. In that instant, as her body hung, suspended in midair, she brought her right hand's index and middle fingers together, concentrating the last remnants of energy within her and the residual power from her colorful robe right at her fingertips, transforming into an almost imperceptible yet ruthlessly sharp energy. It did not target any vital points, but instead aimed directly at Lin Hao's concealed weak spot behind the knee of his supporting leg. The extremely subtle acupoint known as Weizhong. This tactical insight, combined with the experience of an old hand, pinpointed a nearly negligible, yet undeniably existent moment of hesitation during Lin Hao's forced transition. The angle of attack was exquisitely precise, and the timing was fiercely sharp, transcending the conventional boundaries of martial arts. It bore the semblance of a long-lost, covert technique of pressure point striking. Lin Hao's full attention was fixed on Wang Xinran's inverted form, preparing to deliver a fatal blow upon her landing, completely unprepared for the insidious counterattack she unleashed midair. By the time he sensed that minuscule yet lethal gust of energy, it was far too late to evade completely. With a soft thud, the energy struck the acupoint with uncanny accuracy. Lin Hao's entire supporting leg became numb and weak, as if electrified, the gathered strength dissipating in an instant. For the first time, his tall and imposing figure lost balance, staggering to one knee on the ground, his face awash with profound shock, fury, and disbelief. Meanwhile, Wang Xinran, propelled by her momentum, tumbled clumsily to the ground, rolling several times to dissipate the force before collapsing on the opposite side of the stage, gasping for breath. Her body drenched as if pulled from water, lacking the strength to move even a finger. The brilliance of her colorful battle robe faded entirely. The energy of the old hand completely expended. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were wide in astonishment, staring at the bizarre scene unfolding on the stage. Lin Hao knelt on one knee, his complexion ashen. Wang Xinran lay motionless, on the brink of unconsciousness. Who emerged victorious? What was this situation? The referee, equally bewildered, rushed onto the stage to assess their conditions. Lin Hao attempted to rise, but found his right leg numb and powerless, unable to exert any force, let alone continue the fight. His gaze fixated on the prostrate Wang Xinran, his emotions a tumultuous blend of anger, frustration, and a surreal sensation. Wang Xinran, unable to utter a word, could only blink feebly to indicate she was still alive. After confirming their states, the referee inhaled deeply, his voice trembling with disbelief as he announced loudly, "The finals are concluded. The winner is Wang Xinran." His voice echoed through the arena. Following a brief silence, a roar akin to a volcanic eruption erupted, threatening to lift the roof. She won? Wang Xinran triumphed? My goodness, a true comeback, a dark horse. How did she achieve this? What was that last strike? It matters not how she accomplished it. A win is a win. Sister Ran is incredible. Champion. The champion of the second-year class. A miracle. The area of Class 2-17 erupted into jubilation. Students screamed, leaped, embraced each other, and wept tears of joy. The homeroom teacher was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly exclaiming, "The prize is secured. No, it's doubled. It has doubled." Students from other classes, recovering from their initial shock, erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Regardless of their previous opinions of Wang Xinran, they were now captivated by this incredible comeback. With a late-stage martial artist defeating a powerful opponent and ultimately overcoming Lin Hao, a master-level fighter, to seize the championship. This was a living legend. Principal Li Songhai slowly rose from his seat, gazing at the colorful figure lying on the stage, a flicker of extreme surprise crossing his eyes, swiftly transforming into deep admiration and satisfaction. He gently applauded. Immediately, the entire arena erupted into thunderous, unending applause. Spotlighting the stage, it illuminated Wang Xinran. Medical personnel swiftly ascended to the stage to provide urgent care. With assistance, Lin Hao stood up, his legs still somewhat numb. He cast a deep, complex glance at Wang Xinran, ultimately saying nothing, limping off the stage. His pride was shattered in that moment. Wang Xinran, with help, managed to stand. Though her body ached and she felt weak, yet her spine remained straight. Her colorful hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead, adding a touch of defiance and ferocity. The once dull, tarnished battle robe now resembled a badge of victory. The awards ceremony commenced. Principal li Kanshai Personali Drapatamadaw. Intricately carved with dragon patterns symbolizing the highest honor of Jiangsu No. 1 High School, around Wang Xinran's neck. The heavy metal, with its cold touch, made Wang Xinran feel as if her blood was boiling. Congratulations, Wang Xinran. You have proven through your actions that will, wisdom, and courage can indeed create miracles. I hope you remain humble and composed, achieving even greater success at the national competition. Wang Xinran nodded vigorously, her voice hoarse yet resolute. Thank you, Principal. I will continue to strive. Subsequently, the principal solemnly handed her a shimmering qualification certificate for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. At that moment, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers once more. Wang Xinran, champion. Sister Ran is magnificent. Wang Xinran raised the medal and the qualification certificate high, her colorful hair billowing under the lights, her pale face radiating immense glory and confidence. She reveled in this moment of attention, savoring the honor achieved through her own fists and intellect. All the sweat, All the pain, all the doubts were worth it in this instant. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Wang Yitian stood with his hands in the pockets of his tattered old shirt, swaying slightly as he watched his radiant daughter on stage. A smile, rare and uncontrollable, crept onto his usually expressionless face. A broad and brilliant grin filled with a hint of foolishness and an unmistakable pride and satisfaction. "I told you, my genes prevail," he murmured softly, his voice brimming with paternal pride. In this moment, systems, external aids, and old-hand techniques became irrelevant. What mattered was that his daughter had won. She was the champion. That was enough. Wang Yitian turned away with a beaming smile, whistling a tuneless melody, joyfully meandering toward home. Concealing one's achievements and fame? No. He was hurrying home to prepare a celebratory feast for his champion daughter. As for that dilapidated battle robe and diminished paternal affection, Mia Trifus. Chapter 44. The Lin family's underhanded tactics and celebration feast. The fervor of victory waned only after Wang Xinran had received 3 injections of special nutrient serum in the school medical room and slept soundly for a full day. However, it was soon followed by an even more overwhelming wave of rewards. Upon awakening, she discovered her old communication device nearly bursting with an influx of messages. First came an exceedingly polite and formal congratulatory letter from the school, accompanied by an extensive list of rewards. Congratulations to Wang Xinran for winning the internal selection championship. The following rewards are granted: permanent access to the school's resource library at A-level permissions, a monthly allowance of mid-tier spirit stones X10, high-tier body refinement liquid X5, and focus incense X2. Eligibility as a core member of the Qianlong Plan, with unlimited access to a specialized advanced training room, complete with a private bathroom and lounge. Unrestricted access to all areas of the library. A specially approved training fund from the principal, valued at 500,000 credit points, and qualification to represent Jiangxing No. 1 high school in the municipal selection for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. Gazing at the list of previously unimaginable high-tier resources and astronomical figures, Wang Xinran felt as if she were in a dream, pinching her thigh painfully to confirm its reality. Clutching her communication device, she smiled foolishly for a full 5 minutes. She had struck gold, truly struck gold. No longer shall one fret over cultivation resources. The treatment afforded here surpasses that of many instructors. Following this, the homeroom teacher's exuberant praise and concern nearly overflowed from the screen, announcing that the class would host a celebration in her honor. Subsequently, messages of congratulations poured in from senior students previously unknown to her, as well as teachers from other grades, all imbued with a palpable desire for camaraderie. Even the school's logistics department sent a message, offering to replace her dormitory door with a high-grade alloy, one free of charge. Her campus car privileges were elevated to the highest tier, allowing her to receive generous portions of food in the cafeteria, with the staff no longer trembling as they served mountains of meat, accompanied by fruits and nutritious soups. As she walked along the path, the once derisive or curious gazes were replaced by a chorus of "Hello, Ranjia. Congratulations, Ranjia," filled with admiration and a hint of reverence. Wang Xinran took a considerable time to acclimate to such a dramatic transformation. She inhaled deeply and clenched her fists. All of this was earned through her own hard work. The city-level selection competition, the national competition, here she comes. However, not everyone welcomed her success. In a lavish villa within the guarded precincts of Jiangxing's West District, the atmosphere was oppressive. Lin Hao sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, a special ointment applied to his right knee, releasing a faint medicinal aroma. Before him sat a stern-looking middle-aged man with sharp eyes, the current head of the Lin family, Lin Jindong, a formidable master at the late stage of martial arts. Useless. Lin Jindong slammed his hand on the coffee table, causing the fine hardwood surface to crack instantly. You couldn't even defeat a little girl at the late stage of martial arts. You've utterly disgraced the Lin family. Lin Hao bowed his head, hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, yet he dared not retort. The defeat in the finals marked the greatest humiliation of his life. Father, that Wang Xinran is quite the enigma. Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Her fighting style is nothing like conventional martial arts. And that final move, an enigma? Lin Jindong scoffed. No matter how enigmatic. She is merely a late-stage martial artist. What about her father, Wang Yitian? What we learned. A A butler-like figure bowed and said, "Master, preliminary investigations have been conducted. Wang Yitian is a low-ranking officer in the city's defense force, retired due to injury, with an ordinary file and assessed strength at the initial stage of martial arts. He has been bedridden for a long time, living in a low-rent housing area in Xi district. On the surface, there appears to be nothing unusual." Nothing unusual? Lin Zhendong's eyes narrowed dangerously. A mere initial stage martial artist can raise a daughter capable of defeating a master? Do you believe that? The butler lowered his head. Neither do I. However, we cannot find any other background. Perhaps Wang Xinran herself possesses some fortuitous encounter? Fortuitous encounter? Lin Zhendong rose and walked to the window, gazing into the night. No matter what it is, anyone who dares to trample on the Lin family's reputation must pay the price. Continue the investigation. Focus on Wang Yitian. Furthermore, I do not wish to see any more unexpected outcomes at the city-level selection. Understood, Master. Both the butler and Lin Hao replied in unison. Meanwhile, within the low-rent housing, Wang Yitian was struggling in the kitchen, wearing a grease-stained apron as he dealt with a lively fish. The aroma of meat simmering in the pot filled the air. Today, he had indulged himself, purchasing fine ingredients to celebrate his daughter's victory. Beep. Weak malicious intent detected. Target, host, and binding object. Source, Lin family. Threat level, low. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Wang Yitian paused momentarily, then shrugged it off and continued scaling the fish, muttering to himself, the Lin family? That kid who couldn't handle defeat? Surveillance? Go ahead. What can they find that would count as a loss for me? He dismissed the warning entirely. In his eyes, the Lin family's level of threat was akin to the buzzing of a fly, annoying but utterly harmless. His current concern was whether to prepare the fish braised or steamed. At that moment, Wang Xinran returned, her body still aching from the recent exertions. As she stepped inside, the enticing aroma caught her attention, and her eyes brightened. Oh, the sun is shining from the west today? Comrade Lao Wang is feeling generous? Of course. My daughter just won a championship. Shouldn't we feast a little? Wang Yitian replied without turning, pride evident in his voice. Just look at my culinary skills. Aren't they delightful? Wang Xinran approached the kitchen doorway, observing the bubbling pot of meat, inhaling deeply. It's acceptable, I suppose, barely edible. Though she feigned disdain, the corners of her mouth could not help but lift. The feeling of returning home to a warm meal and someone waiting for her was quite comforting. When the dishes were served, despite their unremarkable appearance, the portions were generous. The father and daughter sat across from each other. Wang Xinran munched on a chicken leg, boastfully mumbling, "Old man, did you see? Champion. Medal. A-grade resources. 500,000. Your daughter is a wealthy woman now. I'll take care of you from now on." Wang Yitian grumbled while picking his food. Show off. You're just a school champion. Don't let it get to your head. The city-level competition is filled with experts. Don't end up crying after being eliminated in the first round. Bah, you've got a mouth like a crow. Wang Xinran shot back. What is so special about the city-level competition? I'm in place in the national competition. Aim high, Wang Yitian replied, serving her a piece of meat. First, recover from your injuries and build a solid foundation. Don't think that defeating Lin Hao makes you invincible. You know how close that match was? Pure luck. That was strategy. Intelligence. Wang Xinran retorted. Nonsense. It was just blind luck. Wang Yitian scoffed. As they bantered while eating, the atmosphere remained remarkably warm. Compared to the external clamor of accolades and adoration, Wang Xinran found greater solace and joy in the simple act of sharing a meal and exchanging jests with her cheeky father. After the meal, Wang Xinran rested her hands on a round belly, slumping in her chair. Watching her father's back as he cleared the dishes, she suddenly asked, "Hey, old man, honestly, am I impressive this time?" Wang Yitian paused momentarily, then slowly wiped the plate, taking several seconds before responding in his characteristic tone, tinged with both disdain and pride. Mediocre. I suppose you didn't disgrace the Wang family. Mainly, it's because you take after me. Wang Xinran was taken aback, then grabbed an empty bowl, ready to hurl it at him. But upon seeing her father's slightly hunched back, she lowered her hand, huffed, and yet her lips curled into a smile. You old coot. At least you know how to speak nicely. Outside, the moonlight was just right. Inside, the warmth of the lights was inviting. Chapter 45. The rising winds. Wang Xinran's splendid days at school skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. With her exclusive training room, A-grade resources, and the ubiquitous greetings of Ranjia. Her life was most enviably comfortable. Although the hidden injuries inflicted by Li Wei and Lin Hao had yet to heal completely, her spirits soared, and she walked with a spring in her step, feeling as though her future was radiant. Yet in this world, joy and sorrow often walk hand in hand. While Wang Xinran basked in sunshine, others found themselves shrouded in clouds. In Jiangxing's West District, within a sprawling villa resembling a small castle, the atmosphere was thick with tension. On the second floor, in a spacious bedroom fit for a galloping horse, Lin Hao slumped like a wilted eggplant in an opulent recovery chair, a special gel bandage emitting a strong medicinal scent on his right knee. His face was pale, and his eyes, hollow, stared blankly at the ceiling, devoid of the pride and flair he once held as the top student of the first high school. The image of being defeated by Wang Xinran's unscrupulous tactics in the finals, kneeling in public and humiliated, replayed in his mind like a nightmare. The sensation of shame was overwhelming, nearly consuming him. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man clad in a black training outfit, his physique robust and eyes sharp like a hawk, entered. He walked with steady steps, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. This was Lin Hao's father, Lin Zhendong, one of the prominent figures in Jiangxing's West District, a powerhouse at the late stage of martial arts. Lin Zhendong cast a fleeting glance at the lethargic demeanor of his son, his brows knitting together in an immediate frown, a trace of barely concealed disappointment and frustration flickering in his eyes. However, he refrained from erupting in anger, instead moving to the window, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the meticulously tended garden. In a low, somber voice, he said, "What is it? Have you fallen so low that you cannot rise after a single defeat?" Lin Hao shuddered slightly, lowering his head, his voice hoarse. "Dad, I have brought shame to the Lin family." "Shame?" Lin Zhendong scoffed, turning around, his gaze sharp as a blade slicing through Lin Hao's countenance. "Realizing you've brought shame is a good thing. It indicates that you possess a modicum of shame. But what use is knowing you've lost face? Think about how to regain it." He approached the desk, picking up a crystal panel as delicate as a cicada's wing, tapping it lightly. And the three-dimensional projection of the final stage of the competition immediately materialized in mid-air, showcasing the bizarre final strike by Wang Xinran that left Lin Hao kneeling. Played in slow motion. "Look, examine it closely." Lin Zhendong pointed at the projection, his voice laced with suppressed fury, a mere girl at the later stage of martial arts. What techniques is she employing? Street brawler tactics? Aiming for the ankle? Striking the soft ribs? Such unrefined methods managed to take down the heir of the Lin family, who was at the early stage of martial arts. If word gets out, will I put my face? Where will the Lin family's reputation stand? Lin Hao's head drooped even lower, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. "I know you underestimated her. You thought victory was assured. Thus you relaxed your guard. She exploited your weakness." Lin Zhendong's tone turned icy, but that is no excuse. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Do you not comprehend this fundamental principle? "Yes, I was careless," Lin Hao admitted with great difficulty. "Careless?" Lin Zhendong advanced a step, looking down at his son. "I see you as foolish. You were played for a fool. That last strike was clearly a well-calculated move, waiting for you to reveal a flaw. All the tactics you've learned, the composure you've practiced, have they all gone to waste?" Lin Hao fell silent, his face burning with shame. After venting his anger, Lin Zhendong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his wrath, returning to his usual somber demeanor. He switched off the projection and resumed his seat, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the armrest. This Wang Xinran and her father, Wang Yitian. He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. "I have checked. Their records are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. They live in a slum, surviving on welfare, and Wang Yitian is but a sickly man. Yet, to produce such a daughter? Who would believe it?" Naturally suspicious by nature, he did not trust what was merely visible. A worthless father could not possibly raise a daughter capable of defeating a martial artist of a higher level. There must be something amiss. Either the Wang family harbors a secret, or Wang Yitian himself is a deeply concealed expert. "Dad, are you implying?" Lin Hao raised his head. Regardless of his background, anyone daring to tread upon the Lin family's dignity shall pay the price. Lin Zhendong's tone was flat yet laced with an undeniable murderous intent. However, Given the current situation, we cannot act personally and provide them with ammunition against us. He pressed a hidden button on the desk. Moments latte. A man clad in gray attire, his aura subdued and his appearance so ordinary that he could be lost in a crowd, appeared silently in the study, bowing respectfully. Head of the family. This was Lin Jindong's trusted confidant, tasked with handling unsavory affairs, codenamed Shadow Mouse, a martial artist of mid-level prowess, particularly skilled in stealth, tracking, and assassination. Shadow Mouse. Lin Jindong tapped his fingers on the table, speaking coolly. Find someone. Be discreet, act swiftly, and ensure you possess strength at the mid-level of martial arts, specializing in ambush and reconnaissance. The target is a middle-aged man named Wang Yitian, residing in the affordable housing of District XC. Assess his capabilities. Determine whether he is truly a useless individual or if he conceals hidden talents. Remember, leave no traces behind. Understood. Shadow Mouse offered no further words. Bowing and accepting the command, his figure flickering before vanishing without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Lin Jindong gazed out the window, his expression profound. He intended to use this knife to probe the depths of the waters. If Wang Yitian truly was a waste, then his demise would merely be unfortunate. However, if he was indeed a formidable opponent, then a more prolonged strategy would be required. A chilling wind began to swirl quietly in the western district of Jiangcheng, its target set upon the seemingly tranquil, affordable housing unit. Simultaneously, in a noisy and chaotic market within District XC. Ah, Annie, these vegetable leaves are all yellow, and you still want to sell them for $3.50 a pound? Highway robbery, $2. At most $2.50. This fish is practically rolling its eyes. It's not fresh. Lower the price to $5. Fine, if you agree, great. If not, I'll check elsewhere. Wang Yitian, clad in his faded old shirt and flip-flops, clutched a tattered, reusable bag, passionately haggling with a vegetable vendor over a few cents, his expression utterly engrossed, starkly contrasting with Lin Jindong's scheming demeanor in the Lin household just moments ago. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, purchasing the fish, which was still flapping its tail, and a few wilted vegetables at a bargain of 50 cents less, humming a tuneless melody as he ambled home, completely unaware that an invisible net was stealthily closing in on him. Chapter 46. Into the sewage pit, the afterglow of the setting sun sliced the narrow alley into alternating stripes of light and shadow. The air thick with the damp scent of old walls mingled with the aroma of food wafting from afar. Wang Yitian strolled leisurely, a half-worn cloth bag in hand, the contents comprising a few crisp vegetables and a lively grass carp, its tail occasionally thrashing against the bag's interior. This shortcut home had been traversed by him for over a decade. He could find his way blindfolded. Yet today, the scents in the alley felt amiss. Alongside the familiar earthy dust and the musty smell of moss in the corners, an almost imperceptible, yet unmistakable, cold aura laced with a hint of blood mingled in. Akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, flicking its tongue. A barely noticeable smile curled at the corner of Wang Yitian's mouth. His instincts were sharp. Ever since leaving the market, he sensed a small bug trailing behind him. A mid-level martial artist, adept at dirty work, his stealth skills were commendable. But that trace of murderous intent was glaringly obvious to Wang Yitian, akin to a firefly in the night. Lin Jindong was quick indeed. He scoffed inwardly. Sending such a mediocre individual to probe? How presumptuous. He not only maintained his leisurely pace, but even strolled with a relaxed demeanor, as if meandering through his own backyard, almost humming a tune, deliberately exposing his back. As anticipated, upon reaching the darkest section of the alley beside a pile of discarded building materials, the most opportune spot for an ambush, the lurking predator finally revealed its fangs. Whoosh! A shadow, like a phantom, erupted from behind the broken bricks and rubble, moving with such swiftness that it left only an afterimage. A dagger, glinting with a chilling blue light, surged forward silently, aimed directly at Wang Yitian's heart. The angle was vicious and precise, infused with inner energy, clearly intent on a kill. Just as the dagger's tip was about to pierce the fabric of his faded shirt, a hoarse voice, dripping with mockery, abruptly echoed in the assassin's ear, laced with icy derision. After waiting so long, this is the best speed you can muster? It seems Lin Jindong's money isn't easy to earn. The assassin's pupils constricted in an instant. He had not seen Wang Yitian turn around, nor sensed any fluctuations of inner energy. Yet that voice rang out as though it were right beside him. A wave of cold dread surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. However, with the arrow already knocked, he could not retract his strike. He shouted fiercely, the dagger's momentum increasing. Playing tricks? Even at death's door, you dare to be defiant. The dagger sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, in the next moment, the assassin could only see a blur. The Wang Yitian who had been facing away from him had somehow turned to confront him directly. Those calm, unruffled eyes, as deep as an ancient, frigid pool, merely regarded him with a detached gaze, as if observing a writhing insect. What left him utterly astounded was the fact that his dagger, which embodied all his strength and moved with the swiftness of lightning, was currently being effortlessly pinched by what appeared to be two ordinary fingers, as if they were merely holding a drifting leaf, remaining utterly still. Despite the assassin's desperate attempts to channel his energy, his face flushed with exertion. The dagger seemed as if it were welded between the opponent's fingers, unable to advance even a fraction or be withdrawn in the slightest. This is impossible. The assassin gasped in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulous terror. Unarmed against a blade? Moreover, to have so casually caught his full-force strike from a mid-stage martial artist? What manner of monstrosity is this? Wang Yitian regarded the bewildered expression on his face, shook his head gently, and spoke with a hint of disappointment. The force is acceptable, but the speed is lacking, and the precision is utterly abysmal. Is Lin Jindong seeking out someone of your caliber? Truly, you seem to be regressing. As he spoke, he slightly moved the fingers that grasped the dagger's tip. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. The dagger, forged from refined steel and imbued with deadly poison, shattered into fragments as if it were fragile glass, disintegrating inch by inch into a pile of iron dust. In the blink of an eye, it cascaded to the ground. The assassin, jolted by the backlash, felt his arm go numb and staggered backward, staring at his empty hand, then at the heap of iron dust, utterly dumbfounded. Wang Yitian flicked his fingers, as if merely brushing off a speck of dust, and his gaze settled on the assassin's pale face, laced with amusement. Speak. Did Lin Jindong send you to break a leg or leave you with an arm? At this moment, the assassin had lost all semblance of his earlier bravado. As fear washed over him like a tidal wave, he abruptly recalled Lin Jindong's warning not to provoke and instinctively began to retreat. In a swift motion, he thrust his hand upward, launching 3 dark, elongated projectiles in a formation aimed at Wang Yitian's face, throat, and chest. They flew with astonishing speed, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Attempting to flee, Wang Yitian chuckled lightly, facing the incoming poison projectiles without flinching or dodging, merely opening his mouth to exhale gently. A breath of pure energy escaped, and the 3 lethal projectiles, capable of piercing gold and splitting stone, collided with an invisible wall of air, abruptly halting in mid-flight before being propelled back with even greater velocity. Thud! 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 The assassin hardly had time to react as the projectiles he had launched pierced through his own knees and the shoulder blade of his weapon-bearing arm. Blood spurted forth. He let out a shrill scream, collapsing to the ground, instantly incapacitated. My leg! My arm! The assassin wailed, his gaze towards Wang Yitian filled with profound dread, as if he were staring at a demonic deity. What manner of being are you? Wang Yitian approached him slowly, looking down from a height. His expression neutral. It appears you have chosen a third option. His gaze drifted towards the nearby entrance of a foul-smelling cesspool, its lid ajar, and he nodded, murmuring, yes. That place seems quite suitable for you. The assassin seemed to sense his fate, screaming in terror. No. Please, spare me. It was Lin Jindong. The Lin family sent me. I had no part in this. Spare me. Before he could finish, Wang Yitian had already lifted his foot, gently nudging him with the tip. A gentle force propelled the assassin through the air like a discarded sack, tracing a perfect parabolic arc towards the cesspool's entrance. Splash! A dull sound of water splashing echoed, and the stench immediately enveloped the area. The assassin's screams abruptly ceased, replaced by futile splashes and the bubbling of murky water, soon fading into silence. Only then did Wang Yitian bend down to retrieve the grass fish, which had leaped aside during the commotion, now slightly dusted. He brushed off the dirt with a flicker of energy and held it again. casting a glance at the roiling cesspool. He frowned and waved a hand before his nose to fan away the odor. How unfortunate. He uttered 2 words in a tone tinged with displeasure at the disruption of his tranquility. Subsequently, he submerged his consciousness into his mind's sea system, scanned the soul waves of that individual, and traced their origin. Ding! Scan complete. Target soul wave recorded. Analysis indicates a 991 match, Jiangsheng Shiziu, under the Lin Zhendong family. Peripheral hired personnel, codename, Ing Chi. The system's cold notification echoed. The mere mention of Lin Zhendong ignited a fleeting glimmer of cold light in Wang Yitian's eyes. It seemed he would need to arrange a visit to this Lin family head in due time. There are always pesky flies buzzing around one's ears. How bothersome. He no longer lingered, grasping the meal he had prepared for his daughter, and continued his steady strides homeward, his figure elongated in the evening sunlight. As steady as a mountain, as if the earlier swift clash and slaughter had never occurred. Only the gradually dissipating stench in the alley and the occasional bubbling from the cesspool silently narrated the demise of a mid-stage martial artist assassin in the storm that loomed ahead for the Lin family. Chapter 47. The clown Wang Yitian, carrying the resilient grass fish that had endured trials yet survived, ambled leisurely out of the alley imbued with a peculiar odor. Rejoining the sparse flow of evening pedestrians, the twilight glow enveloped him, casting a faint golden hue upon his faded old shirt, his demeanor tranquil and his steps steady. As if the brief but intense conflict in the alley had merely been the casual swatting of a bothersome fly, unworthy of stirring his emotions. He had not regarded such a degree of retaliation as significant. What might have been a thunderous strike of testing in Lin Zhendong's eyes was, to him, nothing more than a child's tantrum, casting pebbles that barely warranted a glance. Retaliation? It was inevitable, but not at this moment, nor through such despicable means. What he sought was righteousness, a clear acknowledgement of the disparity, a resolution to the problem at its roots. The time was not yet ripe. Clowns merely add to the laughter. He offered a brief assessment and cast the matter aside, redirecting his thoughts back to the fish in hand. Yes, it looked decent. Steaming it would best preserve its freshness. His daughter had been training hard lately. She needed nourishment. Upon returning home, the warm glow of lights illuminated the modest rental apartment. Wang Xinran had yet to return, likely still sweating it out in the school's exclusive training room, which rivaled a presidential suite. Wang Yitian tied on a grease-stained apron, skillfully scaling the fish, gutting it, and cleaning it. His movements flowed seamlessly, exuding an air of composure that contrasted sharply with his disheveled appearance. If the Ing Chi assassin could witness this terrifying existence, who had so casually crushed him, now bustling about like an ordinary father in the kitchen, one could only wonder what thoughts would cross his mind. Before long, the sound of keys turning in the door echoed, followed by a sharp thud as the door swung open. Wang Xinran burst in like a whirlwind, drenched in sweat and brimming with youthful vigor. "Dad, I'm back." Her voice rang out, her colorful short hair clinging to her forehead, a rosy flush on her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with excitement, radiating an aura that demanded compliments. "Wash your hands, dinner's ready." Wang Yitian replied without turning, his focus fixed on the steaming fish in the pot, his tone even. Wang Xinran kicked off her shoes and tossed her backpack aside, leaning against the kitchen door, inhaling deeply. "Wow, it smells amazing. We're having fish today." She observed her father's busy figure and eagerly began recounting her day's achievements. "Dad, let me tell you, today's training was extraordinary. I feel like I've broken through my bottleneck. Even more, my energy flow was incredibly smooth. The A-grade resource access the principal granted me is phenomenal. It feels like drinking body refining liquid like water. In the training room, the energy is so dense, it's almost dripping. As I continue my training, I sense it will not be long before I could chatter away like a joyful little sparrow, recounting the accolades from school, the attention from teachers, the envy of classmates, and my own incremental progress in cultivation, all with an enthusiasm and pride that is palpable. Wang Yitian, while casually layering ginger and scallions on the fish, responded with nonchalant sounds of acknowledgement, occasionally interjecting with, "Use resources sparingly. Don't act like a nouveau riche. Cultivation requires a balance. Do not exhaust yourself." On the surface, his demeanor appeared dismissive, resembling a father indifferent to his daughter's remarkable achievements. Yet, Deep within his lowered gaze, a flicker of barely perceptible amusement and satisfaction sparkled. In his mind, the system's notifications quietly chimed. Ding! Bound subject Wang Xinran's strength is steadily improving. Her mindset is positive. Dependency on the host is at 1. Paternal love value at 5. Ding! The bound subject is enjoying quality resources. Her growth environment is optimized. Potential is being stimulated, indirectly contributing 3 paternal love points. Current balance of paternal love value. Due to the absence of specific numerical values in previous text, this can be treated vaguely or set to a reasonable increased value. For instance, as the chapter progresses, the balance rises to 850 points. Listening to this melodious notification, Wang Yitian felt a surge of inner delight. This girl has not squandered my covert efforts. Reflecting on the bottle of nutrient solution laced with enhancements and the impending arrival of a catalyst, a slight but unmistakable smile crept upon his lips. When a meal was served, consisting of a simple pair of dishes and soup, the aroma wafted delightfully. Wang Xinran, famished, devoured a generous mouthful of rice, her cheeks bulging, and mumbled, "Also, Dad, I feel like someone has been following me lately. It's strange." Having experienced real combat, her instincts were sharper than the average person's. Wang Yitian picked up a piece of fish, meticulously removing the bones and placing it in his daughter's bowl without lifting his gaze. His tone as casual as discussing the pleasant weather. "Yes, things have been a bit unsettled recently. A few brazen little thieves are lurking nearby. Come home early from school. Avoid walking alone at night, especially not to those dark alleys." Upon hearing this, Wang Xinran's brows furrowed, slamming her chopsticks on her bowl. Little thieves? Daring to target this genius? They must be courting disaster. Perfect for me to practice my skills. 1 comes, I'll take them down. 2 come, I'll take them both. Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, glancing at her, and slowly replied, "What are you talking about? Be careful with your strength. If you accidentally injure someone severely, you'll have to pay for their medical bills. My pension won't cover your recklessness. Listen to your father. Take a detour to avoid trouble." His words carried a weight of earnest concern. Though internally he mused, "I fear you might lose control and inadvertently harm someone sent to test you, and then that old scoundrel Lin Jindong will certainly exploit the situation, causing us trouble. Such matters of clearing out nuisances are best left to me. I am professional, eco-friendly, and harmless." Wang Xinran pouted, clearly unconvinced. Yet seeing her father's demeanor of caring for her well-being, she chose not to argue. Picking up her chopsticks again, she muttered, all right, I know, quit nagging. I'll take a detour. Honestly, it makes me sound like a troublemaker." Yet in her heart, she contemplated, if someone truly foolish crosses my path, how delightful it would be to test out my newly devised techniques. The meal concluded amid their banter. Wang Xinran hurriedly cleaned up, retreating to her room, likely to process the insights gained from her training that day. Wang Yitian gazed at the closed door of his daughter's room, his expression contemplative. He could sense the vitality within her burgeoning. The barrier between the late-stage martial artist and early-stage martial master was indeed on the verge of collapse. It was time to give her a gentle push. Connecting to the system's store, he swiftly perused the offerings. Soon, his attention was drawn to a specific item. Cultivation Breakthrough Catalyst, Gentle Version. Effect: subtly nourishes the meridians, gently stimulates potential, slightly enhances blood vitality and energy affinity. Significantly increases the success rate of breaking through bottlenecks, with no side effects. Price: 120 paternal love points. Note: nurturing in silence, assisting geniuses to soar. This is the one. Without hesitation, Wang Yitian made the payment. The recently increased paternal love points in his account diminished instantly, but he did not bat an eye. Investing in his daughter was a foolproof venture. Upon successful redemption, a small crystal vial containing a colorless, odorless liquid appeared in the system space. Wang Yitian rose, retrieved the high-quality nutrient solution provided by the school from the refrigerator, and with a subtle flick of his finger, mixed in the odorless liquid seamlessly, revealing no abnormalities. "Ran, come out and drink this nutrient solution. It will aid your digestion," he called toward the room. "Coming." Wang Xinran dashed out, snatched the nutrient solution, and without a second glance, tilted her head back and gulped it down, licking her lips. It seemed a bit bland, but the effect should be the same. "I'm off the train now." Observing her vibrant figure retreating, Wang Yitian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Go for it, my dear. I will shield you from the storms outside. Once you are strong enough, the vast world will be yours to explore." He turned, gazing out into the deepening night, his eyes seemingly piercing through time and space, landing on the luxurious villa in the Western District. Linjindong, we will settle our accounts slowly. After 3 more days, Wang Xinran sat cross-legged in the center of the exclusive training room provided by the school, feeling the relentless surge of energy within her, her face radiating excitement. Today, her training state was exceptionally good. The nutrient solution she had consumed earlier had brought a warm flow, making her feel entirely at ease. Areas that had previously felt stagnant during her training now exhibited a subtle loosening. Aha! It seems this genius is indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. This A-class resource is truly extraordinary, she thought gleefully, taking a deep breath, clearing her mind, and fully engaging her cultivation technique. Directing her surging energy toward the robust barrier that had hindered her between the late-stage martial artist and early-stage martial master. Twice, her energy surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly crashing against the barrier. The barrier trembled violently, but remained steadfast. Wang Xinran's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, yet her resolve remained unyielding, igniting an even stronger fighting spirit within her. "Open for me," she silently shouted, concentrating all her mental focus and strength into a single point, launching the most vigorous assault. At that moment, the gentle and continuous medicinal power of the cultivation breakthrough catalyst seemed to find a breakthrough opportunity, quietly playing a crucial role. It acted like the most skillful lubricant, penetrating the minuscule cracks in the barrier, nourishing the meridians at the impact point, allowing the flow of energy to become smoother and the convergence easier. Boom! In her sea of consciousness, it felt as if a cataclysmic sound erupted. The solid barrier, under the dual assault from within and without, finally groaned under the weight and subsequently crumbled to dust. The surging energy poured forth like a flood released from a dam, joyously flooding into a broader and more resilient network of meridians. A powerful aura, far more potent than before, erupted from Wang Xinran, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening with a thunderous roar. The training room, thick with almost liquid energy, became a swirling vortex, drawing in the energy around her. Her bones crackled, muscle fibers reorganized and strengthened, and her senses sharpened, expanding her perception and control over the surrounding energy manifold. Early-stage martial master. She had achieved it. Wang Xinran's eyes flew open, radiating with brilliance akin to 2 bolts of lightning flashing in the dim training room. She felt the robust energy flowing within her, as mighty as the Yangtze River, filling her with an unprecedented sense of strength. Unable to contain herself, she let out a triumphant howl. The melodious sound of her whistle pierced through the soundproof barriers of the training room, resonating far into the tranquil night sky of the campus. Ha ha ha! I have reached the initial stage of wushu. She leapt up in exhilaration, swinging her fists mid-air, creating a fierce wind that caused the air to crackle. Feeling the robust energy coursing through her fingertips, her confidence soared. "Lin Hao, Yang Yitian, you shall wait for me, this genius, at the city-level competition. Witness how I deal with you." She paced back and forth in the training room, adjusting to her newfound strength, occasionally striking the air with punches and kicks, relishing the exhilarating sensation brought by her leap in power. Meanwhile, in a modest rental apartment, Wang Yitian, who appeared to be napping on the sofa, was actually deeply immersed in the system interface, assessing the balance of his paternal affection value. Suddenly, he felt a jolt. At the very moment when Wang Xinran successfully broke through, he distinctly sensed an immense and pure energy surging forth as if drawn from the void, instantly infusing his limbs and meridians. This energy was gentle yet overwhelming, harmonizing seamlessly with his own cultivation, merging into one. The seemingly insurmountable barrier between the mid and late stages of a master was effortlessly dissolved by this vast energy emanating from the breakthrough of his bound counterpart. Melting away like snow under the sun, his chi expanded wildly. The quality of his yuan energy surged dramatically, becoming increasingly refined and pure, radiating a faint golden hue. His mental prowess escalated at an unprecedented speed, sharpening his perception of the surrounding world, allowing him to hear the flow of yuan energy and perceive the intricate patterns of rules. A profound sense of control over his own power surged within him, as if he could manipulate the very forces of nature. Achieving the initial stage of Zhongshi was a natural progression. The entire process unfolded smoothly and astonishingly, devoid of any cataclysmic manifestations, merely the essence of an internal life-level transition. Notifications echoed in Wang Yitian's mind. Ding. The bound object Wang Xinran has broken through to the initial stage of Wushi. Host realm synchronized to initial stage of Zhongshi. Congratulations. The host's power has undergone a qualitative change, allowing for a more exquisite control over strength, touching the nascent forms of the laws of the universe. Reward: 500 points of paternal affection value. Current balance of paternal affection value: 780 points. As a series of melodious notifications resonated in his mind, Wang Yitian slowly opened his eyes. In his profound gaze, it seemed as if the reflections of celestial bodies flickered and vanished, only to return to tranquility. Nevertheless, the aura of depth and unfathomable strength intensified. He gently clenched his fist, feeling within him an overwhelming power akin to an ocean, capable of determining life and death with but a thought, the corners of his mouth curving into a satisfied smile. Is this the power of a Zhongshi? Indeed, it is worlds apart from the realm of a master. He murmured softly, his tone calm, yet imbued with an air of mastery overall. Unlike his daughter, who burst forth in joyous exclamations, he quietly savored the profound sensations brought forth by this life-level transition. To him, it felt as though he had merely reclaimed a portion of his inherent power, a rightful return. This girl has not squandered my investments after all. With thoughts of his daughter, a genuine smile of paternal pride graced his face. Although most of the credit belonged to the system and his timely assistance, he reigned in the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, transforming back into the image of a seemingly laid-back middle-aged man, though his eyes now held a deeper, inscrutable depth. Lin Zhendong, I shall now observe what tricks you can still conjure. Wang Yitian's gaze drifted toward the western district, calm, yet imbued with a disdainful indifference, akin to looking down upon ants. With the power of a Zhongshi now at his disposal, many matters previously requiring caution could now be handled differently. For instance, how should he approach the Lin family head, who has repeatedly caused trouble, to achieve his objectives without causing too much uproar or alarming the neighbors? He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Perhaps this time, he could afford to be a tad more conspicuous. At this moment, in the school's training room, Wang Xinran, having solidified her cultivation, was confidently strategizing on how to shine brilliantly at the city selection competition. Utterly unaware that her seemingly idle father had quietly ascended to a height she would need to look up to for a long time, and was preparing to clear away some minor obstacles from her path. Chapter 49. Old man, are you going on a blind date? Wang Yitian sat cross-legged on the creaky old sofa in his rental apartment, his eyes partially closed, appearing to doze while actually immersing himself in the tranquil experience of the vast and harmonious power of a Zhongshi. This power was entirely within his control, as if he could summon the forces of the universe with a mere gesture, a truly delightful sensation. It was time to confront that old fly, Lin Zhendong. However, the method of confrontation required some finesse. He could not possibly don his faded old shirt and flip-flops for such an encounter, as that would be utterly disrespectful to his opponent. It primarily lacked the formality befitting his current status as Wang Zhongshi. With this thought, he opened his eyes and rose, pacing over to the weathered wooden wardrobe. This wardrobe, a relic from his retirement years, contained mostly old clothes of similar styles accumulated over the years. He reached deep within the wardrobe, his fingers brushing against a long, hard object carefully wrapped in dust cloth. A flicker of recognition crossed his mind as he gently retrieved it. Untying the cloth, layer by layer, revealed not extravagant garments, but a neatly folded set of attire, a deep black Zhongshan suit. The fabric was of understated yet exquisite quality, cool and smooth to the touch, clearly of considerable value. This classic tailored fit, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, was a custom piece made for him many years ago at a pivotal moment in his life, designed to convey spirit and authority. As the years passed, this suit had been buried deep within the wardrobe, untouched, as if preserving not just the fabric but the memories of that era. Wang Yitian delicately traced the almost imperceptible creases on the suit. his expression momentarily complex before settling into calm. He swiftly shed his old shirt and donned a Zhongshan suit. Surprisingly, it fit perfectly, as if time had not altered its form. The structured shoulders and tapered waist transformed his previously slouched posture into one of straightness. The warrior's tall stature and broad shoulders, once concealed by old garments, were now on full display. He approached the cracked mirror in the bathroom. The reflection revealed disheveled hair, a stubbly beard, and the familiar air of laziness that clashed with the crispness of the suit. He turned on the tap, splashing cold water on his face. With practiced movements, he used a razor to cleanly shave his stubble, revealing a chiseled jawline. He dampened his hair with his hands, slicking it back. Although he had no hair gel, he appeared significantly neater and more refreshed. After completing his grooming, he looked into the mirror once more. The person staring back seemed transformed. The disarray of hair and stubble was gone, revealing a face marked by resilience yet untouched by age. His deep-set eyes were calm and steady, yet held a sharpness that hinted at profound insight. The well-fitted black Zhongshan suit accentuated his composed and reserved demeanor, radiating an aura of authority and dignity, naturally exuding the presence of someone long accustomed to power. Gone was the image of the man slumped on the sofa, bickering over trivialities at the market. This was clearly a master hidden among the masses. A Zhongshan. Wang Yitian gazed at his reflection in the mirror, subtly nodding in approval. He adjusted his collar and flicked away non-existent dust, exhibiting a demeanor of calm assurance. At that moment, the door swung open with a loud bang, and Wang Xinran returned from her morning exercise. Her vibrant, sweat-soaked hair framed her flushed face, and she carried a bag of soybean milk and fried dough sticks for her father. Before she even entered, her voice rang out, "Old man, are you up? I brought breakfast. Hurry, while it's still warm." Before she could finish her sentence, she stepped inside, her eyes casually scanning the living room. Suddenly, as if frozen by a spell, she halted at the doorway, her mouth agape, words caught in her throat, her eyes wide with astonishment, nearly dropping the bag in her hands. What had she seen? In the center of the living room stood a tall, unfamiliar man clad in a sharply tailored black Zhongshan suit. His profile was chiseled, his demeanor tranquil, and there was an undeniable aura of authority emanating from him. The pressing question was, how did this stranger come to be in her home, dressed so formally? A thief? No, what kind of thief would wear such attire? Moreover, that silhouette seemed oddly familiar. Wang Xinran's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. She instinctively rubbed her eyes and scrutinized the figure once more. When a man turned slowly at her voice, revealing a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar, clean-shaven and neatly coiffed, Wang Xinran was utterly petrified. "Oh, old man." Her voice wavered, filled with incredulity, as she trembled while pointing at Wang Yitian. "Who are you? What has happened to you? Are you under some kind of delusion? Is this outfit for a blind date? No, wait. At your age, who would you be dating? What on earth is going on?" She circled around Wang Yitian, scrutinizing him as though meeting her father for the first time. This attire, this hairstyle, this face, though the foundation remained. The spirit and essence of the man had transformed entirely. Previously a mere puddle of mud, he now resembled a sword sheathed in its scabbard, seemingly calm, yet emanating an indescribable sharpness and dignity. Wang Yitian found her expression amusing, almost prompting a smile, yet he maintained an air of serene composure. He cast a mild glance her way, his tone unruffled. "Why the commotion? Is this any way to behave? After your morning exercise, focus on consolidating your cultivation. You've just broken through. Your foundation is still unstable." As he spoke, he slightly turned to face the cracked mirror on the wall, adjusting his already immaculate collar with graceful poise. Still reeling from shock, Wang Xinran stammered, "Wait, what exactly are you planning to do? Dressing like this is rather frightening. Are you attending some important event? Did the school invite you? That can't be right. Even the principal wouldn't require you to dress like this." Having finished his adjustments, Wang Yitian turned to his daughter, his gaze deep and penetrating. "I'm going out to take care of some matters. You," he paused, his voice carrying an undeniable authority, "should remain at home and focus on your training. Avoid unnecessary distractions, especially those that could lead to trouble." With that, he said no more and strode purposefully toward the door. His steps were steady, his silhouette commanding. The fitted Zhongshan suit accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. exuding an air of profound composure. Until the door clicked shut behind him, Wang Xinran stood frozen, still clutching the bag of soybean milk and fried dough sticks. Forgotten in her hands, she stared at the vacant doorway, then glanced down at her sweat-drenched training attire, her mind still reeling from her father's transformative appearance. After a prolonged moment, she suddenly snapped back to reality, swallowing hard and murmuring to herself, "Wow, it turns out that when my dad tidies himself up, he looks quite presentable." This revelation left her more astonished and shaken than her recent breakthrough to the initial stage of a martial artist. What on earth was her father up to today? Meanwhile, Wang Yitian had descended the stairs, basking in the morning sunlight. Feeling the surge of power within and the natural flow of the universe's essence surrounding him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Jia, Lin Jindong, are you prepared to receive guests? Chapter 50. A visit to the Lin family. The morning sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a glow upon the most opulent Lin family estate in the western district of Jiangxing. The towering wrought iron gates stood firmly shut, guarded by two vigilant sentinels whose prominent temples hinted at their fierce training, their sharp gazes surveying the surroundings. The estate was lush with greenery, with glimpses of an extravagant villa peeking through, showcasing the owner's remarkable status and wealth. A tall figure strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path leading to the Lin family estate. Dressed in a meticulously tailored black Zhongshan suit, he moved with a steady gait, his countenance stern and his eyes deep like an ancient well. He was Wang Yitian. His attire seemed incongruous against the lavish backdrop, yet he possessed an undeniable air of dignity that commanded attention. The two guards immediately grew alert. One stepped forward, raising a hand to block his path, his tone condescending. "Halt! Who goes there? This is a private estate. No unauthorized persons are permitted." Wang Yitian did not falter. His gaze remained steady, merely casting a casual glance at the guard. That seemingly mundane glance struck the guard with the force of a primordial beast's gaze, an indescribable terror enveloping him in an instant. His blood felt as though it had frozen, breath caught in his throat. He longed to shout but found himself voiceless, helplessly watching as the figure in black approached the gates. The other guard, witnessing his companion's paralysis and the intruder's disregard for the warning, erupted in anger, bellowing, "You're seeking death." He channeled his energy, launching a fist imbued with a violent gust toward Wang Yitian, a strike potent enough to shatter stone. Wang Yitian remained unperturbed. Merely as the fist neared, an invisible barrier of energy seemed to ripple around him. Bang! The attacking guard collided with an invisible steel wall, his fist shattering in agony as he was propelled backward, crashing against the iron gates with a resounding thud, before sliding down to the ground, unconscious. The previously intimidated guard crumpled, his legs giving way beneath him, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Wang Yitian paid them no mind, as if merely brushing off dust from his clothes. He approached the heavy alloy gates, not extending a hand, but merely narrowing his gaze. Creak! The alloy gates, which required electrical power or immense force to open, seemed to yield to an unseen hand, emitting a disconcerting screech as they contorted and buckled before crashing open, revealing the estate's expansive driveway and meticulously manicured lawns. The commotion had already alerted others within the estate. Figures rushed forth from the villa, leading with a middle-aged man clad in butler attire, his demeanor sharp and his eyes glinting with malice, whose cultivation was evidently at the mid-stage of a martial artist. He was flanked by 4 or 5 formidable warriors. Upon seeing the gaping gates, the unconscious guard, and the composed figure of Wang Yitian advancing into the estate, the butler's expression shifted dramatically, and he barked, "Who are you, daring to trespass upon the Lin estate? Do you know where this is?" Wang Yitian finally halted, his gaze steady upon the butler, his tone flat. "Bring Lin Jindong out to see me." The butler felt a chill at the profound pressure emanating from Wang Yitian's calm demeanor, yet relying on the support of those behind him and the Lin family's influence. He feigned composure, sneering, arrogant. "The head of the family is not someone you can simply meet, regardless of your identity. You will pay for your intrusion and for injuring my guards. Seize him." The warriors behind him responded in unison, brandishing their weapons, their auras surging as they charged at Wang Yitian from various directions. In an instant, the air was filled with glimmering blades and flashing swords, encircling Wang Yitian. He frowned slightly, seemingly annoyed by their clamor. Instead of moving, he merely raised his right hand and, with his fingers pointing like a sword, casually swept toward the foremost warrior who was swinging his blade. Swish! A delicate, golden energy surged through the air, arriving before its origin, effortlessly severing the refined steel blade. Then gliding past the warrior's arm. Ack! With a scream, the warrior's right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. The residual force propelled him against a rock formation, leaving his life in uncertainty. Witnessing this, the other warriors were struck with terror, their offensive momentum faltering. The steward's pupils constricted, a tempest of fear rising within. A barehanded release of sword energy? So refined? Is this person a master? He realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, yet it was too late to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Form a formation. Trap him." Meanwhile, he attempted to retreat, seeking to send a warning. Unyielding, Wang Yitian spoke calmly, his figure flickering like a specter, appearing before the steward. The steward, overwhelmed with dread, summoned all his energy and struck out with a palm, the wind from his attack fierce. Wang Yitian did not dodge. He too struck out with his palm. This blow seemed slow, yet it contained an ineffable profundity, arriving before its origin, lightly imprinting on the steward's palm. Crack! Splatter! The sickening sound of bones fracturing and the spurt of blood coincided. The steward's palm, infused with immense energy, shattered along with his forearm in an instant. He was struck as if by a speeding truck, blood mixed with internal fragments spewing from his mouth, flying back dozens of meters before crashing into a tree as thick as a bowl, collapsing to the ground, breathless. The remaining warriors, terrified and pale, dared not approach. Retreating as if confronted by a demon, Wang Yitian paid no heed to the fallen bodies and the injured, flicking the pristine corner of his garment. He strode towards the most opulent villa. As he passed, the guards and servants of the Lin family, hastily alerted, were all intimidated by the invisible, terrifying aura he exuded. Stepping aside, none daring to obstruct him, he walked as if entering a realm devoid of humanity, directly approaching the heavy redwood doors of the villa. The doors were closed. He did not push them open. He merely focused his gaze intently. Boom! The heavy wooden doors exploded like they were struck by cannon fire, shattering into countless fragments that shot inward. Amidst the swirling wood chips, Wang Yitian stepped inside. In the spacious and lavish hall of the villa, Lin Jindong sat in the main seat, his expression dark as he reprimanded Lin Hao, who sat dejectedly with his right leg in a brace. The sudden thunderous noise and the pervasive aura of murder made both men look up in shock. When Lin Jindong saw Wang Yitian walking in calmly, his demeanor indifferent, especially as he felt the terrifying presence akin to an abyss that made his very soul tremble, his expression of anger froze, transforming into utter disbelief and horror. Cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall. He attempted to stand, but found himself crushed under an invisible weight, unable to move even a finger. In the face of this aura, his martial prowess, nearing the pinnacle, felt as insignificant as an ant. Lin Hao trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, his pants soaked. His gaze toward Wang Yitian filled with terror, as if seeing a demon from hell. Wang Yitian's gaze swept across the disarrayed hall, finally resting upon Lin Jindong, who appeared as if frozen in place, merely an inconsequential piece of furniture to him. He nonchalantly approached an exquisite rosewood armchair nearby and sat down leisurely. On the adjacent coffee table lay a delicate set of purple clay tea utensils. He picked up the teapot, pouring himself a cup of still warm, fragrant tea, his movements graceful and unhurried, as if in his own home. He lifted the teacup, bringing it to his nose for a gentle whiff, then took a sip before raising his eyelids to regard the pale, sweat-drenched Lin Jindong, speaking in a tone both calm and thunderous in his ears. The tea is acceptable, though your family manners leave much to be desired. Setting down the teacup, his gaze pierced Lin Jindong like two sharp swords. You, Lin family head, sent an inconsequential assassin. Is this your way of honoring guests? Or do you believe my daughter, Wang Yitian's daughter, can be trifled with by just anyone? Lin Jindong trembled violently, his pupils narrowing. He understood. He knew everything. Moreover, this aura was undoubtedly that of a master. No, perhaps a grandmaster. Heaven! Wang Yitian is actually a grandmaster. He had sent someone to assassinate a grandmaster. and intended to harm his daughter? This was a path to certain death. An overwhelming fear engulfed Lin Jindong in an instant. He opened his mouth to plead for mercy, but found his throat parched, unable to utter a sound. Wang Yitian observed his pitiful state, gently shaking his head, his tone still flat, yet carrying a chilling finality. Lin family head, your failure to educate your child is evident. I can assist in that. However, repeatedly provoking my daughter, how do you propose to settle this debt? The hall was enveloped in a deathly silence. Only the heavy breathing of Lin Jindong, akin to a bellows, and Lin Hao's muffled sobs broke the stillness. Sunlight streamed through the shattered doorway, illuminating Wang Yitian's stern yet tranquil face, reminiscent of a judge presiding over life and death. Chapter 51. The fist is truth. In the opulent hall, silence reigned. The beam of light filtering through the broken door revealed floating dust. Lin Jindong remained frozen in the main seat, his clothes drenched in cold sweat. His face as pale as paper, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart, making each beat an arduous endeavor. Confronted with Wang Yitian's calm yet unfathomable gaze, all of Lin Jindong's schemes, calculations, and supports crumbled in an instant, leaving only the most primal fear. Akin to facing a natural disaster, endless regret and terror poured over him like icy water, awakening him to the reality. What Lin family's reputation? What ambitions in the Western District? All were meaningless in the face of life and death. His sole thought was to survive. At any cost, he must live. Predecessor. Lin Jindong summoned all his strength to squeeze out these two words from his throat, his voice hoarse and dry, filled with humility and fear. He struggled to rise from his chair to pay his respects, but found the invisible pressure still enveloping him like a mountain, making even standing impossible, leaving him in a humiliating half-standing position, cold sweat trickling down his face and dripping onto the precious Persian carpet. He suddenly turned to look at his son Lin Hao, who lay on the ground, trembling and soaked, his eyes filled with a fierce disappointment directed at his son. He shouted with all his might, "Useless thing! Why don't you hurry over here? Bow to the predecessor and admit your wrongs. This disaster is all you're doing. If you hadn't lost in school, my Lin family would not have come to this. Hurry!" Lin Hao was already terrified beyond belief. Upon hearing his father's roar, he crawled over to Wang Yitian, his face streaming with tears, his head banging against the floor, producing dull thuds, incoherently crying out, instinctively redirecting blame. "Predecessor, spare my life. Predecessor, please spare me. It's not my fault. Truly, it's not my fault." As he bowed, he hurriedly pointed at Lin Jindong. "It's my father." He felt humiliated and sent someone to advise the younger generation. "I truly tried to advise them. Predecessor, please see. I only lost a match. I admit defeat. I am sincerely submissive. Yarbo no rabanja. It's all because my father couldn't swallow his pride. It's him. Silence. You wretch." Lin Jindong was infuriated to hear his son shift all the blame onto him at such a critical moment, nearly spitting blood, his face turning from pale to green. Trembling all over, pointing at Lin Hao, his eyes wide with rage, "You worthless piece of trash. Your lack of skill is embarrassing. And now you dare to implicate your father? How did my Lin family produce such a cowardly, irresponsible offspring?" At this moment, he was filled with shock, anger, and regret. Astonished by Wang Yitian's terrifying prowess, enraged by his son's utter inadequacy, and regretting the provocation of such a formidable presence for the sake of this ineffectual being, Wang Yitian observed the spectacle before him. The father and son, in a moment of life and death, were exchanging blame, their disgraceful display eliciting no response from him. With an indifferent gaze, he leisurely sipped his tea, setting the cup down gently on the table, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the air. This sound, though subtle, caused the hearts of Lin Jindong and his son to skip a beat, their quarrel abruptly ceasing, leaving only the sound of fearful breaths. Admitting fault? Shifting blame? Wang Yitian finally spoke again, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable chill, his gaze piercing like two icy daggers. His attention first fell upon Lin Hao. "In the arena, victory and defeat are commonplace. You lost, and it is a reflection of your lack of skill, leaving no room for argument." Then his gaze shifted to Lin Jindong, whose complexion was ashen, the coldness intensifying. "As a father, you should guide your son to face failure. Yet instead, Out of personal grievances, you entertain murderous thoughts and commit such despicable acts. Lin Jindong, you're the true instigator. Senior. Lin Jindong attempted to defend himself, but under Wang Yitian's all-seeing gaze, he found himself rendered speechless, enveloped in an abyss of fear. If bowing a few times and shirking responsibility could absolve them of their repeated offenses and murderous intent, Wang Yitian slowly rose, casting a condescending look upon them. Then this world is indeed too lenient. He raised his right hand, his finger seemingly casually pointing towards Lin Jindong's dantian, lightly tapping the air. This gesture, as gentle as a breeze, stirred not a ripple of energy. Yet, Lin Jindong felt an indescribable, irresistible force, imbued with the principles of annihilation, bypassing all his defenses and precisely striking at the core of his dantian. With a thunderous shock, Lin Jindong was struck as if by lightning. A spurt of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. His energy center collapsed in an instant. Decades of painstaking cultivation dissipated like the receding tide, vanishing within mere breaths. He slumped, his vitality drained, his complexion pallid, his eyes dimmed, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Dad! Lin Hao's shriek pierced the air, sending shivers down his spine. Wang Yitian retracted his finger, his tone devoid of warmth. This is the interest for your attempt on my life. To diminish your cultivation. A small punishment for a greater lesson, to prevent any further misguided thoughts in the future. His gaze swept over the incapacitated Lin Hao before settling back on Lin Jindong. The interest has been paid. Now, let us discuss the principle. He extended 5 fingers. 3 days. I grant you 3 days. First, prepare 5 million credit points. Second, manage your Lin family members. From now on, should I hear even a whisper regarding my daughter Wang Xinran, or if any member of the Lin family dares to approach her within 100 meters. Wang Yitian paused, his voice chillingly cold, laced with a murderous intent reminiscent of the underworld. Then the Lin family shall have no reason to exist. I will come personally to erase this place. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. We understand. Lin Jindong struggled to kneel, his forehead pressed against the ground, his voice trembling yet clear. 3 days. The 5 million shall surely be delivered. The Lin family will not dare to disturb the senior and your daughter again. Should there be any transgression, may heaven and earth conspire against us. Wang Yitian turned away from them, walking towards the shattered door, the sunlight stretching his silhouette. Remember your words. His voice faded, and his figure disappeared. Within the hall, only the despairing father and son remained, surrounded by the scent of blood and the chill of fear. The fist is indeed the truth. Today, the Lin family has profoundly understood this lesson through their cultivation and dignity. Chapter 52. Money is meant to be spent. The 3 days swiftly passed. The Lin family, as expected, upheld their promise. On the morning of the 3rd day, a seemingly ordinary black storage bag, devoid of any markings, was quietly placed at the entrance of Wang Yitian's modest rented apartment by an unfamiliar individual radiating a tense aura. After setting down the bag, the person hurriedly fled, as if fearing pursuit, moving with the speed of a gust of wind. Wang Yitian opened the door, lifted the bag, and scanned its contents with his consciousness. Inside lay 5 million credit points, pristine and neatly arranged, exuding the fresh scent of ink. Not a penny more or less, it was precisely the amount owed. Weighing the storage bag in his hand, a faint smile curved his lips. Although Lin Jindong lacked prowess and failed as a mentor, at least his execution in settling this matter was commendable. It seemed that visit had yielded significant results. He returned to his room, casually tossing the bag into the corner like a sack of recently purchased potatoes, resuming his slouched position on the sofa to watch his old, worn-out television series. It was as if the bag contained not a sum sufficient for a typical family to attain financial independence, but merely a bundle of vegetables. In the afternoon, when Wang Xinran returned from school, she immediately exclaimed her hunger, her gaze falling upon the inconspicuous black bag in the corner. Curiously, she asked, "Old man, what is in that black bag? Did you go scavenging?" Wang Yitian did not even glance up, lazily responding, "Just some scrap paper." Wang Xinran pouted, not dwelling on it, and headed to the kitchen in search of food. A couple of days later, on a weekend morning, Wang Yitian unexpectedly donned a neat set of casual attire instead of his usual slouching demeanor. Addressing Wang Xinran, who was preparing to go to the school training room. He said, "No training today. Come with me." Startled, Wang Xinran paused, looking up with suspicion. "Where are we going? Are you heading to the market to haggle with the vendors?" "I'm not going. I can't afford to lose face." "Broaden your perspective." Wang Yitian shot her a glance, his tone flat yet filled with an ineffable meaning. "I'm taking you to see our new home." "New home?" Wang Xinran was even more bewildered, blinking her eyes. "What new home? Is the family across the street moving away? You want to rent it to expand our space?" "Old man, even though we've had a bit of a windfall lately, we can't go overboard. We need to be frugal with that compensation and my scholarship." Wang Yitian did not respond, simply picking up the bag of scrap paper from the corner and heading outside. "Enough chatter. Keep up." Filled with questions, Wang Xinran's curiosity ultimately prevailed, and she followed him, muttering mysteriously under her breath. Instead of taking the bus or riding his rickety bicycle, Wang Yitian astonishingly stood by the roadside, flagging down a hovering taxi. Wang Xinran's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old man, you must be possessed today. You, who usually pinches pennies to the point of walking 3 circles around the city to save on fare, are actually taking a cab. Has the sun risen from the west?" Wang Yitian opened the car door, ushering her inside, then took the passenger seat, calmly informing the driver of their destination, to the Jinlong Garden sales office. The driver acknowledged, and the car smoothly set off. Wang Xinran, still in a daze, asked from the back seat, "Jinlong Garden? That new high-end apartment complex? What are we going there for? To tour? Will they even let us in?" Wang Yitian closed his eyes to rest, uninterested in her queries. The car soon arrived at their destination. The Jinlong Garden sales office, modern and grandly decorated, gleamed in the sunlight. Upon exiting the vehicle, Wang Xinran felt somewhat out of place in the opulent surroundings. She instinctively reached for her father's sleeve, but found him already striding ahead, hands clasped behind his back, walking with a steady gait that belied the demeanor of a potential buyer, resembling more a project inspector instead. A well-dressed sales consultant greeted them at the door with a professional smile. "Sir, are you here to view the property? Do you have an appointment?" "No." Wang Yitian's reply was succinct. "I see the location is good, quiet, suitable for a cultivation apartment, and it is ready for occupancy." The sales consultant maintained her smile. "Very well, sir. Our Jinlong Garden specializes in high-quality, livable apartments. May I inquire about your budget?" Though the question was phrased delicately, the implication was clear. Wang Yitian remained silent, simply placing the black storage bag onto the reception desk, producing a dull thud. He opened the bag, revealing neatly stacked cash of credit points. "Budget?" He raised his gaze towards the consultant, his expression calm and unwavering. "Full payment. Ready for immediate move-in. Lead the way." In that instant, the professional smile on the consultant's face transformed into an expression of genuine enthusiasm and eagerness. "Certainly, sir. Right this way. We happen to have several premium units available. The views and tranquility are exceptional." Wang Xinran, standing behind, was rendered speechless. She glanced at her father's composed demeanor and then at the bag of cash, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Throughout the subsequent house viewing, Wang Xinran felt as if she were in a dream. She observed the bright and spacious living room, the pristine bathroom, the independent bedroom, and the small balcony. Although it could not compare to the opulent promotional images of luxury mansions she had seen before, it was a vast improvement over their dilapidated and leaky low-rent apartment. When she heard the salesperson mention that this exquisitely decorated apartment was priced at just over $4 million, she inhaled sharply. Over $4 million. To her, that was still an astronomical figure. Meanwhile, Wang Yitian maintained a steady expression throughout. He primarily inquired about soundproofing, security, and the surrounding environment. Finally, he pointed to a mid-level 3-bedroom apartment with good lighting and relative quietness, stating, "This one." The salesperson quickly remarked, "Sir, you have a keen eye. This unit is one of our best layouts, priced at 430,000 credit points. What do you think?" Wang Yitian interrupted her directly. "4 million. Let us sign a contract now, full payment. If that is acceptable, proceed. If not, I'll check the neighboring community." The salesperson hesitated for a moment, taken aback by his bargaining. "Sir, I need to consult with my manager regarding this price." Minutes later, after the manager arrived and further discussions ensued, the price was settled at 410,000, including some furniture and a year as property fee. Only then did Wang Yitian nod in agreement. "All right, proceed with the paperwork." The contract was signed, the requisite cash counted out from the bag, and the keys handed over swiftly. When Wang Yitian placed the new house keys into the still-dazed Wang Xinran's hand, she abruptly regained her senses. Grabbing her father's arm, she exclaimed in a lowered voice, "Dad, did you rob a bank?" "No, wait. What did you do? Where did this money come from?" "Over 4 million. Just like that? Our old place only cost a few thousand in rent per year." Wang Yitian pushed her hand away disdainfully, brushed off his sleeves, glanced at her, and replied nonchalantly, "Rob a bank? Can't you think of something more sophisticated? Do I seem like the type to engage in such lowly activities?" He stepped outside, leisurely adding, "Don't ask so many questions. The money came from legitimate sources. The old place was uninhabitable. We're moving to a better one. Money is merely paper when left untouched. It's spent to secure a peaceful home. That is its true value. Understand?" Wang Xinran was overwhelmed by the information. However, seeing her father had already stepped outside, she didn't have time to ponder and followed him in a daze. On the ride back to the lower-end apartment, she gazed out the window, then at her father, who was resting with his eyes closed, feeling as if she were in a dream. A new home? A high-end apartment? Upon returning to the rundown lower-end apartment, Wang Yitian directed, "Don't just stand there. Pack your things. Take what's useful. Throw away what's not. We're moving today." Wang Xinran looked around at the familiar dilapidated furniture and clutter, feeling a twinge of reluctance, but more so a thrill. She hurriedly began to gather her belongings, primarily her training attire and some personal items. Wang Yitian was far simpler, possessing very few personal items, just some old clothes and a few odds and ends. A few hours later, the father and daughter stood in the now much emptier lower-end apartment. Wang Yitian took one last glance at the place they had lived for so many years, his eyes calm, devoid of any longing. "Let us go," he said, picking up a simple duffel bag. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, casting a final glance at the small room filled with memories, before turning to follow her father. Locking the door, they tossed the keys into the mailbox. The two of them, carrying their simple luggage, walked to the roadside and hailed another taxi, destination Jinlinting. Sitting in the new car, watching the rapidly retreating street scenery, Wang Xinran could not help but ask again, "Dad, about the money." Wang Yitian, eyes still closed, interrupted, "I told you not to ask. Remember, from now on, that is our home. Focus on your training. Don't dwell on unnecessary thoughts." Wang Xinran gazed at her father's profile, swallowing her questions. Regardless of how the money came to be, the fact that they could leave that dilapidated place and move into a clean, bright new apartment was nothing short of a monumental blessing. She clutched the new keys in her pocket, her heart brimming with anticipation for the future. That old lower-end apartment? Whoever wants to live there can go right ahead. From this day forth, this genius shall reside in a new apartment. Chapter 53. The trees stand still. The wind does not cease in the first 2 days after moving into their new home. Wang Yitian and Wang Xinran truly enjoyed a peaceful existence. The new apartment was bright and immaculate, with expansive views and excellent soundproofing. No longer did they have to endure the late-night quarrels of the neighboring couple or the cries of tomcats below. Wang Xinran was particularly pleased with the independent ventilation of her small training room. Although it couldn't compare to the luxurious facilities at school, the energy concentration was satisfactory. And most importantly, it provided privacy and tranquility. She could train as she pleased without worrying about disturbing the neighbors. Each day, aside from attending school, she immersed herself in the training room, solidifying her initial martial artist stage and adapting to her surging strength, living a wonderfully fulfilling life. Wang Yitian, on the other hand, fully embraced a laid-back lifestyle. The sofa in the new home was far more comfortable than the shabby one in the lower-end apartment, allowing him to recline with even greater ease. Aside from routinely scanning his daughter's health with his spiritual sense to ensure the catalyst effects were stable and without side effects, he indulged in ordering takeout. Previously, he had been frugal, meticulously calculating discounts. Now, he could afford to enjoy the occasional barbecue or crayfish to enhance their meals, though most of the time they still relied on a few inexpensive, filling set meals. Meanwhile, the underground world of Jiangxing's Western District was stirring with unrest due to the Lin family's quiet departure. Initially, people found it strange. The Lin family, once a dominant force in the Western District, known for their numerous enterprises and bustling presence, had suddenly adopted a remarkably low profile in recent days. Their casinos and nightclubs remained operational, but the management had changed to unfamiliar faces, adopting a more cautious and even somewhat obsequious manner. The previously brazen Lin family youths seemed to have vanished without a trace, not a single one to be found. Those with insider knowledge and daring spirits began to quietly inquire. What they discovered was astonishing. The Lin family's core residence was being sold off in silence. This was not a matter of open listings, but rather a hasty liquidation through discreet channels at discounted prices. Several prime properties were quietly acquired by a few astute families at prices significantly below market value. Even more startling were the claims of witnesses who swore they saw Lin Jindong and his prize son Lin Hao under the cover of darkness, departing the city in an inconspicuous hovercar, accompanied by a few trusted retainers and minimal baggage, heading towards the more remote satellite city. Their departure was so hurried and discreet it resembled a flight from disaster. The news spread like wildfire within certain circles. Have you heard? The Lin family has fallen? They've fled? No way. Lin Jindong is a late-stage martial artist. He has been entrenched in the Western District for so many years. How could he just collapse? Absolutely true. They sold their estate. They've left. It is said they have offended someone they shouldn't have. Offended someone they shouldn't? Is there anyone in Jiangcheng capable of making Lin Jindong run with his tail between his legs? You might not be aware, but remember the recent selection competition at Yizhong? That genius Lin Hao lost to a second-year girl. Yes, her name is Wang Yitian. Apparently, her father lives in that lower-end apartment in Xi District. So strange. The outside world is buzzing, claiming that Wang Yitian is not as simple as he seems, but a deeply hidden master of extraordinary caliber. The Lin family has undoubtedly encountered serious trouble, and it's the kind that burns red hot. A hidden master? Incredible. Is this reality? How else can one explain it? The Lin family, paralyzed by fear, dared not even utter a word, hastily liquidating their assets and fleeing. What immense force must have compelled such actions? Speculations and rumors spread like wildfire. The reclusive titan of affordable housing, whose daughter, a martial arts prodigy, had rendered the late-stage martial artist, Wang Yitian, immobile with a single punch, became the subject of embellished tales, whispered in awe. Those who had once allied closely with the Lin family now trembled in fear, warning their subordinates to remain vigilant, to steer clear of the father-daughter duo of Wang Yitian and his daughter, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. The sudden departure of the Lin family subtly reshaped the power dynamics in the Western District. Families previously overshadowed by the Lin clan began to stir, eager to seize the vacuum left in the wake of their exit, yet all conspicuously avoided the name Wang Yitian. This name, along with that of his gifted daughter, quietly circulated among the upper echelons of the Western District and the entirety of Jiang City. In the new residence on the 16th floor of Jinlinting, Wang Yitian had just completed a round of training. Emerging from the practice room drenched in sweat, she seized an energy drink from the table and gulped it down. Wiping her brow, she excitedly addressed her father, who lay sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in the news. Old man, I feel like my training has been going exceptionally well lately. My qi and blood circulation have improved significantly. This new home has excellent feng shui, far superior to that dilapidated, affordable housing. Wang Yitian, without lifting his gaze from the interstellar exploration report on the screen, responded nonchalantly with a murmur. Unperturbed, Wang Yitian leaned in curiously. Hey, I've noticed that the property management staff have been exceptionally courteous towards me lately, bowing and scraping from a distance. Even some formerly arrogant neighbors now go out of their way to avoid me. Did you do something again? She vividly recalled the scene on moving day when her father had summoned the developer's boss with a mere phone call. Finally turning his head slowly, Wang Yitian glanced at her with an indifferent demeanor. What could I have done? Just a law-abiding citizen. Perhaps they see you as a young girl practicing diligently and wish to promote a spirit of neighborly kindness. Wang Yitian rolled her eyes. I don't buy it. You definitely scared them again. However, she chose not to press further, content that no one was causing trouble. She shifted the topic, by the way. I heard someone at school say that the Lin family seems to have moved away. Is that true? Just because Lin Hao lost a match? That seems excessive. Doesn't he it? Can the Lin family really not handle a loss? Wang Yitian took a sip from his water cup, his gaze still fixed on the news, and replied casually. Who knows? Perhaps they believe the feng shui in Jiang City isn't favorable and wish to seek opportunities elsewhere. A change of scenery can be beneficial. After all, at that moment, a crisp notification chimed in Wang Yitian's mind, Ding. External threat detected. The Lin family has proactively withdrawn. Threat source eliminated. The safety of the bound subject, Wang Yitian's living environment, has significantly improved. Reward: 100 points of paternal affection. Current balance of paternal affection: 700 points. A flicker of interest crossed Wang Yitian's eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged, internally acknowledging. It seems Lin Jindong is wise to retreat swiftly, saving me from further complications. He turned off the news, stood up, stretched, and addressed his daughter. Stop gossiping about others. Whether the Lin family stays or goes is irrelevant to you. Focus on your own affairs. What would you like for dinner? Tonight, I'm in a good mood and will allow you to order something a bit more extravagant. Wang Yitian perked up at this, swiftly dismissing thoughts of the Lin family, and exclaimed, "Really? I want to eat at that popular barbecue place in the city center. I heard their grilled beast ribs are absolutely divine." "All right, go ahead and order," Wang Yitian gestured, moving toward the balcony to gaze at the twinkling lights below. His expression contemplative. Finally rid of the Lin family, he anticipated a few peaceful days ahead. The rumors circulating outside held no weight in his mind. Reclusive masters? Monks sweeping the floor? Let them think as they please. Wang Yitian had but one goal: to cultivate his daughter into a formidable expert, ensuring his own invincibility in due time, which thrilled him just at the thought. As for others, as long as they did not provoke him, he had no interest in their trivial matters. Chapter 54. The military's attention in the western district of Jiang City, on the 16th floor of Jinlinting. Wang Yitian enjoyed a life of comfort. His new home was bright and clean, with takeout delivered right to his door. His daughter, Wang Yitian, maintained a routine of school and training, steadily improving her abilities, her cheeks flushed with vitality. Most of his time was spent lounging on the new sofa, watching news and mindless television dramas, occasionally browsing through the seemingly flashy yet questionable high-tech gadgets in the system mall, and occasionally checking on his daughter's progress, all while taking pleasure in the slow but steady increase of his paternal affection points. With the Lin family gone, tranquility reigned, and Wang Yitian felt as though he had stepped into a leisurely retirement, save for the fact that his bank balance still fell short of true financial freedom. Yet, this small slice of happiness was evidently not meant to last. As he pondered whether to try that highly rated spirit-infused grilled fish or indulge in his old favorite, Zhang's beef noodles, a highly classified electronic document marked top secret orange, was abruptly placed on the photon desk of Major General Yixing, stationed at the heavily fortified command building of the Jiang City garrison, miles away. In his 40s, Major General Yixing, with a square face and sharp features reminiscent of an eagle, was a mid-level grandmaster, a prominent figure in Jiang City. Having just concluded a video conference regarding reinforcements for the border outpost, he bore a hint of fatigue as he opened the urgent document flagged by his secretary. The screen unfolded to reveal the title: Preliminary Investigation and Analysis Report on the Abnormal Power Display of Wang Yitian, a resident of Jiang City's Western District, and related circumstances. Wang Yitian? Yixing furrowed his brow, the name unfamiliar. Was there such a person in Jiang City? He patiently continued reading. The first half of the report detailed Wang Yitian's public profile, which was rather unremarkable, even somewhat dismal. Wang Yitian, male, 45 years old. Former private in the Steel 7th Company of the Eastern Theater's 7th Field Army. Retired due to injury during the Great Cataclysm in year 35. Classified as a level 7 disability, mild. Upon retirement, his strength was assessed as early-stage martial artist, due to damaged meridians, potential exhausted. Currently residing on the 16th floor of Jinlinting in Jiang City's Western District. No fixed occupation, receiving federal veteran compensation. He has a daughter, Wang Yitian, who is currently a sophomore at Jiang City First High School. Yixing couldn't help but scoff. A retired soldier living off a pension due to injury. With diminished strength? How had such a profile warranted a top-secret designation? Surely there had been a mistake. His mind racing with questions, he continued to peruse the document. What followed was a dizzying shift in tone. The report meticulously outlined several peculiar incidents that had recently occurred in the Western District. Wang Yitian, originally assessed as possessing ordinary potential, had suddenly exhibited extraordinary prowess, dominating the Jiang City First High School selection competition with her late-stage martial artist capabilities, defeating multiple complete martial artists, and ultimately claiming victory against Lin Hao, a martial artist of the initial stage in the finals. Accompanying footage analysis indicated that Wang Yitian's combat techniques were exceptionally refined, suggesting clandestine training by an experienced mentor. Shortly after, Lin Jindong, a local power broker and late-stage martial artist, had fled with his son and core subordinates, liquidating their assets for reasons unknown. The crucial point emerged. The report boldly highlighted. Analysis of energy detection networks deployed throughout the city revealed an extraordinarily brief yet immensely powerful energy surge recorded at the Lin family residence during a specific time frame. The peak energy response far exceeds the threshold of a conventional master level, suggesting a possible contact with the Grandmaster domain. The energy characteristics align remarkably with Wang Yitian's activity trajectory. All clues, intricately woven, ultimately point towards a singular individual, Wang Yitian, whose profile describes him as a battle-scarred veteran in the early stages of martial arts. The analyst concluded with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing the screen. Preliminary conclusion. The target, Wang Yitian, exhibits an extreme degree of informational deviation or incomprehensible circumstances. Based on the Ling Shu network data and correlating events, there is a high probability that he has surpassed the master level and entered the Grandmaster domain. The remarkable surge in strength of his daughter, Wang Yitian, is likely closely related to this. Risk level, extremely high. Value level, to be determined. Recommendation. Immediately initiate the highest contingency plan, establish secret contact, and verify the true situation and intentions. Grandmaster? Upon seeing these two words, Major General Yi Xingfan leaped from his chair, a wave of fatigue dissipating instantly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Grandmaster, what does this imply? In the entire Jiangdong province, there are only a handful of known grandmasters. Each one is a pivotal force capable of influencing the strategic balance of the region. Now, to suggest that in Jiangcheng, a second-tier city, there resides an individual, an ordinary veteran with a pristine file, seemingly harmless, who might possess the ability to unleash grand master-level energy and send high-ranking martial artists fleeing in terror. This is more absurd than reports of aliens dancing on the far side of the moon. Yi Xingfan's initial reaction was one of incredulity, suspecting a flaw in the intelligence. Yet the accompanying Ling Shu energy spectrum could not be fabricated. It is derived from the military's most advanced detection system, with an error rate that is shockingly low. Furthermore, the fact that the Lin family has fled, along with the meteoric rise in the strength of the girl named Wang Yitian. All these elements together pointed to a conclusion that made him uneasy, yet necessitated serious consideration. In Jiangcheng, within his defense zone, there may indeed be a hidden dragon. A dragon disguised as a mere fish. Yi Xingfan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and pressed the internal communicator, his voice deep. Chief of Staff, report to my office immediately. Move swiftly. Minutes later, a bespectacled and capable-looking colonel, Qin Feng, the brigade's chief of staff and a master in the early stages, rushed in like a whirlwind. Commander, what's the situation? Why the urgency? Upon seeing Yi Xingfan's grave expression, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Yi Xingfan turned the screen towards him. See for yourself. Review it before we discuss further. Qin Feng adjusted his glasses and quickly scanned the document. Initially puzzled, his expression shifted to surprise, then disbelief. As he examined the energy spectrum and the details regarding the Lin family's departure, his lips began to twitch. And upon seeing the Grandmaster assessment and conclusion, his hand trembled, nearly sending his glasses flying. This is too surreal, isn't it? His voice became strained. The Ling Shu data should be accurate. Yet a Grandmaster? Wang Yitian? How could this be possible? Is there something we are unaware of? Or did the equipment malfunction? Malfunction my foot. Yi Xingfan interrupted tercity. The Ling Shu network utilizes multiple nodes for cross-validation, with an error probability of less than 1 in a million. The fact that Lin Jindong has fled is real. The dramatic increase in his daughter's strength is also a fact. Are you suggesting this is mere coincidence? He paced back and forth in his office like an agitated lion. A Grandmaster hiding in Jiangcheng. What could be his intentions? Is he friend or foe? Why the disguise? What is his agenda in training his daughter for competitions? We must clarify this. Immediately, Qin Feng, seasoned and composed, pushed his glasses up and analyzed. Commander, based on current behavior, the target does not appear to exhibit any offensive or destructive intent. The incapacitation of Lin Jindong seems more a reaction to provocation. Training his daughter for competition could merely be an exaggerated form of normal parenting. However, we cannot gauge the thoughts of a grandmaster through conventional reasoning. We must make contact to ascertain his true intentions. Precisely. Yixing Fan halted, fixing his piercing gaze on Qin Feng. This matter demands the utmost seriousness. You will handle it personally. Qin Feng stood at attention. Yes. Please provide your instructions. Yixing Fan pondered for a moment before rapidly issuing commands. First, immediately elevate the confidentiality level of all information regarding Wang Yitian to a strategic level, encrypting access to the highest degree. Without my orders, not even a fly is allowed to inspect it. Second, in my name, draft an informal yet sincerely courteous visitation letter, indicating we have noted some special circumstances and, per the high-level martial artist management regulations, require necessary registration. This is purely a routine matter, without any malice, so keep the tone humble. Third, he paused, his expression serious. Looking intently at Qin Feng, you will personally deliver this. Bring along the visitation letter and formal correspondence. Remember, attitude. Above all, respect. Do not bring guards or make a show of it. Just you alone, quietly approach. When you meet him, show the proper respect of a junior. Fulfill any requests he has, as long as they do not betray the nation or humanity. Our primary objective is to confirm the situation, express goodwill, and establish contact. Not to confront him. Understood? Qin Feng felt the weight of this momentous task. Encountering a potential grandmaster, any misstep could lead to a diplomatic incident. No, a security crisis. He inhaled deeply and saluted earnestly. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. I will prepare immediately. Ye Yingfan nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. Old Qin, stay steady. If he is indeed as formidable as the report suggests, you will be meeting a living legend. Exercise caution. Do not create unnecessary complications. Yes. Qin Feng turned and swiftly exited the office, his heart racing as he began arranging what could be the most nerve-wracking visit in history. Yixing Fan approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down at Jiangcheng as the city lights began to illuminate the skyline, his brow furrowed in thought. Wang Yitian, what manner of deity are you? What are your intentions lurking in Jiangcheng? He sensed that this seemingly tranquil city was destined to experience upheaval due to the sudden emergence of this old Wang. At that moment, Wang Yitian, having just decided to indulge in spirit-infused grilled fish for dinner, inexplicably sneezed twice. Rubbing his nose, he murmured, "Who is talking about me?" Unaware that the military's gaze had sharpened like a searchlight, focusing intently on his building. Chapter 55. A visitor from afar at around 7 in the evening. Wang Yitian had just finished washing the dishes and was at the sink scrubbing a pot while wearing an apron. Wang Xinran was seated cross-legged on the living room carpet, grimacing at a set of footwork analysis diagrams on the screen, her fingers dancing in the air as she muttered, "This force application point is too tricky. No, it seems it should be like this." The doorbell chimed. Without pausing, Wang Yitian called out to the living room, "Xinran, go see who it is." "Oh," Wang Xinran replied, running barefoot to the door, tiptoeing to peek through the peephole. She saw a man standing straight in an ordinary jacket, looking quite spirited, yet not resembling a property manager or neighbor. "Who is it?" she asked from behind the door. "Hello, is this the residence of Mr. Wang Yitian? I am Qin Feng from the Jiangcheng garrison, sent by General Yixing Fan to pay a visit." The man's voice was steady and clear. Wang Xinran was momentarily taken aback. "Garrison? General?" She turned to the kitchen. "Dad, there is someone here looking for you. They say they're from the garrison." Wang Yitian turned off the tap, wiped his hands on the apron, and leisurely made his way over. In truth, he had already discerned through his spiritual sense that the visitor was a mid-level master, exuding a calm and composed aura, embodying the unique efficiency of military personnel. He understood perfectly that this visit was a consequence of the recent events involving the Lin family. He opened the door and observed Qin Feng standing outside, his expression devoid of any particular emotion as he stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. "Please come in." "My apologies for the intrusion," Qin Feng replied with a slight nod, stepping inside and swiftly scanning the living room with a discerning gaze. The decor was not excessively opulent. It exuded cleanliness and order. The aroma of recently prepared meals lingered in the air, mingling with the faint residual energy fluctuations left by the young person's training, all contributing to an atmosphere reminiscent of an ordinary household. This was somewhat at odds with his preconceived notions of a recluse's dwelling. Wang Yitian casually closed the door and addressed his daughter, who was curiously eyeing Qin Feng. "Stop staring and pour a glass of water for our guest." He then pointed to the sofa. "Have a seat." Wang Xinran responded with an "oh," before dashing to the kitchen to fetch the water. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude as he accepted the glass from Wang Xinran and took a seat on the sofa, his posture naturally upright. Wang Yitian removed his apron and draped it over the back of a chair, sitting down opposite Qin Feng. He casually picked up an apple from the table and began peeling it, inquiring nonchalantly, "Did General Yi send you? What is the matter?" His demeanor was so relaxed that it caught Qin Feng off guard. There was no hint of suspicion or arrogance, as if he were simply welcoming a routine business visitor. Qin Feng took a moment before responding, his tone earnest. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the unexpected visit. General Yi is quite concerned about you and your family. He has tasked me with gathering some recent information and also to clarify certain regulations." While his words were tactful, the implication was clear. Wang Yitian acknowledged with a grunt, continuing to peel the apple, the skin falling away evenly. "Go ahead." Qin Feng chose his words carefully as he began his preliminary inquiry, adopting a conversational tone. "We have noted that your daughter, Wang Xinran, has recently excelled at school, demonstrating remarkable progress that is quite rare among her peers." The general was pleased to hear this news. "I wonder if Mr. Wang has any particular insights regarding her education and development? Our defense area also has schools for the children of servicemen, and perhaps we could learn from your experience." While this question appeared innocuous, it was a means to probe the reasons behind Wang Xinran's sudden surge in ability and whether it was connected to Wang Yitian. Wang Yitian chuckled lightly without looking up. "The child is simply hardworking, which is more important than anything else. I have no particular insights to share. I just tell her that it's not shameful to lose, nor to admit defeat. What matters is coming back to win next time. The rest, she figures out on her own." He handed the freshly peeled apple to Wang Xinran, who was eagerly watching. "Go ahead, eat it. Stop just staring." Wang Xinran took the apple, biting into it with a crunch, and mumbled, "My father only spouts grand philosophies. He has no real practical insights. It's all down to my exceptional talent." Her words were half a jest, half a display of pride. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, seizing the opportunity to delve deeper into the conversation. Indeed, both talent and effort are indispensable. However, a conducive environment and appropriate pressure are also crucial. For instance, it seems that the Lin family from the West District has imposed some additional pressure on Wang Xinran. I have heard they have recently relocated from Jiangcheng. He broached the topic delicately, observing Wang Yitian's reaction, marking the second round of inquiry that touched upon a core event. Wang Yitian picked up another apple and continued peeling it, his tone unperturbed. "The Lin family?" Lin Hao lost the competition, and his father, Lin Zhendong, was rather unreasonable, sending someone to intercept me. I couldn't hold back and retaliated. They felt humiliated and left on their own accord. His tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial neighborhood dispute. Wang Yitian refilled Qin Feng's cup with hot water, while he leisurely sipped from a mug emblazoned with the phrase "lying flat is most comfortable." Qin Feng accepted the teacup with gratitude, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed than when he first arrived. He set the cup down, maintaining his straight posture, and spoke earnestly. "Mr. Wang, I appreciate your candor earlier. Now that we have broached this topic, I have a question that may be a bit forward, but it is essential for my duties to clarify. Would you be so kind as to disclose your current level of strength? This information is crucial for subsequent registration and specific arrangements." Wang Yitian, still preparing to peel an apple, did not lift his head, responding succinctly, "Grandmaster." The simplicity of those 3 syllables was striking, delivered as naturally as if discussing a meal. Qin Feng was evidently taken aback by the directness of the answer, momentarily stunned. He had prepared a multitude of probing phrases that were now rendered unnecessary. Instinctively, he pressed, "Is it early stage, mid-stage, or?" Wang Yitian raised his head, a playful smile gracing his lips. "What? Are you conducting a census? As long as it's sufficient. That's all that matters." He deftly continued peeling the apple, the skin falling away evenly, leaving the specifics for them to speculate. "I can easily handle someone as blind as Lin Zhendong." His words were delivered lightly, yet they brimmed with undeniable confidence. He acknowledged his status as a grandmaster while cleverly withholding the precise details of his realm, leaving Qin Feng in the dark. Realizing he had overstepped, Qin Feng understood that for someone of this caliber, simply admitting to being a grandmaster was already a rarity. Pressing for further specifics was indeed inappropriate. He quickly corrected himself. Understood. My apologies for the impertinence. Thank you for your forthrightness, Mr. Wang. He adjusted his posture, transitioning into the core of the discussion. Now that we have clarified your strength level, I must detail the key provisions of the high-level martial artist management regulations following the Great Cataclysm. According to these regulations, all martial artists who achieve the status of Grandmaster or above are required to register formally with the military. Wang Yitian handed the peeled apple to his daughter, who was watching eagerly, and picked up another to continue peeling. Registration? Does that mean I'll need to file a report every time I go out for a stroll? Wouldn't that ruin my retirement? Qin Feng replied earnestly. Rest assured, it is not intended to be a burden. The registration is primarily for strategic coordination. You may view it as a safeguard rather than a constraint. Consider this. If one day a massive beast tide erupts in the wilderness, relying solely on conventional forces would be insufficient. Without prior knowledge of the distribution of high-end combat power in the area, how can we efficiently organize a defense? Wang Yitian nodded thoughtfully and continued from a different angle. That does sound reasonable. But what if I say I simply wish to live as an ordinary citizen and do not want to register? Qin Feng's expression turned serious. His tone sincere yet resolute. Mr. Wang, that is no joking matter. Registration is a rule established by the state for overall security considerations, aimed at addressing the grave threats we face collectively. It is by no means trivial. For instance, there have been frequent anomalies in the wilderness recently, and our border monitoring has detected a significant increase in the activity of grade beasts, indicating that our living environment is anything but secure. Stop right there. Wang Yitian raised a hand for a pause, jesting, look at how anxious you are. Fine, I'll register. I understand my obligations. He set down the knife, his expression growing earnest. However, we must agree on one thing. I am most averse to trouble. Unless there's an earth-shattering crisis, please do not disturb me too often. I would prefer to live peacefully, spending time with my daughter, which is far more valuable. Qin Feng promptly assured him, you can rest easy on that front. The registration is merely procedural. We will never intrude upon your tranquility. Contact will only occur through specific channels in the event of the utmost crisis. That sounds more reasonable. Wang Yitian nodded in satisfaction, picking up the encrypted communication device, weighing it in his hand. It appeared advanced. It wouldn't randomly prompt updates, would it? Qin Feng explained earnestly, this is a military-grade encrypted communication device, specifically designed at the highest level. It will only be activated in the event of a life-and-death crisis. Under normal circumstances, it remains completely silent and will not disturb you in any way. All right, I trust you. Wang Yitian casually set the communicator down on the coffee table. Let us proceed as discussed. Arrange a time for the paperwork, and I will cooperate. Thank you immensely for your understanding and cooperation, Qin Feng replied, his face breaking into a relieved smile. Wang Yitian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I understand the rules. In the past, I'd also spent time within the ranks, placing the greater good above all else. As if recalling something, he casually inquired, by the way, you mentioned that the wasteland is rather unstable. What is the current situation outside? Noticing Wang Yitian's proactive inquiry into the circumstances, Qin Feng felt a surge of energy. Since you have asked, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The current global scenario can be succinctly described as deceptively tranquil, with undercurrents of turmoil. He straightened his posture and articulated clearly, since the Great Catastrophe, the space for human existence has been significantly constricted. According to the latest statistics, the global population hovers around 1.5 billion. Presently, 3 major power structures have emerged: our Longwa, the Ingwa, and its alliances in the Western Hemisphere, and the Survival Federation comprised of numerous survivor enclaves. Wang Yitian nodded thoughtfully, a tripartite balance, as has been the case throughout history. The true threats, however, arise from external sources. Qin Feng lowered his voice. The evolutionary pace of the mutated creatures in the wasteland is beyond imagination. The scale and frequency of beastly tides continue to rise. Recently, several border monitoring stations have reported unusually active energy fluctuations, with compelling evidence indicating that beastly threats of significant magnitude have been frequently sighted on the periphery of our defenses. Wang Yitian furrowed his brow. So, these formidable beasts have approached so close? It appears that this safe zone is not as secure as one might think. Indeed, Qin Feng replied gravely, which is why masters like yourself, who willingly register, are exceedingly precious. Your contribution might be the cornerstone that stabilizes our forces and protects countless families during critical moments. Chapter 57. A gathering of heroes. After bidding farewell to Qin Feng, Wang Yitian stood by the window, idly toying with a military-grade encrypted communicator. This device was heavy and cold to the touch, a reminder of the hidden currents beneath the surface of mundane life. What he had just conveyed to Qin Feng was the truth. Should a crisis arise threatening those he cared for, he would certainly not remain passive. Yet, in everyday life, he preferred to be the ordinary father, simply watching his daughter in her endeavors. He hoped that the clever minds in the military could comprehend this sentiment. Upon returning to the defense zone, Qin Feng reported Wang Yitian's attitude in full. After evaluation, the higher-ups ultimately placed Wang Yitian on the observation list, noting depth of strength immeasurable, confirmed master level, leaning towards our side, prefers tranquility, do not disturb unless a significant crisis arises. This resolution served as a balance point acceptable to both parties. For Wang Yitian, this meant a temporary reprieve, allowing for relative peace. This minor interlude was akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples that soon calmed. Wang Yitian's focus swiftly returned to the upcoming National Youth Martial Arts Competition. The Jiangxing city-level selection was about to commence. The scale of this event surpassed that of previous school competitions by several magnitudes. The venue had shifted to Jiangxing's largest multipurpose stadium, the Yangfan Pavilion, which reportedly could accommodate nearly 10,000 spectators. Colorful banners fluttered outside, and massive holographic advertisement billboards repeatedly played promotional videos of the competition alongside sponsor logos. The air buzzed with excitement and tension as various media outlets prepared their equipment. Wang Yitian, dressed casually, blended into the throngs of spectators and family members, remaining inconspicuous. In contrast, Wang Xinran wore the standard team uniform of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, trailing behind her guiding teacher, her petite face taut with concentration. Her multicolored hair was particularly eye-catching today, drawing many gazes. Upon entering the competitor's preparation area, she immediately felt a pressure far more intense than during the school competition. Scanning the area, she realized that there were almost no faces of early to mid-level martial artists. The least experienced participants were at the late martial artist stage, with several exuding the aura of martial masters. Talented individuals from various districts of Jiangxing, prestigious high schools, and even private martial arts academies gathered, each possessing sharp gazes and extraordinary presence. Wang Xinran marveled at the scale of the event, her heartbeat quickening. Instinctively, she sought familiar faces in the crowd and quickly identified several particularly striking individuals. First, not far from her, was a girl surrounded by admirers. Dressed in a well-tailored, high-quality white training outfit, her posture was upright and her beauty undeniable, yet an unmistakable pride lingered in her expression. Beside her rested a gear bag adorned with a subtle yet recognizable family crest. Is she from the Lin family? No, that is not right. Wang Xinran mused, recalling rumors she had heard. Ah, she must be from the Ouyang family, Ouyang Shui. It was said that her family belonged to a martial arts lineage, producing geniuses through abundant resources, and she had already reached mid-level martial master status. She was one of the favorites to win the championship. Ouyang Shui seemed to sense a gaze upon her, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Xinran, her expression calm and unruffled, before shifting her attention elsewhere, a reflection of confidence rooted in both capability and lineage. On the other side, a robust young man clad in attire resembling combat training gear was engaged in warm-up exercises alone. His movements were devoid of any flamboyance, but radiated a fierce intensity. And his gaze, when sweeping the surroundings, was as sharp as that of a hawk. Many instinctively kept their distance from him. Is that the military's specially recruited warrior? Zhao Feng. Wang Xinran had heard of him. He reportedly grew up in a border outpost and possessed extensive combat experience. Although he was also a mid-level martial master, his combat prowess was said to far exceed that of his peers, with every move demonstrating lethal skill. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Another individual caught Wang Xinran's attention, a seemingly frail young man dressed in ordinary athletic wear, quietly seated in a corner, head bowed, as if disconnected from the surrounding excitement. However, Wang Xinran keenly sensed an erratic aura emanating from him, imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. He was rumored to be a dark horse from a civilian school in the northern district. Shadow? Yes, that was his name. His fighting style was peculiar. During the district competition, she had been unable to comprehend how his opponents had succumbed to defeat. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xinran felt the combative instincts within her awaken. The pressure was indeed substantial, but the thrill was even more exhilarating. Competing alongside these prodigies was invigorating. She instinctively clenched her fists. With his exceptional perception, Wang Yitian, even from a distance, grasped the dynamics within the preparation area. He sat inconspicuously among the front row of spectators, observing his daughter's petite figure amidst the gathering of geniuses. Her expression neutral, yet his heart brimming with joy. The atmosphere was promising, and her opponents appeared formidable enough to challenge her. He pondered, with pressure comes motivation. My dear daughter, give it your all. The stronger you become, the faster I shall progress. This investment was sure to yield returns. He even found time to evaluate the key contenders. The young lady from the Ouyang family possessed a solid foundation, but was slightly arrogant and in need of refinement. The soldier exuded a heavy aura of lethal intent. He was a valuable asset, but had a wild streak. The one known as Shadow had an intriguing presence. Concealing his depth well, Wang Xinran should exercise caution around him. Soon, the opening ceremony concluded, leading into the draw for matchups. The massive screen displayed the names and avatars of the 32 finalists, rapidly scrolling before settling into groups. Wang Xinran held her breath, locating her name and grouping. Group C, Wang Xinran, Jianshan number 1 High School, Early Martial Master, Zhangmeng, Thunder Martial Arts Academy, Mid-Level Martial Master, Sun Miao, Girls Academy, Early Martial Master, Chuning, Northern District number 3 High School, Perfected Martial Artist. Chuning? Is that Shadow? Wang Xinran's gaze sharpened. She encountered a peculiar opponent in her first match. The group also included Zhang Meng, a mid-level martial master, indicating that advancing would not be an easy feat. She lifted her eyes to the top of the screen, where several acknowledged top-tier competitors, possessing late martial master or even early grandmaster status, were listed. This was the lofty height she aspired to reach, yet simultaneously, it became her target for challenge. In the early stages of the tournament, Wang Xinran licked her slightly parched lips, her eyes ablaze with determination. Just wait, for the prodigy has arrived. The draw results were announced, and the competition would officially commence in a week. The 32 competitors were divided into 8 groups, with 4 participants in each group competing in a round-robin format, where the top 2 would advance to the top 16. Wang Yitian examined the groupings, stroking his chin. Not bad. The divisions are quite favorable. That one called Ingzi seems intriguing. Just the right opponent for Xinran to hone her skills. Chapter 58. The First Battle, Thunderous Momentum. After the draw ceremony concluded, Wang Yitian rose and stretched lazily. The excitement had concluded, and it was time to return home to prepare nutritious meals for the main competitors in training. As for the competition, he felt no concern whatsoever. In any case, should the sky fall, he, the high-level expert, would be there to catch it. What he looked forward to more was witnessing how much potential his daughter could unleash under pressure and how much experience he could gain from it. Off he went, heading home for some intense training. A little sharpening of skills right before the battle is never too slow. Wang Yitian strolled out, his spirits remarkably high. This city-wide competition appeared to be far more engaging than he had anticipated. A week passed swiftly amidst the intense and fulfilling preparations. The National Youth Martial Arts Competition's Jiangxing City qualifiers officially commenced. Inside the Yangfan Sports Hall, the atmosphere was electric, with every seat occupied. A massive holographic projection hovered in the center of the arena, displaying real-time match information and participant details. The air was thick with the subtle vibrations of elemental energy. The cheers of the audience and the sharp whistles of the referees blending into an exhilarating ambience that sent adrenaline surging. Wang Yitian, still clad in his unassuming casual attire, settled into a corner of the audience with a good view, inconspicuous yet perfectly positioned to observe his daughter on the third ring. He held a steaming cup of health tea, sipping leisurely, his expression calm amidst the surrounding fervor, making him appear more like an audience member in an arts performance. "The air conditioning here is a bit excessive," he muttered, adjusting his posture for greater comfort. His heart remained unperturbed by the impending competition, and he even felt a yawn creeping up. A perfect match against a peak martial artist? The outcome was hardly in doubt. He was merely there to be a spectator, a chance to witness how well his daughter had applied her recent training. Soon, the announcement rang out. Third ring, first match, Wang Yitian from Jiangxing No. 1 High School against Zhang Meng from Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Contestants, please enter the arena. The spotlight illuminated the third ring. Clad in a sharp blue team uniform, Wang Yitian, with her distinctive multicolored short hair, confidently stepped onto the stage. Taking a deep breath, she surveyed the deafening crowd, her small face tense, yet her eyes shining with eager excitement. Her opponent was a peak martial artist, while she was genuinely a novice martial artist, yet she felt assured. However, she had not forgotten her father's repeated reminders to remain low-key and efficient. On the opposite side, Zhang Meng from Thunder Martial Arts Academy leaped onto the stage. Tall and muscular, dressed in a uniform adorned with a lightning emblem, he exuded arrogance, instinctively raising his fist towards his supporters, eliciting cheers. Casting a glance at the relatively petite Wang Yitian, particularly at her eye-catching hair, he smirked with a hint of disdain. To him, this girl, who appeared to be engaged in some form of performance art, was likely all show. After the referee briefly announced the rules, he waved his hand. "Begin." Zhang Meng let out a low growl and launched the first attack. He practiced the aggressive style favored by Thunder Martial Arts Academy. His initial strike was filled with force and momentum, his fist carrying an ominous rumble, aimed directly at Wang Yitian's face. His speed and strength were commendable for a peak martial artist, inciting cheers from his supporters in the stands. "Come on," Wang Yitian silently encouraged herself, stepping forward rather than retreating. She did not employ any flashy maneuvers. A simple sidestep, executed with impeccable timing, allowed Zhang Meng's powerful punch to narrowly graze her shoulder. Simultaneously, Wang Yitian's waist coiled, her right fist shot forward like a cannonball, targeting the exposed ribs of Zhang Meng, who had overextended himself. This punch, devoid of any external display of elemental energy, contained the condensed power of a novice martial artist, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Zhang Meng was utterly unprepared for her speed and reaction. Just as he thought he would land a hit, he found himself swinging at nothing, his old strength spent, and new strength yet to manifest. He could only tense his muscles in a futile attempt to brace for impact. Bang! A heavy thud of flesh colliding reverberated through the arena. Wang Yitian's fist struck solidly against Zhang Meng's ribs. He felt a piercing, overwhelming force penetrate his body, his protective elemental energy dissipating in an instant, a searing pain washing over him. He let out a muffled groan, his robust frame staggering back 5 or 6 steps, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face paling as he clutched his ribs, struggling to catch his breath, completely incapacitated. The entire exchange was crisp and decisive, lasting no more than 3 seconds from start to finish. The once boisterous audience fell into a stunned silence. Many spectators, especially those unfamiliar with Wang Yitian, were momentarily taken aback. Was that it? One punch? ISNT Zhang Meng, supposed to be a genius from Thunder Martial Arts Academy, a peak martial artist? Who is that girl? From Jiangxing No. 1 High School. So formidable? Did you see how she struck? Zulfust. After a brief silence, the arena erupted into a cacophony of astonished exclamations and discussions. Many instinctively turned their gazes to the screen displaying Wang Yitian's profile, which still indicated her as a late-stage martial artist. Yet her performance was clearly out of sync with that designation. The referee, momentarily taken aback, rushed to assess Zhang Meng's condition, confirming he was unable to continue, and then announced loudly, "Third ring, the winner is Wang Yitian." Wang Yitian retracted her fist, standing still to catch her breath, which had quickened slightly. She glanced at the doubled-over Zhang Meng, who wore an expression of disbelief and pain, but felt little emotional upheaval herself. In martial arts, injuries were inevitable. She had held back, or else a few of his ribs might have broken. She nodded slightly to the referee in the audience before turning to exit the ring. Her steps steady. That was well executed. Her rhythm was commendable. As she passed through the contestant tunnel, a familiar voice lazily drifted into her ears. Wang Xinran turned to see her father, having appeared at the tunnel entrance at some point, leaning against the wall, still holding that cup of health tea, shaking it gently towards her with a hint of approving pride on his face. Of course, just look at whose daughter she is. Wang Xinran tilted her chin upward, unable to conceal her small triumph, but lowered her voice. Old man, I was low-key enough, right? I didn't even use my big moves. Well, it was SOSO. About a 60 out of 100, barely passing, Wang Yitian replied, his tone dismissive, mainly due to her opponent's lack of skill, which made her shine even brighter. The next match with that one called Ingzi seems interesting. Do not underestimate her. Got it. Stop nagging. Wang Xinran retorted with feigned disdain, though she made a mental note. Wang Yitian observed his daughter's vibrant figure receding, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A novice martial artist defeating a peak martial artist was naturally a one-sided affair. The fact that his daughter could resolve the encounter with such calmness and decisiveness, neither overreaching nor holding back, indicated her excellent control over her mindset, a testament to her training's initial success. Very well, continue to maintain this. Meanwhile, in the preparation area for contestants in a different zone, several gazes flickered momentarily due to the brief match. In the seed contestant area, Ouyang Xuem merely cast a fleeting glance at the results displayed on the screen before turning her attention elsewhere, resuming her meditation. To her, swiftly defeating a peak martial artist was hardly remarkable. However, Wang Xinran's strength seemed to be more refined than she had anticipated. On the other side, Zhao Feng sat upright like a javelin, his sharp gaze sweeping over Wang Xinran, who was heading towards the resting area. There was less disdain in his eyes and a hint of scrutiny instead. That simple, direct punch he had just delivered displayed a military finesse, far from that of an ordinary student. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corner, a figure with low presence slightly lifted its head, glancing towards Wang Xinran, the glimmer of its eyes under the hood revealing an inscrutable thought. Chapter 59. Unexpected rescue from Father Wang. Xinran's swift victory in her debut match sparked considerable discussion within the arena. Sporting her distinctive multicolored short hair and carrying a backpack, she made her way home alone. Although she had won the match and received a lukewarm evaluation from her father, deeming her performance merely passable, the thrill of her first city-level competition still lingered in her heart. As she walked, she replayed the moments of the match in her mind, feeling satisfied with her timing in dodging and striking, though she noted that her final blow had been a tad too forceful, nearly knocking the wind out of her opponent. Next time, she would need to exercise more control, as her father had advised, to be low-key yet efficient. While she pondered these thoughts, she turned into a shortcut she frequently took home. Although the alley was not particularly secluded, it was quieter than the main road. After only a few steps, she sensed something amiss. 3 boys clad in matching black sportswear stumbled out from the alley's entrance, their robust frames crossing their arms as they cast sideways glances at her, effectively blocking her path. Behind her, she heard footsteps. Turning around, she spotted 2 more, casually leaning against the wall, toothpicks dangling from their mouths. 5 individuals had effectively cornered her. Recognizing the lightning emblem on their uniforms, Wang Xinran identified them as members of the Thunder Martial Arts School. The towering figure at the forefront, with a brazen expression and chin held high, was one of Zhang Meng's lackeys, whom she had just knocked down in the ring. Hey, isn't this the genius from Yizhong? Why the rush? The tall boy taunted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Wang Xinran's heart sank, realizing the danger she was in. Just after the match, her stamina had not fully recovered, and here she was confronted by those seeking revenge. Their demeanor suggested ill intentions. Taking a deep breath, she stopped in her tracks, tossed her backpack behind her, clenched her fists, and began to circulate her internal energy. Though anxious, she maintained her composure, refusing to show weakness. What's the matter? Can't handle a loss? Resorting to blocking me outside the ring? Is this the quality of the Thunder Martial Arts School? With her face set in determination, she scanned the group, ready to engage. Want to practice? I'm up for it, but let us clarify. If anyone gets hurt, the medical expenses are on you. Quite the tough tongue you have. Another stout boy spat out his toothpick. We're not here to cause trouble. We just thought your previous match was too easy. We want to challenge you to show you what true prowess looks like. As they closed in on her in a semicircle, their intentions became clear. This was not a friendly sparring session. Wang Xinran assessed their distances and perceived strengths, noting they all seemed to be at the late stages of martial artist training. while she, being at the early stage of martial master, was not overly fearful. She understood a confrontation would require considerable effort, and she might even sustain injuries. The key issue was that she was not in peak condition after just finishing a match. Despite feeling a flutter of anxiety within, she forced herself to appear calm, preparing to strike first. Just as she poised to charge at what appeared to be the weakest link among them, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A deafening roar of an engine, accompanied by the blaring of a horn, suddenly erupted from the opposite end of the alley. A somewhat antiquated green garbage truck, seemingly out of control, veered wildly toward them, its tires screeching against the pavement, exuding an aura of chaos and unpredictability, especially with an indescribable odor wafting from its cargo. What the hell? Move! Get out of the way! The five martial artists had never encountered such a spectacle and panicked, abandoning their pursuit of Wang Yitian. They screamed and scattered like startled rabbits, desperately seeking refuge against the walls, fearing they might be caught in this bizarre incident. The truck barely grazed them, crashing into a garbage bin in the middle of the alley with a thunderous thud, collapsing it and scattering debris everywhere. The driver, cursing under his breath, emerged to inspect the damage. Wang Yitian was momentarily startled, retreating a few steps and covering her nose, taking in the chaotic scene with a dazed expression. Seizing the opportunity, while the others remained in shock and the driver was preoccupied with his outburst, Wang Yitian acted swiftly. Without a second thought, she dashed between the truck and the wall, escaping the alley at a speed akin to a startled rabbit. Once she reached the main road, blending into the crowd, she finally exhaled in relief, patting her chest. That was terrifying. What luck I had today, winning the match and then encountering such absurdity on the way home. She glanced back at the alley, musing, but that truck's loss of control felt a bit too coincidental. Was it as if it had come to my rescue? Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an adjacent residential building, Wang Yitian casually dangled his legs over the edge, a lollipop in his mouth. The small stone he had flicked earlier had long since disappeared into some forgotten crevice. Watching his daughter safely depart, he glanced down at the chaos in the alley and the disheveled martial artists, along with the irate driver, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Not bad aim, but the smell is quite overwhelming, he muttered softly, then effortlessly leaped down from the rooftop, hands in his pockets, strolling back home as if nothing had happened. Hiding his accomplishments and name, Wang Yitian jogged home, pushing open the door and still catching her breath. Old man, you won't believe what happened today. She collapsed onto the sofa, gulping down water with fervor. Wang Yitian lounged on the opposite sofa, engrossed in interstellar news, not lifting his gaze. What now? I was cornered by those sore losers from the Thunder Martial Arts School on my way back. Wang Yitian exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. 5 of them. They wanted to gang up on me. Luckily, I was clever and brave. Oh, Wang Yitian switched the channel, still disinterested. Then what? And then something outrageous happened. Wang Yitian animatedly gestured. Out of nowhere, a garbage truck came barreling in. It scattered them like leaves. I took the chance to escape. Isn't that incredible? Wang Yitian offered a nonchalant hum, his gaze still fixed on the screen. That is quite the coincidence. Be careful walking home. There are many bad people outside. Wang Yitian pouted. I know. You don't have to tell me. But Dad, do you think it could be... Before she could finish, Wang Yitian interrupted. What could it be? Just good luck. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. The food will get cold. Wang Yitian glanced at her father's perpetually laid-back demeanor, swallowing back the question of whether it was his doing. Perhaps it was indeed just her good fortune, or perhaps a passing guardian angel had intervened. She shook her head, dismissing further thoughts as she headed to wash her hands. Meanwhile, at the Thunder Martial Arts School, the master, Lei Bao, a hulking, grim-faced middle-aged man, listened impatiently as his underlings stammered through their exaggerated report. Boss, it was bizarre. That truck seemed to have a mind of its own, heading straight for us. If we hadn't dodged quickly, Lei Bao's expression darkened, slamming his palm on the table. Useless. 5 of you cornering a little girl, and you let a garbage truck disrupt everything? Boss, it wasn't our fault. The truck came to suddenly. Annoyed, Lei Bao waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates. He sensed something strange about the entire incident. Chapter 60, the military intervention, the progress of the municipal selection tournament was exceedingly swift, and before long, it had reached the intense stage of the top 16 matches. The atmosphere in the venue was so heated that one could fry an egg, with every match being a fierce contest. Losing even once meant an immediate exit from the competition. Wang Xinran stood beneath the spotlight on the third arena, feeling as if the gazes from all directions were akin to searchlights, causing her to feel a bit flustered. Taking a deep breath, she flexed her wrist and focused her attention on her opponent across the ring. This individual, codenamed Shadow, was a dark horse emerging from Beitsu Senjo. True to his name, he was as thin as a reed, clad in an old, faded tracksuit, and perpetually kept his head down, exuding an eerie sense of low presence. Yet, Wang Xinran dared not underestimate him. Her warrior instincts warned her that this opponent was undoubtedly a tough nut to crack, radiating an ominous aura of danger. The referee's whistle blew, and the match commenced. Shadow moved. His motion was ghostly. His movements were far from those of an ordinary person, gliding across the ground as if he were devoid of joints, his speed so rapid that it left afterimages in his wake, with trajectories that twisted and turned in bewildering patterns, leaving spectators in a daze. Wang Xinran cursed inwardly, throwing punches only to find them always a hair's breadth off the mark, either narrowly evaded or landing with insufficient force. In contrast, Shadow's counterattacks were insidious, targeting joints and ribs, with each brush of his fingers against her skin stinging painfully. After several rounds, Wang Xinran found herself on the back foot, beads of sweat forming at her temples. What sort of slippery technique is this? Wang Xinran lamented internally, feeling somewhat frustrated. She clearly had the upper hand in strength as a novice warrior. But what use was that if she couldn't land a hit? The cheers from her classmates below only heightened her anxiety. Ranjia, hold your ground. Don't let him throw you off rhythm. His footwork is too bizarre. It's impossible to anticipate. Wang Xinran compelled herself to remain calm. Don't panic. Think about how my grandfather usually trains me. She recalled the fear instilled by her grandfather's elusive teaching methods, along with his occasional cryptic remarks. The eyes can deceive, and so can feelings. Seek the patterns. Seek the rhythm. No matter how elusive Shadow may be, he must still follow the light. Yes, patterns. Rhythm. Wang Xinran ceased her reckless aggression, centering herself as her gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. Instead of fixating on his movements, she focused her entire being on perceiving the subtle fluctuations of his energy, the telltale signs of muscle tension, and even the cadence of his breath. This was the tactical insight honed during her rigorous training. After enduring several more rounds, she gradually began to discern a pattern, although Shadow's movements were uncanny. Prior to executing extreme maneuvers or launching a decisive strike, the muscles around his shoulders and hips would exhibit minuscule pretension, and his energy would momentarily accelerate towards the point of impact. I've got you. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Xinran's eyes, as Shadow once again glided toward her flank, his hands silently slicing toward her neck. Wang Xinran did not retreat or block as she had before. Instead, she predicted his move and, half a step ahead, made a slight lateral slide in the opposite direction. This seemingly nonsensical step perfectly intercepted Shadow's anticipated escape route. His determined strike fell through in an instant. For the first time, astonishment flickered in his eyes. His form momentarily froze, revealing a flaw. He had not anticipated that she could predict his landing point. Now is my chance. Wang Xinran's energy erupted within her, the strength of a novice warrior coalescing in her right fist, delivering a straightforward yet lightning-fast punch that struck like a cannonball, targeting the exposed opening in Shadow's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, Shadow staggered back 7 or 8 steps, his face pale and breath in disarray, clearly suffering an internal injury. He stared at Wang Xinran in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. Wang Xinran, seizing the advantage, launched an unrelenting offensive. Shadow's rhythm was disrupted, his footwork compromised, leaving him only able to fend off her strikes. After dozens of exchanges, a sweeping kick from Wang Xinran sent him crashing to the ground, prompting the referee to halt the match. On the third arena, the victor was announced. Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from her brow, and waved to her excited classmates below as she descended from stage. This victory felt exhilarating. Winning through strategy was far more satisfying than brute force. Not bad. She's learned to use her intellect in combat. That's not too foolish. Wang Yitian had somehow slipped back to the entrance, leaning against the wall, tossing her a bottle of water with a nonchalant tone, although his eyes betrayed a hint of pride in his daughter's success. Of course, the genes are undeniable. Wang Xinran accepted the water and took several long gulps, feeling quite pleased, though she couldn't deny that this slippery opponent had made her sweat profusely. Indeed, this kind of slippery opponent will become more common in the future, Wang Yitian remarked lazily, urging her to rest up for the next round, which would be even tougher. Meanwhile, within the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the mood of the hall master, Lei Bao, resembled a roller coaster ride. His confidant, dispatched to ease relations, had returned with news that left him even more unsettled. The confidant reported that, bearing generous gifts, he had gone to Jinlong Garden for a visit, only to find that he hadn't even seen Wang Yitian's face. A seemingly lazy middle-aged man had merely told him through the door to take his things and leave, warning him not to disturb them again, or he would break his legs. The tone was as casual as discussing the weather, yet the invisible pressure had made this late-stage warrior's legs feel weak, and he hadn't even dared to leave the gifts behind before hastily retreating. Useless, Lei Bao scolded, but the anxiety in his heart grew heavier. How could an ordinary retired soldier exude such an aura? He increasingly suspected that Wang Yitian harbored an astonishing secret or treasure, endowing his daughter with meteoric strength, while he himself remained unfathomable. Greed and fear intertwined, leading him to make a foolish decision. He engaged in unscrupulous dealings, contacting the notorious Black Snake Gang among the local underworld figures in Jiangxing. This group was motivated solely by money, employing dark methods. Lei Bao offered a handsome sum, instructing the Black Snake Gang to investigate Wang Yitian's background, even hinting that they could question his daughter if necessary. Believing he was acting discreetly, he remained unaware that his petty actions had already caught the attention of the Jiangxing garrison. Wang Yitian was a registered, monitored grandmaster, and the safety of his family was under military scrutiny, just as Lei Bao was finalizing details with the intermediary from the Black Snake Gang. The doors of the martial arts hall were suddenly thrust open with a loud bang. Two impeccably dressed military officers, exuding an air of authority, entered, accompanied by a pale-faced apprentice. The leading officer was a middle-aged man with the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across the hall before locking onto the visibly shaken Lei Bao. Master Lei? The lieutenant colonel's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. We are from the Jiangxing Garrison's Military Discipline Inspection Office. We need your cooperation in an investigation. A chill ran down Lei Bao's spine, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The Military Discipline Inspection Office? Why had they come to me? Without granting him time to ponder, the lieutenant colonel stepped closer, lowering his voice so only the two could hear. There are some people you cannot touch or inquire about. Mind your own affairs and your people, and keep your distance from the Wang family. Otherwise, the lieutenant colonel's gaze sharpened dangerously, a terrifying aura far exceeding that of a late-stage warrior emanating from him, almost suffocating Lei Bao. The next time we come, it won't be for a conversation. Take care. With that, the lieutenant colonel turned and swiftly departed, leaving behind a suffocating silence and a pale-faced Lei Bao in the martial arts hall. Lei Bao slumped into his chair, drenched in cold sweat. The military. They had come directly to warn him. The aura he had just felt was undoubtedly that of a grandmaster, perhaps even stronger. To have the military-esque grandmaster personally issue a warning. What exactly was Wang Yitian's background? A grandmaster? Or something even greater? The mere thought that he had been foolish enough to target someone who was at least a grandmaster, and had even contacted the Black Snake Gang, sent a wave of dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. This was pure folly. He regretted it deeply, his insides twisted with remorse, and hurriedly contacted the intermediary of the Haishbang to cancel the plan, only to find that he could no longer reach the other party. A more profound fear seized his heart. Chapter 61. The Iron Tortoise and the Point Breaking the Surface. As she advanced into the top 8, Wang Xinran felt the atmosphere around her shift dramatically. The deafening cheers from the audience threatened to lift the roof off the venue, and the media, armed with cameras, seemed eager to capture every detail of the competitors' faces. Those who made it this far were no ordinary fighters. Each pair of eyes gleamed with determination. Standing on the second ring, Wang Xinran faced her opponent, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth betraying her nerves. This man, known as the Stone Buddha, was the top fighter of the Nanxing Panshi Martial Arts School, boasting mid-level martial prowess. His physique was robust. Though not particularly tall, he was impressively broad, resembling a towering iron structure, or rather, a colossal stone pillar weathered by centuries. His skin gleamed darkly, muscles bulging, exuding a calm yet intimidating aura. As the referee's whistle blew, the stone Buddha let out a low growl. A burst of earthy yellow energy enveloped him, making him appear even more imposing as he assumed a defensive stance, resolute and unyielding, as if to declare, "Come at me. If you can move me, I concede." Wang Xinran wasted no time. She propelled herself forward, her fists slicing through the air with a whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. Her strikes fell upon the stone Buddha like a rainstorm, each impact resonating with a dull thud. Yet, he remained steadfast, his body barely swaying, his feet firmly planted. The sturdy aura of earthy energy absorbed most of her force. Even her hardest blows only elicited a muffled grunt as he took half a step back, quickly regaining his stability. What an impenetrable shell! Wang Xinran cursed inwardly. After exhausting her combo, her energy surged within her, but the stone Buddha appeared unaffected. She attempted to target his joints and pressure points, but his defense was impeccable, guarding his vital areas with unwavering strength. He refrained from launching any attacks, choosing instead to wait for her to tire, seizing the fleeting moments when her strength waned to unleash powerful punches or elbows, forcing her to evade or withstand the blows that left her arms tingling. The standoff persisted. Wang Xinran could not break through his defense, and the stone Buddha was unable to outmaneuver the agile Wang Xinran. Yet, it was evident to onlookers that prolonged defense would ultimately lead to failure. And Wang Xinran's energy consumption far exceeded his. It was a dire situation for her. "Come on, Ranjia, break his defense. This guy must be a tortoise. He could take a beating." The shouts from her classmates carried an air of urgency. Sweat glistened on Wang Xinran's forehead, and her breaths grew labored. She felt her energy dissipating like a flood released from a dam. If this continued, she would collapse before her opponent could even strike. Her father's voice echoed in her mind. Relying solely on brute strength in a fight is futile. One must employ strategy. Dispersed force is akin to a drizzle, while concentrated force is a chisel. An indomitable shell? Then find a point and pierce it. With clarity dawning upon her, Wang Xinran's eyes brightened. Previously, her attacks were powerful yet too scattered, akin to using a sledgehammer on a rock, impressive in force but ineffective. She needed to concentrate her strength. Like a nail, she must drive it home. Taking a deep breath, she ceased her reckless assault, instead beginning to maneuver, seeking the opportune moment and position. The stone Buddha remained vigilant, his gaze unwavering. Now was the moment. Wang Xinran seized upon a brief moment of his rigidity after a block, channeling her dwindling energy in an unprecedented manner towards the tips of her index and middle fingers. This time, she abandoned the pursuit of range and focused on extreme compression and refinement of her power. Her fingers transformed into a faint golden hue, the air around them subtly distorting. An unmatched sharpness erupted. The stone Buddha's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the lethal threat. He roared, his earthy energy flaring, crossing his arms defensively over his chest, preparing for an all-out defense. "Break!" Wang Xinran shouted, her body launching forth like an arrow released from its bow. Her two fingers, now amalgamated with the force of her entire being, struck precisely at the center of the stone Buddha's crossed arms, akin to a searing iron or an invincible drill. A piercing sound erupted, reminiscent of metal grinding against metal. Wang Xinran's fingertips collided fiercely with a dense aura of earthy energy. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, a faint cracking noise resonated. The once indomitable defensive aura of the stone Buddha fractured, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the point of impact. The fractures spread rapidly. The stone Buddha, struck with immense force, coughed up a mouthful of blood, the agony coursing through his arms causing his defense to shatter in an instant. He was sent flying as if struck by a colossal hammer, crashing heavily against the edge of the ring, struggling momentarily before failing to rise. The arena fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted into a roaring cheer. She broke through. The defense was shattered. My goodness, what was that technique? Wang Xinran triumphed, advancing from the top 8 to the top 4. Wang Xinran stood still, her complexion pale, drenched in sweat, her legs trembling. That last strike had nearly drained her of all strength. Watching the referee assist the stone Buddha to his feet, she exhaled deeply. That was close. I almost fell. Once the referee confirmed, he announced loudly. On the second ring, the victor is Wang Yitian. She weakly raised a hand in acknowledgement, barely dragging herself off the stage. Upon reaching the backstage resting area, she collapsed onto a bench, not even wanting to move a finger. Exhausted, utterly drained, yet her heart brimmed with a euphoric sense of having transcended her limits. She had grasped the essence of breaking the surface with a point. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor of Jinlan Yuan, an unexpected guest arrived. The doorbell chimed as Wang Yitian lounged on the sofa, engrossed in interstellar culinary videos, contemplating what to prepare for his daughter that evening. Lazily rising to answer the door, he raised an eyebrow at the sight of the visitor. At the door stood Lei Bao, the master of the Leitang martial arts school, flanked by two subordinates, laden with valuable gift boxes, century-old ginseng, premium spirit stones. High-grade body refining liquid piled high. Lei Bao wore an obsequious smile, bending almost at a right angle, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His eyes filled with awe and trepidation. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the intrusion. I truly beg your pardon." Lei Bao's voice trembled. Leaning against the doorframe, Wang Yitian yawned. "And you are? A health product salesman? No thanks." "And no, Mr. Wang. You jest." Lei Bao hastily waved his hands, his cold sweat intensifying. "I am Lei Bao from the Leitang martial arts school. Previously, I was blind to your greatness. My subordinates acted thoughtlessly, offending your esteemed daughter. I am here to offer my sincere apologies. A small token of my esteem, if you will. I hope you can show mercy and not hold our crude actions against us." As he spoke, he gestured for his subordinates to bring the gifts inside, bowing and scraping in utmost humility. Wang Yitian glanced at the offerings, then at Lei Bao's terrified demeanor, and understood the situation clearly. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone flat. "Take the gifts away. My daughter has not been wronged. Just manage your people and do not bother us again." Yes, absolutely. Rest assured, Mr. Wang. From now on, everyone at Leitang Martial Arts School will avoid you and your daughter. No, we will treat you both as our ancestors." Lei Bao promised fervently, relief washing over him as he assured Wang Yitian of their future conduct. "And what about the Haishbang?" Wang Yitian did not even lift his eyelids. "What Haish or bays? I have never heard of it. You made your own mess. Clean it up yourself. Just stay away from me." "Understood. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you for your kindness." Lei Bao was on the verge of kneeling, the heavy burden in his heart finally alleviated by half. He dared not linger, hurriedly taking his subordinates away, leaving behind gifts and expressing heartfelt gratitude as they departed at a speed far exceeding their arrival. Wang Yitian closed the door, gazing at the pile of gifts on the floor, and smirked. "TSK, where was this earlier?" He casually selected 2 boxes of what appeared to be edible supplements, intending to treat his daughter to a hearty meal later, while the rest would be tossed into the storage room to gather dust. At that moment, his phone rang, the encrypted line. Upon answering, he heard Qin Feng's voice. "Mr. Wang, the Leitang Martial Art Hall." "Yes, they came, left the items, and departed." Wang Yitian replied lazily, "Kindly take care of the aftermath. You are too polite. Ensuring your peace is our duty." Qin Feng responded respectfully. "Additionally, regarding the Hei Shibang." Wang Yitian interrupted. "My daughter is exhausted from her competition. I must go prepare dinner." "Understood. I apologize for the interruption." Qin Feng tactfully ended the call. Wang Yitian stretched and walked into the kitchen. He had not given a second thought to a minor character like Lei Bao. Forgiveness was not on the table. He simply found it unworthy of his effort. Much like a passerby would not concern themselves with crushing an ant beneath their feet. As long as Lei Bao refrained from troubling his daughter, he welcomed the tranquility. This, perhaps, is the perspective that power brings. He hummed a tuneless melody, beginning to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Tonight, he intended to lavish his exhausted little champion with nourishment. Chapter 62. The Soldier King's perilous battle and the hybrid opponent, the arrival of Lei Bao, was but an interlude, having no significant impact on Wang Yitian. However, for Wang Yitian, she noted that her father's frequency of providing her with additional meals had increased recently. Regardless of her inquiries, her father would never elaborate, and Wang Yitian, too, grew weary of pressing the matter. In the end, the food that filled her stomach was what truly mattered. Yet after several weeks, she was alarmed to find her weight had increased by 25 kilograms. Advancing to the top 4, Wang Yitian felt as though she had boarded a rocket, the air around her crackling with electricity. The roar of the crowd in the venue threatened to lift the roof. While media cameras swarmed around the remaining 4 contestants like flies drawn to blood, each contender was formidable in their own right, their gazes sparking with intensity upon meeting. The draw for the semifinals took place on the central display screen, capturing the audience's full attention. Wang Yitian watched as her likeness flickered on the screen, ultimately settling in the upper bracket. The match results made her heart skip a beat. Upper bracket semifinal. Jiangcheng E. Wang Yitian, Initial Martial Master, versus Jiangcheng Defense Zone Youth Military School Zhao Feng, Mid-Martial Master. Lower bracket semifinal. Ouyang Family Ouyang Shui, Mid-Martial Master, versus International School Avril Lin, Early Grandmaster. What the heck? Soldier King Zhao Feng. Wang Yitian felt a tingle of apprehension. This competitor was one of the favorites in the tournament. Having grown up at a border outpost, his practical experience terrifyingly extensive, employing military-grade lethal techniques that were merciless. Although both were at the mid-martial master level, Zhao Feng's combat prowess was undoubtedly far more challenging than the previous opponent, the Stone Buddha. Moreover, the upper bracket's victor would advance directly to the finals, adding immense pressure. Glancing at the lower bracket, she recalled Ouyang Shui, the hybrid beauty Avril Lin, who was surprisingly an early grandmaster. This tournament was indeed brimming with prodigious talents. Yitian, your luck is phenomenal. Defeat the Soldier King and go straight to the finals. A classmate encouraged her from the sidelines. Wang Yitian forced a smile. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I need to figure out how to survive 3 minutes against him first. She stealthily glanced at the corner of the audience, where her father remained slumped, donning a cartoon mask of unknown origin, seemingly asleep. Wang Yitian's lips twitched. Her father was remarkably carefree. The semifinals took place on the main stage, drawing the spotlight of the entire venue. Wang Yitian and Zhao Feng ascended the stage simultaneously. Zhao Feng, clad in a crisp tactical uniform, his skin dark and his posture as straight as a pine, emanated an aura of sharpness akin to an eagle. Surrounded by a subtle scent of blood and iron, instilling a profound sense of pressure merely by his presence. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Zhao Feng wasted no time, launching himself like a leopard, delivering a straightforward, unembellished punch aimed squarely at Wang Yitian's face, his speed astonishing. The punch slicing through the air with a fierce, battlefield-like ferocity. This was not a mere sparring technique, but a genuine killing strike. Wang Yitian's heart raced. She dared not take it head-on and swiftly executed a side slip to evade. The punch narrowly grazed her cheek, leaving a stinging sensation. How fast! How vicious! Wang Yitian marveled inwardly. Zhao Feng, relentless, unleashed an onslaught of punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. Every part of his body transformed into a weapon. His attacks coming like a torrential storm, continuous and merciless, targeting vital points with precision. There were no feints. Each strike aimed for maximum lethality. Wang Yitian pushed her agility to the limit, darting and dodging on the stage, perilously close to being struck. She attempted several counterattacks, only to have them effortlessly neutralized by Zhao Feng's more incisive and streamlined combat techniques, leaving her narrowly avoiding blows. He resembled a finely tuned, efficient killing machine, his combat instincts terrifyingly honed, his experience far beyond that of a mere youth. With a slight delay in her evasion, Wang Yitian felt the sharp pain of Zhao Feng's elbow strike her shoulder, sending shockwaves through her body, leaving one side numb as she staggered backward. Ouch, that hurts! Wang Yitian grimaced, realizing the immense drain on her energy. At this pace, not only would she not win, but she would also exhaust herself. She needed a strategy. Recalling her father's occasional musings, if you can't overpower them, play soft. To combat a machine, one must induce a malfunction. Yes, make him err. Zhao Feng's rhythm of attack resembled a precise instrument. Yet every machine has its programming and inertia. Wang Yitian altered her strategy, no longer aiming to clash head-on or merely evade. Instead, she began to utilize her superior agility and tactical foresight to engage in a perilous, extreme provocation. She ceased to completely dodge his attacks. Instead, at the last possible moment, she would narrowly evade, simultaneously executing minimal distractions, such as gently nudging his wrist or tapping the side of his supporting leg's knee joint with her toes. This approach was exceedingly risky, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet for Zhao Feng, A warrior who demanded absolute efficiency, it proved remarkably effective. Each near miss, each minor disruption in his attack rhythm, began to create a barely perceptible stagnation and agitation in his movements. It was as though a fine instrument had been introduced to fine sand. While it may still function, it was no longer perfect. Is dodging all you can do? Zhao Feng, frustrated by his inability to land a hit amidst the constant disturbances, finally roared, escalating his assault with a powerful side kick aimed at Wang Xinran's midsection. Now was her moment. Wang Xinran's eyes sparkled with determination. She anticipated the strike, not retreating entirely, but daringly executing a low-angle slide, almost gliding along the ground beneath Zhao Feng's sweeping leg. Simultaneously, her ankle deftly hooked the heel of Zhao Feng's supporting leg. The force was minimal, yet the angle was exquisitely sharp, perfectly timed as Zhao Feng thrust his leg forward, shifting his weight. Zhao Feng felt a subtle but undeniable force at his heel, destabilizing his balance in an instant. He let out a muffled grunt as his fierce kick missed its target, and propelled by his own momentum combined with Wang Xinran's hook, he lost control, hurtling towards the edge of the stage. Oh no! Zhao Feng's expression shifted as he sought to regain his footing. But Wang Xinran would not grant him that opportunity. She sprang forth like a nimble cat, gathering the remnants of her energy, and with a gentle push on his back, she sent him tumbling. Thud! Zhao Feng could not halt his descent, and with Wang Xinran's perfectly timed assistance, he plummeted off the stage. The arena fell into an instant silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one had anticipated that such an intensely fierce battle would conclude in this manner. The Soldier King Zhao Feng was not defeated. He had thrown himself off the stage. The referee paused for a moment before hastily rushing over to assess the situation. Zhao Feng had steadied himself, his complexion ashen as he gazed at Wang Xinran on the stage. His eyes were a complex mix of anger, frustration, and ultimately a hint of resignation. He understood that the moment he lost his balance was far from accidental. The opponent's timing and the finesse of her maneuver were nothing short of exquisite. He had lost, feeling both humiliated and yet begrudgingly respectful. The referee announced loudly, in the upper bracket semifinals, the victor is Wang Xinran. His voice carried an air of incredulity. After a brief silence, the arena erupted into a cacophony of noise. Had the warlord truly fallen? It was Wang Xinran. Her sliding tackle and leg hook were masterful. Some might call it a fluke, but was it so easy to unbalance the warlord? It was a testament to her precision and timing. Intellect triumphed. Incredible. Sister Ran has made it to the finals. Wang Xinran stood on the stage, panting heavily, her body drenched in sweat, her shoulders aching slightly. She had won, but it felt precarious and fortunate. She glanced at Zhao Feng in the audience, whose expression was grim, and felt little joy, but rather a sense of admiration. He was a worthy opponent. She raised her eyes to the big screen, where the finals matchup had been updated. Jiang Cheng e Wang Xinran, martial artist early stage versus International School Avril Lin, master early stage. Master early stage. A wave of immense pressure washed over Wang Xinran. To face an opponent from a higher realm? The difficulty was nothing short of hellish. Although Ouyang Shui was formidable, she had barely put up a fight against Avril, who defeated her with elegance and speed. Avril stood under the spotlight, her mixed heritage giving her a doll-like beauty, tall and exuding a cool yet proud demeanor. She cast a disinterested glance at Wang Xinran on the upper bracket stage, her expression calm and unperturbed, as if she were observing someone of little consequence. The finals would take place in 3 days. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, trying to suppress her racing heart. What did it matter that she was at the master early stage? She had come this far. She was determined to give it her all. As she descended from the stage, her classmates gathered around to cheer and celebrate. Her gaze swept across the audience, where she spotted her father, who had removed his eye mask at some point and was now watching her with a neutral expression, merely nodding slightly. Wang Xinran felt a warmth in her heart and waved her fist at her father, signaling, "Don't worry, watch me shine in the finals." The news of Wang Xinran's advancement to the finals spread like wildfire. A girl from an ordinary school, previously unnoticed, had defeated numerous prodigies and reached the finals, with her opponent being a half-blood genius at the master level. This was a sensational topic. In the Jiangcheng defense zone, Yi Xingfan studied the battle report. his expression revealing interest. The daughter of Wang Yitian? Quite intriguing. For martial artist early stage to reach this level, it was not merely luck. It seemed her father had invested considerable effort. He remarked to Qin Feng beside him to keep an eye on the finals. Additionally, was the Black Snake Gang cleared out? There could be no disturbances during the finals. All precautions have been taken to ensure complete safety, Qin Feng replied. Do you think Mr. Wang will give his daughter any special assistance before the finals? Yixing Fan chuckled. That is not something for us to concern ourselves with. Whatever a grandmaster chooses to do, we shall merely observe. As long as it does not violate principles, we will offer support as best we can. Meanwhile, in the resting area of the international school, Avril Lin elegantly sipped on an energy supplement. Her coach, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a competent demeanor, whispered Avril. The finals opponent is confirmed to be that Wang Xinran. The data shows she is merely at the martial artist early stage, yet her combat intelligence is high. We must not underestimate her. Avril set down her cup and replied in flawless Mandarin. Martial artist early stage? Not a concern. My goal is the national stage. Jiangcheng is merely a starting point. Her tone was calm, but exuded absolute confidence. In certain shadowy corners, discussions regarding Wang Xinran and her mysterious father continued. Chapter 63. Citywide power outage and clouds on the border. The exhilaration of advancing to the city finals felt like a large can of chilled energy drink. Leaving Wang Xinran in a state of mild euphoria as she returned home, she collapsed onto the living room sofa. Clutching a pillow imprinted with the words "Martial Arts Girls Never Surrender," excitedly recounting the day's narrow victory to her father, who lounged on the opposite sofa. You should have seen it. Zhao Feng was relentless, targeting my weaknesses with every strike. He nearly knocked me into submission. Wang Xinran animatedly gestured. Fortunately, I was clever. At a critical moment, I remembered your often unreliable advice and used a clever foot trap to send him packing. What do you think? ISNT your daughter, quite remarkable. Wang Yitian did not even glance up, focused intently on a culinary program titled Gourmet on the asteroid belt. He leisurely munched on an apple. It was mediocre at best. Relying on clever tricks to win a brawl? You still have a long way to go. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? He is a warlord. I successfully challenged him against all odds. Wang Xinran protested, kicking the leg of her father's sofa. Can't you give me a compliment? Like Ranran is amazing or my daughter is impressive. Wang Yitian shot her a look and accurately tossed the apple core into a distant trash bin. Winning a match doesn't mean you should get carried away. Have you forgotten who your finals opponent is? A master early stage. Fighting against you. It will be like a father playing with his child. Hurry and take a shower. You stink of sweat and I don't want my sofa to smell. Cut it out. What is so special about the master early stage? This genius has her ways. Wang Xinran retorted defiantly, though anxiety gripped her heart at the thought of the master-level opponent. Pouting, she stood up. Fine. I'll wash. Wait until I shock you in the finals and drop your jaw. Just then, a soft pop echoed, and the living room lights extinguished without warning, plunging the entire house into darkness. Outside, the once brightly lit city rapidly dimmed, leaving only sporadic emergency lights and moonlight, as if the world had been muted. What happened? Did the circuit break? Wang Xinran exclaimed in the darkness, instinctively inching closer to her father. Wang Yitian furrowed his brow. He had experienced ordinary power outages, but this widespread blackout covering the entire city was highly unusual. A faint sense of tension hung in the air, perceptible to him, but perhaps not to the average person. The city's basic energy infrastructure had multiple safeguards. Such an outage was unlikely unless a flicker of concern crossed his mind, but his voice remained steady. Don't panic. It's likely a line fault. I'll check the breaker. He rose and, guided by the moonlight, skillfully made his way to the door, opening the electrical box for a quick inspection. It was not an issue with their unit. The entire complex was dark. Returning to the sofa, he groped for the military-issued encrypted communicator, which resembled a thick brick. A faint indicator light still glowed on the side, signaling backup power. He pressed a specific button. After a few beeps, the communicator connected with Qin Feng's low voice, clearly tinged with gravity. Mr. Wang? Yes, it's me. Wang Yitian approached the window, gazing down at the pitch-black city. What's going on? A citywide blackout? This seems significant. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Qin Feng's serious tone. Mr. Wang, the situation is indeed unusual. We are urgently investigating the cause. However, We can confirm that the city's backup power systems have been prioritized to maintain the operation of monitoring towers and defense nodes outside the city. Prioritizing the outer towers? Wang Yitian's gaze sharpened. This typically indicated a situation requiring heightened alertness outside the city. Jiangcheng bordered the wasteland. Was there movement beyond the border? Wang Yitian inquired directly. Qin Feng took a breath, seemingly hesitant, but considering the other party's rank and their previous encounters. He opted to divulge a portion of the information. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Mr. Wang, you are aware that our Jiangcheng is located merely 300 kilometers from Qinglong Fortress. Qinglong Fortress is one of the 4 first-class war fortresses established by Longwa on the frontier of the wasteland, garrisoned year-round by over 5,000 elite warriors. Commanded by the Martial King, Xiaohan. The Martial King, Xiaohan? One of the mere 13 Martial Kings in Longwa? Wang Yitian's gaze flickered. Even forces of such caliber and fortifications necessitate a state of alert in the rear cities. I have heard of the name of Martial King Xiaohan. Wang Yitian replied nonchalantly. Can we establish contact with the fortress? Currently, communication is severely disrupted, and the signal is exceedingly unstable. We are attempting to establish a backup communication link. Qin Feng's voice was tinged with anxiety. Mr. Wang, the situation remains unclear, but the entire city has quietly entered a state of alert. Please ensure you and your daughter remain at home. Keep your communication devices operational, and refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity should there be further updates. Understood, Wang Yitian acknowledged. Contact me if there are developments. He ended the communication. Setting down the device, Wang Yitian gazed out at the pitch-black city, his fingers gently tapping on the windowsill. The entire city was plunged into darkness, prioritizing the border watchtowers. Communication was disrupted, and something must have gone awry at the fortress where the Martial King was stationed. This does not bode well. It appears that the entities of the wasteland are becoming increasingly restless. Father, what is it? Is something wrong? Wang Xinran approached in the dark, her tone laced with anxiety. Although her father's voice had been low during the call, she had sensed the gravity of the atmosphere. Wang Yitian turned, his expression returning to its usual nonchalance, ruffling his daughter's hair. What could possibly be wrong? Perhaps some fool has severed the main power cable, or a mutated squirrel has gnawed through the power station. The military is simply overreacting. It's merely a power outage. No one will perish from it. He sauntered back to the sofa, lazily yawning. Just right. We'll save on electricity. You don't need to attend school tomorrow. You can sleep in. Is that true? Wang Xinran asked skeptically. But I thought I heard you mention a fortress and the Martial King. Such childishness. You must have misheard. That was just an old military broadcast. Wang Yitian fabricated with an impassive demeanor. Hurry and take a shower. The water heater runs on gas, which hasn't been interrupted. Afterward, get some rest. I don't want you showing up at the finals with panda eyes and embarrassing me. Oh, Wang Xinran observed her father's demeanor, which suggested that even if the sky fell, it wouldn't disturb his leisure, and she felt somewhat reassured. Mumbling about being used like a servant as she fumbled toward the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, Wang Yitian's relaxed facade gradually faded. He approached the window, his deep gaze seemingly penetrating the dark night sky, directed towards the expanse of the wasteland frontier. It appears that with the Martial King Xiaohan at Qinglong Fortress, these peaceful days may soon be numbered. He muttered softly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, the paramount concern at present is to ensure his daughter successfully completes the finals. As for everything else, let the soldiers face the battle and the waters rise. He reclined back on the sofa, closing his eyes, appearing to rest, yet his immense consciousness spread like invisible ripples, quietly enveloping the entire community and even extending to more distant areas, vigilant against any potential anomalies. The aura of a Grand Master is both restrained and profound, akin to a colossal dragon lurking in the darkness. This night would undoubtedly be sleepless for many, for the city, and indeed the entire border. It might merely mark the beginning of a long, dark night. Chapter 64. Flames and bunkers in the latter half of the night. The room lay in utter darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight streaming through the window. Wang Yitian refrained from turning on any lights, quietly leaning against the window, as if he were a statue immersed in shadows. The city was eerily silent. devoid of even the usual background hum of floating vehicles that operated 24 hours a day. Wang Xinran, still a half-grown child, exhausted from the day's exertions and somewhat shaken, succumbed to slumber on the sofa, draped with a thin blanket that Wang Yitian had found. Her sleep was restless, her brow furrowed. Wang Yitian utilized the system, scanning the surrounding area slowly and steadily from the center of his home. Everything appeared tranquil, yet this excessive calm exuded an unsettling quality. He sensed the emergency power supply system operating at a low load beneath the city, with energy directed predominantly towards several locations: the city wall defense nodes, communication hubs, and the watchtower array outside the city. This configuration undoubtedly indicated the highest level of combat readiness. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked towards the southeast, beyond the city walls, towards the distant horizon. There, without warning, a small cluster of orange-red flames erupted, strikingly vivid against the pitch-black night, followed swiftly by a second and a third. The flames were not large, but their origin seemed to be the distant wilderness monitoring station. Almost simultaneously, a deep rumble resonated through the night sky. Several camouflaged military attack aircraft, resembling phantoms of the night, activated their low-visibility flight mode, armed with live munitions, racing at high speed towards the direction of the flames. Soon after, several larger transport planes, under the escort of the fighter jets, also headed towards the same destination. This was no exercise, nor an accident. This was a bona fide military mobilization, either to provide reinforcements or to execute a withdrawal. Wang Yitian's expression turned icy. The monitoring station outside the city had been attacked. The military aircraft were in urgent deployment, and the entire city was plunged into darkness and alert. A series of events that pointed to one unmistakable conclusion. Something had gone awry at the border, and it was no trivial matter. Qinglong Fortress might indeed be facing grave troubles, and the flames of war could very well be spreading towards Jiangshan. As he pondered, Wang Xinran, startled awake by the roar of the military aircraft, sat up groggily on the sofa, rubbing her eyes. "What is that noise, old man? Is it thunder?" Following her father's gaze out the window, she too glimpsed the faint flames on the horizon and the silhouettes of planes traversing the night sky, instantly jolting her awake. Her voice shifted in pitch. "Fire! There's an explosion over there. And planes. Old man, is there a battle happening?" Wang Yitian turned, his face returning to its usual calmness, walking over to the sofa and draping the fallen blanket back over her, speaking lightly. "What battle? Look at how frightened you are. It's probably just some dilapidated energy station outside the city that has aged and exploded in the middle of the night. The military has merely dispatched personnel to extinguish the fire and salvage the situation. Those planes are just there to spread fire retardant. No witties. If the sky were to fall, someone tall would hold it up. You needn't fret." "Really?" Wang Xinran asked, skepticism lingering in her voice, her complexion still pale. However, with the entire city blacked out and the sound of explosions. "Of course, if the energy station blew up, could there be power?" Wang Yitian rolled his eyes, flicking her forehead lightly, chiding her for her timidity while hoping to compete in the finals. "Quickly, go back to sleep. If you show up with dark circles under your eyes tomorrow, you won't even be able to play. You'll just faint from fright." Wang Xinran covered her forehead, pouting, but observing her father's nonchalant demeanor set her mind at ease somewhat. She reclined once more, muttering, "You're the one who's a bean sprout. If I faint, who'll get you the championship prize to buy drinks?" Despite her words, neither of them managed to sleep soundly through the remainder of the night. Wang Yitian remained ever vigilant to external changes, while Wang Xinran was troubled by a myriad of thoughts. Minutes ticked by. The outside world remained engulfed in darkness, with only the increasingly frequent sounds of explosions and distant gunfire serving as reminders of the unrest beyond. The power system showed no signs of restoration, communications were intermittent, and the internet had completely collapsed, rendering the city an information island. Finally, as dawn broke and the horizon lightened, dim rays filtered through the window. The city remained eerily silent, devoid of the usual morning bustle. Wang Xinran rose from her slumber, her eyes bearing the faint shadows of fatigue. Gazing out at the still dark cityscape, she noticed the distant flicker of flames along the horizon, stirring a sense of unease within her. "The power hasn't returned, and it seems the outside hasn't calmed down either," she murmured softly. Wang Yitian, busy heating milk and frying eggs with a portable gas stove, responded without turning. What's the rush? Repairs take time. Perhaps the LL arrive after we finish our meal. Just then, the heavy military-grade, encrypted communicator vibrated incessantly, accompanied by a low, buzzing sound, shattering the morning silence. Wang Yitian approached the device, glancing at the caller ID, Qin Feng. He pressed the answer button. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of fatigue and undeniable urgency, the background noise somewhat chaotic. I apologize for disturbing you so early. To be brief, the situation outside the city has changed. It's more complex than anticipated. To ensure your and your daughter's absolute safety, the defense zone has decided to implement an emergency plan. Please gather necessary items and your daughter. In 1 hour, personnel will come to escort you both to the No. 3 underground defense shelter for temporary refuge. A shelter? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, questioning the seriousness of the situation. After a brief silence, Qin Feng lowered his voice, Mr. Wang. To be frank, communications from the direction of Qinglong Fortress were completely severed by dawn. The last information from the reconnaissance team indicated that a massive horde of wild beasts has breached the front line and is advancing towards Jiangcheng, potentially including beings of formidable ranks. Jiangcheng is now on high alert. The ground is no longer entirely safe. Your cooperation is imperative. He paused, his tone shifting to one of earnest appeal. Additionally, Commander Yi has asked me to convey that should the situation deteriorate to a point requiring top-tier intervention, we hope you will prioritize the greater good. The implication was clear. In the event of a city breach, they would require his intervention as a grandmaster. Wang Yitian's gaze flickered momentarily before he glanced at his daughter, who was attentively listening. He replied matter-of-factly into the communicator, understood. Send me the location. I shall see you in 1 hour. After ending the call, he placed the warm milk and eggs before his daughter. Hurry and eat. Afterward, pack 2 changes of clothes. We're leaving. Wang Xinran, somewhat bewildered, asked, leaving? Where? The shelter? Is it really that serious, old man? What about the finals? Her concern lay heavily on that matter. Wang Yitian maintained a light tone, yet his eyes reflected a seriousness absent from his usual demeanor. The finals? No need to worry. It won't collapse. Even if the sky falls, I shall ensure you complete your finals. He fixed his gaze upon her, his demeanor unexpectedly earnest. Remember, with me around, you have nothing to fear. Just stick with me and don't run off, understood? As Wang Xinran met her father's unusual gaze, her earlier anxiety dissipated oddly. She nodded firmly, yes. I understand. I definitely won't run off. She took a large sip of her milk and began devouring the egg, her mouth full as she exclaimed, let us eat quickly and go explore the shelter. Maybe we'll even meet soldiers who will give us autographs. Wang Yitian observed his daughter's sudden resurgence of energy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This girl certainly had a bold spirit. An hour later, an unmarked, yet clearly military, black SUV silently parked outside their building. Wang Yitian carried only a simple backpack, leading his daughter, who was equally eager, yet only carrying a small bag. Down the stairs, the vehicle door opened, revealing a stern-faced soldier who saluted Wang Yitian. Mr. Wang, please enter the vehicle. Wang Yitian nodded and, along with his daughter, took a seat in the back. The vehicle immediately roared to life, speeding through the still oppressive streets of the city toward the secret entrance on the outskirts. Outside the window lay an unprecedented stillness enveloping Jiangcheng, while ahead loomed unknown crises and challenges. Wang Yitian leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, yet his consciousness spread like mercury, enveloping the vehicle and extending further afield. Chapter 65. Deep within the shelter, and 3 messages the military SUV traversed the eerily silent streets. Its passage uninterrupted as all traffic signals lay dark due to power outages. Occasionally, military patrols and engineering vehicles sped past, the atmosphere thick with tension. Wang Xinran leaned against the window, her curiosity piqued as she observed the city, seemingly frozen in time, her excitement overshadowing any fear, for this experience was undeniably unique. The vehicle did not head towards the city center, but veered towards a relatively remote industrial area in the west, eventually stopping before an unassuming 3-story office building that appeared somewhat worn. The structure was a dull, concrete gray, its windows tightly shut and lacking any signage. Without the presence of armed soldiers guarding it, few would spare at a second glance. "Mr. Wang, please follow me." The stoic soldier who greeted them led Wang Yitian and his daughter toward a discreet freight elevator on the side of the building. The elevator required both a password and fingerprint verification before it slowly opened. The interior was spacious, yet strikingly minimalistic. Instead of ascending, the elevator descended at an extraordinary depth and duration, far exceeding that of a typical underground parking lot. Wang Xinran felt a slight pressure in her ears and could not help but whisper, "Dad, are we descending to the Earth's core?" Wang Yitian ignored her, focusing instead on the depth and speed of the descent, forming an initial judgment of the shelter's specifications. This was no mere temporary refuge, but a genuine wartime command hub and high-level sanctuary. With a soft chime, the elevator doors opened, revealing a vast, brightly lit underground space. Soaring several meters high, with a refreshing airflow that dispelled any sense of confinement. The most striking feature was the ceiling and surrounding walls. Not of ordinary concrete, but adorned with an impressive layer of composite armor, shimmering with a metallic sheen and measuring at least several meters thick, instilling a profound sense of security. This was the first underground level. Countless personnel in military uniforms busily moved about, the sounds of communication, keyboard typing, and equipment operation reverberating throughout. A massive holographic map displayed real-time updates of Jiangxing and its surrounding areas, with numerous dots shifting and changing, creating a tense yet orderly atmosphere. "Wow, this is so cool. It's like a real underground city," Wang Xinran exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, finding everything fresh and exciting. The soldier leading them barely registered a flicker of emotion, but maintained his stoic demeanor. They did not linger on the first floor, but continued to take the internal elevator further down. With each successive level, the environment grew quieter. Yet the security measures seemed to heighten. Eventually, they arrived at the living quarters on the 7th underground level. This floor was arranged like a well-equipped emergency community, featuring orderly dormitory rooms, communal activity areas, a cafeteria, and even a small fitness training space. While it lacked the comfort of the surface, it was clean and orderly, meeting basic living needs. Numerous important individuals and their families evacuated here had already settled in, and the atmosphere felt more relaxed than on the first floor. The soldier led Wang Yitian and his daughter to a dormitory marked 7B12, handing over a keycard. "Mr. Wang, this room has been prepared for you and your daughter. It contains basic living supplies. Please rest here temporarily and refrain from wandering about. Staff Officer Qin will visit shortly." "Thank you." Wang Yitian accepted the key card and entered the room. It was modest in size, equipped with 2 single beds, a private bathroom, and a small table. Wang Xinran tossed her backpack onto a bed, eagerly exploring the room, her excitement undiminished. "Not bad, old man. The military really knows how to treat people. Meals and security provided. This is way better than our cramped apartment." Wang Yitian disregarded her exuberance, organizing his own bag as he instructed, "Stay put and behave. I'll step out for a moment. Don't wander off. There are many rules here." "Got it. I'm not foolish." Wang Xinran waved her hand and plopped down onto the bed, beginning to examine the emergency rations issued by the military. "Where are you going?" "Off to inquire about news from that Qin advisor." Just wait patiently, and don't cause any trouble," Wang Yitian instructed before stepping out of the room and gently closing the door behind him. Drawing upon his memory, he took the elevator back down to the basement level, releasing a faint, almost imperceptible aura. Before long, an officer hurried over, respectfully guiding him through the bustling hall until they reached a door marked Intelligence Analysis Room. Upon knocking and entering, he found Qin Feng standing before a massive tactical screen, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the data. He appeared noticeably more haggard than the previous day, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, yet upon seeing Wang Yitian, he quickly straightened himself and approached. "Mr. Wang, you have arrived. Please, this way." Qin Feng led him into a small conference room, simply partitioned with soundproof material, and shut the door to muffle the outside noise. "What is the situation?" Wang Yitian asked directly, settling into a chair with a relaxed posture but a keen gaze. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng rubbed his temples and spoke gravely. "Mr. Wang, the situation is rather complex. To be succinct, we have information that can be summarized as 1 good piece of news and 2 bad pieces." "Oh, please elaborate," Wang Yitian replied, his expression unchanged. "The good news." Qin Feng slightly lifted his tone, is that the main structure of Qinglong Fortress remains intact. It has not fallen. Lord Xiao Hanwu is still commanding from the front, and the core of the fortress's defense system is unharmed. This is our greatest source of confidence in holding Jiangxing. Wang Yitian nodded. Indeed, this was a reassuring thought. A fortress under the command of Lord Wu would not be easily breached. However, the bad news came in two parts, both quite troubling. Qin Feng's expression darkened again. The first piece of bad news is that we have confirmed something has broken through the forward warning line from the depths of the wilderness, infiltrating our defenses. This is not a mere scattering of wild beasts, but rather an organized and purposeful elite unit. They circumvented the fortress's front and, utilizing the complex terrain and some form of stealth we have yet to fully comprehend, destroyed at least a dozen critical forward outposts and monitoring stations on the fortress's periphery. This is precisely the direction from which we saw the flames last night. Furthermore, there are indications that part of this unit has already infiltrated the areas surrounding Jiangxing. This is the main reason for the city's lockdown and the establishment of shelters. Wang Yitian's gaze sharpened. Infiltrate? An organized elite unit? This is no ordinary beast tide. It resembles a targeted military operation. The intelligence of these wild beasts exceeds our expectations. The second piece of bad news, Qin Feng continued. His voice, tinged with both helplessness and pressure, relates to timing. Reinforcements from several surrounding cities have been mobilized, but their primary task is to secure the outer defenses of Jiangxing, preventing the infiltrating wild beasts from entering the city and establishing a buffer zone. To completely address the pressure faced by Qinglong Fortress, we require stronger strategic support from the capital, which will take at least 3 days to arrive. He looked at Wang Yitian, his gaze complex. This means that we, or rather Qinglong Fortress, must withstand at least 3 days of pressure independently. These 3 days will be extremely challenging. The infiltrators represent the greatest variable in threat. One piece of good news to steady the troops, two pieces of bad news, each heavier than the last, particularly the final 3 days, which carried an unmistakable air of bloodshed. Wang Yitian remained silent for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the table. So, the greatest trouble now lies with those mice that have already slipped into the backyard? That would be a fair interpretation. Qin Feng nodded. Their numbers, strength, and intentions remain unknown. In the shadows, they hold the advantage while we are exposed. Lord Xiao Hanwu and the fortress's main forces are tied up with the frontal enemy and cannot spare troops for a cleansing operation. The city defense forces and garrison are stretched thin, maintaining the line, protecting the populace, and attempting to root out potential infiltration points within the city. If any of these mice include high-ranking beasts, or worse, it could spell disaster. He did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. Should a high-level wild beast erupt within the city or in a weakly defended location, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Yitian lifted his eyes to Qin Feng, his tone flat. So, Advisor Qin, you or General Yi did not summon me merely for VIP shelter services, I presume? What do you require of me? Qin Feng took a deep breath, standing tall, his tone exceedingly solemn. Mr. Wang, the situation is dire, so I will speak plainly. If the situation deteriorates to an uncontrollable extent and high-level threats emerge within the city that we cannot manage, I urge you, in consideration of the million citizens of Jiangxing, to lend your assistance. Of course, this is merely a last resort. We will do everything in our power to avoid drawing you into danger. His words, though phrased delicately, carried an unmistakable implication. Should the city fall and monsters invade, you, a grandmaster, can no longer remain a spectator. You must rise to bear the burden. Wang Yitian observed the suppressed anxiety and hope in Qin Feng's eyes, not responding immediately. He stood and walked to the one-way glass of the small conference room, gazing at the busy and tense command hall outside. After a moment, he spoke softly. I understand. For these 3 days, my daughter and I will remain here. As for taking action, he turned back to look at Qin Feng, his gaze profound. We shall assess the situation when the time comes. I am averse to trouble, but I'm even more intolerant of disturbances to my peace, especially concerning my daughter. His tone remained calm. Yet the underlying meaning made Qin Feng's heart tighten, followed by an inexplicable surge of excitement and reassurance. This man had agreed to stand up when it mattered most. Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. Qin Feng saluted earnestly. Wang Yitian waved his hand. There is no need for formalities. I shall return unless there is something else. Then, As if recalling something, he added, "When is the final scheduled? Don't let my daughter's affairs be delayed." Qin Feng nearly stumbled over his words, caught off guard by the inquiry amidst such pressing matters. Yet he quickly replied, "The finals are currently tentatively postponed. The specific timing will depend on the development of the situation. Please rest assured, once circumstances permit, we will prioritize scheduling." "Very well." Wang Yitian nodded, saying nothing further as he turned to leave the conference room. Upon returning to the dormitory on the 7th basement level, he found Wang Xinran sitting cross-legged on the bed, munching on compressed biscuits while watching a video on the survival rules of the underground city. "Old man, you're back. Did you find out anything? Is it really going to be a battle?" she asked eagerly. Wang Yitian took a sip of water, nonchalantly replying, "Nothing major. Just some wild beasts have emerged from the wilderness, and the military is currently apprehending them. In a few days, once they are captured and the power is restored, you will be able to compete in the finals." Wang Xinran appeared skeptical. "Really? Don't you dare lie to me. Then why is it all so tense? And why are we hiding underground?" "You wouldn't understand military affairs," Wang Yitian replied, collapsing onto another bed. "Hurry up and eat, then focus on your training. If the wild beasts are caught, but you lose your match, that would be quite embarrassing. Cut it out. That's impossible. I'm in peak condition," Wang Xinran retorted, shaking her fist defiantly. Yet she obediently resumed nibbling on the biscuits, pondering that although her father spoke lightly, the situation outside was surely serious. Nevertheless, with her father around, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 66. Northern City Coordination and Father-Daughter Agreement. After spending a few hours in the small dormitory on the 7th level, Wang Yitian idly flicked his fingers through the air, simulating some arcane trajectory, while Wang Xinran on the opposite bed squished her compressed biscuits into various peculiar shapes, mumbling about her boredom. "Old man, how long do we have to stay here?" Just then, there was a gentle knock at the door. Wang Yitian did not lift his eyelids and replied casually, "Come in." The door opened, revealing not Qin Feng, but a tall officer adorned with the insignia of a major general, exuding a demeanor of both decisiveness and calm. He appeared to be in his 40s, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, exuding an air of concealed power that naturally conveyed the authority of one long accustomed to high office and the oppression of a strong man. Wang Yitian could sense that this individual was a mid-grandmaster, with a remarkably solid foundation, far surpassing an ordinary grandmaster. The visitor was none other than Yixing Fan, the brigade commander of Jiangxing's defense zone. "Wang Yitian?" Yixing Fan inquired, his voice steady and robust, infused with a soldier's crispness. "I am Yixing Fan. I apologize for the intrusion. The situation is urgent, and I need to discuss some matters with you in person." Wang Yitian leisurely straightened his posture and gestured toward the empty bed opposite him. "General Yi, please sit. Speak your mind." A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Yixing Fan's eyes. Occupying a high position and being a mid-grandmaster, he was accustomed to most martial artists feeling nervous in his presence. Even those of the grandmaster rank often displayed great respect. Yet, the man before him appeared relaxed and unconcerned, his gaze profoundly deep, facing his imposing aura as if it were a gentle spring breeze, undisturbed. Truly unfathomable. His confidence in Qin Feng's judgment deepened. Without further ado, he seated himself on the bed, maintaining a straight back, and addressed the matter directly. "Mr. Wang, time is of the essence, so I will not beat around the bush. The situation in Jiangxing is dire, and we find ourselves lacking in high-end combat power. According to our intelligence and shared information from the Qinglong Fortress, the beasts that have infiltrated are primarily composed of those at the division level, equivalent to our Grandmaster, and general level, equivalent to mid-Grandmaster, with no lower-ranked soldiers or juvenile individuals detected thus far. The only confirmed king-level beast, Martial King rank, has been personally contained by Lord Xiao Hanwu on the front lines of the fortress." He spoke rapidly yet clearly. "Currently, there are 7 Grandmasters, including you and me, that can be mobilized openly in Jiangxing. My plan is to station 4 of them at the eastern, southern, western, and northern directions of Jiangxing as a stabilizing force while I coordinate from the center. The remaining 2 must immediately leave the city to support several vital outposts outside that are in precarious situations, ensuring the existence of information channels and outer defenses." Yixing Fan's gaze was piercing as he looked at Wang Yitian. "Mr. Wang, the northern direction currently lacks a sufficiently powerful guardian. I would like to request that you take charge of the defense of the northern area. What do you think? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, yet before he could respond, Wang Xinran, who was sitting on the adjacent bed, suddenly sat up in alarm. What? You want my father to guard the city? Fight beasts? Absolutely not. That is far too dangerous. Though she had her quirks, she understood what a general-level beast entailed. It was of the same caliber as a grandmaster. The textbooks at school indicated that the strength of a beast surpassed that of martial artists of the same rank. Yixing Fan looked at Wang Xinran, softening his tone slightly. Rest assured, Wang classmate, it is not a matter of Mr. Wang taking the initiative to confront the beast tide. We will arrange 3 elite patrol teams, led by grandmasters, to patrol the northern area continuously, 24 hours a day. Mr. Wang only needs to remain stationed at the 7th safety outpost in the north. Should the patrol teams encounter a general-level beast or a significant number of division-level beasts that they cannot handle, they will immediately send out a distress signal. Your task, Mr. Wang, is to respond as swiftly as possible to eliminate the threat upon receiving the signal. Preliminary assessments indicate that the number of infiltrating general-level beasts will not be excessive. Your primary responsibility is to deal with unexpected high-tier individuals while the patrol teams manage routine patrols and exterminations. He added, the bunker here is absolutely secure. One classmate can rest, cultivate, and prepare for the finals without worry. We will provide the best support, and Mr. One can be assured that the bunker was designed to withstand assault from peak general-level beasts. Even a king-level beast would require over half an hour to breach it, granting ample time for evacuation. After listening, Wang Yitian did not respond immediately, but glanced at his anxious daughter, reaching out to ruffle her hair, inadvertently turning her carefully crafted biscuit sculpture into a crumbled mess. Oh no, my artwork! Wang Xinran pouted, swatting his hand away. Wang Yitian ignored her protest and turned to Yixing Fan, his tone remaining calm. So what you're saying is, I'm primarily a firefighter, able to lounge at the outpost until something arises, then go out to engage in battle, correct? Yixing Fan was momentarily taken aback by this candid and slightly humorous interpretation, but soon nodded. That is one way to understand it. Your very presence serves as the greatest deterrent to potential threats. Unless a general-level threat arises, there should be no need for you to intervene. Very well. Wang Yitian agreed readily. After all, being idle was still being idle. The north, you say? Send me the outpost location, and I shall head over shortly. Yixing Fan was pleasantly surprised by his prompt agreement, feeling a weight lift from his chest as he expressed his respect. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your understanding. On behalf of the Jiangxing Defense Zone and the 1 million citizens, I appreciate your assistance. He promptly sent the detailed coordinates, internal structure diagram, communication channels, and patrol team identification codes for the northern 7th outpost to Wang Yitian's encrypted communicator via his tactical tablet. Mr. Wang, this is a top priority communicator that allows direct contact with the command center and myself. The patrol team's distress signals will be prioritized to reach you. I entrust everything to you. Yixing Fan rose and formally saluted Wang Yitian. Wang Yitian waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. I'm off now. Yixing Fan said no more, turning swiftly to depart, as he had many matters to arrange. The dormitory was left with just the father and daughter. Wang Xinran edged closer, tugging at Wang Yitian's sleeve, her small face filled with concern. Dad, you really plan to go? General-level beasts. They sound incredibly formidable. What if what? Wang Yitian interrupted, flicking her forehead gently. Do I look like a man destined for an early demise? A few wild dogs have slipped in. I'll take care of them easily. You stay here and focus on your cultivation. Don't let me return to find that your skills haven't improved, and you get beaten in the finals. That would be truly embarrassing. Wang Xinran covered her forehead, her eyes slightly red, but she held back her tears, defiantly stating, Who is worried about you? I'm just afraid you'll delay my competition. Just don't be reckless. If you can't win, remember to run. It's not shameful. Observing his daughter's blend of concern and stubbornness, Wang Yitian felt a warmth and amusement in his heart. With unusual seriousness, he said, Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I'm doing. Remember my words. Stay put in the bunker, don't wander around, and seize every moment to grow stronger. In this world, relying on others is no match for the strength of your own fists. He paused, his expression returning to its usual languid demeanor. When I return, if I hear you lost in the finals, I shall spank you. You dare, Wang Xinran exclaimed, puffing up like an agitated cat, the hint of sorrow dissipating significantly. Wang Yitian chuckled softly, saying nothing further as he checked his belongings. Realizing he had little to take, a grandmaster himself was the greatest weapon. He slung the seemingly empty backpack over his shoulder and patted his daughter's shoulder. "I'm leaving. Be good." With that, he turned and opened the dormitory door, merging into the light and shadows of the corridor without looking back. Wang Xinran stared at the closed door, inhaling deeply, shaking her small fist with determination as she whispered, "Stupid old man, you must return safely. I'm waiting to show you my championship trophy." Meanwhile, Wang Yitian, following the coordinates, effortlessly evaded personnel within the bunker, moving like a specter until he reached the surface. After confirming his direction, he flickered several times and vanished into the shadows of the streets leading north. His speed seemed unhurried, yet he covered ground swiftly, arriving at the 7th Safety Outpost located on the outskirts of the Northern Industrial District within mere minutes. This facility was disguised as an abandoned warehouse, yet it held a wealth of resources, complete with robust defensive structures, ample supplies, and a small command center capable of receiving communications from various sources. After confirming the area was secure with his spiritual sense, Wang Yitian settled into a relatively clean chair within the outpost, closing his eyes, appearing to doze while his vast spiritual awareness quietly enveloped the entire northern region like an invisible canopy. Within the city, currents stirred. Outside, the threat loomed. The newly appointed guardian of Chongbei began his idle waiting period, unaware of when the first formidable beast would collide with this iron wall. In the safety house of Outpost Number 7, which was devoid of furnishings aside from basic necessities, Wang Yitian had been lounging in a chair, idly passing the time for nearly half a day. His consciousness extended outward like an invisible radar, enveloping the entire Chongbei area. The city of Jiangcheng had transformed into a ghost town, with all residents evacuated to underground shelters as planned, leaving the streets eerily deserted. Only the sound of the wind whistling between the towering buildings and the distant echoes of sporadic explosions and muffled gunfire served as reminders that the city was under martial law. Wang Yitian yawned, somewhat bored, while observing a few feral cats fighting over a rotten fish on the desolate streets, pondering whether this firefighting duty was a tad too leisurely. At that moment, the brick-like military encrypted communicator beside him emitted a series of urgent beeps, illuminating the screen to reveal a message from the 3rd Patrol Team of the Northern District. Outpost número 7. Outpost número 7. This is Team 3 of the North. Please respond. A slightly anxious and tense young voice came through the communicator, accompanied by subtle sounds of heavy breathing and metal clashing. "Speak." Wang Yitian replied succinctly. "Report. We have detected abnormal energy fluctuations and signs of large biological claw marks and slime at the perimeter of warehouse number 3 in the Yunyangfeng Logistics Park in Chongbei. Preliminary analysis of the energy residue indicates traces of a master-level beast. Requesting instructions." The voice of the patrol leader trembled ever so slightly. After all, confronting a beast was a significant psychological trial for most soldiers. Wang Yitian's eyes flickered with interest. Finally, something entertaining was about to unfold. He stood, stretching his neck. "Send me the coordinates. Maintain vigilance and keep a safe distance. I will be there shortly." "Understood. Coordinates sent. Please be careful." After disconnecting the communication, Wang Yitian glanced at the coordinates, which were not too far from the outpost. Approaching the door, he shimmered slightly, as if merging with the shadows. And in the next moment, he appeared at a street corner several dozen meters away, moving with such speed that it resembled teleportation, silently heading toward his destination. The journey of a grandmaster is often both unremarkable and monotonous. Minutes later, Wang Yitian manifested like a specter at the edge of the Yunyangfeng Logistics Park, hiding in the shadow of an abandoned booth. He surveyed the area and saw 3 soldiers clad in urban camouflage combat gear, fully armed, forming a battle formation, nervously using a military jeep as cover, with their weapons trained on the tightly closed rolling door of a large warehouse not far ahead. The leader, holding an energy detector, fixated intently on the gap of the door. Wang Yitian could distinctly sense a chilling, chaotic energy emanating from the crack in the warehouse door, unmistakably indicating the presence of a beast with a strength approximately at the mid-level of a grandmaster. He stepped out from the shadows. "Who goes there?" The three soldiers instantly redirected their weapons, tension palpable in the air. Outpost número 7, Wang Yitian. He illuminated his communicator. Seeing him, the soldiers visibly relaxed, though their expressions betrayed an intensified reverence. The captain trotted over to salute Mr. Wang. You've arrived. The target is inside. The energy response is stable and seems to be resting within. Wang Yitian nodded and approached the warehouse entrance, allowing his consciousness to penetrate the heavy metal rolling door, revealing the interior in vivid detail. Inside the warehouse, spacious yet cluttered with discarded shelves and containers, lay a massive creature at the center. The creature's appearance was somewhat abstract, resembling an enlarged leopard by 2 to 3 times. Its streamlined body exuded explosive power, yet its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a rhinoceros, complete with a stout horn. Its skin was a grayish blue, covered in a thin layer of frost-like crystals. It lay there, nostrils exhaling white mist infused with cold air, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. A peculiar hybrid, leopard body, rhino head, and it can exhale cold air. The mutations of the wilderness are becoming increasingly creative. Wang Yitian mused inwardly, critiquing the creature's design. He turned back to the anxious soldiers, gesturing for them to step back and find cover. I'll handle this. Yes. Be careful, Mr. Wang. The captain quickly led his team to retreat behind a more distant container, readying their weapons for any potential support. Wang Yitian approached the rolling door, disregarding the search for a switch. He merely pressed his finger lightly against the lock. With a soft click, the complex electronic and mechanical locks were instantly shattered by his energy. He pulled the heavy door, which emitted a screeching sound as it rolled upward. The frigid aura from within flooded out. The ice rhino leopard was evidently startled, abruptly lifting its head, its icy blue pupils locking onto Wang Yitian at the entrance. It emitted a deep, threatening growl, rising on its limbs, muscles taut. Wang Yitian sauntered inside as if strolling through his own backyard. The ice rhino leopard, seemingly incensed by his nonchalance, propelled itself forward with a powerful kick of its hind legs, hurtling toward him like lightning. Simultaneously, it opened its mouth, unleashing a blast of chilling air directed at Wang Yitian. Unfazed, Wang Yitian merely tilted his body slightly, expertly evading the icy breath, which struck the concrete floor behind him, instantly forming a thick layer of ice. In the same motion, he extended his right hand and seemingly casually swatted to the side. With a dull thud, his palm connected precisely with the ice rhino leopard's shoulder as it lunged. The impact was akin to swatting away a charging dog. The beast's momentum abruptly faltered. It let out a pained roar, its massive body staggering sideways before regaining its balance, shaking its dazed head, its eyes now filled with suspicion and deeper fury. Oh, mid-level grandmaster, and quite resilient, Wang Yitian remarked, shaking his hand. Decent speed, but the intellect appears lacking. The ice rhino leopard seemed to comprehend the mockery, its rage intensifying, and the frosty aura around it surged, launching itself once more with claws bared, generating sharp glimmers of cold light aimed at Wang Yitian's vital points. This time, Wang Yitian did not confront it head-on. He shifted his footwork, moving like a wraith amidst the barrage of claws, each attack narrowly avoided. While he meticulously studied the beast's attacking patterns and energy flow, the attacking style was simplistic, relying on instinct. Its ice-related talent was commendable, but employed rather clumsily. As he evaded, he quickly analyzed in his mind, identifying the weakness likely located at the juncture of the neck and abdomen, where the energy flow exhibited subtle sluggishness. Having gathered sufficient information, Wang Yitian lost interest in prolonging the encounter. With a focused gaze, he accelerated suddenly, appearing at the ice rhino leopard's side, dodging a fierce tail swipe. At the moment the beast sought to turn, spent from its previous exertions, Wang Yitian's fingers sharpened like a sword, condensing a point of highly compressed, refined golden energy, which he swiftly directed toward the energy node connecting its neck and abdomen. With a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the golden energy effortlessly penetrated the ice rhino leopard's tough hide and protective frost, precisely piercing its energy core. The massive creature's body froze abruptly, the ferocity in its eyes dimming instantly as it emitted a mournful and unwilling howl before collapsing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. No blood flowed from the wound, Only a pure, icy energy gradually dissipated into the air. The battle concluded in less than a minute from start to finish. Wang Yitian did not even take a breath, nor did his clothes show the slightest wrinkle. He approached the corpse, giving it a kick to ensure it was truly lifeless. Then he shouted outside, "Hey, those out there, it's all taken care of. Come in and clean up." 3 soldiers cautiously peered from behind their cover, stunned at the sight of the colossal beast lying dead in the warehouse, and the unscathed, composed Wang Yitian. Was this truly resolved? A beast of regiment-level stature. Their formidable target seemed as insignificant as a mere mosquito before him. The captain hurried in, gazing at the corpse of the ice rhinoceros leopard, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with fervor and reverence. "Mr. Wang, you are incredible." Less flattery. Wang Yitian waved his hand. "Dispose of the body, turn in the energy core and useful materials, and destroy the rest to avoid polluting the environment. I'll return to the base. Call me if needed." "Understood. We will ensure the task is completed." The captain stood at attention, saluting. Wang Yitian nodded, hands in pockets, sauntering out of the warehouse. His figure flickered and vanished at the end of the street, concealing his achievements in silence. Upon returning to Base 7, Wang Yitian had barely settled when the encrypted communicator buzzed again, signaling a video request from the bunker's internal line. He connected, and instantly, Wang Xinran's small face appeared on the screen, filled with concern and curiosity. "Old man, are you all right? Did you go out to fight?" She bombarded him with questions as soon as the call connected. Wang Yitian propped the communicator on the table, lazily reclining in his chair. "Yes, I took down a big cat that snuck in, the kind that blows cold air, and it's quite ugly." "Big cat? Regiment-level beast?" Wang Xinran's eyes widened. "Was it tough? Are you hurt?" "It was nothing. Rather foolish, easily dealt with." "Can your father be injured?" Wang Yitian chuckled. "Far weaker than the soldier you fought." "Just boast." Wang Xinran sighed in relief, then began to tease. "But you must be careful. Don't capsize in the gutter. I'm waiting for you to come back and cheer me on." "Rest assured I won't." Wang Yitian glanced at her. "How's your training? Don't just indulge in the spectacle. Make the most of your time. When I return to check, if you haven't made progress, you'll see how I handle you." Got it. "You're so naggy, old man." Wang Xinran stuck out her tongue. "I'm off to train. Be careful. Remember to take some pictures of the beast for me. Something handsome." The communication ended. Wang Yitian shook his head, a faint smile creeping up his lips. Did she really expect him to carry a camera? Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, extending his senses once again over the northern part of the city. The first rat had been eliminated, but his instincts warned him this was merely the beginning. Chapter 68. The sudden change in the south and tragedy in the west, in the southern part of the city, at the abandoned logistics center square. The esteemed Master Chao Kuei stood with his hair and beard ablaze, surrounded by a crimson inferno of elemental energy, embodying the wrath of a fire god. In his hand, he wielded an ancient long knife, its strikes precise and devastating, unleashing fiery blades that tore through the air as he battled the colossal, scaled monstrosity, the regiment-level beast. The savage serpent. "Beast, prepare to meet your end." Chao Kuei roared, his blade crashing against the serpent's tough scales, producing blinding sparks and a deafening sound, yet only leaving a white mark. The savage serpent, in pain, emitted a hoarse roar, its massive tail sweeping like a steel whip, forcing Chao Kuei to retreat. His breath slightly ragged. A sense of alarm gripped him. The serpent's defense was formidable, and its power terrifying. Even with his mid-level master strength, he could barely suppress it, unable to deliver a quick, fatal blow. Age had indeed taken its toll on his endurance. Just as he was fully engaged in fending off the serpent's relentless assault, attempting to find a weakness, an unforeseen change occurred. From the shadows nearby, seemingly empty, the air rippled like water, and a slender, almost transparent serpent, the hidden snake, shot forth silently like a wraith. It opened its maw, launching a perfectly refined, colorless, and odorless venomous arrow, striking toward Chao Kuei's back with lightning speed. The timing, angle, and stealth of this ambush were impeccable. It was precisely the moment when Chao Kuei's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to rise. With all his attention drawn to the frontal savage serpent. Not good. Yet, as an experienced master, Chao Kuei's instincts kicked in at the critical moment of life and death, forcing him to twist his body, narrowly avoiding a hit to his heart. However, the venomous arrow still grazed his left shoulder blade. A chilling, bone-aching pain surged through him. Chao Kuei stifled a groan as half of his body went numb, his protective energy dissipating like melting snow. The long knife nearly slipped from his grip. Seizing this perfect opportunity, the savage serpent unleashed a concentrated shadow shockwave, striking solidly against Chao Kuei's chest. With a thud, Chao Kuei flew backward like a marionette with cut strings, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed into a pile of abandoned containers, his fate now uncertain. The savage serpent, reveling in its victory, emitted a triumphant hiss, its cold, slit-like eyes glancing at Chao Kuei's fallen direction before sensing a powerful presence approaching swiftly from afar. Its massive body twisted as if merging with the shadows, swiftly disappearing into the intricate ruins of the buildings, escaping without a trace. The hidden snake, which had achieved such a remarkable feat, had also vanished without a trace. When the support team arrived, they were met only with a chaotic battlefield and the gravely injured, unconscious Chao Kuei, whose breath was faint amidst the desolation. In the western part of the city, at the entrance of the 3rd civilian shelter, what had once been a solid underground air defense facility now lay in ruins. The heavy alloy door twisted and torn as if ripped apart by a colossal force, revealing a gaping, menacing breach. The bodies of several stationed warriors lay scattered at the entrance, their deaths gruesome, clearly the result of a brief and desperate resistance. Inside the shelter, under the dim emergency lighting, a scene reminiscent of hell unfolded. The stench of blood was overwhelming. The corpse of the regiment-level beast, the ground scorpion, which resembled a giant spider with a scorpion-like poisonous tail, lay in the center of the passage, slain by the master dispatched to guard the western city. Yet its rampage had already wrought irreparable tragedy. Cries, moans, and pleas for help filled the air. There was no time to retreat to deeper levels. And the civilian casualties were heavy. Severed limbs and broken bodies were scattered everywhere, while survivors huddled in corners, their faces etched with fear and despair. Rescue personnel fought desperately to save the injured, but the aura of sorrow and death lingered ominously. A master who had come to assist struck the adjacent wall with a punch, leaving a deep imprint, tears glistening in his eyes as he roared, "Beasts! This pack of beasts!" News reached the command center, casting a heavy shadow over the hearts of all present. The civilian casualties represented the most painful cost of this defensive battle. Back at Base 7 in the northern part of the city, Wang Yitian had just concluded a video call with his daughter, reassuring her of his safety while exchanging playful banter. He was contemplating whether to continue idling by scanning the streets with his senses to observe wild cats in combat, or to rummage through his small storage bag for snacks to pass the time. Suddenly, the military-grade encrypted communicator beside him emitted an ear-piercing, sharp alarm unlike any typical notification. The screen flashed with a glaring red alert symbol. Almost simultaneously, the communicator forcibly connected to a high-priority emergency communication line from the command center, and Yixing Fan's voice, laden with urgency and gravity, resounded within the silent base. "Attention, all units. Highest alert. In the southern sector, Master Chao Kuei has been ambushed by the regiment-level beast, the savage serpent, and is severely injured. The assailant includes a regiment-level hidden snake. The savage serpent has breached containment and escaped. Repeat, the regiment-level savage serpent has escaped, and its current location is unknown. The threat level in the southern area has escalated to the highest. All units, remain vigilant." This message struck Wang Yitian like a bolt from the blue, causing him to sit up straight, his previously languid demeanor vanishing in an instant. His gaze sharpened like a blade. He had some recollection of Chao Kuei, a venerable grandmaster from Jiangsheng, whose strength, though diminished with age, remained formidable due to his vast experience. Yet, how could he have been gravely injured in a mere encounter, allowing the primary target to escape? The class-level savage beast, Manshi, was of a caliber far beyond that of the ice rhinoceros leopard from the northern city. Before he could ponder further, the communicator shrieked again, delivering a second urgent report, this time from a young officer whose voice trembled with suppressed sobs and fury. "West City. The No. 3 civilian shelter in the west has been attacked by an unidentified class-level savage beast. The protective gate has been violently breached. The station warrior squad has perished. The casualties among the civilians are severe. Support from Grandmasters has arrived to eliminate the savage beast, but the speaker's voice cracked. Clearly overwhelmed by the horrific scene they had encountered. The civilian shelter had been breached. The casualties were catastrophic. Wang Yitian's heart sank. Within a few short minutes, the Grandmaster in the south had been severely injured. The class-level savage beast had escaped, and the civilian area in the west had endured a bloody assault. This was no coincidence. The infiltrating savage beasts were not only powerful, but also highly intelligent, possibly even organized and premeditated in their simultaneous attacks. Attempting to exploit weaknesses in Jiangxing's defenses, he immediately connected to the channel for the patrol teams in the north. His voice as cold as ice. All units in the north, this is Wang Yitian. Highest alert. Immediately retract the defense perimeter and converge towards me. If any anomalies are detected, no warning is needed. Prioritize requesting assistance. He repeated, highest alert. North Team 1 received. North Team 2 understood. North Team 3 is retracting. The voices of the patrol leaders were tinged with unprecedented tension and resolve. The news from the south and west had clearly synchronized. Everyone understood that the true crisis had begun. Wang Yitian concluded the communication and stood before the observation hole at the stronghold, gazing out at the eerily silent city. His eyes deep with contemplation. He could sense an invisible, chilling pressure beginning to permeate throughout Jiangxing. Following the escape of the man, Shi and the bloody scent from the west, the previously carefree moments of idleness were now a distant memory. Wang Yitian received report after report, his expression calm, yet a glint of cold intensity flickered in his eyes. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He moved to the entrance of the stronghold, looking south and west, as if his gaze could penetrate through layers of buildings. The coordinated attacks of the man Shi and the elusive Yin Shi indicated that the infiltrators were not merely a single group, but rather, there were orchestrators directing their actions. He flexed his wrist, the bones emitting a slight crack. Chapter 69. Night Battle in the North. Double serpents lurk in the dead of night. Jiangxing resembled a vast, silent black tombstone. The entire city was plunged into darkness, with only sporadic military emergency lights flickering like will-o'-the-wisps among the ruins and skyscrapers, barely outlining the city's menacing silhouette. The wind howled, and a suffocating tension pervaded the stillness. The northern district was so quiet that one could hear their own heartbeat. Within the number 7 stronghold, Wang Yitian sat in darkness, like a specter slumped in a chair by the window, his consciousness functioning like the most precise radar, slowly and continuously scanning for energy fluctuations within a radius of several kilometers. News of Chao Kuei's severe injury in the south and the assault on the civilian shelter in the west weighed heavily on the hearts of all who were informed. He knew that the escaped man Shi and the elusive Yin Shi would not simply vanish. The north was likely the next target. Indeed, around 2 o'clock in the morning, when the city was engulfed in its darkest and coldest hour, the encrypted communicator at his side suddenly emitted a rapid, yet deliberately suppressed beeping. It was an emergency line from the 2nd Patrol Team in the north. Wang Yitian's eyes snapped open as he pressed the answer, and an urgent, trembling voice came through. The background filled with hurried footsteps and the terrifying sound of heavy objects crushing debris. Number 7 Stronghold. Número 7 Stronghold. North Team 2 is an urgent call. Target discovered. Repeat, discovered class-level target man Shi. Location at the abandoned Xinglong Textile Factory, warehouse number 3. It has spotted us. In pursuit. Energy response is extremely strong. Requesting support. Requesting immediate support. Hold it. Retreat towards the number 7 stronghold. I will arrive shortly. Wang Yitian's voice remained calm, devoid of any wavering. And as soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from his chair. In the next moment, his figure melded into the night, appearing several hundred meters away in mere flashes. Moving with unparalleled speed, yet curiously without a whisper of wind, only the faint rustling of his clothing against the air. As he raced forward, he calmly ordered through the communicator, report real-time location and casualty status. We are breaking northeast, approximately 1.5 kilometers from the stronghold. It's too fast. The communicator crackled with a brief, harrowing scream followed by the furious shouts of teammates, then the sounds of concentrated energy weapon fire and the man Shi's frenzied hiss. Xiao Lu, bastard, I'm gonna fight it. Captain, don't be reckless. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The communicator erupted into chaos. accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones shattering and heavy objects crashing to the ground. Wang Yitian's eyes narrowed, and he accelerated further. He could see, several kilometers away, 5 diminutive figures desperately fleeing through the ruins, pursued by a massive serpent, as thick as a barrel. Its dark scales gleaming ominously and a single horn protruding from its head, agilely following them. Where it passed, bricks and stones flew. One soldier, lagging behind, was struck by the serpent's tail, instantly exploding into a mist of blood. Another soldier attempted to stall with gunfire, only to be engulfed by the shadowy breath emitted by the man Shi, his armor crumbling like paper, collapsing to the ground. In mere seconds, 3 of the 5 members of North Team 2 had perished. The remaining captain and a teammate were on the brink of demise. "Hold on." Wang Yitian's voice resonated through the communicator, imbued with a peculiar soothing power. His figure sliced through the night sky, closing the distance rapidly. As Wang Yitian descended like a meteor between the 2 remaining patrol members and the man Shi, the massive serpent's head lunged forward, reeking of blood. "Get down," Wang Yitian commanded in a low voice, unflinching, his right fist striking out with simplicity. His fist bore no shimmering radiance, yet contained an unfathomable physical might. Boom! The fist collided fiercely with the serpent's head, producing a sound as thunderous as a storm. A visible shockwave erupted from the point of impact, casting debris and dust into the air. The Manshi's forward momentum abruptly halted, releasing a pained hiss, its massive head thrown back, several scales shattered, exposing the flesh beneath. Yet Wang Yitian merely swayed slightly, the ground beneath him cracking, but he did not budge. The 2 surviving patrol members stared in shock, a mix of elation and awe washing over them. Was this the power of a grandmaster? To confront a class-level savage beast head-on? Retreat to a safe distance and maintain vigilance. Wang Yitian instructed without looking back, his gaze fixed on the enraged man Shi, now further incensed by its injuries. The captain regained his composure, quickly pulling his injured teammate back, seeking cover while nervously monitoring the battlefield and scanning their surroundings. Aware that another lethal Shi might still be lurking in the shadows. The Manshi shook its head, its icy blue vertical pupils locked onto Wang Yitian, filled with fury and a hint of uncertainty. It sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from this seemingly insignificant human. It opened its gaping maw, emitting a sharp hiss, its colossal body coiling as it launched yet another attack, whether to bite, whip its tail, or unleash a corrosive shadow breath. The assault was fierce and relentless. Wang Yitian's figure flickered, weaving effortlessly through the tempestuous barrage of the man Shi's onslaught. He did not rush into a fierce attack. Instead, like the calmest of hunters, he meticulously observed and analyzed the attack patterns, the intensity of power, the flow of energy, and the potential weaknesses of the man Shi. Its strength hovered at the peak of a grandmaster's early stage, nearing mid-stage with formidable defenses. Its scales served as primary protection, while its shadow breath bore corrosive properties, making direct confrontation unwise. The creature's attack style was straightforward and lacked variation, revealing vulnerabilities, particularly in the softer scales around its 7-inch mark and abdomen. After several exchanges, Wang Yitian had formed a judgment in his mind. The Manshi possessed considerable strength, yet its intelligence appeared limited, relying more on instinct in combat. He was fully capable of defeating it. However, he consistently allocated a portion of his focus, akin to the most astute radar, scanning every inch of shadow and every discordant energy fluctuation surrounding him. He was waiting for that insidious Shi. As anticipated, Wang Yitian deliberately revealed a flaw, sidestepping a ferocious tail swipe from the Manshi. Just as it seemed he had exhausted his strength and momentarily paused. From the shadow of a collapsed wall to his left rear, the air rippled like water. A nearly transparent, lightning-fast silhouette shot forth, silently targeting the nape of Wang Yitian's neck. It was indeed the elusive Shi. It believed it had seized an optimal opportunity for assassination. Yet, Wang Yitian had been awaiting this very moment. As if he had eyes on his back, at the precise instant the Shi launched its attack, his left hand, which had been hanging by his side, darted towards his waist with uncanny speed. There, he wielded a seemingly unremarkable alloy dagger, standard issue from the military. With a hum, as the dagger was unsheathed, It gleamed with a faint golden light infused with pure elemental energy. Without turning back, he executed a precise backward thrust. The timing, angle, speed, and force of this strike were flawless, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The soft sound of the blade, piercing flesh, echoed. The transparent silhouette revealed itself behind Wang Yitian, manifesting the Yin Shi. Its elongated body was pierced by the dagger, penetrating its skull. The cold cruelty reflected in its compound eyes transformed into disbelief as life swiftly ebbed away, leaving it suspended in midair like a lifeless fish before it slumped down. Wang Yitian paid no heed to the carcass of the Yin Shi. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the serpent's body aside and redirected his gaze to the man Shi, which stood momentarily stunned by the demise of its companion. Now it was your turn. Wang Yitian's tone remained unperturbed, yet the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. If he had earlier resembled an unfathomable ancient well, now that well had morphed into an imminent volcano ready to erupt. A terrifying pressure radiated palpably. The air around thickened and became heavy. The Manchi sensed a lethal threat, emitting an anxious hiss, its massive body instinctively curling into a defensive posture. But Wang Yitian would afford it no further chances. With a powerful step, the ground erupted into a shallow crater as he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging toward the Manchi. His speed reached its zenith, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. "Break," he uttered in a low voice, his fingers converging like a sword, the tips coalescing with highly compressed, razor-sharp golden elemental energy, accurately targeting the relatively softer scales at the 7-inch mark of the Manchi. The creature's robust scales and protective energy, in the face of overwhelming force, were effortlessly pierced as if they were mere paper. The Manchi emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its colossal form writhing in a frantic struggle. Yet Wang Yitian, refusing to relent, unleashed an explosive surge of elemental energy from his penetrating fingers. Boom! A massive gash erupted from the 7-inch mark of the Manchi, spewing forth dark crimson blood and shattered internal organs. Its struggles quickly waned, culminating in a resounding collapse that stirred clouds of dust, leaving it utterly silent. The battle concluded. From Wang Yitian's arrival to the demise of both serpents, no more than 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed. Standing amidst the 2 colossal serpent corpses, Wang Yitian's breath remained steady, as if he had merely swatted away 2 pesky flies. He shook off non-existent blood from his hands and addressed the 2 patrol officers, who were still in shock at the scene. "Notify logistics to collect the bodies. The fallen brothers deserve a proper burial." With that, he lingered no longer, his figure flashing away, vanishing into the night as he returned to number 7 base, concealing his merit and fame. Only the 2 patrol officers, having narrowly survived, remained speechless before the spectacle before them. The night in the northern city remained profound, yet the oppressive sense of dread had subtly dissipated with the demise of the 2 serpents. Chapter 70. Reporting and situation after disposing of the 2 serpents. Wang Yitian felt a slight residue of blood on him, an uncomfortable sensation. He did not hasten back to the base. Instead, he settled onto a relatively clean concrete block at the ruins, savoring an energy bar while awaiting the arrival of the logistics team to collect the bodies. Before long, several military-green, all-terrain transport vehicles approached silently, accompanied by a large processing vehicle equipped with purification functions. A team of soldiers clad in protective gear swiftly disembarked, their eyes widening in awe at the sight of the 2 massive serpent corpses, especially the horrifying gash at the 7-inch mark of the Manchi. A sense of reverence filled their gazes as they looked at Wang Yitian. The leading officer jogged over, saluting. "Mr. Wang, thank you for your hard work. We will handle this from here." Wang Yitian nodded, finishing the last bite of his energy bar, brushing off the crumbs from his hands to avoid contaminating the environment. After standing up, he casually strolled back toward number 7 base. Hands in pockets, his demeanor relaxed, as if he had just completed a morning exercise routine. Upon returning to the base, the sky began to lighten with dawn. Wang Yitian used a simple cleaning device available at the base to take a shower and changed into fresh clothes. Just as he slumped back into a chair, the brick-like communicator beeped, an encrypted video request from Yixing Fan. Wang Yitian yawned and accepted the call. Instantly, Yixing Fan's fatigued yet visibly excited and grateful face appeared on the screen. The backdrop seemed to be the command center, where personnel were still busy, but the atmosphere had lightened somewhat. Mr. Wang, Yixing Fan's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. We have just received the battle report from the northern city. You dealt with the man, she, and the Yinshi? I cannot express my gratitude enough. Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, his tone nonchalant. Oh, just a casual task. Those two were disturbing my sleep. Yixing Fan was momentarily taken aback by this casual remark, then forced a smile. Casual? Those were the formidable, high-ranking beasts that severely injured the veteran Grandmaster Chao Kuei and caused panic in the southern city before escaping. Your prowess is likely far beyond our assessments. He took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and spoke more solemnly. Mr. Wang, you have achieved a remarkable feat. The elimination of the man, she, and the Yin, she has significantly alleviated pressure in the northern city and across the entire Jiang city. Especially the removal of the Yin Shi, a lurking threat, is akin to extracting a nail. On behalf of the defense area and all citizens, I extend our most sincere gratitude once again. Let's skip the pleasantries. Wang Yitian waved his hand. What is the current situation? With those two dealt with, what about other areas? Is there still chaos? Yixing Fan immediately adopted a serious tone. The overall situation has begun to shift positively due to your victory. He pulled up a tactical map and explained rapidly. In the northern direction, with the removal of the man, she, and Yin Shi, the threat level has decreased from maximum to high risk, but vigilance must be maintained. Your area is temporarily secure. In the southern direction, Grandmaster Chao Kuei has stabilized after emergency treatment, but he is severely injured and requires extensive recuperation, rendering him unable to engage in battle for the time being. We have temporarily reassigned another Grandmaster from a different area to bolster the southern defense, and the front line is basically stable. In the direction of Qingxi, the subsequent cleanup of the number 3 bunker and the treatment of the injured are still ongoing, with significant losses incurred. But he quickly regained his composure, exclaiming that the good news is that since the 2 beasts were dealt with by you, the signs of sporadic beast activity that had previously emerged in other areas of the city seem to have quietly receded and hidden away. We deduce that the infiltrating beast group may have lost unified command or crucial high-level combat capability, resulting in their cautious movements. Wang Yitian nodded, as this aligned with his expectations. The hidden serpent was evidently a master of assassination and subterfuge, likely also responsible for some liaison or command functions over the lower-tier beasts. With its demise, the minions below would naturally fall into disarray. Does this mean the city is temporarily at peace? Wang Yitian inquired. This is a reasonable interpretation. At least, large-scale organized attacks have temporarily ceased, Yixing Fan cautiously replied, but we must remain vigilant. The remaining beasts still lurk in the corners of the city, and we cannot rule out the presence of individuals similar to the hidden serpent or even stronger ones in hiding. Furthermore, the pressure from the direction of Qinglong Fortress remains immense. Communications are intermittent, but the latest contact confirmed that Lord Xiao Hanwu is still firmly restraining that royal-level beast on the front lines, and the fortress itself is secure. Mr. Wang, based on the current situation, we assess that the most dangerous phase for Jiangcheng may have passed. As long as we hold out for a little over a day, the advanced troops from the capital will arrive by early tomorrow morning. At that point, with an internal and external assault, we will surely be able to completely eradicate the remaining enemies and lift the siege on Jiangcheng. Yixing Fan spoke with hope. Just over a day more. Wang Yitian rubbed his temples, revealing an expression of just the right amount of weary impatience. My old bones can hardly withstand this ordeal. I was looking forward to retiring in comfort, yet here I am, conscripted by you to fight for survival. Yixing Fan's face reflected an apologetic expression. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Wang. The situation is exceptional and unavoidable. Enough. I was merely speaking casually. Wang Yitian interrupted him. So the next day, or so, will mainly be about defense. Keeping an eye on those hidden rats, ensuring they do not cause any more trouble, and just holding out until the reinforcements arrive, correct? Essentially, yes. Ying Fan affirmed. Your task remains to hold the northern city as a stabilizing force. The patrols will intensify, rooting out the remaining beasts, unless a new, unmanageable threat emerges. We will not trouble you to act lightly. That sounds manageable. Wang Yitian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Being able to take it easy is preferable. By the way, is everything all right with my daughter? Is the bunker still safe? Please rest assured. The bunker is equipped with the highest level of protection and is absolutely secure. Wang Xinran is doing well. We have dedicated personnel ensuring her living and training needs are met, Yi Xingfan hastily assured. That is good to hear. Wang Yitian nodded, yawning deeply. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up, as I haven't slept all night and am utterly exhausted. Call me if something comes up. Otherwise, please don't disturb my rest. Yes, yes. Please take care of yourself. Thank you once again. Yi Xingfan quickly replied. With the communication concluded, Wang Yitian tossed the communicator onto the table, slumping back into his chair and closing his eyes, seemingly ready to sleep. Yet, his mind was as clear as a mirror. The threat within the city had temporarily subsided, but the source remained outside the city. That royal-level beast restrained by Xiao Hanwu was the key. Moreover, the organization and methodical nature of this beast infiltration hinted at a more complex background. They had only eliminated their vanguard and command nodes. A larger storm might still be on the horizon. I hope we can manage to hold on for just over a day. He muttered to himself, praying that no further complications arise and that he can enjoy watching his daughter's finals in peace. Naturally, this was a thought he kept to himself. If any foolishness were to confront him again, he would not hesitate to act when the time called for it. Outside the window, dawn broke, but the sky over Jiangsheng remained shrouded in a persistent haze. Wang Yitian sat half-closed in the rigid chair at the number 7 outpost, resting for a few hours in a state between wakefulness and sleep. The brief tranquility following the demise of the double serpents did not last long. His powerful senses faintly detected unsettling energy fluctuations lurking in the shadows deep within the city, akin to cockroaches that had not been thoroughly eradicated. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation distinct from the alarms, carrying a sense of urgency, emanated from the southeastern sky, followed by the encrypted communicator beside him emitting a specific alert tone indicating the arrival of friendly forces. Wang Yitian opened his eyes and picked up the communicator, recognizing it was Yi Xingfan's line. Mr. Wang, Yi Xingfan's voice carried a hint of fatigue but was filled with excitement. Good news. The first batch of reinforcements from near Sioux City has arrived. An elite team consisting of 3 Grandmasters and 20 Masters has just reached the designated rendezvous point outside the city and is entering the urban area. Oh, that is indeed good news. Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, noting that the speed of reinforcement was quicker than he had anticipated. It seems Sioux City did not dawdle. Indeed, leading the charge is General Zhao Zhenyue, the deputy commander of Sioux City's defense and a late-stage Grandmaster. Yi Xingfan spoke with respect. With General Zhao and this fresh contingent joining us, our burden will be significantly lightened. Soon, the communicator received a connection to the temporarily opened regional command channel. The channel was filled with several unfamiliar yet robust voices, swiftly coordinating with Yi Xingfan. Commander Yi, this is Zhao Zhenyue. Our unit has acted according to the pre-established plan, dividing into 2 groups. Group A, led by mid-stage Grandmaster Sun Ming, will take 10 Masters and immediately head to the southern region to assume the defense previously held by Master Chao Kuei, stabilizing the front. Group B, which I will personally lead, will include early-stage Grandmaster Li Rue and another 10 Masters, serving as the central reserve force, ready to assist and support all parties. Thank you, General Zhao. Much appreciated. We entrust the southern defense to Master Sun. The position of the reserve force is crucial, and we are grateful for your leadership. General Zhao. Yi Xingfan's voice noticeably lightened. Wang Yitian quietly listened to the channel's dispatch without interjecting. With the arrival of strong reinforcements, the deployment appeared more rational. And on the surface, Jiangxing's defensive posture had indeed improved significantly. However, the faint unease in his heart had not entirely dissipated. Would the beast's counterattack conclude so simply? Indeed. Just as the Sioux City reinforcements began to assume their positions as planned, and the channel momentarily filled with a sense of stability, an anxious and even slightly terrified voice forcefully broke into a higher-level emergency communications subchannel, accessible only to Yi Xingfan, Zhao Zhenyue, and a few other high-ranking officials, including Wang Yitian. Command Center, urgent military situation. Outside the city, the support team dispatched to the northwest direction of Outpost Number 7 has gone dark. Repeat, the Legion team has gone completely missing. The last transmitted signal was located 3 kilometers outside the outpost in the Hafen Gorge. and the signal was the highest priority distress signal, but lasted less than 2 seconds before being interrupted. We have attempted all backup channels, but none are reachable. The officer reporting was trembling. An instant silence enveloped the channel. The atmosphere, which had just been eased by the arrival of reinforcements, plummeted to a freezing point. The Legion team is missing? Yixing Fan's voice brimmed with incredulous shock. How is that possible? The team was equipped with a beginning-stage Grandmaster and 7 late-stage Masters. Each member possessed the highest standard encrypted communicator. Even if they encountered a royal-level beast, it would be inconceivable for them not to transmit a complete distress message. Unless they were confronted by an insurmountable force in a very short time and were instantly obliterated. Perhaps communication has been entirely obstructed or disrupted by some formidable force. Whichever possibility it may be, it is exceedingly terrifying. In the Hafen Gorge, Zhao Jinyue's calm voice resonated, laden with gravity. The area is characterized by its intricate terrain and chaotic energy fields, rendering it a region of weak signals. However, the instantaneous silence of a team so meticulously equipped suggested to Commander Yi that something was profoundly amiss, very amiss indeed. I understand. Yixing Fan's voice was tinged with suppressed fury and anxiety. He promptly dispatched drones to scout the Hafen Gorge while simultaneously notifying all units outside the city to elevate their alert levels to the maximum. Unauthorized actions were strictly prohibited without orders. Particularly for the other team, the Eaglehawk squad, they were instructed to construct defensive fortifications on the spot and await further directives. The commands were swiftly issued. The channel was filled solely with heavy breaths and the faint sounds of instrument operations. Everyone recognized that this sudden anomaly outside the city was far more severe than the task of clearing the remnants of the wild beasts within. The silent disappearance of an elite team concealed a crisis that could exceed imagination. Wang Yitian listened to the chaos and solemnity on the channel, his fingers gently tapping the back of his chair. Indeed, it was not so simple. While the troubles within the city had been temporarily suppressed, the situation outside had grown even more perilous. The disappearance of a team led by a Grandmaster without a trace was intriguing. He pondered for a moment and initiated a private call to Yixing Fan through an encrypted line. Mr. Wang? Yixing Fan's voice remained taut. Wang Yitian spoke with a calm demeanor. Is the bunker where my daughter is located adequately fortified? I would hate for the reinforcements to arrive only to find that the home front has been compromised. Yixing Fan promptly assured him, rest assured, Mr. Wang. The bunker meets the S-level protection standards, reinforced by multiple formations and independent energy sources. The defensive strength is also at its peak. The safety of Wang Xinran is absolutely guaranteed. Very well, Wang Yitian acknowledged, pausing before inquiring once more, is the other team outside in a secure position? The Eaglehawk squad is currently stationed at observation post number 3 to the east. The terrain is relatively elevated and the fortifications are fairly sound. We have ordered them to hold their ground and await assistance. They should be safe for the time being. Yixing Fan's response carried a note of uncertainty. Understood. I will keep an eye on the northern side of the city. Report any developments. Wang Yitian concluded the call. He set down the communicator and approached the observation hole of the outpost, gazing towards the northwest. Though separated by a vast distance and numerous structures, his gaze seemed capable of piercing through all, landing upon the region ominously known as the Hafen Gorge. The 8 members of the Gideon squad, comprising 1 Grandmaster and 7 Masters, had vanished without a trace. Wang Yitian murmured to himself, his eyes sharp as a blade. This was no ordinary feat for wild beasts to accomplish. Clearly, the intruders were not mere trifles, and it seemed that the threat was far more formidable than a mere Mansa. The dreadful news from outside loomed over Jiangsheng like a vast shadow, overshadowing what had initially appeared to be a glimmer of hope. In the northern outpost number 7, Wang Yitian slumped half-heartedly in the rigid chair, his fingers tapping absent-mindedly on the armrest, his brow slightly furrowed. His mind reeled with the baffling disappearance of the Gideon squad, feeling increasingly sinister. 8 living souls, one of whom was a Grandmaster, equipped with the highest-grade military communication devices. How could they simply vanish? Just as he contemplated this, an urgent alert blared within his mind. Warning. Binding object Wang Xinran is facing a significant survival crisis. Urgency. Highest. An emergency task was issued. Crisis of a daughter. Task description. A super high energy reaction has been detected approaching. A pinnacle level wild beast, the Lieta demon ape, along with a standard level wild beast, the Meiying Yao Hu, is leading a large group of master level and soldier level wild beasts, having breached the outer weak defense line. Rapidly approaching the coordinates of the binding object Wang Yitian at underground shelter number 7. The straight line distance is less than 500 meters. The target is clear. The special items sealed in the S-level biological laboratory at the bottom of the bunker. Task requirements. Immediately intercept and eliminate all invading wild beasts, ensuring the absolute safety of the binding object. Task rewards. Grandmaster Pinnacle Experience Card, valid for 3 minutes. X1. Fatherly Love value, 5,000. Failure penalty. Death of the binding object, permanent unbinding from the system. Host cultivation level reset. Soul separation. A series of cold, urgent, and emotionless notifications pierced through Wang Yitian's consciousness like ice picks in sub-zero temperatures. The final message regarding the binding object's death and soul separation rendered his fingers momentarily frozen. His pupils constricted violently, a chill surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Almost in synchrony with the system alert, his vast consciousness was sharply pricked, keenly detecting a powerful energy surge emanating from the city's center toward the bunker. Subtle, yet brimming with ferocity, greed, and a sense of annihilation. The sheer number was staggering, with clearly defined ranks, and the 2 leading presences were exceptionally fierce, far surpassing the Munsa he had dispatched the previous night. Their target was unmistakable. It was that supposedly absolutely secure underground fortress. Moreover, they were heading straight for the core laboratory. His daughter was in peril, right before his eyes. A profound shock and an unprecedented sense of urgency tightened Wang Yitian's muscles. Yet paradoxically, his mind grew eerily calm. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched up the encrypted communicator beside him, directly accessing the highest priority emergency channel, which only Yixing and a select few could reach. His voice as frigid as ancient ice and astonishingly rapid. Yixing, listen, this is a top-level military emergency. I sense a large number of high-tier wild beasts approaching, in great numbers, led by at least 2 pinnacle-level beasts, one of which is at the pinnacle level. They are racing toward bunker number 7. They will arrive in no more than 3 minutes. Their target is crystal clear. Tell me, what the hell is hidden in that cursed laboratory at the bottom of the bunker? What could possibly lure these creatures from the depths of the wilderness? Speak. Yixing on the other end of the communicator seemed momentarily stunned by the sudden, overwhelming alarm. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds, the only sound being his suddenly labored breathing, followed by incredulity laced with trembling horror. What? The bunker? Pinnacle level? Mr. Wang, are you certain? This is impossible. Our peripheral monitoring system. To hell with your impossibilities. Wang Yitian's voice sharply rose, brimming with unmasked fury and intent to kill, cutting off Yixing. The energy fluctuations are right there. It cannot be false. They're almost here. Yixing. I will ask you one last time. In the laboratory, when the world is there, should you continue to withhold information, I will dismantle your command post right now. A palpable aura of menace seemed to seep through the communicator. On Yixing's end, a cacophony of chaos erupted, suggesting something had been knocked over, accompanied by hurried, hushed arguments. Moments later, Yixing's voice returned, filled with despair, shame, and a hoarse desperation. Mr. Wang, I am sorry. We concealed the information. There's a cub, discovered 3 months ago by the exploration team from the Qinglong fortress in a cave, suspected to be a king-level nest. It is the cub of the king-level wild beast, the funeral fire lion. We intended to conduct secret research to find its weaknesses against adult fire lions, but we never anticipated that the information would leak. Or perhaps they possess a sensing method we are unaware of. This beast tide is a premeditated, no-holds-barred operation to reclaim the cub. Jiangcheng has been embroiled in our folly. A cub of a king-level wild beast? The funeral fire lion? In that instant, all clues converged explosively. Why was the wild beast invasion so organized and purposeful? Why had even rare breeds like the hidden snake appeared? Why had the team outside mysteriously vanished? This was not a mere coincidence of a beast tide. It was a targeted disaster provoked by the greed and folly of military high command. His daughter, the sole concern he harbored in this world, was unexpectedly placed at the very heart of this tempestuous calamity. You fools! Scoundrels! A tidal wave of fury erupted within Wang Yitian, engulfing his rationality like a volcanic eruption. He nearly crushed the communicator in his hand. For an ethereal research objective, these people dared to gamble the entire city, the countless innocent lives, and his beloved Ran. A violent desire for vengeance churned within him, yet he suppressed it with unwavering willpower. This was not the time for reckoning. He had to save his daughter. He must rescue her immediately. Speaking through the communicator, his voice emerged from between clenched teeth, cold and piercing, infused with an undeniable resolve. Yixingfan, listen carefully. I am heading to the bunker right now. If my daughter Wang Xinran suffers even the slightest harm, regardless of your Qinglong fortress or any so-called martial king, I swear, I will ensure that every one of you pays for it with her life. Having uttered these words, he afforded Yixingfan no time for explanation or response, abruptly severing the high-priority communication. In the next moment, his fingers flew across the device, switching to a direct line to the bunker, connecting to the exclusive encrypted channel of Wang Xinran's room. The line beeped twice before being answered, and Wang Xinran's voice, laced with the languor of just awakening and a hint of annoyance at the disturbance, came through. Hello? Dad? What is up? Are you checking on my training again, so early in the morning? She was evidently blissfully unaware of the imminent deadly crisis looming nearby. Hearing her familiar voice, Wang Yitian's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. He forced himself to speak as steadily as possible, though urgency tinged his tone, his words spilling forth rapidly. Ran, listen, now, immediately leave your room, as fast as you can. Get away from the underground laboratory. Run up, stay in the most populated, most visible area of the living quarters. Don't ask why. Don't look back. Now, quickly, run. Wang Xinran, on the other end, was clearly startled by her father's unprecedented urgency and sternness, falling silent for 2 seconds before asking softly with confusion and a hint of unease. Huh? The laboratory? Why? What is happening, Dad? Don't scare me. ISNT, they're a military guard outside. Something is heading towards the laboratory. It's extremely dangerous. Life-threatening. There is no time to explain. Just listen to me. Run. Wang Yitian nearly roared, the veins on his forehead visibly throbbing. Oh, okay. I'll run right now. Wang Xinran's voice quivered with fear. But immediately the sound of her hastily jumping out of bed, knocking over a chair, and rushing about filled the communicator, followed by the sound of a door opening. Hearing his daughter had begun to act, the tautness in Wang Yitian's heart eased slightly, yet the sense of crisis remained as relentless as a parasite. He shouted one last urgent reminder into the communicator. Stay hidden. Protect yourself. No matter what noises you hear, don't come out. Dad will be there soon. The moment he ended the communication, the anxiety and worry in his eyes were swiftly replaced by a cold, murderous intent. Whatever the Northern Defense Area, whatever the Cooperative Defense Mission, whatever the greater good, all of it could go to hell. Now, even if the King of Heaven stood in his way, he would not hesitate to strike. With a clang, he shoved the communicator into his pocket, springing from his chair with such force that he didn't even bother to go through the door, instead crashing through the reinforced alloy gate of the stronghold. He transformed into a streak of pale golden light, tearing through the air at a speed surpassing sound, racing towards the city center's bunker. The sonic boom erupted behind him, sending the furniture in the room flying. The peak power of a mid-level grandmaster erupted without reservation, desperate to save his daughter. His speed and momentum were enough to instill fear in anyone who sensed his approach. The offspring of the funeral fire lion, a pinnacle of combat level, was formidable indeed. Wang Yitian's murderous intent surged, his gaze sharp as an eagle-s, locking onto the direction of the bunker. Dare to harm my daughter Wang Yitian? It matters not if you are merely at the pinnacle of combat level. Even if that old tortoise, the funeral fire lion, were to come himself, I would still flay your skin and extract your tendons today. Within his sea of consciousness, the glowing Grandmaster Pinnacle Experience card, 3 minutes, was ready for activation at any moment. This was the trump card bestowed by the system, an absolute guarantee to ensure his daughter's safety. Towards the bunker, the distant sounds of violent explosions, the roars of energy clashes, and chilling alarms grew increasingly clear, even revealing abnormal energy lights illuminating the sky. The battle had commenced, and it was extraordinarily fierce. Wang Yitian pushed his speed to the limit, his mind consumed by a singular burning thought. Ran, hold on. Dad is coming. Should the heavens fall, I shall uphold them for you. Chapter 73, Bunker Defense and Swift Rescue. The northern city outpost number 7 was filled with the night wind howling through the gaping hole created by Wang Yitian's entrance. He had long since vanished, leaving behind a wave of searing air and the lingering presence of a grandmaster. He became a streak of pale golden light, racing desperately towards the city center's bunker. The speed was so great that even the wind could not keep up, leaving a trail of sonic booms behind him, shattering the glass windows of buildings lining the streets. The fire within him burned hotter than the light beneath him. His daughter was in danger. The system's cold warning echoed relentlessly in his mind. He had but one thought: faster, even faster. To hell with hiding his prowess, to hell with being low-key. Anyone who obstructed his path would be crushed. Ran, hold on, do not let anything happen. At this moment, he was not the lazy father lounging on the sofa, bickering with his daughter. He was a blade unsheathed, hungry for blood, determined to strike. The outline of the bunker grew larger in his sight. Flames, thick smoke. It obscured half the sky. What should have been the impenetrable outer defenses of the bunker had transformed into a meat grinder. The hastily erected alloy barricades were torn asunder, with energy turrets that were smoking and sparking in their death throes. On the ground, soldiers in uniforms lay scattered, blood glistening dark red under the harsh emergency lights. The remaining soldiers, led by a grandmaster and supported by martial masters, clung to the remains of walls and half-buried automated turrets, desperately holding the line. Their adversaries were the relentless tide of savage beasts, a chaotic mix of forms. Small, but numerous, the corrupted rats and scorpions swarmed forth, spewing acidic liquid and launching sharp stingers. The defenders' heavy machine guns, automated grenade launchers, and energy rifles created a fiery net, mowing down these low-level foes, sending their remains flying. This firepower was adequate for clearing out minor threats. However, the real trouble lay with the larger foes, standing over 3 meters tall, armored in bone. Resembling small tanks, the iron-armored rhinos charged through the hail of bullets, the energy beams merely producing sounds and a bit of smoke. Several machine guns had to concentrate fire on one spot just to barely penetrate their defenses with efficiency that was pitifully low. And there were those swift as phantoms, the wind-blade wolves with claws glowing a ghostly blue, darting through the rubble, evading the defenders' fire effortlessly, while their crescent-shaped wind blades effortlessly sliced through metal shields and flesh alike as if they were cutting tofu. The defense line was on the verge of collapse. The cacophony of screams, roars, explosions, and the howls of the savage beasts merged into a despairing symphony. At the very heart of this chaos, 2 colossal creatures were wreaking havoc at the heavy alloy gate. One, a giant ape known as the earth-shattering demon ape, stood over 10 meters tall. Its muscular form resembling rock, clad in dark brown, thick-scaled armor, with a single curved horn atop its head and eyes that glowed a bloody red. Its presence alone was suffocating, and with every punch it hurled at the gate, the ground shook violently, leaving deep dents in the sturdy alloy door. As it opened its mouth and roared, the sound waves were capable of causing those within a dozen meters to bleed from their orifices, directly charging forward. Another figure, elusive as a specter, was a silver-white fox with a coat as smooth as the finest silk, its eyes glinting with an enchanting purple light. This was the enchanting fox spirit, Mei Ying Yao Haoyu. It did not smash the door, but instead strolled gracefully at the edge of the battlefield, wherever its purple gaze fell. The soldiers guarding that area would become transfixed, momentarily immobilized. A mental assault. Most of the breaches in the defense were likely torn open by it. Wang Yitian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Just these 2 creatures. Without a hint of hesitation, he accelerated like a golden meteor, crashing toward the densest part of the beast horde, where the defense was most strained. Boom! With perfect precision, he landed amidst several wind-blade wolves lunging at fallen soldiers. Upon impact, a wave of faint golden energy erupted. As the wave passed, over a dozen soldier-level savage beasts were reduced to mist, while several iron-armored rhinos and wind-blade wolves were thrown back, howling in agony, causing chaos among their ranks. With this single action, the pressure at the entrance visibly lightened. Reinforcements. The Grandmaster has arrived. The surviving soldiers, who had narrowly escaped death, were momentarily stunned before erupting in ecstatic cheers, their morale visibly rekindled. Wang Yitian had no time to glance at the minor characters. His gaze, sharp as ice, was fixed on the two culprits, the earth-shaking demon ape, who was smashing the door, and the scheming Mei Yao, who Ran is safe. The entrance to the bunker has not been breached. His heart, which had been lodged in his throat, sank slightly. Yet the wrath and murderous intent within him erupted like a volcano doused in oil. These two beasts nearly caused his daughter's demise. Roar! The earth-shaking demon ape immediately noticed this uninvited guest, abandoning its attempt to smash the door, turning to fix its blood-red eyes on Wang Yitian, nostrils flaring as it unleashed a thunderous roar. It sensed that this diminutive human was somewhat formidable. The Mei Yao, who also ceased its graceful movements, a flicker of uncertainty crossing its purple eyes as it stealthily retreated into the shadows, becoming even more elusive. Wang Yitian's arrival solidified the once crumbling defense. The disordered lines began to retreat in an orderly manner. The remaining automated turrets and heavy machine guns redirected their fire toward the soldier-level and division-level savage beasts, temporarily suppressing this wave of beasts. Stepping forward, Wang Yitian's figure flickered like a phantom, covering 100 meters in an instant, positioning himself between the earth-shaking demon ape and the bunker entrance. With his back against the bunker, he faced the mountain-like beast. A standoff ensued between man and ape. Beast, your opponent is here. Wang Yitian slowly raised his right hand, pointing at the earth-shaking demon ape, his chilling murderous intent seemingly freezing the surrounding air, instilling fear in his daughter's heart. Today, you shall meet your end. Chapter 74. The Pinnacle of General Level. Earth-shaking demon ape. Roar. The earth-shaking demon ape was thoroughly provoked by this ant's challenge, pounding its chest like a drum. Suddenly, its massive body erupted with terrifying speed that belied its size, resembling an uncontrollable mountain as it swung a fist toward Wang Yitian's forehead. Before the fist even reached him, the force of the punch compressed the ground, sending stones and dust flying. Wang Yitian's gaze sharpened. He did not flinch or evade, channeling his internal energy in his right arm, a faint golden light enveloping his fist. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, he retaliated with an equally powerful punch, unadorned and direct. Let us test this beast's strength. Bang! Two fists, one large and one small, collided with ferocity. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, lifting debris, wreckage, and soil into the air for over 10 meters. Dust soared, blocking out the sun. Within the cloud of dust, Wang Yitian's body trembled violently. The specially made concrete beneath him cracked for over 10 meters. A metallic taste surged in his throat, but he forced it back down, his feet seemingly rooted, not retreating an inch. The earth-shaking demon ape's colossal fist, capable of demolishing buildings, was actually halted mid-air, not able to strike him down. Truly formidable. No wonder it is a pinnacle savage beast with such thick skin. Wang Yitian shook off his slightly numbed and trembling right arm, his gaze sharp as an eagle. This beast possessed immense raw strength, but in a straightforward confrontation, his initial stage of Grandmaster cultivation was indeed at a disadvantage. He faltered in their first clash. However, fighting has never been merely a contest of strength. He adjusted his stance, his figure becoming ghostly and elusive, no longer confronting the beast head-on. Utilizing his superior agility and swiftness compared to the giant ape, he began to dance around it. Like a butterfly flitting among flowers, he darted around the mountain-like form of the earth-shaking demon ape, his fingers poised like swords, unleashing concentrated golden energy toward the creature's eyes, joints, and armpits, its relatively vulnerable spots, striking, stabbing, and slashing. The earth-shaking demon ape roared in fury, swinging its fists like massive hammers, pounding the ground into craters, sending stones flying. Yet could never touch the hem of Wang Yitian's clothing. Occasionally struck by the energy blades, it only left shallow white marks on its thick scales, sparking without inflicting any substantial damage. Yet Wang Yitian's relentless attacks were akin to a persistent fly, aggravating it incessantly. Its skin was indeed tougher than that of the previous brute snake. While maneuvering, Wang Yitian calmly assessed the situation. This demon ape possessed great strength and high defense. but its speed was relatively slower, and its attack patterns were simplistic. While entangled in combat, he continuously kept a sliver of focus on the Meng Yao, which floated restlessly at the battlefield's edge, its purple eyes darting around. The sense of danger it emanated was far greater than that of the hulking beast before him. The unpredictable mental assaults were the real menace. Indeed, at the moment Wang Yitian executed a precise dodge, positioning himself to deliver a knee strike to the ape's joint. A chilling and sinister mental wave slithered toward the back of his head like a venomous snake. The Meng Yao who had made its move. It aimed to strike when Wang Yitian was fully engaged with the demon ape at the moment his strength was spent. Wang Yitian had anticipated this. With a cold snort, he forcefully deflected the intangible mental assault. Nevertheless, his movement was inevitably momentarily hindered. In that fleeting instant, the earth-shaking demon ape seized the opportunity, its tail, as thick as a stone pillar, swept toward him with a shrill whistle, akin to a steel whip. The timing was impeccable. Wang Yitian remained composed, bending his waist sharply, his body nearly grazing the ground as he narrowly evaded the tail that swept past his back. The gust from the tail tore several rips in his clothing, stinging painfully. Such coordination was impressive. Wang Yitian's gaze turned even colder. This fox was not only adept at mental attacks, but also possessed high combat intelligence. Understanding how to coordinate its strikes. No longer hesitating, he swiftly retreated, creating distance from the demon ape while simultaneously launching several concentrated golden energy blades toward the distant, elusive Meng Yao who like bullets. A flicker of surprise crossed the fox's purple gaze. It had not anticipated that Wang Yitian could counterattack while dealing with the demon ape. It twisted its form in an uncanny manner, evading all the energy blades, which struck the ruins behind, creating several craters. General Yi, contain that fox. Do not allow it to make any underhanded moves. Wang Yitian suddenly shouted into his communicator. He sensed that Yi Xingfan had led his team to the battlefield's edge. Understood. Yi Xingfan's voice immediately responded, resolute. He and several skilled grandmasters surged from the flank, unleashing a barrage of long-range martial techniques and energy attacks toward the Meng Yao Hu. Although it was difficult to land a hit, they successfully disrupted the fox's rhythm, preventing it from launching any more surprise attacks. With the pressure slightly alleviated, Wang Yitian redirected his focus back to the earth-shaking demon ape. He recognized that he needed to swiftly deal with this massive creature, or else the situation would spiral out of control. Roar! The earth-shaking demon ape, frustrated by its inability to subdue a mere insect, became entirely enraged. He pounded his chest furiously with both fists. A dark brown radiance surged violently around him, and his massive frame seemed to swell slightly. The singular horn on his forehead began to gather a chilling black light, causing the ground beneath to tremble subtly. A wave of destructive energy erupted from him, spreading rapidly outward. This was not good. It was his innate killing move. Everyone retreat. Yi Xingfan's terrified shout echoed through the communicator. Wang Yitian's pupils contracted sharply, a sense of lethal threat locking onto him. There was no way to evade this. Could he withstand it? With his early-stage grandmaster cultivation, even with his body enhanced by the system, he could not possibly endure a full force strike comparable to that of a peak grandmaster. The demon ape lowered its head. The terrifying black light gathering at its horn aimed directly at Wang Yitian and the precarious entrance of the bunker behind him. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of impending doom. In the reinforced monitoring room on the 4th floor of the bunker, Wang Xinran's face turned pale as she fixated on the screen. The visuals shook violently. The noise was deafening. Yet she could see the monstrous giant ape preparing its ultimate move, and her father's relatively diminutive figure stood resolutely between the giant ape and the bunker, unmoving. "Father, please get away," she screamed internally, her nails digging deeply into her palms, drawing blood without her noticing. Beside her, a female officer clenched her fists, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Wang Yitian observed the increasingly radiant horn and glanced towards the bunker. The slight relief he felt for his daughter's safety now transformed into a heavier burden. He had initially intended to conserve energy, but found himself, reluctantly, smiling wryly. He took a deep breath, and the energy within him surged at an unprecedented speed, a pale golden light shimmering at his surface. He could not withstand a direct confrontation. He had no choice but to fight with all he had. Chapter 75. The grueling battle against the demon ape. The thick horn of the Ruodi demon ape began to gather dark light, emanating a heart-stopping wave of energy. Wang Yitian stood opposite it, shaking his aching right arm, cursing inwardly. This beast was absurdly powerful. That last clash seemed evenly matched, but his right arm still throbbed, the bones aching. He realized that today, he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent who defied all logic. This colossal creature could not be measured by the standards applied to human warriors. It relied solely on bloodline talent and physical prowess. The Ruodi demon ape before him, with its immense physique and strength, would undoubtedly dominate even among peak grandmasters. What was even more outrageous was its defense, with dark brown scales that were alarmingly thick, rivaling the protective energy of some martial kings. Wang Yitian's earlier tentative attacks had merely left white marks, akin to a mere scratch. How could he possibly fight it? While his attack power was barely adequate, its defense exceeded the level of a martial king. It was as if he were facing a peak general encased in a turtle shell, unable to match its strength. He had to rely on cunning, evading, and using skill to wear it down. Wang Yitian quickly adjusted his strategy. Engaging directly with such a high attack, high defense monster was tantamount to seeking death. The Ruodi demon ape, however, had no such contemplations. Its frustration from failing to land a hit drove it into a frenzy. It pounded its rock-like chest like a drum, producing a dull thud, then charged forward again with immense force, its fist poised to shatter the earth. Wang Yitian's gaze sharpened as he deftly altered his footwork, slipping sideways like a wraith to narrowly evade the earth-shattering blow. The fist struck the ground with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater several meters wide, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Its immense power came at the cost of relatively slower speed and straightforward attack patterns. Wang Yitian quickly assessed the situation while maintaining his fluid movements, like a butterfly flitting around the massive form of the ape. He fully utilized his agile footwork and exquisite technique, abandoning any notion of direct confrontation in favor of guerrilla tactics, searching for vulnerabilities. The demon ape roared in fury, its fists swinging like heavy hammers, each strike leaving the ground pockmarked and sending clouds of dust into the air. Yet Wang Yitian always managed to evade by mere inches, occasionally landing a hit of his own. In a flash, he appeared at the ape's left side, his fingers poised like a sword, the pale golden energy coalescing at his fingertips, striking like lightning towards the ape's vulnerable red eyes. It was indeed a weak point. The demon ape reacted swiftly, slamming its eyes shut, the heavy eyelids making a metallic clang as they blocked the strike, sending sparks flying. However, the sharp pain incited an even greater rage, and it swung its fist in retaliation, creating a chilling wind. Anticipating this, Wang Yitian crouched low, slipping under its arm and darting to its rear, delivering a powerful palm strike to the back of the ape's knee. That was the point of force and joint, where its scales were relatively thin. A dull thud resonated as the demon ape's massive form staggered slightly, its rhythm disrupted for a fleeting moment. But that was all. Wang Yitian felt as though his palm had struck a finely tempered metal, the recoil leaving his wrist numb, while the scales left no mark whatsoever. This hide was far too thick. A sense of despair washed over him. His palm strike, typically capable of breaking bones even for early-stage grandmasters, felt like mere tickling against this beast. How could he possibly prevail? The demon ape, in pain, lashed out with its powerful tail like a steel whip. Wang Yitian quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the tail that swept past him, shattering a half-broken wall behind him into rubble. The battle had devolved into a frustrating stalemate. Relying on his extraordinary agility and combat awareness, Wang Yitian continually circled the demon ape, launching precise attacks at its eyes, ears, nose, joints, and armpits, its relatively weak points. Each strike elicited a pained roar from the demon ape, causing it to falter, appearing rather beleaguered. Yet that was all. Its defenses were simply too formidable. Wang Yitian's attacks were hardly more than annoyances, causing minor discomfort, but failing to inflict any substantial damage. Its scales were akin to a turtle shell. Meanwhile, the demon ape's strength was staggering, and its broad attack range forced Wang Yitian to remain utterly focused, executing his moves to perfection to narrowly evade each heavy blow. This was a tremendous drain on both his mental fortitude and energy reserves. How long must this drag on? Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breath quickened. This fight was exasperating. Despite his superior technique and awareness, he simply could not land a decisive blow. Chapter 76. The moment of desperation at that moment. Several figures rushed in from the flanks, the elite Grand Masters who had hurriedly arrived after receiving the news. Good heavens, it's the Ruodi demon ape. A peak general. One Grand Master gasped at the sight of the mountain-like beast, his voice trembling with awe. Mr. Wang has managed to hold it off for so long by himself? Another could hardly believe it, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. They were well aware of the terror posed by peak general-level savage beasts, especially the Ruodi demon ape, renowned for its defensive capabilities and strength, with physical resilience said to surpass that of some newly ascended martial kings. For an average grandmaster to encounter it, merely escaping would be a monumental achievement. Yi Xingfan's expression was grave, his gaze sharp as he scanned the battlefield, quickly spotting the silver fox lurking in the shadows, exuding an eerie mental aura. The Meiwai Yao fox, a psychic-type peak general savage beast, Yi Xingfan declared solemnly, instantly grasping the crux of the situation. Everyone, focus your long-range attacks on that fox. Do not allow it to approach Wang Xiansheng and disrupt the defense. Maintain your mental fortitude and guard against spiritual attacks. Affirmative. Several masters and 2 grandmasters immediately responded, dispersing as various waves of palm strikes, sword energies, and energy projectiles rained down upon the area where the elusive Meiying Yaohu resided. Their aim was not to strike this slippery creature, but rather to obstruct its movements, preventing it from effortlessly unleashing its bewildering illusions. A flicker of annoyance flashed in the Yaohu's violet eyes as it glided like a phantom amidst the intervals of attack, becoming even more elusive. Each time it attempted to concentrate and disrupt Wang Yitian, precise long-range strikes from Yi Xingfan and others interrupted its rhythm. Whenever its violet gaze flickered, attempting a counterattack, Yi Xingfan would immediately amplify his mental energy, forming a barrier to protect his comrades. With the constraints imposed by Yi Xingfan and others, the threat posed by the Meiying Yaohu diminished significantly, alleviating some of Wang Yitian's pressure. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary solution. The crux of the matter lay in the immovable iron Wangba before him. In the reinforced monitoring room on the 4th floor of the bunker, the images on the screen trembled violently due to the intense explosions and the quake of the bunker itself, becoming blurry and interspersed with static and deafening noise. Nonetheless, Wang Xinran remained fixated on the screen, her eyes unblinking, her fingers turning pale from the force of her grip. She observed her father, a relatively diminutive figure, skillfully dodging the terrifying giant ape that loomed like a small mountain. Every punch and kick from the giant ape seemed capable of splitting mountains and shaking the earth, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Yet, her father, like a fragile boat amidst turbulent waves, appeared on the verge of being engulfed, but always managed to evade at the last moment. She saw the faint golden light flicker at her father's fingertips, striking the giant ape's eyes, joints, and behind its ears, but the giant ape merely shook its head or roared, seemingly unscathed. Conversely, whenever her father slightly faltered in evasion, the residual force from a punch or a sweep of its tail would send him staggering, causing her heart to leap into her throat. It was astonishing to realize just how formidable her father's strength truly was. The seemingly fearsome monsters possessed such robust physical prowess that, despite her father's display of remarkable strength, he was still at a disadvantage. Her previous pride in her modest talent seemed utterly laughable and insignificant in the face of a genuine life-and-death struggle. The martial prowess she boasted, at the peak of her cultivation, seemed incapable of even prompting a blink from the giant ape. Fear, trepidation, concern, and an unprecedented yearning for immense power intertwined and surged within her heart. On the battlefield, the combat had persisted for nearly 10 minutes. Though brief for an ordinary person, it was a considerable drain in the context of intense life-and-death struggles. Wang Yitian's forehead and temples were drenched in sweat, and his breathing had grown noticeably labored. His energy was relatively slowly consumed, but the mental focus required and the extreme exertion of his movements took a significant toll on his psyche. Most critically, this scraping, frustrating style of combat was exhausting his fighting spirit. He could strike the creature 10 times without effect, Yet a single hit from it could result in severe injury or worse. The prolonged assault had worn him down considerably, and the giant ape's growing fury reached a boiling point. It abruptly ceased its pursuit, unleashing a deafening roar towards the heavens. Its fists no longer aimed at Wang Yitian, but instead crashing down onto the ground. The innate skill, earthquake wave, with a resounding boom. A visible shockwave of earthy yellow expanded outward from the point of impact, causing the ground to ripple like waves, heave, and fracture. Countless fragments of stone were thrust into the air, raining down like cannonballs in all directions. The range was vast, and the speed was astonishing. Wang Yitian's expression shifted. This beast had truly lost its temper. He quickly activated his movement technique to its utmost, retreating while enveloping himself in energy protection. However, the shockwave's range was too extensive, and its speed too swift. He was ultimately clipped at the edge. A dull, overwhelming force surged from beneath his feet, causing Wang Yitian's blood to boil and his form to stagger involuntarily, disrupting his evasive rhythm for a fleeting moment. It was this moment of disruption that proved critical. The crimson-eyed giant ape's malevolent glare intensified, its dark brown aura surging violently, and the already formidable layer of scales on its body began to coalesce into a thick, gray-white armor, resembling rock at a visibly rapid pace. This enhanced its already terrifying defense to new heights. The innate skill, rock armor coverage. Its defense soared yet again. Following this, the twisted horn on its forehead began to gather a dark energy at an unprecedented speed, compressing it fiercely. The surrounding air emitted a mournful wail under the pressure, and the light seemed to be devoured by the dark energy, dimming. A wave of destructive energy, capable of instilling fear in the soul, firmly locked onto Wang Yitian, who had just regained his balance, as well as the severely deformed, precarious alloy door behind him. The giant ape unleashed its ultimate attack, the earth-shattering roar cannon, fully charged. This strike consolidated all its might, reaching a terrifying level that could only be described as peak Grandmaster power. At this moment, its defense had risen to a level of despair. Wang Yitian's pupils contracted, sensing the lethal lock and the overwhelming defensive aura of the giant ape, his heart sinking. To evade, the range of this charged strike was too vast. Its speed too quick, there was no escaping it. To endure, even with his body enhanced by the system, he could not withstand this full-force strike that had surpassed the peak of a Grandmaster. Moreover, the opponent had encased itself in thick rock armor, making it nearly impossible for him to even breach its defense. This was terrible. The earth-shattering roar cannon. It had further fortified its defense with rock armor. Wang Xiansheng quickly evaded. From a distance, Yi Xingfan, who was preoccupied with restraining the Yaohu, witnessed the scene unfold and shouted in horror, his voice filled with urgency. He fully understood the terrifying nature of this strike and the sheer hopelessness of the giant ape's current defenses. In the monitoring room on the 4th floor of the bunker, Wang Xinran leapt from her chair, lunging towards the screen, her eyes wide with terror, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. Although she lacked understanding of martial arts levels, the dark energy coalescing on the horn, capable of annihilating everything, and the suffocating, terrifying pressure emanating through the blurred, trembling image sent shivers down her spine. And her father stood directly in the path of that destructive energy beam. "Father!" she screamed, her voice breaking with anguish. The aura of annihilation engulfed the scene. Wang Yitian found himself in a dire predicament. Chapter 77, Pinnacle Experience. Half-step Martial King. The dark energy condensing on the giant ape's horn had reached its zenith, transforming into a fist-sized orb, as deep as a black hole, radiating terrifying waves of annihilation. The surrounding air seemed to be drained, light warped, and space trembled. The giant ape's scarlet eyes fixed menacingly on the diminutive figure a mere 10 meters away, as well as the distorted, deformed alloy door behind it, its murderous intent palpable. The earth trembled as if it were about to erupt in the next instant. Yi Xingfan's shocked cries, the despair of the guards, the distant cries of fleeing beasts, and the faint exclamations echoing from deep within the bunker all faded into obscurity. Wang Yitian stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, facing the impending eruption of destructive energy. His clothes billowed in the turbulent energy currents. He shook his somewhat numb right arm, gazing at the newly formed, heavily charged gray-white rock armor on the giant ape, then glanced at the deep energy orb, his heart exclaiming in surprise. It truly was a hefty investment, both in defense and in preparing a formidable attack. He muttered to himself, his tone revealing little tension, almost tinged with disdain. The corners of Wang Yitian's mouth seemed to twitch slightly, as if exuding a sense of resignation. Or perhaps he had finally found an excuse to take a breather. "Very well, I shall no longer play with you," he murmured softly to himself, his voice barely audible, mindful that his daughter was still inside, for it would not bode well if she were frightened. The moment those words left his lips, his gaze shifted dramatically. There was no cataclysmic eruption of power, no radiant effects illuminating the scene. Yet, in the instant his eyes transformed, everything within a 100-meter radius around him seemed to fall into a profound stillness. It was not that sound had vanished, but rather that some more fundamental essence had been altered. The swirling dust hung suspended in midair, the scattered stones ceased their tumbling, and the erratic currents of energy appeared to be smoothed by an invisible hand. Even the distant expression of Yexing Fan, filled with utter horror, the frantic retreat of the Maying Yaohu, and the imminent eruption of the annihilating energy sphere atop the Liadi Ma Yuan's horn all exhibited a fleeting, almost imperceptible stasis. Time had not stopped. Rather, an ineffable force, transcending all existence, had descended. It was as though the space in that very moment acknowledged a singular, supreme dominion. The Liadi Ma Yuan's eyes, once brimming with rage and a desire for destruction, shrank to the size of pinpricks. A primal fear, rooted in the instinct of life itself, coursed through its massive body like ice water, causing even the energy it had gathered to tremble. It could not comprehend what had transpired, but it sensed that this insignificant being before it had transformed into something terrifying, so terrifying that its very soul quaked. In the distance, the Maying Yaohu, now retreating in a silver flash, emitted a screech so shrill it distorted, its purple eyes filled with unparalleled terror, and its speed increased by 30% in an instant. That was the shudder originating from the depths of its bloodline when faced with an arch-nemesis, an existence utterly beyond its capacity to challenge. The system activated the Great Master Peak Experience card. Wang Yitian silently intoned in his heart. There was no light, no sound. Yet, an immense and terrifying power, as vast as a galaxy rolling back, and as overwhelming as the primordial creation of heaven and earth, awakened without warning from the deepest recesses of his being, surging through his limbs and bones. The slight fatigue and energy depletion from the previous fierce battle were instantly soothed and replenished, restoring him to his zenith. No, he had surpassed his own peak countless times over, reaching an unimaginable summit. The Great Master Peak? No, at this moment, he clearly sensed that this experience card had granted him the strength of a half-step martial king. It was a realm that brushed against the edge of a domain, where the level of life had begun to undergo a qualitative transformation, surpassing the ordinary great masters. He slowly raised his right hand, his movements casual as if brushing dust off his shoulder. There was no radiant convergence, no surging momentum. It was utterly mundane. Opposite him, the Liadi Ma Yuan had amassed all its power, capable of grievously injuring or even annihilating a late-stage great master with its earth-shattering roar. And it had finally reached its peak charge. Accompanied by a hysterical, fear-laden bellow, it erupted. A thick, dark energy beam, honed to perfection, tore through the air with a ferocious intent to obliterate all in its path, hurtling towards Wang Yitian, towards the bunker entrance behind him. As the beam passed, the space warped, and the ground was scarred deeply by the dissipating energy. Confronting this cataclysmic strike, Wang Yitian simply threw a punch. This punch was remarkably slow, so slow that it seemed everyone could discern the minute trajectory of his extending arm. Yet, this punch was also incredibly swift. Once unleashed, that roaring dark beam seemed to willingly collide with his fist. There was no thunderous crash, no dazzling explosion of energy. Instead, a faint sound emerged, as delicate as the bursting of a soap bubble. That beam, potent enough to level mountains and vaporize steel, shattered into countless fragments upon contact with Wang Yitian's fist, disintegrating and vanishing as if it had never existed. The fist did not halt. As though merely swatting a fly, Wang Yitian's fist continued forward, traversing the remnants of the obliterated energy and the brief space it occupied, striking the base of the Lie di Ma Yuan's horn, which had cracked open, revealing its fangs. There, it was covered with newly formed, gray-white rock armor, stronger than before. Crack! Another faint sound echoed, akin to delicate porcelain being gently cracked. Then boom! The Lie di Ma Yuan's horn, as hard as the protective energy of a novice martial king, along with the heavily armored skull beneath, detonated like a bomb from within. Dark red blood mingled with grayish brain matter and fragments of bone and rock, spraying outward in a radial pattern. Its immense body abruptly stiffened, and its crimson pupils lost all glimmer, leaving only an abyss of confusion and petrified fear. Thud! Its gigantic form toppled backward like a mountain collapsing, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. The apex-level beast, with a physical defense comparable to an ordinary martial king, which had once posed a formidable challenge to Wang Yitian, was slain in an instant by a single punch. Silence reigned. An eerie stillness enveloped the battlefield. All the savage beasts still fleeing and roaring, whether the fierce Tiexiaxi, the cunning Fengji Long, or the swarms of Zudu Shu and Xixia, were suddenly gripped by an invisible force that seized their throats, freezing them in place, as they emitted gasping sounds of terror. In the next moment, like a receding tide, they let out desperate wails and turned to flee at a speed tenfold that of their arrival, trampling one another, disintegrating into chaos. The silver Ming Yahoo had already emitted a distorted, piercing shriek at the instant Wang Yitian threw his punch, transforming into a nearly invisible silver blur, racing away from the battlefield into the wilderness, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a fading silver silhouette. Yixing Fan and the several masters he had brought stood as if carved from stone, their eyes wide with disbelief, mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg, their expressions frozen in utter shock and bewilderment. What had they just witnessed? That terrifying Lie di Ma Yuan, which had instilled such despair, had simply vanished? Blown apart by Mr. Wang's casual punch? Was that not an apex-level beast? Was that not a creature with a physique comparable to a martial king's defense? Was this even reasonable? The remaining guards of the bunker entrance were rendered utterly dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the colossal beast's fallen corpse, and then at the somewhat slender figure withdrawing his fist amidst the rising dust, their minds a complete blank. What had happened to that world-ending energy cannon? What had happened to the soul-chilling pressure? How could it all end with just a single punch? In the bunker's fourth-floor monitoring room, Wang Xinran sat dazedly in her chair, the screen shaking violently from the impact of the fallen beast, dust swirling all around. Yet, it seemed she could see nothing, her ears filled only with the frantic thumping of her heart and the replaying of that nonchalant yet earth-shattering punch in her mind. Did her father win? Just like that, with a single punch? She blinked, tears welling up again, but this time they were hot, filled with the rapture of survival and an indescribable pride in shared glory. As the dust gradually settled, Wang Yitian stood still, slowly retracting his right fist. He shook his hand, his expression devoid of triumph or exhaustion, only a deep stillness akin to a tranquil pool, as if the monumental punch he had just delivered was merely a casual gesture to brush away a speck of dust from his clothing. Only he could feel the vast, terrifying power within him, akin to a tidal wave capable of shattering mountains, receding swiftly like the ebbing tide. The 3-minute efficacy of the Dazongshi Peak experience card had just been utilized to a minuscule extent. Yet it was sufficient. He lifted his gaze, his expression calm as it swept over the fleeing wild beasts, over the stunned Yixing Fan and others, over the desolate battlefield, ultimately landing in the direction of the bunker entrance, as if he could penetrate the thick walls and see the frightened little girl within. Yixing Fan felt a shiver run through him, as if awakening from a dream. He gazed at Wang Yitian's tranquil eyes, sensing the residual aura that, although subdued, still sent shivers through his soul. An uncontrollable thought surged forth. Peak Dazongshi? No, it could not merely be an ordinary peak. The aura from that fleeting moment, the kind that seemed to command the realms, was an indication of touching the threshold of a domain. It was half a step into the martial king realm. Even stronger, could it be that Mr. Wang was a peerless powerhouse on the verge of becoming a martial king? This realization thundered in his mind like a clap of lightning. instantly elevating his reverence for Wang Yitian to an unparalleled height. Wang Yitian said nothing further, turning and walking towards the bunker entrance. Chapter 78. Aftermath of battle. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the colossal, lifeless body of the Rift Earth demon ape, as large as a mountain. The battlefield lay in eerie silence, interrupted only by the distant, sporadic cries of fleeing wild beasts and the mournful whispers of the wind. The guards retaliated, pursuing the escaping wild beasts. The overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Yitian, reminiscent of a vast starry sea that sent shivers through the soul, receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye, reverting him to the unremarkable, somewhat languid appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man. Yet at this moment, no one dared equate him with a mundane. He stepped towards the bunker entrance, his pace steady and unhurried. As he passed, soldiers and officers instinctively held their breath, stepping aside, bowing their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Yixing Fan quickly issued commands to the still-dazed officers around him, his voice regaining its usual steadiness and efficiency, though one could still detect an undercurrent of suppressed excitement. Team 1, Team 2, maintain perimeter vigilance to prevent a counterattack from the wild beasts. Team 3, Medical Unit, immediately attend to the injured. Logistics, tally the battle losses, and clear the battlefield. Communication Officer, promptly report the battle results, especially Mr. Wang's achievement in slaying the Peak Rift Earth Demon Ape, to the Command Center and Qinglong Fortress. Time is of the essence. As orders were given one after another, the remaining guards and reinforcements sprang into action like wind-up toys, their post-battle confusion replaced by a sense of duty, and order began to return to the battlefield. Although the air remained thick with the scent of blood and lingering shock, Wang Yitian paid no further heed to those behind him and strode directly into the bunker. The heavy alloy door closed slowly behind him, shutting out the external chaos and clamor. The corridor was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was tense. Many staff members and injured individuals straightened instinctively upon seeing him, casting mixed glances of gratitude, awe, and curiosity. Wang Yitian walked briskly towards the upper living quarters without a sideways glance. At the entrance to the reinforced monitoring room on the 4th floor, 2 fully armed guards with formidable auras stood straight upon his arrival, their eyes ablaze as they saluted. Mr. Wang. Wang Yitian nodded and entered. As the door cracked open, a trembling voice with a hint of sobbing called out, "Dad." A figure rushed into his embrace, causing him to momentarily stagger. It was Wang Xinran. The little girl's eyes were red and swollen like peaches, her cheeks streaked with tears yet to dry, her hair disheveled, clutching his clothing tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. For a brief moment, Wang Yitian stood rigid, then relaxed, lifting his hand to awkwardly pat his daughter's back, his voice softer than ever. A stark contrast to the killing god who had just obliterated the Rift Earth Demon Ape. It's all right, Ran. Don't be afraid, Dad is here. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? His hand was warm and strong, exuding a reassuring steadiness. Wang Xinran buried her face in his chest, inhaling the familiar scent of her father, mingled with a hint of gunpowder and dust, and her taut nerves finally relaxed completely, her suppressed sobs transforming into quiet sniffles, though her grip on his clothing tightened further. The nearby female officer, witnessing this, silently withdrew, gently closing the door to grant this pair of survivors their space. Wang Yitian said nothing more, merely continuing to pat his daughter's back, allowing her to vent her emotions. After a while, Wang Xinran's cries gradually subsided into soft sniffles. She lifted her head, her eyes red as she looked at Wang Yitian, her voice still a bit hoarse. Dad, you're not hurt, are you? Just a mindless big monkey. I handled it with ease. Wang Yitian raised his hand, using his thumb to wipe away the tear stains on her face. But this outfit of mine is ruined. You owe me a new one. Wang Xinran, caught off guard by his teasing words, broke into laughter through her tears. But soon her little face became serious again as she examined him closely, confirming that aside from some torn clothing and a bit of dust, he bore no visible wounds. She sighed in relief, though her brow furrowed in concern. That was so frightening, I thought. I thought what? Thought I was going to heroically sacrifice myself. Wang Yitian playfully flicked her forehead, his touch gentle. What are you thinking? I'm tougher than that. I want to easily kick the bucket. Wang Xinran held her forehead, but instead of reacting as she usually would, her eyes began to redden again. Wang Yitian tousled her hair, his gaze softening momentarily before he regained his composure. All right, you've cried enough and been scared enough. Wait here. I have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I'll take you home. Oh. Wang Xinran nodded obediently. Having faced the life-and-death situation just moments ago, she seemed to have matured significantly, and in her gaze toward her father, there was not only reliance but also a newfound, profound awareness and yearning for strength. After comforting his daughter, Wang Yitian's gentle demeanor faded, returning to its previous neutrality. He exited the monitoring room and nodded to the female officer stationed outside. Keep an eye on her, don't let her wander off. Yes, Mr. Wang. The officer replied solemnly. Wang Yitian proceeded to the temporary command room established within the bunker. Yi Xingfan was already waiting inside. Upon his arrival, he immediately stood up, his posture more respectful than before, even exhibiting a hint of formality. Mr. Wang, you've arrived. Please have a seat. Yi Xingfan personally moved a chair over. Wang Yitian did not sit, instead walking directly to the window, gazing at the gradually brightening sky and the bustling battlefield below. His back to Yi Xingfan as he got straight to the point, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. General Yi, I assent at time you provided me with an explanation. Yi Xingfan's heart sank. He knew the moment of truth had come. He took a deep breath, standing tall, and spoke in a serious tone. Mr. Wang, this matter is a result of a miscalculation by the defense sector, no, by higher authorities. On behalf of the Jiangcheng defense sector, I extend my sincerest apologies to you, your daughter, and all the citizens who have been endangered because of this incident. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Wang Yitian turned to face him, his gaze calm, yet emanating an invisible pressure that made Yi Xingfan acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. I wish to know, what could possibly warrant putting the lives of the entire city and my daughter at such risk? Don't tell me it was a treasure found by chance. Yi Xingfan felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead, realizing he could no longer keep this hidden and thus dared not deceive any longer. Yes. Yi Xingfan steeled himself to explain. 3 months ago, an elite exploration team from Qinglong Fortress discovered what appeared to be a king-level nest in the depths of the wasteland. At that time, the mother beast was absent, and they took the risk to bring it back. The higher-ups intended to study the juvenile of the king-level wild beast, hoping to uncover its species' weaknesses or even cultivate controllable combat power. This was classified information. The cubs had been secretly housed in the S-level biological laboratory at the lowest level of the bunker, shielded by the highest levels of security. We never anticipated the ferocity of the wild beast's sensing of the cubs, nor did we foresee their madness, willing to launch such a large-scale assault to seize this beast tide. It was nothing less than a premeditated operation aimed at reclaiming the cubs. Jiangcheng was implicated. After he spoke, he lowered his head, awaiting the wrath of thunder. The unauthorized detention of the royal-grade wild beast cubs had brought about the calamity of